5 days before I was born. I was already more exciting than 99% of people in their entire lives. On the first day, the emperor rewarded the foundational technique of the golden dragon body refining art, as well as a golden dragon pill, a treasure that not even the crown prince could obtain. On the second day, officials from the Great Flame God dynasty sent various gifts, filling up the nearby 7 or 8 streets. On the third day, the major celestial beings brought gifts from the gods, simply because my father is the emperor's teacher, and even my grandfather and grandmother are the current top 2 experts. However, on the 4th day, someone took a drop of my blood and claimed that I was a wild seed. Now it's the 5th day. I lie in bed recalling the events of the first 4 days, feeling that this is something others may not experience in their entire lives. In these 4 days, I went from being a caring child to a wild seed. At this point, I sighed, but it turned into a burp, which made me even more helpless. Fortunately, I had a bib, so I wasn't worried. At this time, the system rang. Age, 5 days. Cultivation, none. Talent, Dao talent 1 point. Technique, golden dragon body refining technique not yet mastered. Skills, none. Witness point, 2,500. This witness point is the point of eating melons, so I silently added 100 witness points to my own practice. With the addition of the witness point, I suddenly felt a warm flow inside my body, which quickly spread throughout my limbs and body, allowing all my joints to stretch and my wrinkled skin to relax, filling my small body with strength in no time. I was born just 5 days ago, and I can already lift up 4 or 5 of myself. Finally, that warm stream gathered in my lower body, and then I just pooped directly. Right after that, I opened my mouth and cried loudly. Hearing my crying, 2 maids quickly walked in, one with a round face and the other with an oval face. They were cleaning while chatting about me being a wild seed. Detected the technique of confusing the mind with Taoism. Should it be included? Seeing this prompt, I felt a slight chill in my heart. So this is how the talent of Taoism is used. After they finished cleaning up, they left. At this moment, I sorted out my thoughts and pondered on what they said. Obviously, it wasn't an issue with my bloodline, but rather my existence blocking someone's path. If the other party wanted to succeed, then I had to die. Suddenly, my scalp went numb. However, I am definitely powerless to deal with external matters now. So what I can do now is to strengthen myself as much as possible first. For example, I feel that I can make use of the art of confusion. So I look at the introduction of the art of confusion. This is a very simple Taoist method that can confuse the mind through sound and movement, with a touch of deep blue. Right after I added 100 potential points to my confusion technique, the confusion technique immediately became accessible, and I instantly felt a bit more clear-headed. In the evening, my mother came to my room, holding me and crying sadly, saying, "My child, just wait a little longer. In 5 days, the celestial master will arrive to debate the soul, and then you will be able to restore your identity." Actually, I think Chuling is a bit foolishly filial. Clearly, with such a strong background, she still insists on being manipulated by others. With the power of the Chu family, if Chuling just directly leaves the Li family on her own, no one in the Li family would dare to stop her. It seems to answer my question. Chuling continued to mutter to herself, "My child, although mother can let you off the hook, but for the rest of your life, you will have to live with a stigma. Mother will never agree." After listening to my mother's words, I also felt that it made sense. After she finished speaking, my mother put me on the bed and then left. At this moment, as I turned over in bed, I suddenly felt much stronger. If I exerted all my strength, I should be able to lift heavy objects weighing tens of pounds. However, I didn't want to appear too extraordinary, so I just lay there obediently, waiting for someone to feed me. But what depresses me is that I can't continue to add points to the golden dragon body refining technique, just because every time I try to add points, it prompts that the body energy is insufficient, which I can also understand. It's just that only drinking milk is indeed a bit lacking in energy. The next day, it was time for me to be breastfed again, so Ing Xiang with a goose egg face came to my room. However, this time, it was not Lu Chui who came with Ing Xiang, but another maid that I didn't know. When I didn't see LV Chui coming, I instinctively became nervous, and after the 2 maids came in, they closed the door. At this time, Ing Xiang said, "Now it's time for you to repay Madame Air." Lu Chui trembled and took the bottle nervously. "Ing Xiang, if this is found, it's going to cost us our heads." Ing Xiang glanced at this useless maid and said, "If he doesn't die, after tomorrow's soul discernment, you will also lose your head." So LV Chui poured the contents of the bottle into my feeding bottle. Seeing this scene, I burst into tears and at the same time, I played the trickery to the extreme. At this time, if you don't cry desperately, your life will be over. Under the influence of the confusion technique, the eyes of the 2 maidservants are obviously a bit distracted, and their movements are also somewhat sluggish. just as I was wondering why the people outside hadn't come in yet, and I was about to run out of breath. The door to the room was finally pushed open. The two guards outside looked at the maid holding a bottle in her hand, and one of them kicked her over directly, while the other one took down Xiang directly. How could two maids without any strength be opponents of two burly warriors? Witnessed the failed assassination attempt on myself. Gained 500 witness points. Cool, and ate another big melon of my own. After completely controlling the two maids, one of the guards quickly went to find my mother, and soon my courtyard was filled with a yard full of people. Mother Chu Ling, without even having completed her postpartum recovery, donned her armor and wielded a long sword. Just like an angry lioness, Chu Ling can allow the people of the Li family to manipulate right and wrong, but absolutely not allow them to hurt her son. Chu Ling, do you think this is your Chu family? In our Li family, it's not your turn to show off your skills, an old lady said, just as Chu Ling was about to counterattack. My old man Li Hong ran over from somewhere, covered in mud, and stood directly in front of Chu Ling. I'll see who dares to hurt my wife and son today. The bejeweled old lady, seeing Li Hong appearing, frowned and directly asked, who let him out? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on this rebellious son? Upon seeing Li Hong, a beautiful woman next to the old lady had a clear smile in her eyes. This person was the second lady in Xiang's words, the wife of Li Hong's younger brother. Only Li Hong and that brother were not born of the same mother, and Li Hong's performance is too stunning, completely overshadowed all the second generation of the Li family, and now finally out of this thing, how can not make good use of it? Someone take this rebellious son and that shrew down for me, the old lady ordered to the people on her left and right. The Li family is a family of great scholars, but also the crown prince. Naturally there are few martial arts experts in the family. Those martial arts experts who were brought by the old lady intended to strike when they heard the order. However, Li Hong took a step forward. I am the scholar of the current generation, and even more so, the imperial historian of the imperial palace. Whoever dares to take a step forward, I will crash and die under his sword. Killing the scholar of the current generation, you'll all wait for the extermination of your 9 clans. Old Madam, Hong Gor, but the scholarly spirit, can't be true. Let the guards be careful, is it? The second madam said in a respectful whisper from the side. When the old lady heard the second madam's words, she immediately also said, take the people down. Don't hurt them. Your Li family is so powerful. Today, when my old body is here, I'll see who dares to touch a hair on the head of my daughter and my grandson. A bellowing cry came from the sky, and then a woman wearing the same type of armor as Chu Ling but covered in blood, as if she was fished out from inside the sea of blood, and looking like a middle-aged Chu Ling, was directly airborne into the middle of the courtyard. Boom! The whole yard shook as the visitor gave the lance in his own hand a thump. As for those martial artists who were preparing to go forward, they were even directly shocked and flew backwards with blood in their mouths. At this moment, tilting his head, eating his fingers, joyfully eating melon Li Zong, a flower in front of his eyes, he saw himself eating melon tips. Witness your grandmother's gun shaking the Li family. Gain 300 witness points. Gain 1 point in Gundao talent. Chapter 3 Overbearing grandmother seeking favorites and catch-up reading. Li Zong, whose big eyes were shining happily and eating melon, saw that he had also been rewarded with a talent for gunnery, and was instantly a bit curious as well. What's the gunway talent? Li Zong studied it and realized what it was, because just now, Li Zong recalled the image of his grandmother landing on the ground with a gun. Then Li Zong realized that he had actually read it. Just now my own grandmother, who looks to have landed with a gun, but in reality, that was a peak utilization of gun intent. Focusing the gun's intent on the end of the gun, it landed with a deft lurch of force. The gun intent spread out in all directions, sending all the guards who rushed over flying. At the same time, the gun's intent impacted the ground veins of the Li family, shaking the Li family residence. Good. Very good. Li Zong's heart was practically bursting with joy. The sudden arrival of Grandma Zong Li was obviously not expected by the Li family. Facing Chu Ling, they were still able to press down with the status and aura of elders, but facing Li Zong's grandmother, they couldn't even be tied up enough to be pressed. With a daughter's body, Grandmother Li Zong's appointment as a Hussar general had already set a precedent that had never existed in Dian. That is an achievement that requires an unparalleled amount of greatness in battle. In addition to her battle achievements, Li Zong's grandmother's background, that was not something they could compare to. When the current Empress Dowager meets Grandmother Li Zong, she has to respectfully call out sister, mother. When Chu Ling saw her mother, she finally relaxed in this instant. Shang Guanlan looked at his daughter and was quite distressed. You have suffered so much, why didn't you tell me earlier? If someone didn't come to report the news, your father and I still don't know what happened until now. Chu Ling faintly froze. Mother, I did not send anyone to report the news. A brilliant light flashed in Shang Guanlan's eyes, but he said nothing under his breath. It doesn't matter if there's a messenger or not. since I know about this matter, there's no way for them Li family to act recklessly in this matter. After saying that, Shang Guanlan glanced at his son-in-law and said in a painless manner, "Your performance, it's still qualified." Li Hong hurriedly arched his hand and respectfully said, "My little son-in-law is incompetent. Please punish my mother-in-law. The punishment will wait until later." After looking at these adults outside, Shang Guanlan looked at Li Zhong in the middle of the room. Seeing that he was finally noticed, Li Zhong also immediately opened his little hands for a hug. When Shang Guanlan saw such a scene, the iron-blooded general also turned directly into a doting grandmother. Shang Guanlan entered the middle of the room with large strides and reached out to hug Li Zhong. But then he thought about how he was covered in blood and put his hand back. But Li Zhong didn't care about that, just reaching out for a hug and giggling towards Shang Guanlan. When Shang Guanlan saw such a scene, his heart melted. "I'll come and hold you as soon as grandma gets justice for you." Linger put away the armor. "Come over and hug Songer," Shang Guanlan said to Chu Ling. After hearing this, Chu Ling hurriedly put the armor away, then quickly walked over and heartily hugged Li Zhong. Li Zhong had just seen it clearly, and Chu Ling put away the armor in a flash. This should be some sort of storage space. It seems that this side of the world is much more exciting than I thought. Shang Guanlan took Chu Ling, and together they came to the door, and looked at the Li family's group of people and said, "This child you Li family don't recognize, we Chu family recognize. Your Li family's rotten things, you Li family deal with it on your own." After saying that, Shang Guanlan was about to leave with Chu Ling. The second lady was 100 times happier to see such a scene. As long as they left today, then Li Zhong would be sitting on the wild seed thing. Even if we find out later, that reputation is ruined. "Mother, I can't let Zhonger leave the Li family with such a stigma." At this time, Chu Ling was acting very resolute. Shang Guanlan glanced at his daughter, also hating her a little. This was clearly a game, and now the only way to break the game was to leave the Li family first. As for Li Zhong's reputation, with the prestige of their Chu family, who would dare to chew on it? But this is something Shang Guanlan does not blame Chu Ling. After all, he himself has not taught Chu Ling these dirty things of the backyard since childhood. Just teach Chu Ling kung fu. "Mother-in-law, I have ordered people to go to invite the Heavenly Master of the Qin Tian supervisor to go. The Heavenly Master will arrive soon. Today will definitely be a justice for all the children to come." Li Hong's attitude at this moment is quite resolute. Shang Guanlan looked at his hairy-foot son-in-law and felt that his son-in-law was reading stupidly, and did not inherit his old man's sophisticated thinking at all. But this cannot be blamed on Li Hong. After all, what he valued in the first place is not Li Hong is honest. Although the daughter and son-in-law do not understand, but since they are here, but also do not have to be afraid of a bad end. In that case, let's wait until the Heavenly Master arrives, Shang Guanlan said indifferently. After saying that, Shang Guanlan said to those two guards who were guarding Li Zhong before, "Take these two maids and send them to the Chu mansion. Put them under strict guard, and no one shall approach them both without my order." Hearing Shang Guanlan's words, the second madam couldn't stand up at once. "Mrs. Shangguan, these two maids are people of my Li mansion. No matter what they have committed, they can only be dealt with in my Li mansion. Mrs. Shangguan is like this, isn't it?" Shang Guanlan directly took over the conversation and said, "I just don't put your Li family in my eyes and don't believe in your Li family's family style. What qualifications do you have to speak to me as a concubine's daughter-in-law? If it was in our Chu family and you were so offensive to your honor, I would have broken your legs a long time ago. Now I'll give you two choices. Either kneel down and apologize, or I'll break your legs." Li Zhong was beside him, listening to his grandmother being so mighty and domineering, and his heart was so open. Li Zhong hated to applaud his grandmother. Li Zhong reached out his little hand and was about to grab his grandmother. After all, this is the real Thai. Shang Guanlan looked at Li Zhong's small appearance and a smile piled up on her face. "Zonger is good. Grandma is covered in blood right now. When grandma goes back and washes up, she will hug you." Finished. Shang Guanlan also did not forget to teach Chu Ling, "You do mothers, when things should be tough to be tough, otherwise how to give their children a sense of security." Chu Ling could only nod her head in agreement as she was lectured. "Why don't you kneel down and wait for me to break your legs?" Shang Guanlan glanced at the second lady and drank coldly. "Old madam." The second lady looked to the bejeweled Li Mansion's backyard lord next to her for help. Shang Guanlan didn't care at all, and his expression was even very cold. The Li family, the head of this back house, is not the original wife of Li Daiju, and Shang Guanlan doesn't care at all. Besides, even if it was the original wife, Shang Guanlan wouldn't care. "Having no respect for your elders, committing the following offense. Kneel down for me." The old lady was also completely afraid to confront Shang Guanlan head-on. Seeing that no one could defend herself, the second lady could only kneel down in humiliation. Li Zhong looked at his grandmother with little stars in his eyes. As long as he coaxed his grandmother into doing well, Li Zhong was not afraid of being bullied himself. Chapter 4 This son's destiny is too precious to be told begs for favorites and followers. Just as Shangguanlan was reorganizing the Li family's backyard for them, the heavenly master from the Qin Tian supervisor also came to the Li family. Whether it was the Li family or the Chu family, those were both truly powerful families. What's more, this time there is also the prince personally invited. So to the Li family to identify the soul as the supervisor deputy of the Qin Tian supervision. The great Yan Qin Tian supervisor was not a poseur as Li Zhong perceived it. Dian Qin Tian supervisor is the real organization in charge of the 4 seasons of the calendar. Folk pray to the Dragon King for rain to be answered or not. That all have to get the Qin Tian supervisor's consent. There is no paperwork from the Qin Tian supervisor, and if the Dragon King dares to send a drop of rain, he'll be waiting to go up to the dragon cutting table for a walk. The supervisor of the Qin Tian supervisor is a legendary land god, the common lord of the Taoist sect. In addition to the emperor of Dian, outsiders are difficult to see one face. Supervisor deputy, although not as good as the supervisor, but is also today's Taoist first grade. The mortal eyes of the clouds spit out the immortal figure, is also today's Taoist masters. If it wasn't for the powerful families like the Li and Shu families, plus the crown prince's request, no one would have been able to invite this supervisory deputy, supervising a pair of immortal bones. Under the respectful guidance of the Li family's head butler, he arrived at the Li family's back residence. The supervisory deputy, who was originally sightless, took the initiative to perform an arching salute when he saw Shangguanlan, Mrs. Chu, apparently in the supervisory deputy's opinion, in this entire back house, except for one Shangguanlan, no one else was worthy of seeing his own salute. Shangguanlan returned the salute while saying, "I'm grateful for the trip made by Realist Evergreen." Evergreen Realist nodded slightly. "Where is the person?" Shangguanlan let Li Zhong out and said, "This is my grandson." The Evergreen Realist looked at Li Zhong. Just 2 breaths later, the original Fong ran outside, as if everything was in the intention of the Evergreen Realist, suddenly gave a light eep. Then the Evergreen Realist pinched his hands together and then wiped them above his own eyes, and suddenly 2 golden lights appeared in his eyes. Witness Master Evergreen casting a spell. Gain 100 witness points. Gain 1 point of Taoist talent. Spell lookout detected for inclusion? This kind of white bleach Dao, Li Zhong would definitely not let go of it. Just as Li Zhong was checking out the Qi looking technique, Evergreen Realist similarly used the Qi looking technique to check out Li Zhong. The more the Evergreen Realist looked at it, the more grave his expression became, and the more he looked at it, the more surprised he was in his eyes. Evergreen Realist. Shangguanlan lightly called out, blocking the Evergreen Realist who was ready to lean forward to check on Li Zhong. The Evergreen Realist, who had been blocked, also came to his senses, and the golden light in his eyes disappeared. Lady Chu, it is the poor Taoist who has been caught off guard. Please forgive me. Lady Chu. The Evergreen Realist took a step back and apologized, although he was talking to Shangguanlan, but his eyes were always on Li Zhong. Did the Evergreen Realist see something? Shangguanlan took another half step in the way, completely separating Li Zhong from the Evergreen Realist, thoroughly out of sight. The Evergreen Realist also withdrew his gaze before saying with a straight face, "Mrs. Chu, your grandson's destiny is noble. Moreover, this grandson of yours is related to my Taoist sect, and I would like to take this grandson of yours as my disciple." Hearing the supervisory deputy's words, everyone except Shangguanlan's face changed. Fate is expensive. There's nothing curious about this one. Being born in a family like the Li and Chu families, it was naturally expensive. The main thing is that this supervisory deputy wants to take on an apprentice. One must know that in Great Yen, one did not know how many prominent dignitaries wanted to worship Master Evergreen. Even if it was the current emperor, Evergreen Realist wouldn't even give it a second glance. But the Evergreen Realist, now he even wanted to take the initiative to accept a disciple. The matter of accepting an apprentice will be discussed later. I would like to ask, what exactly is the preciousness that the real person said was too precious to mention? Shangguanlan was completely uninterested in the matter of accepting an apprentice. This was his own grandson. That would definitely be practicing martial arts. The Evergreen True Lord thought for a moment, and then he only saw the Evergreen True Lord speak, but he didn't make half a sound. Apparently this was the Evergreen Realist, opening a private chat with Shangguanlan. Spell transmission detected. Is it included? White Johns make me happy. Shangguanlan's face couldn't help but change slightly after hearing the words of Realist Evergreen. After glancing back at his own cute-looking grandson who smiled at himself as soon as he looked at him, he also felt that what the Evergreen Realist had just said was just a little too unbelievable. Take Tsonger back to the Chu family, Shangguanlan said to Chu Ling. When Chu Ling heard Shangguanlan's words, she faintly froze and said, "Mother, have you not yet identified the souls of the many children?" Hearing Chu Ling's words, Master Evergreen said, "Discerning souls? This kind of destiny still needs to discern the soul? Is the Li family blind or stupid? In the eyes of outsiders, the Li family was the crown prince was the future imperial master family. But in the eyes of Taoist realists such as the evergreen realist, the Li family was nothing more than that. But Makoto, the Li family took the blood of Zhonger to ask his ancestors, showing that Zhonger is not of the Li family bloodline. Chu Ling also asked about her doubts. After hearing this, Li Zong also realized that his blood was taken to ask his ancestors that day. Li Zong thought that he was engaged in something unscientific like blood dripping to recognize relatives. Li Zong was worried before that he would turn into Nyoko Balazhong. Now it seems that the way people do it is much more scientific than they thought. Shang Guanlan glanced at his daughter and turned his head to Realist Evergreen. Realist, this matter is indeed odd. Please help Realist to find out this kind of dirty business in the back of the house. The status of the Evergreen True Man. Only Shang Guanlan opened his mouth. The Evergreen True Man could possibly give this face. Sure enough, after Shang Guanlan spoke, Realist Evergreen nodded slightly and said, "Take poor Tao to the Li family ancestral hall." Still not leading the way, Shang Guanlan said with a glance at Li Hong. Hearing this, Li Hong hurriedly led the way in front himself. The old lady of the Li family, too, followed with a group of people. The Li family's second wife, who was kneeling on the ground, changed her face a few times before finally following suit. The gang came together to the Li family ancestral hall, and Li Zong looked at the Li family ancestral hall with curiosity, and his eyes darted around. The Li family ancestral hall is very large, and the sculpture of the founder of the Li family is placed in the center of the hall. This is the only sculpture in the shrine, the others are tabletops. Don't look at just the tablets, but the tablets that can be placed inside the Li family ancestral hall to receive offerings. That are all the generations of great scholars or the current scholar. Li Zong's old man can be placed in it later if he dies. Looking at the incense-rich Li family ancestral hall, Li Zong suddenly also curious intends to use his just-acquired Qi lookout technique to see what kind of great luck the Li family has had, to be able to give birth to a Qilin child like himself. Name, Li Zhong. Age, 9 days. Cultivation level, first level of body forging. Technique, Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique Level 1, 0/200. Talent, 1 point in Gundao Talent, 2 points in Taoist Talent. Skills, Proficiency in Mind Bending, 0/300. Uninitiated in Chirography, 0 out of 100. Uninitiated in Voice Transmission, 0/100. Witness Point, 3300. Taking a look at his attribute panel, Li Zong directly murmured in his mind, Deep Blue plus points. Li Zong directly added 100 witness points to his lookout technique. After the introduction to the art of looking into the air, when Li Zong raised his eyes again to look at the Li family shrine, the scenery in front of him changed. At this moment, the Li family ancestral hall was directly filled with color in the eyes of Li Zong. The middle of the Li family's ancestral hall was filled with a thick white gas. This white gas was manhwa qi, accumulated by the Li family's great scholars from generation to generation. With such a strong manhwa qi, it was destined that a Wingquan star would appear in every generation of the Li family's heirs, though who it would be was not certain. The literary star of this generation of the Li family is obviously Li Zong's old man, Li Hong, the scholar of the day. Under the Qi-looking technique, Li Zong discovered that the eye area of the Li family patriarch's clay figure was actually covered by a faint black gas. In a place like this, full of white hoarfrost, this bit of black would really stand out. So what Realist Evergreen said is true. The Li family is blind. Chapter 5, I'm asking for favorites and followers. What Li Zong could see, the Taoist first great Evergreen realist could naturally see as well. Even the Evergreen realist didn't need to look at the Qi technique to spot the anomaly. Evergreen realist raised his hand and the black gas that was covering the eyes of the Li family patriarch fell into Evergreen realist's hands. The black Qi fell into the hands of the Evergreen realist, and instead, it revealed a color that everyone could see. The Li family's eyes are really blind. Realist Evergreen snorted coldly, showing no mercy at all. What is this, Makoto? Chu Ling hurriedly inquired. The Evergreen realist glanced at Chu Ling, then at Li Zong, who was staring at the black gas in his hand, and explained, this is the smoke produced by the Mystic Clan incense, and its function is to hoodwink the ancestors. Before the others could open their mouths, the second madam grabbed the first opportunity to speak. My Li family has had generations of books, and a great righteousness has long existed in the ancestral hall. Even if there really is a mystic zone incense, it also categorically can't be preserved for so long. This must be something that someone has just moved to confuse the public. Li Zong looked at others, did not suspect to his head. He directly took the initiative to self-detonation of the second lady. Also feel that this melon eat not sweet. Witness the Li Fu or Nyang blowing herself up. Gain 1 witness point. Seeing the witness points of this harvest, Li Zong also determined that this melon was really not sweet. Evergreen realist glanced at the self-righteous second lady and said coldly, you still know quite a bit about mystic zone incense. What you said is not bad. Normally speaking, this Mizong incense does have a limited impact. It couldn't have lasted this long. But I also don't know about that idiot in your house who used the spiked LSD incense. This spiked psychedelic incense can counteract the Hao Ran Qi and have a long-lasting psychedelic effect. If this goes on for a long time, the ancestors won't be able to tell right from wrong. The ancestors' in virtue will be in short supply. And by then all of you in the Li family will either be idiots or blind. Master Dao's mouth. It's so damaging. Hearing such words from the evergreen realist, that second lady's face instantly turned white as well. The old woman stumbled even more. This is to break his Li family's literary line. I really didn't expect that this little grandson of mine would become the savior of your entire Li family. You should really let all the male members of your Li family line up to properly thank this little grandson of mine. Shang Wanlan stood by and sneered. His own grandmother's mouth, too, was quite poisonous. Theoretically, it should be. Without this son, the Li family's literary lineage would inevitably be damaged. This son saved the Li family's cultural lineage. The Li family should indeed be solemnly thanked. The Li family's ancestor sacrifice should all place this son at the top of the list. The evergreen realist was also on the side, directly acting as a comic relief. Li Zong was listening on the sidelines, but the meaning Li Zong probably understood. They were planning to have their great-grandfather, father, and all the male members of the Li family lined up to thank them for being a bare-bottomed doll without pants. That scene was a bit touching when Li Zong thought about it. If Your Excellency has the time, please also invite Your Excellency to sit in my Chu mansion, and let the Li family handle this dirty business on their own. Shang Wanlan took the initiative to invite. Evergreen realist nodded and said, the poor Taoist just happens to have the time. After Shang Wanlan finished speaking, he turned his head to Chu Ling and said, carry Zhonger home. Seeing that Shang Wanlan and the others were about to leave, the Li family's old lady also hastened to speak out. Li Zong is my Li family's first grandson. He must not go to your Chu family. Shang Wanlan let out a cold laugh. Now you want to remember that my Zhonger is your Li family's first grandson? How is it that keeping my grandson in the Li family is an attempt to trivialize this scandalous matter of the Li family? To make a big deal out of it? Things have gotten so bad that the real people have come in person. You guys are trying to make a big deal out of this now, and my grandson promised me no. In addition to giving my grandson an explanation for this matter today, you also have to give my Chu family an explanation. I'll give you 3 days. This is if you can't give my Chu family and my grandson an explanation. My grandson will change his surname to Chu in the future. Li Zong listened to his grandmother, so organized in clear domineering speech, really cannot help but want to shout good. Linger, let's go. After saying that, Shang Wanlan directly took Chu Ling and headed out. At the same time, the aura of a martial arts powerhouse was unabashedly exuded. The pressurized Li family's group of people didn't dare to come forward at all. Walked 2 steps. Shang Wanlan looked at his hairy-foot son-in-law, also followed up. Directly rebuked. What do you follow to do? This is your Li family's business. You don't stay in the Li family to deal with it. What are you following for? Wait until you get things straightened out. Then come back to pick up Zoner and the others. Li Hong hurriedly arched his hand and said, my son-in-law obeys the order. My son-in-law will definitely give a satisfactory explanation to mother-in-law. Li Zong looked at his old man, still thinking that he would be better off following his grandmother in the future. You can see for yourself that this is a great opportunity to make a perfect stand. As long as one's old man seized on this matter and didn't let go, then there would be that second lady in her gang who would suffer as a result of their own old man. Directly buttocks are with themselves and mom intends to go to the Chu family. Li Zong, who was being held in her arms, had just taken no more than 2 steps when she suddenly stretched out her small hand and grabbed a maid's clothes at once. Seeing Li Zong's small hands, he grabbed a maid's clothes. Chu Ling and the others also looked at the maid. Who are you? Shang Wanlan asked directly. When the maid heard Shang Wanlan's question, she directly knelt on the ground and timidly replied, slave girl LV Chui has been breastfeeding the little young master and changing his diapers for the past few days. Shang Wanlan nodded slightly, then glanced at Li Zong, who was reaching out for him, and said, it seems that Zonger is fond of you. You will also come with me to the Chu family, and you will take care of Zonger in the future. As for your body contract, I will help you find the Li family to ask for it. When Green Chui heard Shang Wanlan's words, she directly kowtowed and said, slave servant obeys orders. Li Zong looked at the relieved Green Chui and said in his heart, little girl, you wipe my, I will save your life. Li family happened such a big thing, all the relevant people that must be severely tortured. Green Chui is bound to be in the ranks of the torture. Although the Li family is a family of books, but that torture means will not be too civilized, is it? Even if it was finally proven that it had nothing to do with Green Chui, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. So this little hand of Li Zong's really saved Green Tree. After the group left the Li mansion, the things within the Li mansion were unknown to Li Zhong. On the contrary, It was Li Zong who had left the Li mansion for the first time and was really very curious about the outside world. Wide-eyed, he looked one way or the other at the window of the car that lifted the curtains. Dian was much more prosperous than any historical dynasty that Li Zong knew. After passing through the residences of the dignitaries, both sides of the street were filled with various stores. The streets are even more crowded. This son is truly extraordinary. Is Lady Chu really not going to think about it and let him join my Dao sect? I will definitely teach this son personally. Evergreen Realist looked at the extraordinarily spirited Li Zong. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him, and continued to try to convince Shang Wanlan. Shang Wanlan didn't agree, but didn't reject either, but directly played Tai Chi. Zhonger is still young. What kind of path he wants to take in the future? It's better to let Zhonger decide for himself. Li Zong looked at it for a while, but he didn't have much interest in it. Prosperity is prosperity, but Li Zong realizes that not everything he sees earns him witness points. For example, Li Zong had just watched someone cook a shortbread cake sprinkled with sesame seeds and hadn't witnessed any points for himself. This shows that not everything is considered a witness. Obviously it's something that has to be done at a certain level, and that's how you get witness points. If you look at it this way, Li Zong's identity that's even more advantageous. There are so many great things to witness when you are born into such a family. Makoto, I would like to ask, what is the fate of my Zhonger after all? After traveling for some time, Chu Ling still didn't hold back and directly inquired. Hearing his mom ask about this, Li Zong also became interested. Li Zong also wanted to know what his destiny was. Chapter 6 Full Moon begs for favorites and catch-up reading. After deliberating for a while, the Evergreen Master opened his mouth and uttered two prophetic phrases. Being in the midst of prosperity is not a joy. Quietly observing heaven and earth and letting the light flow. Chu Lin kind of got it, but then kind of didn't. But Li Zong did listen. Li Zong's mind combined. It must also be the Riddler of the Taoist sect. Who can talk about eating melons in such a cultured way? Seeing that Chu Ling didn't seem to understand everything, the Evergreen Master continued to explain. This son's future, with all the major events affecting the world's trend, all have entangled causes and effects. Hearing the words of the Evergreen Realist, Chu Ling couldn't help but feel a tug in her heart. For his part, the Evergreen Master continued. However, this is not considered to be expensive. And what is truly rare and valuable is that this son is not trapped by karma at all, and can easily detach himself from it. Li Zong said, nonsense. After eating the melon does not run. Waiting to eat melon brand? Seeing that Chu Ling understood, the Evergreen Realist immediately struck the iron while it was hot and said, my Taoist sect is quite knowledgeable in the path of cause and effect, and it is most appropriate for this son to join my Taoist sect. Without waiting for Chu Ling to open her mouth, Shang Wanlan spoke up. Truly, I remember that the Taoist sect doesn't talk about karma and reincarnation, right? The Taoist sect talks about inaction and spontaneity, right? Evergreen Realist didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable about being dismantled, and said very frankly, my Taoist sect also speaks of karma and reincarnation, only that my Taoist sect doesn't like to use this kind of thing to fool people on a regular basis, so it looks as if my Taoist sect doesn't speak of karma in general. Mrs. Chu, Makoto, we've arrived. Shang Wanlan directly interrupted Makoto Evergreen, who hadn't finished his sentence. As the sun rose and the moon fell, 21 days passed, and Li Zong also celebrated the first important moment in his life, the full moon. The 21 days were spent at her own grandmother's house. Li Zong. These 21 days Li Zong showed his own mother what it means to be related from generation to generation, and what it means to be a pampered male child with the best life. Every day, except for breastfeeding, Li Zong was as if he had grown on his grandmother. And Li Zong, who followed Shang Wanlan, also ate a lot of melons. At the same time, there was more knowledge and understanding of this side of the world. This side of the world, that was really much more wonderful than what Li Zong thought. Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, martial arts, gods, demons and devils, that's what it's called. Papa Li Zong had also come over once during those 21 days. Accompanying him was the old lady of the Li family. They came over mainly to talk to Shang Wanlan about the outcome of this matter. According to the old lady, the Li family had already investigated the matter. The whole thing was that Ing Xiang, the maid of Yu, the wife of the second son of the Li family, had mistakenly believed the words of the outsiders and used the Mizong incense in order to please her master. They came this time with the intention of bringing Ing Xiang back to be beaten to death, while Yu was grounded for 3 years for failing to exercise discipline, and the two sons of the Li family were grounded for 1 year for failing to teach their wives well. Both Li Zong and Shang Wanlan expressed their great dissatisfaction with such a light take. So after saying the thing, Shang Wanlan just blew people off, not giving any face at all. Li Zong's full moon wine, under the auspices of Shang Wanlan, was naturally organized in a beautiful manner. Shang Wanlan didn't want his grandson to suffer a little. the bigwigs in the military, excluding those who were not in the capital. The rest were all present. In addition to the bigwigs in the army, the supervisory vice of the Chin Tian supervisor surprisingly also dojo. Just before the supervisory deputy could say anything, it was plainly arranged by Shang Wanlan, causing the supervisory deputy's words to be directly choked back inside his stomach. In addition to the supervisor's deputy, the crown prince even came to the door again to congratulate him. On the one hand, it was to say congratulations, and on the other hand, the crown prince also came to be a lobbyist for the Li family. Ma'am, how about we take a step to talk? The prince took the initiative to say. As soon as Li Zong heard the words, he knew there was going to be a big melon. Straight away, he struggled for grandma to hold him. Shang Wanlan glanced at Li Zong and said to the crown prince, "Your Highness, the crown prince doesn't mind if I bring Zhong along." The crown prince glanced at Li Zong and smiled. "Naturally, I don't mind. Yeah, I'm just an unweaned child, what do I know?" The arrival of the prince also allowed Li Zong to eat his melon and eat his heart out. Li Zong threw the crown prince and his grandmother screen left and right of the secret talk in the middle of the storm. Not only is the Li family's first concubine dispute, this is followed by the battle for the throne in the palace. Li family generations of great confusion. In the civil ministers among the prestige is quite high, because it is the crown prince teacher that is certainly considered to be the crown prince party. The Chu family was the military god of the army, and with the combination of the two families giving birth to a first grandson, the relationship between the two families was bound to be further strengthened. This is obviously something that many in the palace do not want. The reason for such a stunt was to cause the Li and Chu families to develop a grudge. As for Li Zong's grandfather, he never showed up, and Li Zong understood what was going on. It wasn't that his own grandfather had spit out blood from his own anger, but that Grandpa Li Zong had long since seen it all. He didn't come out because he wanted to take this matter and reduce it to a family scandal for the Li family, rather than involving the battle for the throne in the palace. Perhaps the prince felt that Li Zong, a suckling doll, does not understand anything, so blocking the face of Li Zong, that is really unapologetic about a lot of hidden secrets in the palace. All this melon eating has left Li Zong with nothing but milk hiccups. Witness the secret of seizing the first wife and gain 200 witness points. Gain 1 point of talent. After Shang Wanlan listened to the crown prince's request, she said, "Your Highness the crown prince, I don't understand all of what you're saying as a woman. All I know is that now my grandson has been humiliated and my Chu family has been disgraced. Especially if the matter is put down so gently that outsiders don't know the truth. I'm afraid the tarnished name of my grandson will sit on the ground." Li Zong understood that his grandmother was playing Tai Chi and asking for favors for herself. You know that when your own grandmother gave her own mother's speech, it was much more penetrating than the prince's. According to grandma, this one does involve a battle to take over the throne, including the 8 demon kings knocking at the border. There were all shadows of seizing the throne. And this is very scary. Joining forces with the demon race in order to take over the throne is definitely a capital offense. However, the Chu family did not intend to get deeply involved, so even if they knew this, they completely treated it as if they did not know. This was also why Shang Wanlan did not let her husband, that is, Li Zong's grandfather, come back. As it is, I understand everything, but I'm just a woman, so what can I do if I don't understand you? I do this to spoil my grandson, which is totally what a grandmother should do. Li Zong directly stretched out his little hand to be cute and beg for a hug. When Shang Wanlan saw Li Zong's appearance, it was truly a joy amongst his eyes. The crown prince also understood Shang Wanlan's attitude, and after a bit of contemplation, the crown prince said, "Mrs. Chu, I have a little daughter who is a few months older than Li Zong, but she doesn't seem to be as lively as Li Zong. I want to bring my little daughter over and get in touch with Li Numerous to see if I can liven up that little daughter of mine a bit." When Li Zong heard the crown prince's words, he directly twisted his head to look at the crown prince. "This is the rhythm of getting me betrothed. This can't be done. You are the daughter of the future emperor, that can't be done. It's okay if you grow up to be good looking, but if you don't, won't I lose out?" Li Zong definitely resisted, but Shang Wanlan was obviously still satisfied with this. "This grandson of mine is nothing else but lively and active, and it's good for the two children to have more contact with each other." After a pause, Shang Wanlan continued, "However, the Li family side is still a bit too insincere. Handling it so easily, is it when my Chu family is good at bullying?" The prince quickly said. "This point Mrs. Chu can rest assured. The teacher has already made clear instructions. You was directly expelled from the Li family. The Li family's 2 sons were directly sent to be filled with soldiers. The Li mother is not strict in ruling her family, and the affairs of the backyard will be handed over to Chu Ling to take care of in the future." Shang Wanlan finally nodded in satisfaction after hearing all this. Li Zong looked at his grandmother and thought that his grandmother was really too arbitrary. What can the prince's daughter do? He himself will be able to eat all the world's big melons in the future and have the appearance of a great emperor. However, Li Zong can't do anything now, so he can only listen to it. A full moon reception that ended up being a great time for the guests and hosts. After the crowd dispersed, Shang Wanlan called Chu Ling in, and at the same time arranged for the Chu family's guards to surround Li Zhong's room with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. This encompasses not only the earth, but also the underground and the heavens. The whole encirclement, that is really like an iron pass, is really the kind that even mosquitoes can't fly in. Li Zong looked at the situation and knew that he would be able to eat melon again next. But Gua didn't wait. Li Zong instead saw his grandmother, took out that pill that the emperor rewarded that day one can buy a city to come. Linger, you watch from the side. No one is allowed to come close while I dissolve the medicinal power for Zhonger. Even if the sky is falling, I can't be disturbed from dissolving the medicinal power for the congregation's children. This golden dragon Dan isn't even available to everyone in the Imperial Prince. It's just a bit too precious. Seeing that he was finally going to be given this elixir, Li Zong was excited and only clapped his little chubby hands. Chapter 7 Human Emperor Physique Seeking Favorites and Catch-Up Readings. Li Zong watched his grandmother, from inside a fine wooden box, take out the golden dragon Dan that he had been longing for half a month. The pill had just been taken out, and all of a sudden a golden light was projected out from the middle of the pill. Shadow after shadow of golden dragons reflected in all corners of the room. The dragon's shadow seemed like a living thing, swimming in the middle of the room, and Li Zong could even hear the dragon whistling. Li Zong looked at the divine image in front of her, and her little mouth was also open in surprise. Shang Wanlan looked at Li Zong, open mouth curious appearance. Also do not care whether Li Zong can understand. Directly to Li Zong explained up the origins of this potion. This elixir was refined from the heart blood of 100 augur dragons over 8,000 years old, and mixed with countless precious medicines. Even in the royal family, it's not available to everyone. This is the best foundation building pill in the world. My family's congregation's son will eat it, and in the future, no matter which path of cultivation he takes, it will be smooth and unrivaled. Li Zong listened to Shang Wanlan's introduction, has been impatient. Small hands only grasp. Zhonger, don't be in a hurry. Although this elixir is good, the medicinal effect is too overbearing. Grandmother is going to wrap it up while squeezing the medicinal power out of it to help you digest and absorb it bit by bit. After saying that, Shang Wanlan directly used his own cultivation to completely wrap the golden dragon Dan. Under Shang Wanlan's urging, a little bit of faint golden light flowed out from the middle of the pill and directly entered Li Zhong's body. This little bit of golden light entered, and Li Zong immediately felt warm and full of energy all over his body. All at once, Li Zong felt the golden dragon body refining technique in his body operate on its own, and that little bit of golden light was directly refined and absorbed, transformed into the body's energy, and used to build the foundation for Li Zong. Shang Wanlan had been watching the direction of the golden light. Originally in Shang Wanlan's estimation, if Li Zong wanted to absorb this first bit of golden light, it would take at least an incense stick of time. To be able to absorb it within an incense stick was actually considered extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye, it was simply gone. Shang Wanlan once again squeezed out a bit of golden light, then it was gone in the blink of an eye. Shang Wanlan pondered a little, this time squeezing out 2 points of golden light. The same thing happened, again, as the 2 points of golden light simply disappeared. Li Zong was clearly not satisfied with such a little bit of both. Li Zong waved his little hand, indicating that he wanted that golden elixir. 3 points. Instant absorption. 4 points. Instant absorption. 5 point. It wasn't until 10 points of golden light were given at once that Li Zong's absorption rate decreased. But at this time, Li Zong also felt that it was time for him to add some points. Witness points of direct dislike and 10 points of golden light directly without. In front of his favorite grandmother, Li Zong had nothing to hide. Expose yourself to a little talent and grandma will only be happy to lift yourself high. When Shang Wanlan saw such a scene, he also found it unbelievable. What's wrong with mother? Chu Ling also immediately asked nervously. Shang Wanlan shook his head to indicate that he was fine, and then he smiled and said, my family's Zhonger's talent is much higher than we thought. Squeezing the medicinal power so little is simply not enough to satisfy the needs of my family's many children. It would have been considerably less effective to extract the medicine a little bit like this. Since my congregation's son wants it, let's give my congregation the whole thing to eat. When Chu Ling heard Shang Wanlan's words, she hurriedly said, Mother, this golden dragon pill's medicinal effect is extremely overbearing. Zhonger has just turned 1 month old. If you directly give it to Zhonger to swallow, will Zhonger's body be able to withstand it? Don't worry, I have my heart in the right place and I'm watching over it. The congregation will be fine. After Shang Wanlan finished speaking, he directly took the elixir and sent it to Li Zhong's mouth. The elixir was directly transformed into the purest energy in the mouth. Being wrapped in this large amount of energy, Li Zong also felt hot and dry all over his body. Add some. Li Zong began to add points to his body refining technique quickly. As the golden dragon body refining technique improved, Li Zong's speed of refining the elixir then became faster and faster. Soon that surge of dryness was squashed. These energies, then, transformed into a part of Li Zong's body energies and entered into Li Zong's bones, flesh, blood, sinews and veins. Li Zong could clearly feel that his power was growing rapidly. Although one's bones and flesh and blood didn't say they were growing rapidly, they were becoming more and more crystallized. My house child is indeed a flawless saint body. Shang Wanlan was pleasantly surprised when he looked at Li Zong's small, crystal clear hands and feet. When Chu Ling heard her mother's words, she also looked at Li Zong, and instantly became incomparably surprised as well. Flawless saint body. Isn't this a legendary physique that only human emperors can have? The human emperor in Chu Ling's mouth was not the one sitting in the courtroom. The human emperor in Chu Ling's mouth was the true common lord of the human race, and the emperor sitting in the courtroom must also bow and worship when he sees the human emperor. The founding king of Great Yan was the human emperor. Emperors can be found from generation to generation or even year to year, but human emperors, that is not year to year. 10,000 years would be fast enough to produce a human emperor. One of the characteristics of the human emperor was the immaculate sacred body. This kind of physique is flawless and immaculate, born with all the tendons and veins through, learning anything very fast. No matter how difficult the martial arts techniques or Taoist spells are, all of them can be learned at a glance. It's not that having a flawless holy body necessarily makes one a human emperor. The founding ruler of Great Yan was able to be called a human emperor because he led the human race to overthrow the corrupt rule of Great King. At the same time, he led the human race and drove the demons out of the human territory, while at the same time dividing up the various gods and goddesses, so that the people could live in peace and work in contentment. And the four seas were peaceful, and the sea was calm and the river was clear. In the history of the human race, there are plenty of people with such physiques who didn't become human emperors. A mere physique doesn't mean it's a human emperor. After a pause, Shang Wanlan said seriously, however, now that Dian is the time to seize the throne. Chaos is frequent in the dynasty, and princes are able to collude with demons in order to seize the throne. That's why the matter of the congregation's son possessing the immaculate saint body must be concealed, so that it won't be taken up by someone with a mind to make an issue out of it. Regardless of whether it's my Chu family or their Li family, neither of them have any intention of claiming the throne at all. So it's important to avoid this kind of thing and be taken to task. Chu Ling is naturally aware of the proportion. Shang Wanlan does not say this matter. Chu Ling will also keep his mouth shut. There was just one thing that Chu Ling wasn't sure about, and that was whether or not Li Zong's physique would have some visions. Another example is whether or not it will be noticed when being probed. Shang Wanlan gently shook his head. The immaculate sacred body. It doesn't show any visions on weekdays. After a pause, Shang Wanlan stated in a domineering manner, as for being probed, my Chu family's grandson, that person would dare to casually probe. Li Zong quickly absorbed the medicinal power while listening to the conversation between his grandmother and his old mom, thinking that he was certainly not some flawless holy body. So Li Zong felt that even if he was probed, there wouldn't be any anomalies, because this physique of his own was not innate at all, but acquired. In making this judgment, Li Zong is well-founded. Because of this incident, Li Zong didn't eat the melon successfully. Therefore, Li Zong's current situation was entirely due to his own advanced mastery of the golden dragon body refining technique, coupled with the golden dragon Dan, which together gave birth to the immaculate sacred body. But all of this doesn't matter. Anyway, he has such a powerful background. It's good to silently eat melons and become stronger. Chapter 8, 10,000 pounds of force. Request for favorites and catch-up reading. The visions on Li Zong's body didn't completely disappear until he had digested all the medicinal effects inside the elixir. With all of the drug's effects depleted, Li Zong felt that the strength in his body now could kill a cow with one punch. A full-month baby by himself. Killing a cow with one punch would definitely shock the jaws of outsiders. On top of that, Li Zong felt like he could walk now. And not just walk, but run as well. It just feels like it's a bit appalling if that's the case. So Li Zong chose to roll over and then quickly crawled towards his grandmother. Shang Wanlan looked at Li Zong, who climbed up on the bed and just crawled towards himself, and hurriedly picked up Li Zong in a hug. This child doesn't have a depth either, Shang Wanlan said with a palpitating heart. Looked at with pendant as long as in their own mom on the body of the Li Zong. Chu Ling sensed a little bit of small jealousy. However, once he thought that it was his own mother, this bit of jealousy from Chu Ling disappeared instantly. Mother, the multitude of children have just turned 1 month old and they can crawl. Is this? Without waiting for Chu Ling to finish, Shang Wanlan interrupted. What's wrong with that? My family's Zonger is a flawless saint body and has been given the golden dragon Dan to build his foundation. It is nothing to know how to crawl in a month. It is not at all uncommon that the children of the congregation will be able to walk when they are 100 days old. Rumor has it that the great Yin human emperor, who was born 3 days ago, could already stand. There's nothing strange about that. Li Zong thought for a moment that a human emperor could stand in 3 days. One's own, golden dragon body refining technique, layer was about as good as one could get. So when you do the math like this, you're not much worse than the human emperor. Shang Guanlan suddenly thought of something and said to Chu Ling, later, you go and order someone to say that Zhonger will be able to climb. And that in the future you should be more careful with Zhonger. Mother, I know. After saying this, Chu Ling looked at Li Zong blearily and said, Mother, let me hold you for a while you rest for a while. Shang Guanlan glanced at his own daughter and then at Li Zong, and in the end, he reluctantly placed Li Zong in Chu Ling's arms. Chu Ling finally hugged Li Zong, since she liked it a lot. This time it was Shang Guanlan's turn to be a bit jealous. Jealous to be jealous. Shang Guanlan still had to point out to his daughter, you're also a mother now. You need to be tougher in the future. We are not an ordinary family that follows the rules in everything. There's no end to the tugging and pulling. And it's the congregation that ends up losing out. Chu Ling heard Shang Guanlan's words and answered, Mother, I know. In the future I won't let Zhonger suffer anymore. Suddenly thinking of something, Shang Guanlan said to Chu Ling, by the way, the matter of the immaculate sacred body, for the time being, don't mention it to your father and your husband. Li Hongren is too upright and unaware of changes, and is easily tested out. After a moment's pause, Shang Guanlan said, your father, this person, too much love to show off and have no scruples. Let him know that the congregation of children is the flawless saintly body. He can hold the congregation of children in the 4 cities of the 9 to show off. Do not make it known to everyone. He will not go home. Li Zong thought about his grandfather for a moment and felt that his grandmother was right in her assessment. Thinking about the day when his grandfather came to visit him. As long as he came to a fellow grandfather, grandfather showed his fellow grandfather the elephant of Li Zong, and then bragged and said, my grandson, with a handle. In the future, he will learn martial arts with me and make all your grandchildren cry. If this really let his own grandfather know about his immaculate conception, his own grandfather would have to put himself on his neck and then arrange for a pair of dragon and lion dancers to follow behind him. When you see people, you have to show off Li Zong's elephant, and then you have to say, my grandson, with a handle, flawless holy body, the posture of a human emperor. That scene made Li Zong feel cold down there just thinking about it. Well, it's so late. Hurry up and take Zhonger to bed. You see, Zhonger is sleepy. Shang Guanlan glanced at the yawning Li Zong and said to Chu Ling, yes, mother. Shang Guanlan first lifted the guard outside, and only then did Chu Ling leave his mother's room with Li Zong in his arms. As for the matter of the immaculate sacred body, no matter if Shang Guanlan or Chu Ling, neither of them would mention the slightest bit about it to outsiders again. Chu Ling carried Li Zong back to Li Zong's own courtyard and put Li Zong to sleep before Chu Ling left Li Zong's courtyard. Li Zong waited for the dead of night and suddenly opened his big dripping eyes. Looking at his side, the 2 maids who had been put to sleep by the confusion technique that he had unleashed with the sound of his breath. Straight away, he rolled over and got out of bed, while then pushed the door to the inside of the courtyard. Li Zong's side was not without guards. It was just that Shang Guanlan felt that the aura of these swords might affect Li Zong's sleep. Therefore, Li Zong's guarding of this courtyard was tight on the outside and loose on the inside. Beyond the courtyard, like an iron pass, that is really not even a fly can fly in. Inside the yard, it's just very loose. Besides Li Zong, it was Green Shui and another maid named Pinger, so as long as Li Zong settled these 2 maids, he could move freely. Looking at his little hands and feet, Li Zong was extraordinarily uncomfortable, but the feeling of being spoiled is really quite a head-turner. Li Zong came out tonight, mainly because he wanted to try to see just how much power he had now. Having suddenly gained such great power, Li Zong was definitely curious. Li Zong looked around inside the yard and finally chose the water tank that was used for fire prevention inside the yard. Inside the ancient mansion, a large tank will be placed. One can raise a little fish or lotus for ornamental purposes, and the second can also be used for fire prevention. Li Zong came to the front of this large water tank that was surrounded by 4 people and more than twice as tall as himself. The inside of the tank was filled with water, and Li Zong roughly estimated that the tank, plus the water, was at least 1,000 pounds. The reason why he came up and chose the water tank was because Li Zong still had a rather vague idea of his current force. You can kill a bull with 1 punch. It would be really boring to test it with a brick. Li Zong stretched out his small hand and stuck it under the water tank, while a slight force was applied and the tank was pushed. Aha! Li Zong didn't even realize that he had pushed the water tank so easily. Turning to the other side of the tank, Li Zong returned it to its original position. The push wasn't too far, so the marks weren't obvious and wouldn't be noticed. That's a bit of power. Li Zong started inside the yard again, looking for something heavier than a water tank. Eventually Li Zong aimed at the top of a wigwam that some unknown person had sent to him. Li Zong remembered that this wigwam at that time, was pulled by 4 steeds and delivered. The wigwam has an average shape, but the material is special. It is of red cold stone. This stone is warm in the winter and cool in the summer. And the hotter the weather gets in the summer, the more it releases the chill and cools down the entire yard. In the winter time, it's a great way to release heat and keep the entire yard warm. It was because of the special material that Shangguan Lan accepted it, and then gave one hand to throw it inside Li Zhong's yard. Grandma was throwing it so easily. It shouldn't be too hard for me to barely push it, Li Zhong said as he came to the wigwam and tried to push it. Just as soon as he started, Li Zhong realized that it wouldn't work, and that he had clearly overestimated his power. The wigwam was heavy, more than a few dozen times heavier than a water tank. Yikes! In the end, with Li Zhong suffocating his little red face, his little legs and feet fired at the same time, and all the force in his body was energized. It was only when he really used all his strength that he finally pushed the wigwam to move an inch or two. Only this also exhausted Li Zhong's strength, and it was obviously impossible for Li Zhong to retreat back again. We'll just have to wait until tomorrow night for a chance to return it. Li Zhong, who was almost spread out with exhaustion, returned to his room and climbed onto the bed, directly huffing and puffing. The 2 maids woke up, and Li Zhong didn't even know. After the 2 maids woke up, they immediately went to check on Li Zhong. It was a relief to see that all was well with Li Zhong. How did you fall asleep last night? Fortunately, little young master is fine, or else we wouldn't have enough heads to fall off, Green Shui said with worry and self-condemnation. Pinky also felt strange that she was getting sleepy later on after a good day. Alright, forget about it and hurry up and go prepare a wash for the young master. Let's both monitor each other tonight, and if we see anyone getting sleepy, we'll pinch each other. Pinky nodded her head and agreed in quick succession. Sister Chui, do you see that the location of the wigwam is different from yesterday? Pinger and Green Shui came inside the courtyard, and Pinger, who happened to catch a glimpse of the wigwam, said to Green Shui. Green Shui looked up while saying, "What's different? Isn't it still there? I think you're just sleepy. A wigwam that heavy is tough for 4 horses to pull. It must weigh tens of thousands of pounds to say the least. Such a heavy big guy. Yesterday the martial arts guards in the mansion, trying to adjust their orientation. It took 2 people to push it. I heard those people say that each of these martial arts masters has a few thousand pounds of force, and the combined force of the 2 is feared to be 10,000 pounds. It was just the 3 of us inside the courtyard last night. Can you push it? Or can I push it? Or can you push it? Young master, don't scare yourself. Hurry up and get some water. The young master will wake up later." Pinger scratched the back of her head, thinking that what Greenery said was right. After all, there were only the 3 of them inside this courtyard. Neither himself nor Green Shui was a martial artist, so it couldn't be the young master, who was only a full month old. Even if it was the son of the legendary True Dragon, there was no way it would have this much power on a full moon. Guess I must have been overthinking it. Chapter 9, Human Emperor's Feats Incomplete Seeking Collections. Seeking catch-up readings. Li Zhong was really exhausted and slept until the light of day before waking up. After being served by the 2 maids, he washed up and was fed by Chulin again. Li Zhong also started crawling mode. Now that you can crawl yourself, you must be able to eat melons everywhere. But it's a bitter pill to swallow for the group of people taking care of Li Zhong. They protected Li Zhong up and down, left and right, all of them, and then they also had to worry about whether Li Zhong would bump into it at any time. It was only a moment's work, and one of them couldn't even straighten his back from the pain. Li Zhong wasn't crawling pointlessly, and had been here in the Chu family for 20 days or so. Grandma had long ago taken Li Zhong to all the places where the Chu family could and couldn't go, so Li Zhong still knows that you can get melons there. Today, Li Zhong's goal was very clear. The Chu family's martial arts arena. Li Zhong crawled very fast. It didn't take much effort for Li Zhong to crawl to the martial arts arena. Seeing that Li Zhong was going to climb inside the drill hall, Green Shui hurriedly came over and picked up Li Zhong. "Young master, this is a place for practicing martial arts. It's very dangerous to dance with guns and sticks inside. Let's go somewhere else to play." "Whoa whoa." Li Zhong opened his mouth to cry. Green Shui had no choice but to carry Li Zhong into the Chu family's martial arts arena. The Chu family martial arts stadium was a large area, occupying close to 1/3 of the entire Chu family residence. Inside all kinds of weapons have everything. Is the Chu family all children, regardless of the first line of the sideline? Practice martial arts place. In the Chu family only the martial arts arena does not talk about the difference between the first and the last. When the concubine beats the firstborn to the ground, it's the firstborn's fault for not being able to do anything. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts arena, the various teachers were taught equally. Also what the Chu family teaches is not flowery fists, but actual killing techniques. The instructors inside were all battle-hardened, having rolled out from inside a mountain of corpses. The reason why they stayed in there to teach was basically because they were so badly injured that they couldn't be on the battlefield, or those who are so old that their chi and blood can't support them and have no choice but to retire. After entering the martial arts arena, Li Zong's goal became clearer and went directly to the foundation building. This was the place where the Chu clan gave foundation building initiation to the clan's children. The ones who were teaching in there were elders who were one generation higher than Li Zong's grandfather. According to what grandmother had told Li Zong, this Chu Yanjun great-grandfather was a martial arts powerhouse who had once been infinitely close to the immortal level. Later on, he fell into the trap of the demon race alone and fought 6,8,000-year-old demons with force, eventually killing 4 and seriously injuring 2. And because he had overdrawn his body, he had completely injured his foundation and was unable to be on the battlefield. After returning to the Chu family, he stayed at the foundation building to study how to build a foundation while teaching the Chu family's heirs. According to grandmother's words, half of the reason why the Chu family had a steady stream of strong martial artists was due to this great-grandfather. The Chu family's foundation building method was the second strongest foundation building method in the world, second only to the great Yan imperial family. Although Li Zong is considered to have completed the foundation building, but this martial arts foundation building is exactly what is going on. Li Zong is still not too clear, and today it is just right to come and listen. By the way, let's see if we can whore something out. The dinky Li Zong, who had suddenly appeared in the foundation building, immediately drew the attention of a group of disciples from the Chu family. Chu family disciples were usually 8 years old when they built their foundations, and could not exceed 12 years old at the latest. So the kids here, they're all way older than Li Zong. This sudden appearance of the little dudes would naturally attract their attention. All silence, Chu Yanjun chided, and instantly the entire room fell silent. Although Chu Yanjun had injured his foundation, his cultivation was all gone, and his body was even more debilitated in terms of chi and blood, but the seniority was here, plus the majesty of the once martial arts lookout was still there. So there weren't many people up and down the Chu family who weren't afraid of him. Chu Yanjun naturally knew Li Zong. Just for one thing, Chu Yanjun doesn't have any concept of intergenerational kinship, and for another, in Chu Yanjun's view, this is not a child of the Chu family, and may not practice martial arts in the future. Chu Yanjun is even less interested, so Li Zong's full moon ceremony, Chu Yanjun didn't even go. This is the important place of transmission foundation building. How can we allow him to act recklessly? Carry him out, Chu Yanjun said indifferently. The servants who followed Li Zong were too frightened to utter a single breath. Green Shui even came up and was about to carry Li Zong away. But Li Zong is here to whore for nothing today. How can he let Green Shui carry himself away? So Li Zong climbed right up onto a futon, and straight away he plopped his short little legs together, and sat down just like the older kids. Chu Yanjun was a little surprised when he looked at Li Zong's appearance. Wait, Chu Yanjun called out to Green Shui, who was ready to hug someone. Green Tree stopped in a hurry. You guys go out and wait. If he cries, carry him away, Chu Yanjun said. Yes. Green Shui and the others retreated in a hurry, crying. Now Li Zong, not to mention controlling himself not to cry, controlling himself not to pee his pants. Li Zong can. Chu Yanjun glanced at Li Zong, who was staring at him with big flashing eyes, and then continued what he had just said. I don't know if Chu Yanjun was trying to take care of Li Zong, but what he said next was very slow and detailed. The saying of building a foundation is found in both Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism. Confucianism builds its foundation with the chi of culture, which can clarify all things and judge the world's affairs. The great Confucianists have the talent to rule the world and the country. Taoists build their foundations with the chi of heaven and earth, and can prolong their lives, even to the point where their longevity matches that of the heavens. The stream of immortals can pardon and seal the gods and ghosts, and lay down a great formation that can even be transformed into a border wall. Buddhists build their foundations with scripture, which allows them to see karma and suppress evil. A stream of Buddhas can kill their enemies by cause and effect. The only way to build a foundation is with my own flesh and blood. Do you know why this is? Without needing the people below to answer, Chu Yanjun said, the reason for that is because I, the martial artist, was the first human race to go into battle to kill the enemy. The Taoist sect claims that its longevity is equal to that of the heavens, and its mana is even claimed to be able to grow indefinitely, and the vastness of its mana can be compared to that of a top 10,000-year-old demon emperor. But in the ancient human race, that's no time for the Tao to grow their mana indefinitely. Only I, the martial artist, have fought to the death against the demons to gain this prosperous world for the human race. From between the lines of Chu Yanjun's words, Chu Yanjun was clearly dissatisfied with those other cultivation paths that now shared the resources of the martial space. But this is something that, in Li Zong's opinion, can't be blamed on Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism. It's a necessary stage in the development of things. Only after listening to the history of martial arts for a while longer did Chu Yanjun finally begin to explain the matter of martial arts foundation building. Martial way foundation building is divided into 3 levels and 9 stages. The 3 passes are bone pass, flesh pass, and tendon pass. Each level is subdivided into upper, middle and lower sections. If a martial artist wants to have battle power quickly, they must first build a solid foundation for their physical body. This is how one can withstand the onslaught of a large amount of internal breath in the realm of internal breath. The strongest foundation building technique in the world is the Great Yin Imperial Family's Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique, which was created by the Great Yin Human Emperor by fusing the foundation building methods of the world. The saying of 3 passes and 9 stages comes even more from here. I had borrowed it to watch, but in my opinion, the Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique is not complete. I don't know if the royal family intentionally hid it, or if it was lacking in the process of passing it on. In such words, it was only a desireless powerhouse like the Chu family's old ancestor who dared to say it. Change the person. Keep the head on the ground. In my opinion, the strongest foundation building method should be the 4 passes in 12 stages, with the last pass being the blood pass. Although the realm of internal breath can also quench the blood, in reality it is putting the cart before the horse, without refining the blood. What is meant to be considered a complete foundation building. That's why my Chu family's body refining technique is 4 passes in 12 segments, with the last pass of 3 segments, which was self-created by the old man by combining the world's foundation building methods. Only the world does not recognize it, and you can also not recognize it, but it can be counted as a reference. It's something that's easy to understand. 2. The human emperor has already given the standard answer, and you, a crippled old man, have to say that the answer is incomplete, and it would be strange for the world to believe it. Then Chu Yanjun began to speak about the blood pass that he had created in those last 3 sections. Witness Chu Yanjun teaching the foundation building method, gaining 100 witness points, gain 1 point of martial arts talent. Foundation building technique, blood pass, detected for inclusion? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Li Zhong directly revealed a budding smile. It's true that white Johns make people happy. Li Zhong chose to include it straight away. Then Li Zhong realized that his Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique had changed from the original 9 stages to 12 stages. Seeing this scene, Li Zhong was shocked. This Chu Yanjun is truly a man of God. The latter 3 stages of the Gong method that he had created were surprisingly a perfect match for the human emperor's Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique. Obviously Chu Yanjun was right. This Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique was the 4 passes in 12 stages. Or rather, all the foundation building methods in the world should be 4 passes in 12 stages, not the current 3 passes in 9 stages. The old man is a bit of a thing. Ah, there's an old man in the family if there's a treasure. It really isn't said for nothing. About an hour later, Chuanjun then finished his lesson for the day. After everyone had left, Chu Yanjun came before Li Zhong. Looking down, the doll who had just turned 1 month old insisted on listening to herself for an hour. Did you understand everything? Chu Yanjun asked as he looked condescendingly at Li Zhong. Li Zhong reached right out with his little hand begging for a hug. Chu Yanjun hesitated for a moment, but still bent down and picked up Li Zhong. Li Zhong was picked up by Chu Yanjun and also directly used his small hands to grab Chu Yanjun's beard. Chu Yanjun glanced at it and still did not have the patience to chide it. Do you still want to come and listen in the future? Chu Yanjun continued to ask Li Zhong. Li Zhong didn't nod his head because it would reveal that he could understand adult speech, and that wouldn't be good for the melon. So Li Zhong just raised his head and looked fixedly at Chu Yanjun. Full of eyes, I still want to come and listen. Chu Yanjun looked at Li Zhong, who was fixedly looking at himself, and finally reached out with his wide palm and carefully pinched Li Zhong's small face. In the future, I will allow you to come and listen. Li Zhong pretended not to understand, and directly snapped and clapped, while grinning broadly. Chu Yanjun was made to laugh by Li Zhong's appearance as well. Then everyone up and down the Chu family saw a shocking scene. The old master of the Chu family, who had always shown himself to be stern and could stop a small child from crying with a single look. He led a little child with a full moon ride on his neck, and he carried this little child with a full moon around. Shang Wanlan and Chu Ling both scared when they saw such a scene. My family Zhonger can even coax third uncle around. If this coaxes a girl in the future, it shall not coax the girl all the way down. Shang Wanlan looked at Chu Yanjun, who was running around holding Li Zhong, and said with a smile. Chapter 10, 12 Stages of Foundation Establishment. Power is full and chi is born. Requests for catch-up reading and favorites. Into the night, after having eaten the milk, the Li congregation, lying directly on his bed, he opened the panel that only he could see. Name, Li Zhong. Age, 31 days. Cultivation, martial arts foundation building, perfection. Talents, 2 points in Taoist talent, 1 point in gunnery talent, 1 point in servant talent, 1 point in martial arts talent. Technique, Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique 12, 0 out of 400. Skills, Proficient in Confusion, 0/300. Introductory in Shi Looking, 0/200. Uninitiated in Voice Transmission, 0 out of 100. Witness Point, 1501. Looking at his original feats that could no longer be added, the option to add points appeared once again. Li Zhong was also very curious as to what kind of grades were above this consummation. 1. 501 witness points should be enough to fill up the body refining technique. Li Zhong first used the confusion technique to make the two maids fall asleep again. The two little maids had thought well enough to pinch whoever was sleepy. However, what Li Zhong used was Taoism. Not just by pinching, wait for the two maids to pass out. It was only then that Li Zhong began to add points, with 1,200 witness points going down. Li Zhong's Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique also came directly to the 12th level. As the Golden Dragon Body Refining Technique reached the 12th level, the energy that had previously been sealed within Li Zhong's body, it's all fired up. Phew! Phew! The blood flow in Li Zhong's body increased rapidly. At the same time, Li Zhong's skin, too, began to turn red, as if it had been boiled. This process, however, did not make Li Zhong feel uncomfortable. Instead, it made Li Zhong feel that a large amount of power had appeared in his body. It wasn't long before Li Zhong felt that his blood, in the process of this rapid flow, clearly showed some changes. First of all, the blood in his own body was as if it had boiled and exploded with a shocking heat. This heat won't hurt Li Zhong, but it can be used to hurt people directly. Secondly, Li Zhong could clearly feel his heart beating more vigorously. The blood that erupted from each beat could actually make a sound like a wave. Fever. A whim. Li Zhong quickly thought of what came from what Chu Yanjun had spoken about during the day today. According to Chu Yanjun's speculation, the signs that the blood barrier was penetrated were these two. With his own body, Li Zhong once again proved that Chu Yanjun's deduction was completely correct. Go and try your power to go. Li Zhong jumped straight out of bed, and then came directly inside the courtyard. Arriving at last night's wigwam, Li Zhong came to the other side. Direct power. This time Li Zhong only exerted a little force and pushed the wigwam back to its original position. That's a direct doubling of power. Now, let alone killing a cow. Killing a tiger would be easy for me. The image of a doll in crotchless pants punching a tiger to death is a beautiful one to think about. After determining your power, Li Zhong also intends to go back to his room. Just as Li Zhong was about to walk back, he felt that inside his body, there seemed to be an additional qi. Only now the qi was very fine, just like that embroidery needle. Martial true qi? Li Zhong wasn't so sure. This was because according to Li Zhong's understanding, this martial true qi should only appear when one was in the 8th grade internal breath realm. So Grandpa Tai's theory is, once again, validated in me. Chu Yanjun did not say anything other than hot-blooded and heartfelt. It also said that, according to his understanding, once one cultivates the foundation establishment stage to the extreme, the forces full of nature in qi is born. There was simply no need to use external forces to enter the 8th grade of the internal breath realm. So now I'm just full of power and angry. Li Zhong tried to mobilize it, and this martial true qi that was as fine as a needle was really able to be mobilized by Li Zhong. Whoosh! Li Zhong tried to let this martial true qi inspire out from his own fingers. Put! The true qi stabbed directly into the middle of the wigwam. That's at least 3 inches deep. Li Zhong was also surprised when he looked at the round holes like pinholes left on top of the wigwam. Originally, Li Zhong thought that this martial true qi, so thin, could not do much. Now it seems that one's insights are still too shallow. It was this true qi as thin as a needle that was enough to easily pierce through a 3-inch thick stone slab. You can kill someone through the stone floor. And being a kid myself, who can defend themselves? The 6 veins divine sword should be this thing, Li Zhong muttered in thought, gesturing in passing. However, the true qi in his body had already been stimulated out, and it was useless for Li Zhong to compare. Right, see what realm is above perfection. After the excitement, Li Zhong also thought about the fact that he still had things left to do. The properties panel was called up again. Li Zhong also saw the realm above perfection. To the realm. Sure enough, it's not a great circle. Li Zhong flirted with himself. Everything that should be tested was tested and there was a windfall. It's time for Li Zhong to go back to bed. This time Li Zhong wasn't tired at all. Not only are you not tired, but you're in good spirits. Moreover, Li Zhong could also feel that along with the accelerated flow of blood, the power he had just exerted was also rapidly replenished again. This was something that Li Zhong felt was absolutely impossible for the other 9th grade foundation builders, unless they had cultivated to the 12th level of foundation establishment just like themselves. But how many people, really, dared to try what Chu Yanjun said? Maybe they'll listen, but I'm afraid there are none who'll try. After all, the 3 passes and 9 stages being talked about now, that was set by the human emperor. All the way back on top of the bed, He laid himself down and tucked himself in. Only then did Li Zong lift the two maids, bewitching mind technique, and at the same time, he also used the bewitching mind technique to influence the two maids a little bit, so that the two of them would directly forget that they had ever fallen asleep. Glancing at the 300 witness points he still had left, Li Zong knew that he would need to work harder to eat melons next. The next morning, Green Shui and Pinger still went to fetch water early. Pinky looked at the wigwam and felt as if it had moved again. Only this time Pim didn't say anything. Instead, Pinky herself felt a bit paranoid. This day after Li Zong washed and ate, he climbed directly towards the martial arts field. Green Tree and the others knew what Li Zong was going to do. So when he arrived at the martial arts arena, he directly carried Li Zong to the foundation building. When he arrived at the foundation building, Li Zong climbed onto his futon and sat down directly. When Xu Yanjun saw Li Zong arrive, he began today's teaching. 2 hours passed quickly. This time, Li Zong just gained 100 witness points and did not gain martial arts talent again. This didn't surprise Li Zong. Through this month's fumbling, Li Zong also found out. First of all, talent points are not accessible to everyone anymore. This person must be extremely gifted in this path for Li Zong to receive talent points. Secondly, this witness point is not something that can be gained for everything. Only when things are at a certain level. Also, the more witness points, the bigger the proof of what's going on. Actually, being able to obtain witness points from Chu Yanjun on both occasions was quite a surprise to Li Zong. After all, 2 days of Chu Yanjun speaking about building foundations could be considered one thing. And the fact that both times he gained witness points was enough to prove that Chu Yanjun that had really studied the foundation establishment period thoroughly. Every day, the things that were taught were all new and still important to the foundation establishment stage. After the speech, it was Chu Yanjun's turn to hold Li Zong and play around. Chapter 11, Sister-in-law is a demoness begging for a follow-up read and collection. Chu Yanjun held the child for an hour before being taken away by Shangguan Lan in the name of the child being hungry and needing to be fed. Then it was Shangguan Lan's turn to cuddle and raise his head high. And Li Zhong's time for cute giggles. Of course it's time to breastfeed. I just don't know if it was because of the forcefulness of the gas, but Li Zong was very hungry. Chu Lin had fed both sides empty, and Li Zong still didn't feel too full. Chu Ling had also noticed that Li Zong's food intake had become a bit larger now. Chu Ling looked for Shangguan Lan, and after Shangguan Lan carefully looked at it, the expression also changed slightly. What's wrong with mother? Chu Ling inquired. Shangguan Lan directly said to Chu Ling in a voice transmission. It seems that Zonger's body has generated martial true qi. Chu Ling was just about to make a surprised sound when Shangguan Lan held him down. And then Chu Ling also hastily switched to using sound transmission to communicate with Shangguan Lan. Mother, Zonger has only just turned 1 month old. How could he possibly have martial true qi? Shangguan Lan was puzzled by this as well. It's probably because of the immaculate sacred body. After a pause, Shangguan Lan to Chu Ling said, in the future, you can feed some milk to Zonger, and inside the milk, you can put some spirit medicine in it. You'll run this one yourself. Don't let outsiders handle it. Chu Lin nodded. Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Ling said, Mother, will the matter of Zonger generating true qi be discovered by the person holding him? Shangguan Lan pondered for a moment and said, I can help Zonger hide his martial aura, and with Zonger's current condition, if I perform it once, it will be enough to help Zonger hide it for a year. As long as it's not a martial Dao first grade personally probing, outsiders won't be able to discover it. And after that, when the congregation's children are a year old, I'll just strike once more. Then Shangguan Lan began to use his means to hide Li Zhong's aura for him. Detected martial arts technique, convergence technique included or not? When Li Zong saw this technique, he all but applauded his grandmother straight away. It's really a case of sleepy and someone comes to give you a pillow. Li Zong had originally thought about how he was going to eat his melon to obtain a martial art that collected his breath. As a result, his own grandmother here delivered one to his door. Li Zong directly included the convergence technique, but now is not the time to add points. Shangguan Lan quickly finished casting. Shangguan Lan and Chu Ling probed once each, and neither of them found any traces of the presence of true qi. My congregation's son is just different from the crowd. Mother, sister. Just as Shangguan Lan was planning to leave with Li Zong, a voice that sounded very lively at first hearing came from outside. The next thing Li Zong saw was a woman in a uniform Li Zong didn't recognize, with a knife hanging from her wheat-colored complexion, wind her way into the middle of the room. Li Zong had never met this man, but knew him. Shangguan Lan has 2 daughters and 4 sons. His own mom has 4 brothers above him and a sister below. The one who came in was Chu Ling's sister, Li Zong's sister-in-law, Chu Jing. Li Zong knew that this sister-in-law of his, who served in the Jin Demon Division, was also the head woman of the Jin Demon Division. The reputation is still a great kind of female constable. Not to say that it makes the demons scared, but also absolutely do not dare to be reckless, that is. Just the first time he saw this sister-in-law, Li Zong felt that this sister-in-law did not look like Shangwan Lan's own. His own mom looks similar to his grandmother, while his sister-in-law is hardly similar. Even the skin color is different. His own sister-in-law was very much an exotic beauty. The nose was very high, the tip of the nose was curved, the lips were thin, the waist was very thin, but when it came down to the bottom it had a very impressive curvature. In short, there is no resemblance to your own mom. That's why Li Zong is now very skeptical that this is not his own grandfather's birth with his maternal grandmother. But according to Li Zong's understanding, his own grandfather had only one wife, his grandmother, and no other concubines. So it's kinda weird really. After Chu Jing came in, she pounced on Li Zong directly. Then he directly lifted up Li Zong's pants and looked at Li Zong's elephant. Hey, it sure is with a bar. With that, Chu Jing directly reached out, but he was stopped in time by Shangwan Lan. When Li Zong saw such a scene, he felt again that Chu Jing should be pro-life. With his own grandfather, the habits are the same. Change all the clothes you're wearing and come back after you're clean. In the face of what Shangwan Lan said, Chu Jing still didn't dare to disobey. Taking advantage of Chu Jing going to wash up, Shangwan Lan also returned Li Zhong to Chu Ling. Wait and keep an eye on Li Zhong. Don't let your sister hug and run away. I'm going to go choose herbs for Zhonger. Li Zong reached out and wanted to go to Shangwan Lan. Because Shangwan Lan was gone and Li Zong was worried that his old mom couldn't keep an eye on his sister-in-law. The demoness. Conger be good. Granny will be back in a minute. With little effort, Chu Jing washed up and changed her clothes and came out. Chu Jing, who had taken her uniform off, displayed her full figure even more thoroughly. Sis, give me a hug. It's all because of that damn demon who made a mess, who didn't do anything sooner or later, but had to catch up with this time to make a mess. I ended up chasing it for a month, both missing you having a baby and his full moon. Chu Jing said as she picked up Li Zong and held him in her broad bosom to tease him. After teasing Li Zong for a while, Chu Jing said, Sister, I heard about the Li family. When I came back I was going to hit up the Li family directly, but he was stopped by Uncle Chen at the city gates. Uncle Chen gave me the final disposition. That's really cheap for them if you ask me. By the way, I went to the Yu family before I came back, and I warned the Yu family. If the Yu family dares to let that Yu in, don't blame me for raking up all those scandals of his Yu family. The Yu family told me about it. You came to them, but they fought them off straight away. Chu Ling heard her sister's words and said, Alright, just don't cause any trouble. Mother will naturally make arrangements for this matter. Chu Jing clearly had no intention of caring about her sister's words. Sis, if you ask me, you shouldn't have married Li Hong, that weak scholar with no hands. Chu Ling said seriously, that's your brother-in-law. Although your brother-in-law doesn't practice martial arts, he is a man of integrity and a man of honor. You need to know ergo. Chu Jing impatiently said, I know. When second brother was framed, only brother-in-law was the only one to stand up for justice above the court. But that doesn't change the reality that he's a handful, does it? As Li Zhong listened to Chu Jing's words, he felt like his entire body was messed up, because Chu Jing's hand, right now, was bound to his own G. Babies are bound and that's extremely easy to pee. Sis, he peed and peed. Chu Jing's voice wasn't half as anxious, but rather a bit curious. She was obviously curious as to how it could squirt water. After Chu Ling rinsed Li Zong's body clean, Chu Jing came over again and said, Sister, why don't you let me take him out for a spin? After saying that, Chu Jing didn't even wait for Chu Ling to agree. She directly picked up Li Zhong and ran. Chu Jing's martial arts strength was obviously much higher than Chu Ling's, so Chu Ling simply couldn't catch up. Be careful. Chu Ling couldn't catch up and could only give up. Chu Jing, on the other hand, shouted without looking back, Don't worry sis, I'll be careful. Li Zhong, on the other hand, was directly winded as a whole. He himself ended up in the hands of the demoness. Chapter 12, Detecting the Case. Request for readers and favorites. Chu Jing brought Li Zong to fly directly through the air and left the Chu family in a whirlwind. Arriving outside of the Chu family, Chu Jing directly straddled the horse that was tethered to the doorway. A kick with his heel and the tether came right off. With his legs clamping down on the horse's belly, the horse flew straight out like an arrow off the string. Everything is such a smooth flow. Obviously Chu Jing has been away from home so many times that she has formed a muscle memory. After leaving the street where the Chu family was located, the street also became vivid in Li Zong's eyes. This was the second time Li Zong had come outside, and he was still very curious about it. When Li Zong was in the Chu family, he had heard that the entire Great Yin capital city was very, very huge. It is divided into the inner city, the middle city, the outer city and the outer city beyond. The inner city was the smallest, with a total of 16 marketplaces, for each in the southeast, northwest, and north. Don't look at the small number. but this place was a concentration of almost all the dignitaries of the entire Dayan dynasty. Those exiled feudal lords also have mansions among these 16 cities and towns. At the same time, these 16 workshops are also the most expensive. Not only was it the most expensive in the entire capital, it was the most expensive in the entire Dayan. At the very edge of the various marketplaces, a house without a yard would start at hundreds of thousands of taels of silver for any set. A courtyard of one entry would cost millions of taels of silver to start with. The second entry is to be doubled again. As for the 3-entry courtyard, that has a back garden with a rockery and pond. That price is going to be more than 5 times the price of one entry. As for the Chu family and the Li family, the kind of one mansion that occupies a quarter of the area of the marketplace is not something that can be measured by money. And don't even think it's expensive, because even if you have the money, you can't always buy it. The inner city's marketplace is populated by officials. Huge merchants and wealthy families could only live in Midtown. The middle city was much larger, with a total of 64 marketplaces, 8 in the southeast, 8 in the northwest, and 8 in the north. More than half of the great wealthiest people in Dayan have purchased property here. On the one hand, it was considered an investment, and on the other hand, it was to have a place to stay when they went to the capital city to do their business, and at the same time, to show off their strength. The outer city was even bigger, with a total of 96 marketplaces. Most of the people living here were the commoners and ordinary people within the imperial city. As for the outside of the outer city, there was no concept of a marketplace. What there was just one starry village after another. These villages existed to supply the lords within the imperial city with the freshest food and vegetables. Such a huge capital city, according to Li Zong's understanding, lived a population of at least 10 million people, and if you throw in the outer city outskirts, the population would have plummeted by 70%, but it's also over 3 million people, which is also a very inflated number. Chu Jing loaned her horse and quickly led Li Zhong to the middle city. The middle city is more prosperous than the inner city, and at the same time more smoky. It's just that this kind of smokiness is still expensively noble in the eyes of the common people, because all the people living here are rich merchants and tycoons. Their daily food and clothing are very luxurious. Chu Jing was completely unimpressed by all this. Chu Jing directly brought Li Zhong to the busiest east city in Midtown. This is where all kinds of stores are concentrated, a place where all kinds of cuisines from all over the world come together. There is only what you can't think of here, not what you can't see. As long as there is enough money, there are things that fly in the sky and run on the ground and swim in the water. It was true that you could eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow here, as both of these demonic creatures were found in Dayan. However, Chu Jing had brought Li Zong here, and it was clear that it was not an eye-opener to eat and drink. Chu Jing led her horse and passed by a store calling for tofu brain, and directly ejaculated. They still sell tofu brain here? After saying that, Chu Jing directly bragged to Li Zong. It once happened here. The brain-eating case that stirred up the capital. A great demon kills people for their brains and then makes human brains into tofu brains for sale. Back then, this case was a sensation in the capital, and it was my sister-in-law who solved it with my own hands. Chu Jing had a showy face, while the diners who were eating tofu brain directly spat on the ground. Witnessing the brain-eating case at the place where it happened earns you 50 witnessing points. The sister-in-law even brought herself to such a bad place. For the sake of witnessing the point, Li Zong chose to recognize it. Chu Jing didn't care about the diners, but continued to walk forward. After walking about 100 paces or so, she pointed to a store that was selling pork and said, "The famous human meat barbecued pork case once happened here, and it was also solved by sister-in-law me." As soon as these words came out of his mouth, the two men who were buying pork simply dropped the pork and ran away. Witnessed the location of the barbecue pork case and gained 50 witness points. Chu Jing obviously did not notice in the slightest whether her introduction like this would cause any psychological shadow to Li Zhong. And from this point of view, Li Zhong was more and more certain that this Chu Jing must be pro-life. At least it was his own grandfather's own. This tone of bragging could not be said to be exactly the same as his own grandfather, but only the same. Along the way, Li Zhong directly harvested more than 500 witness points. This still makes Li Zhong very satisfied. Soon Chu Jing led Li Zhong to a store that had been burned by fire. The store should have burned for a long time, and many of the things inside had long since carbonized, but that made it all the more apparent that the woman inside the store, whose skin was fairer than the white clothes on her body at the moment, stood proudly on her own. When Chu Jing saw this woman, she directly hugged Li Zhong and dismounted into the middle of the store. The woman inside the store, hearing the sound, also turned her head to look at Li Zhong and Chu Jing. Li Zhong had to admit that this woman was really extremely beautiful. Not only was his skin fair, but his features were also extremely delicate. Unlike Li Zong's sister-in-law, this woman did not have an exaggerated figure, very much in line with the style of a small family. Chu Jing obviously knew the woman in front of her. "Why are you here again?" The woman didn't answer Chu Jing's question, but instead looked at Li Zong and said, "This is the Li Zong who made a scene in the city before." Chu Jing held Li Zong over and nodded. "Yes, this is my nephew Li Zong. Came to show you a good one." When Li Zong heard those words, he knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, the next moment, Chu Jing showed the woman Li Zong's elephant. "Do you want to touch it? If you want to touch it, you'll have to call me sister-in-law from now on, because you'll have to marry my nephew after you touch it," Chu Jing said to the woman in a tone of Satan tempting Eve. The woman's cheeks couldn't help but redden, and she directly quenched. "Do you still want some face?" When Chu Jing heard the woman's words, she directly cut a sound, and then covered Li Zong, saying, "Letting you touch it, that's because you're my best friend. Anyone else wouldn't even want to look at it." After saying that, Chu Jing said, "By the way, you haven't said what you came here for?" "Constable Qin, there is nothing found in the backyard." Just as Qin Yu was about to answer Chu Jing's question, from the backyard also came out a constable who was wearing the uniform of the Department of Devil Suppression. Qin Yu nodded and said, "All right, you can take the people back first." After the people in the backyard had left, Chu Jing asked with a frown on her brow, "Hasn't this case been solved? Those two rabbit demons, haven't they already been chased back by us?" Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, "The rabbit demon was recovered, but the two of them died this morning." Chu Jing listened to a slight stun, but then thought nothing of it. Dead on dead, chased by us for a month, or seriously injured, can live back to account for the confession would be good. Qin Yu didn't pick up on this, but said to herself, "Don't you think this is all too strange? Those two rabbit demons said that they had been enslaved and bullied by the owner of the spice store for many years, leading to resentment in their hearts, coupled with the fact that the spice store had come into a payment. The two of them saw the money, so they killed and burned down the house. But if that's true, it's just fine for them to kill people, and burning the house would be redundant, because once it catches fire, it's immediately known. When the time comes and there are more people, it will be harder for them to escape, and if it hadn't been for the fire, we wouldn't have been able to discover their whereabouts in the first place." Chu Jing thought for a moment and felt that Qin Yu's analysis seemed somewhat reasonable. Maybe they just want to take advantage of the chaos to escape? Qin Yu shook her head and said, "If they were really trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape, how could they be so coincidentally discovered by the two of us? They appeared there as if they were deliberately trying to be discovered by the two of us." Chu Jing looked slightly solemn and said, "Did you find out something?" Qin Yu glanced at the large-eyed, budding Li Zhong, who was pinned by Chu Jing, and said, "I found out that the Li family's Yang is a regular customer of this spice store." Chu Jing instantly understood what was going on when she heard this. "This Yu really deserves to die. I'll go and get her back now." Qin Yu stopped Chu Jing and said, "There's no need. I've long since sent people to look for the person, but he was already dead when I found him. That's why I came over with the intention of taking another look to see if there's anything else missing." Witnessing Qin Yu's detective work. Gaining 100 witnessing points. Gained 1 point in detective talent. Chapter 13 The Power of 1 Point of Detective Talent Requests for Catch-Up Reading in Favorites. Chu Jing heard that Yu was also dead. He was so angry that he slapped his thigh while saying in annoyance, "These people are really hateful. They're just worried that with my ability to stay in the capital and really find the evidence out, so they used such a diversionary tactic. I hate that I didn't think much of it at all and didn't see that they were even here for me. It's fortunate that nothing happened to Zhonger, otherwise I would really be ashamed of my sister in Zhonger." Li Zong looked up with blinking eyes and couldn't help but spit madly in his heart as he watched the pained sister-in-law in front of him. "Are you serious, sister-in-law? I've walked a dozen crime scenes with you and received no talent at all. Do you really think that they're afraid of what you'll find out?" Chu Jing looked at Li Zong staring at herself and immediately said with heartache, "Zonger, it was Auntie's negligence that made you suffer so much." "Zonger, don't worry. This matter will definitely be investigated clearly by little auntie for you, and no matter who is involved, little auntie will arrest them for you." Looking at his sister-in-law, who was heartbroken and convinced that she obviously truly loved herself, Li Zong temporarily refrained from spitting on his sister-in-law. At the same time, Li Zong's mind began to calculate what to do next with this matter. If this thing didn't happen to Li Zong, even if it did, now that I've encountered it, I can't pretend I didn't see it. For the person who wanted to kill himself, Li Zong didn't care what his status was, not to mention that even if it was a royal prince, with the status of the Li and Chu families, they could still touch it. Li Zong quickly smoothed out the whole case. After the spice store sold the Misty Zong incense to you, it directly brought about the killing, obviously an early extermination, just in case something goes east and something does get found out. Anyway, it's a dead giveaway now. As for luring his sister-in-law and Qin Yu away, it was obvious that the person behind the scenes was worried that with Qin Yu's ability, he would actually find something. The reason for luring away Qinyu for a month was that he hoped to completely erase all traces, so that Qinyu could not be traced. And it does seem to be turning out that way now. Qinyu is obviously untraceable. People are dead, and the place has been burned for a month. So even if there really was evidence, it's all ruined. The reason for the fire must have been because there were more important traces here that had to be destroyed. So Qinyu was right to come back and explore. But it's just that so much time has passed that it's almost impossible to find traces. Now let's see if my extra 1 point of detective talent can be of any help. Li Zong's big eyes also lit up slightly after she glanced at the explanation of her detective talent. According to the explanation of the detective talent, this 1 point of detection is enough for Li Zong to be at the scene of the crime and reach the point of meticulousness. This subtle is really subtle. The kind of subtle that can be accurate to below the millimeter level. It's true that the big traces may have been destroyed, but there may be some tiny traces left. At once, Li Zong began to scan this entire fire-started antechamber as if it were a radar scan. With the bonus of this 1 point of detective talent, Li Zong's eyes were like microscopes. Just seeing that the circle was about to be finished, Li Zong did not find anything special. Looks like 1 point of talent won't help. Just when Li Zong was about to give up, Li Zong suddenly had his eyes fixed and saw a floor tile on the ground. That one floor tile didn't blow up like the others. It's not surprising that it didn't blow up, because not all the floor tiles were burnt and blown up in the first place. What really got Li Zong's attention was that the dust on the cracks of that one floor tile was one layer less than the other floor tiles there. If it wasn't for the meticulousness addition, Li Zong wouldn't have been able to discover it. There's obviously a layer of dust missing here. So that means this floor tile is probably empty underneath. Ash leaked down through the cracks. An empty floor tile. Then this is interesting. Li Zong directly struggled in Qin Jing's arms, stating that he wanted to go down. Chu Jing was aware that Li Zong could already crawl. So Chu Jing, who was burning her brain to solve the case, directly put Li Zong down. Hey, this is a fire scene. What if we hurt him? Xinyu saw Chu Jing being so casual and hurriedly went after Li Zong, who had already climbed out some distance. Li Zong climbed quickly and soon reached that floor tile. Pop, pop. Li Zong directly tapped the floor tile with his hand, and it made a distinctly different sound. Slapping things with your hands, that's what babies do most often, so it's not like anyone would suspect anything. But Xinyu, who had followed Li Zong over, heard the abnormality. Xinyu picked up Li Zong while knocking the piece of floor tile with his hand. Except that Xinyu had obviously never held a child either, so she used the same clip. It was also that Li Zong's body was tough enough, or else he would have been pinched over his back. Seeing Xinyu tapping the floor tiles there, Chu Jing also walked over in a hurry. What's going on? Chu Jing inquired. Xinyu looked up and said, it's empty down there. After saying that, Xinyu directly stabbed out with 2 fingers. The stone brick was like tofu, pierced through by Xinyu. Then Xinyu lifted the stone brick with force. Then it revealed an empty space underneath. The empty space underneath this is the size of a stone tile, but it's quite deep. A fine box was placed inside, and it was because of this box that its contents were preserved under the firehouse. The ledger. Chu Jing took out the contents of the box and said in surprise. Chu Jing quickly flipped through the ledger and realized that this spice store was really not simple. This spice can be more than just a prohibited item such as the sale of ecstasy. There's a lot of contraband being sold here, and they also offer home delivery, and many of the deliveries are made to dignitaries. Other than that, just one ledger. That's going to be a big deal. Not to mention the fact that you can find a lot of stuff along the way. How did you find it? Chu Jing asked with surprise and joy. Xinyu glanced at Li Zong in his arms and said, he found it. He just climbed here and patted this stone tile with his hand. I just happened to hear a wrong sound and realized it. Chu Jing also looked at Li Zong, while Li Zong was looking at his sister-in-law and Xinyu with 2 innocent eyes. You're just a full moon child yourself. What do you know about it? Finding this place was a complete coincidence. Chu Jing and Xinyu also both felt that it was all just a coincidence in the underworld. Li Zong is just a full moon child. So many constables from the Jinmu division have come and found nothing. Li Zong, a child of a full moon, can still be more powerful than the head constable of the Jin Demon division, and can still be more powerful than Xinyu. So everything, of necessity, is a meditative coincidence. It looks like you've really come to the right place by bringing him here this time. This case he was assassinated and may have been solved because of him. When Xinyu said this, she was really feeling a little bit of creation. Chu Jing, on the other hand, didn't have so many ideas, and directly lifted Li Zong high. My family Zonger is a wizard at solving crimes, and Auntie will definitely pass on all her skills to you in the future. Li Zong directly expressed his refusal. Witness the follow-up of your own assassination case, and gain 500 witness points. Chapter 14, The Prince is Imprisoned. The seizure of the first prince began seeking collections and catch-up reading. Now that such a significant discovery had been made, Li Zong believed that with Qinyu's skill, he would be able to dig up something. As for how big this melon was, that would depend on Qin Yu's skill. Auntie? That's not something to count on at all. Li Zong stretched out her small hand and directly asked Qin Yu for a hug. Qin Yu looked at Li Zong's cute little appearance and also picked Li Zong up from Chu Jing's hand. How about my nephew being cute? Do it early now. You might not even be able to grab it later. Now call me aunt, and I'll be the master of this marriage. Listening to Chu Jing talking more and more without a clue, Qin Yu also returned Li Zong to Chu Jing. You send him home first, we'll have our hands full next, Qin Yu said to Chu Jing. When it came to business, Chu Jing still nodded seriously. Chu Jing steered her horse directly and quickly returned Li Zong to her home, handing it back to her sister. At the time of leaving, Chu Jing also didn't forget to say to Li Zong, Zonger, don't worry, things will definitely be investigated clearly for you by sister-in-law. No matter who is involved, sister-in-law will definitely bring him to justice. Chu Ling was just about to ask something when Chu Jing ran away like the wind. Chu Ling looked at Li Zong's small black hands and frowned. I don't know where your sister-in-law took you, making you so dirty. Green tree, Pinky. 5 days passed so calmly. On the 6th day, a great event that pierced the heavens was directly spread throughout the entire capital city. The third prince of the Great Yin dynasty was directly stripped of all his titles for secretly selling contraband, cultivating dead soldiers, breeding demonic beasts, indiscriminately killing innocents, and mutilating the obstructed. He will be detained in the heavenly prison and will not be allowed to leave for eternity. The third prince of Great Yin was skilled in all aspects of literature and martial arts. It is even more long-sleeved and has many ministers' fans in the court. But he's a strong contender for the throne. It turned out to be a surprise that he was taken into custody. Rumors soon appeared in the streets. The reason the third prince was arrested was because of a fire. The source of the fire turned out to be directly related to the dispute between the first and the concubine of the Li family of the crown prince. Once again, Li Zong's name spread throughout the capital city. There were even more rumors that the only reason the case was finally solved was because someone took Li Zong to the scene. Li Zong found the evidence straight away. Some even said directly that the case was solved by Li Zong on the spot. There are even more exaggerated claims that Li Zong is the reincarnation of a great power, with the blessing of the immortal god, and that it was the immortal god who solved the case. Anyway, there are all sorts of rumors, a flurry of them, saying everything, but everyone treated it as an after-dinner talking point, and not many people believed that a freshly minted child could solve the case. The Chu family. Chu Ling hugged Li Zong and sat next to Shangguan Lan, who sat on the main seat. Chu Jing, on the other hand, knelt in the center of the room and recounted all that had happened. Li Zong, who was surrounded by his old mom, listened to Chu Jing's words, looked at the series of tips in front of him, and smiled with great satisfaction. Witnessed the imprisonment of the third prince and gained 500 witness points. Witnessed the solving of the case of assassination of oneself, and gained 500 witness points. Witnessed the beginning of the first wife's seizure, and gained 500 witness points. Nonsense. Can you even take the congregation to a place like that? If someone with a heart of gold ambushes you in advance, can you cope with the danger the congregation's children are in? Chu Jing defended unconvincingly. Mother, I'm at least a 5th grade martial artist. If there really is anything that blows in the wind, I'll be able to detect it. Pop. Shangguan Lan heavily slapped the table and directly said angrily, what's a 5th grade? Within the capital city, it seems peaceful, but in reality, fish and dragons are mixed up. Not to mention that you are only a 5th rank. Even if your father brought the congregation of children, he wouldn't dare to say that it's 100% safe. After a moment's pause, Shangguan Lan continued angrily, and as the matter concerns the palace, why didn't you come back to discuss it with me before hastily going about it? Shangguan Lan's attitude was one of complete neutrality in the battle for the throne. But when Chu Jing did this, it was obvious that it would be done by someone with a heart of gold. It's just that Chu Jing doesn't have such a realization. Mother, that case is my Jinmu division's case, although it involves my Chu family, but according to the rules it can't be told to you. Moreover, my Jin demon division was set up by the human emperor, and it was stipulated at the time that cases of demons would be severely punished no matter who was involved. What can a royal prince do? Is it okay for a prince to collude with demons? Shangguan Lan knows his daughter's nature and knows that he can't convince her either. Waving his hand directly, he interrupted Chu Jing. This matter ends here. When Chu Jing heard this, she directly bounced off the ground in a flash. Mother, I'm telling you, I've discovered that Zonger has a special talent for detecting crimes, and I want to. Shangguan Lan directly interrupted, and seriously warned, in the future, you can't hold Zonger out by yourself. Let me find out once more. Don't blame mother for being impolite to you. Chu Jing was a bit disinterested after hearing this. Then Chu Jing thought of something, and instantly became a bit excited, saying, Mother, then I won't carry Zonger out, and will give him lessons at home. teaching him how to detect crimes. Shang Wanlan glanced at Chu Jing and let out a cold laugh. You teach the congregation children? Those cases of yours, weren't they solved by Qin Yu for you? How many cases would you say you solved yourself? Chu Jing opened her mouth to retort, but was directly interrupted by Shang Wanlan waving his hand. Whether you have the intention or not, the battle for the throne and the palace has been put on the table by you. Chu Jing interrupted Shang Wanlan and looked at Li Zhong. Mother, it wasn't me who laid it out on the table. It was Zhonger who discovered the clues. Shang Wanlan did not have the good sense to say, Zhonger is just a child. What can he understand? Interrupt me again and serve me with the family law. After warning Chu Jing, Shang Wanlan continued to Chu Jing. Since you're already involved in this, no matter if you want to or not, there will be people who will stand in line for you. So be careful when you do things outside in the future. And don't be so reckless like your father. When it comes to things, listen to Qin Yu's opinion more often. This time if you had followed what Qin Yu said, there wouldn't have been so many things. Chu Jing righteously said, they framed my nephew. I can still spoil them. If it wasn't for Qin Yu stopping me, I would have beaten the third prince to death. Li Zhong listened on the sidelines and felt that although his sister-in-law's brains were all used to change her body, she had plenty of martial virtues and was very much giving people a sense of security. After teaching Chu Jing, Shang Wanlan said to Chu Ling, you will return to the Li family tomorrow to preside over the Li family's backyard. And when you go back, tell your father-in-law that Zhonger will stay in the Chu family for the time being, and that he will understand what it means. Mother. Chu Ling obviously did not want to leave Li Zhong alone here. The Li family's guard force is too weak. This stormy time, Zhonger going back will definitely cause trouble. Zhonger staying in the Chu family is the safest. Chu Jing also stepped aside and said, Sister, you can go back without worry. Zhonger has me to watch over her. I'll sleep with my arms around Zhonger every day from now on. Hearing his sister-in-law, a bondage G-maniac, wanting to sleep with her arms around her, Li Zhong directly expressed his refusal and directly opened his hands to beg his grandmother for a hug. Although her own mom is a sister, her wudu is not as abundant as her sister-in-law. The only person in the whole family who can suppress this demoness is her own grandmother. Shang Wanlan very naturally took over Li Zhong and said to Chu Ling, don't worry, Zhonger I'll personally bring with me. The head of the Li family's back house can't stay empty. You have to go back and hold up the Li family's back house. After you straighten things out in the Li family's backyard, you can bring Zhonger back, and Zhonger will be able to suffer less. Chu Ling also knew that Shang Wanlan was right and could only agree. Seeing Chu Jing reach for her clutches while her grandmother is off guard, Li Zhong expresses her fear. But it's a good thing Grandma opened Chu Jing's hand with a slap. Tomorrow, go with your sister to the Li family for a temporary stay. Shang Wanlan said to Chu Jing, Mother, the Li family are all a bunch of nerds. Not interesting at all. Shang Wanlan raised his eyebrows slightly, and Chu Jing was instantly honest. If someone targets your sister, you just hit them back. When Chu Jing heard this, she immediately became interested and said, Mother, is this really alright? Shang Wanlan glanced at Chu Jing and said, don't worry, they wouldn't dare to compete with a crazy woman. Chu Jing. It was true that the real thigh in the family had to be his own grandmother. Chapter 15, is the third prince crazy seeking collections and catch-up reading. Into the night, Li Zhong, who had eaten and drunk enough, was just about to put the two maids to sleep. A sudden sound of thunder could be heard from outside. The thunder was different from normal thunder. It was closer. Then there was a violent shaking of the ground, that shook from far and near, as if there was some big guy coming from outside the Chu family. Didn't wait for Li Zhong to understand what was happening. Inside Li Zhong's courtyard, dozens of people appeared with a huff. At the same time, Chu Ling was the first to enter the room. Seeing that Li Zhong was unharmed, Chu Ling was also relieved. Chu Ling directly picked up Li Zhong and began to pacify him. Kill that little brat of the Li family and avenge the third prince. A roar came from outside, and then Li Zhong saw, from the open door, a hanging eye tiger that was more than 5 meters long, directly leaping up and pouncing on the Chu family. Demon! It was not the first time that Li Zhong had seen a demon, but it was the first time that he had seen such a terrifying demon. The aura of that demonic tiger's body was terrifying, and a yellow light was contained beneath its huge palm. That yellow light contained a terrifying energy amongst it, making it intimidating. Do you really think my Chu family is easy to bully? Accompanied by the sister-in-law's angry shout, a black lightning bolt then directly cut through the night sky. Bang! The lightning directly and instantly pierced through the 5-meter demonic tiger, instantly severing all of the demonic tiger's vitality. And it was only at this moment that Li Zhong saw clearly that it was not any lightning, but a long spear. Chu Jing flew up and stood in the air, catching the falling lance. It's really like a female god of war. Witnessing a 1,000-year-old demon attacking the Chu family at night, gaining 100 witness points, detecting the inclusion of the gunslinger Starfall, Li Zhong knew about this starfall, which was one of the 3 strongest spear techniques included in the Chu family. Characterized by momentum, it can be attacked from a distance. This spear technique got its name because it was rumored that someone from the Chu family's ancestor had once killed a great demon hiding on top of a star with this spear technique, hence the name Starfall. Of course, this gun technique was extremely demanding on the cultivator. It required the cultivator to have superb instantaneous explosive power, and at the same time required the cultivator's god to keep up. Otherwise, it would be out of alignment. Kill that little brat and avenge the 3rd prince. The death of a tiger demon did not deter the great demons attacking the Chu clan. Instead, it stirred up the ferocity of these great demons. Seek death. Chu Jing's beautiful eyes were erected, and then her entire body directly killed in the middle of the street outside. Because of the vision problem, Li Zhong couldn't see what was going on outside, but from the sounds that came in, it was possible to tell that the battle outside was quite fierce. Kill that little brat and avenge the 3rd prince? I'm afraid it's not me the little brat is referring to. What does it matter to me if the 3rd prince goes in? I'm just a kid. Li Zhong also felt helpless. On the other hand, Li Zhong feels that this is something he is not reasonable. Even if the 3rd prince is stupid, he can't use such a way of taking death to avenge himself. The Chu family has an abundance of martial virtues. Just a few great demons aren't enough for Chu Jing to stuff her teeth alone. Not to mention that the Chu family has other experts. Is this someone letting the 3rd prince die? Or is it someone trying to deliberately pull the Chu family down? This question is obviously a bit more complicated for Li Zhong. But the good thing was that this issue didn't need to be a concern for Li Zhong either. Just those demon cubs outside still want to kill themselves. It's just a dream. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no melon to eat, Li Zhong decided to take a break first, and there would definitely be melon to eat later. The battle outside didn't last long. That is, half an hour before there was no sound. Then it wasn't long before Grandma and my sister-in-law arrived at the Li Zhong's yard. Worthy of being my nephew, you can even sleep here, Chu Jing said with a smile when she saw the sleeping Li Zhong. Li Zhong heard Chu Jing's voice and also sleepily opened his eyes. Then he saw Shang Guanlan and Chu Jing. All of you go out. Shang Guanlan spoke to the guards inside the courtyard. The guards arched their hands for a moment while they all jumped out of the courtyard. You two go and wait outside as well. Shang Guanlan added to Green Shui and Pinger. Yes. Green Shui and Pinger answered and left the room. Only after everyone had left did Chu Jing angrily say, Mother, these people are too much. How dare they attack the Chu family at night and kill my nephew? Mother, this matter should never be left alone. At this moment, Shang Guanlan had a gloomy face, and it was obvious that Shang Guanlan hadn't expected that things would develop so quickly. It is true that this matter cannot be left at that. If they can come once in the name of assassinating the children of the congregation, they can continue to come a second time in the name of assassinating the children of the congregation. Regardless of what the person behind this curtain is trying to do, this time they must be shown that my Chu family is not something they can mess with just because they want to. You guys stay home and watch over Zhong'er. I'll go find the Li family. It was the first time that Li Zhong had ever seen such an expression on his grandmother's face, and Li Zhong knew that there was definitely no way that this matter could just be downplayed. And Li Zhong is very supportive of his grandmother making a big deal out of it. On the one hand, it is convenient for you to eat melon, and on the other hand, you hit one punch to avoid 100 punches. About an hour later, Shang Guanlan returned once again. Li Zhong, who had dozed off for an hour, also saw Shang Guanlan, as well as Li Hong, the old man he hadn't seen for 3 days, who was carried back by Shang Guanlan. When Li Hong saw Li Zhong, he hurriedly hugged him over and looked up and down to check, confirming that Li Zhong was fine. Li Hong's hanging heart finally relaxed. In fact, Pops often came to see Li Zhong, just can't stay in the Chu family overnight because of his status. Otherwise, Li Hong would have hated to live in the Chu family. What are you doing here so late? Don't you have to go to court tomorrow? Chu Ling said to her husband. Li Hong's face was solemn as he said, Zhong's son was assassinated late at night. How could I, as a father, not come to take a look? Chu Jing teased from the side, saying, you can only come to take a look. What else can you do? Can you still go and senate the emperor to death? Li Hong's voice sank as he said, that's right. I am planning to senate the imperial prince to death. Being a prince does not set an example, and after doing so many immodest things, he still tries to retaliate. Such a prince is not only unworthy of being a prince, he is even more unworthy of being a human being. I'll go to knock the Dengguing drum outside the Golden Palace later. Rather this official robe don't want. I also want to claim a justice back for my son. Chu Jing heard Li Hong's words, and directly watched the fun, brother-in-law. I'll send you over later. We'll knock together. And if you can't knock it, I'll do it instead. I have a lot of strength to ensure that the drums can be heard clearly for 5 miles around. Good. Li Hong immediately agreed. Jinger, don't fool around. Shang Guanlan interrupted Chu Ling and said, let them go. If my grandson is not allowed to have peace tonight, then no one will have peace. Chapter 16, If you mess with Li Zong, the prince must also die. Request for favorites and catch-up reading. Li Zong liked his grandmother's determination. There's something to eat tonight with this melon. Before, when she was bound by Shangguan Lan, Chu Jing was still able to calm down a bit. Now that Shangguan Lan had directly released the shackles, Chu Jing was the first to say that she wanted to topple the roof. If it wasn't for Chu Ling's foresight to take the first step and have someone go and bring the horse over, Chu Jing might have even grabbed the neck collar directly and yanked his old man, Li Hong, out of the way. Only after Chu Jing and Li Hong left did Chu Ling say with some concern, "Mother, the matter has become so big that it won't be unfavorable to Zhonger." Shangguan Lan smoothly hugged over the finger-eating Li Zong, and while teasing Li Zong, he said, "It's only when things aren't big that there will be endless consequences, and since they want to pull us down, then let them see if they can bear the consequences of pulling us down." After a moment's pause, Shangguan Lan continued, "Moreover, our Zhonger's identity as well as his talent also determines that he will encounter many things even more serious than this in the future. Mother, so what do you reckon the outcome of this one will be?" "The third prince will surely die," Shangguan Lan said indifferently. When Li Zhong heard Shangguan Lan's words, they were all slightly shocked in their hearts. This is at least the emperor's son. Just because to kill himself did not kill, said dead. Chu Ling was slightly shocked, feeling that this was a bit of an exaggeration. Exaggerate? My Chu and Li families. Not publicly pushing me, the grandson of a human emperor, to become emperor is already very restrained. Regarding this chaos in the imperial court right now, all the Chu and Li families need to do is to expose the human emperor physique of the Zhonger, and half of the great Yan Jianshan will surrender over. After a moment's pause, Shangguan Lan said to Li Zhong, "Zhonger is not that grandma doesn't want you to be the emperor. It's just that there really isn't much for an emperor to be." It was only his own grandmother who dared to speak such tigerish words. "Your eunuch, by the way, has already taken the coffin to the emperor? And with your eunuch making such a scene, not to mention that the third prince will surely die, the other princes are bound to be admonished as well." Li Zong's eyes glazed over, not even caring about the prompt in front of him. Li Zong, however, had always felt that his grandfather was generally affectionate towards him. Chu Ling obviously had the same idea. Shangguan Lan snorted, "A general affection? This is the first full grandson born from his only son with the original wife. He'll be emotionally average." On the day when Zhonger was born, the mouthful of Haoran Qi that he crossed was his lifelong cultivation. That mouthful of vast Qi, a 10,000 years demon king would shiver just looking at it. The poison you gave to Zhonger, even if it wasn't discovered, Zhonger, who is protected by Haoran Qi, won't have any problems. It's just that he's such a deadbeat. He's tried to come and sneak a peek at the congregation several times in the time you've been home, but I've shooed him back. What's so unseemly about my grandson? If you want to see it, you can see it in a big way. This time the old man was really pissed off, and after I told him, he just carried the coffin to the emperor. Chu Ling and Li Zong felt incredulous when they heard Shangguan Lan's words. Of course this is good for Li Zong. After all, another layer of protection. This would prevent Li Zong from being forcefully indoctrinated with melon branding. The morning court on the second day had just ended when explosive news came straight from the palace. Yen Tai Emperor, who had not been in the court for a long time, was furious at the dragon face above the morning court and directly rebuked the third prince as a. The reason was because someone had provided evidence that the third prince intended to plot treason and regicide. Emperor Yen Tai immediately decided to execute the third prince, while severely reprimanding all the rest of the emperors. It was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that treason and regicide was just an excuse to be able to kill the third prince. We all know how it actually is. Last night, the Dengguan drums sounded for half the night. Witness the execution of the third prince and gain 300 witness points. Li Zong, who had satisfactorily eaten this big melon in the morning, said some goodbyes to his old mom. Mom is going back to the Li family to preside over the back of the house. Li Zong will stay in the Chu family for the time being. Although it was said that grandma made Li Zong feel more secure, Li Zong was really a bit reluctant to let go of his old mom when she suddenly had to leave. But that bit of reluctance was quickly washed away by his bondage-crazed sister-in-law. Mom took her sister-in-law away, and that was totally helping Li Zong out of his misery. After mom and sister-in-law leave, the daily crawl of the Li congregation begins. Li Zong's goal was still the martial arts arena. However, this time after listening to Chu Yanjun's lecture, Li Zong directly crawled and took Chu Yanjun to the Chu family's martial arts building. Being a little baby with a quest, how could Li Zong be satisfied that his martial arts style was only the 9th grade? Li Zong's goal is to be at least 8 products when he is 1 year old. How to be 6 products when he is 3 years old? 6 years old at the slowest must be 4 products. 8 years old not on the 3rd product that can still be called the human emperor. For this goal, Li Zong must work hard. That was why Li Zhong's goal this time was to find an 8th grade internal breath realm technique. After many days of getting along, Chu Yanjun had long since treated Li Zong as if he were his own pro-generation grandson. Therefore this martial arts building that needed to go through a strict inspection and could only be entered with a license plate. Chu Yanjun directly allowed Li Zong to climb inside. Li Zong had listened to the lessons in the martial arts arena these days, and had long since gained an initial understanding of the Chu family's martial arts building. The Chu family martial building was a collection of various martial arts techniques and moves that the Chu family had searched for from all over the world through the generations. The canonical collections inside, moreover, span several dynasties and tens of thousands of years. At the same time, those who can finally be admitted into the martial arts building are those who have already gone through rounds and rounds of selecting the best of the best. The Chu family's martial building, not to mention in the Great Yan dynasty, even in the entire Great Yan Jianghu, it was a very famous and at the same time, a treasure trove that countless people coveted. Even many of the renowned sects in the Jianghu would send people to the Chu family from time to time to seek suitable martial arts techniques for themselves. Li Zong didn't go straight to his goal, but crawled around inside the martial arts building first. Choose a random feat and just pick it off. Chu Yanjun picked it up, casually glanced at it, then lowered his head and amiably inquired of Li Zong, saying, "Do you know what this is?" Li Zong didn't react, just fluttered and looked at Chu Yanjun. It was true that Li Zong did not know how to read, so this was why he needed Chu Yanjun to come and give himself a lecture. "You want to hear what it says?" Li Zong made a look that his body couldn't support his head and directly completed an unconscious nod. Li Zong's appearance directly made Chu Yanjun laugh. Chu Yanjun casually glanced at the books, which had been knocked down by Li Zong, and said, "This is a set of sword techniques, the name of which is the Cloud Cryptic Blade, which is stripped of cloud changes. This blade technique has thousands of variations, while at the same time being able to achieve a light weight, and if practiced to the extreme, it can achieve the effect of the elephant Xiyin." Chu Yanjun looked at Li Zong, still looking straight at himself, with the intention of hoping that he would speak down. "Since you're willing to listen, I'll tell you how to cultivate this blade technique." Witness Chu Yanjun's explanation of the sword technique and gain 10 witness points. Detecting whether the knife technique Cloud Hidden Knife is included? Seeing these 2 hints, Li Zong knew his idea was working. It doesn't matter if you can't read yourself. Chu Yanjun was literate. Chu Yanjun was not only literate, but was also a top expert who had once nearly ranked in the immortal realm. These years is to study all kinds of martial arts, although cannot cultivate, but the study of all kinds of martial arts. A lot of them are to a realm that ordinary people cannot reach. Letting Chu Yanjun help explain himself, and gaining witness points and inclusion, was 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, it wasn't like a top teacher like Chu Yanjun would take out such a large chunk of time to give a lecture. Chu Yanjun was completely looking at Li Zong being cute, adorable, and good at learning before he was extraordinarily gracious, and for the rest of the time, Li Zong would play this game of finding feats with Chu Yanjun every day after listening to the lessons. Chu Yanjun was completely happy about this. As long as it was a gong method that Li Zong had picked out, Chu Yanjun would explain it to Li Zong in detail, regardless of whether Li Zong could understand it or not, and it will also analyze the pros and cons, as well as compare it horizontally with similar feats and moves in the world. Directly, those disciples of the Chu family inside the martial arts building were looking at that. Everyone in the Chu family knew that Chu Yanjun was a living martial house. In terms of feats, one didn't know how many people wanted to be instructed by Chu Yanjun. However, Chu Yanjun's character is eccentric, pointing just once. You can't understand that, is you stupid? Trying to get him to explain it in detail would be impossible. So when they saw Chu Yanjun giving Li Zong such a detailed explanation, that really envied them. At the same time they feel it's a real waste. Li Zong is a 2-month-old child. What can he understand? But Chu Yanjun is willing and enjoys it. So what can you do about it? Unless it goes back to be reincarnated as a baby as cute as Li Zong. But reincarnated, even if he got Chu Yanjun's liking, it was useless, and he couldn't understand it. Of course that's for them, but Li Zong was just drooling at the sound of it. These days, Li Zong didn't know how many martial arts he had included. Eating melon is a blast. It was just that the only regret was that Li Zong had yet to find an inner breath realm technique. Chapter 17. The Taoist sect's strongest internal breath technique begs for favorites and followers. Kung Fu. With Li Zong's efforts, he finally turned over a Gong Fu of the internal breath realm when Li Zong was about to turn 2 months old. Chu Yanjun picked it up and took a look at it before explaining to Li Zong. This is an inner breath realm technique, named Bihai Tidal Wave. It's a method to grow true qi, and it's considered to be the top grade within the inner breath realm technique. Finally finding the inner breath realm technique, and it was still a top grade technique, directly causing Li Zong to become excited. After Chu Yanjun's explanation, just as Li Zong was planning to include it, however, he heard Chu Yanjun saying, If we really want to talk about qi cultivation techniques in the internal breath realm, there is nothing stronger than the Taoist sect's qi cultivation techniques. Although I can't look at those newbie old Taoists, the Taoist sect is indeed unique when it comes to qi cultivation techniques. Martial cultivation of qi is to grow that one true qi that enters like a needle, and the benefit of this is that it is fast. But the downside is also obvious, just growing is missing the buildup. During a fight, depletion can be quick, and durability is much worse. And the Taoist method of raising qi is about 1 life, 2 lives, 2 lives, 3 lives. It is indeed much stronger than the internal breathing technique of the martial arts path. It can even be said that among the same realm, the Tao sect's inner breath realm is the strongest. It's just that those newbie old Taoists, who are not good at fighting, will surely die once they are approached by my martial artists. For martial artists, however, it is difficult to cultivate because it requires Tao talent. Li Zhong understood what Chu Yanjun meant. Within 5 steps martial artists are the strongest, and beyond 5 steps the Tao sect is invincible. Li Zong knew there were stronger ones, and that made him even more interested. And the Taoist talent, others don't have it, they do. Not only is there one, but there are 2. Boo! Just at this time, Li Zhong, who was listening to the straight drooling, had a drool bubble in his mouth directly burst with a slight popping sound. Chu Yanjun looked at Li Zhong, who was listening with his mouth watering, and asked with a direct smile, "You want to hear about the newbie's qi cultivation techniques? The Liz is on again, and my little body can't support my big head." Once again, Chu Yanjun managed to make Chu Yanjun laugh. Chu Yanjun picked up Li Zhong and lifted his hand to directly take down a gongfu tu. This is the strongest qi-nourishing kung fu of the Taoist sect, called the 3-life internal breath technique. Then Chu Yanjun began to give Li Zhong an explanation of this 3 lives internal breath technique. It had to be said that Chu Yanjun's dabbling was truly extensive. He was able to speak very thoroughly about all the feats of the Taoist sect. Witness Chu Yanjun's explanation of the 3 lives internal breath technique and gain 30 witness points. Detecting whether the Taoist law 3 breaths of life is included? Must be included. Li Zong went straight for the white whoring inclusion. Into the night, lying on the bed, Li Zong checked the 3 lives internal breath technique that he had included. Technique, 3 life internal breath technique uninitiated, 0/100. Li Zhong directly infused 100 witness points into the 3 lives inner breath technique. With the injection of 100 witness points, all the cultivation methods of the 3 life internal breath technique, as well as the methods of utilizing it, appeared in Li Zhong's mind. Through checking it out, Li Zhong realized that this 3 lives internal breath technique wasn't quite what Li Zhong thought it would be. Martial arts feats are pretty straightforward, and a realm of feats means a realm advancement. And this 3 life internal breath technique, the main focus is one of nourishing qi. It was not divided into 9 or 12 stages as in the case of martial arts feats. He is the 4 realms of initiation, proficiency, greatness, and perfection. The initiator's feats can be run automatically. For every day of operation, 1 true qi can be produced. The 10 channels of true qi together would transform into a true qi that was now as thick as an embroidery needle inside Li Zong's body. And such a true qi needs to be concentrated by 1,000 roots to reach the realm of internal breath like a stream, 10,000 roots to reach the realm of internal breath like a river, and 100,000 roots to reach the realm of internal breath like a sea. Upgrading to proficiency was different. Every day, he could produce 10 channels of true qi, which was the number of 1 embroidery needle in Li Zong's body. If one raises the to the great achievement realm again, one can produce a quantity of 10 embroidery needles in a day. If you continue to raise it to perfection, you can produce as many as 100 embroidery needles a day. But the spells of the Taoist sect, upgrading that are all very slow. If one practiced normally, it would take a year's work to go from introductory to proficient, gifted and talented people. From proficiency to great accomplishment would take 3 years. And from great accomplishment to perfection that would take at least 5 years. To be able to cultivate this Gong method to perfection in 10 years was considered fast. But for Li Zong, who had witness points, it was just a matter of adding them. Add some. Li Zong very decisively chose to add points. With 500 points going straight down, the feats went straight to the proficient level. Then another 1,000 points went down, and the feat reached the level of grand completion. The last 1,500 points went down, and the feats went straight to the perfection level. Just so, Li Zong eat melon eat a month, accumulated more than 4,000 points of witness points, directly dried out a large part. Hey, gotta work on the melon again. Come let me see how powerful a feat that costs 3,000 witness points is. After the Gong method was infused to perfection, it operated on its own. As the Gong method operated, Li Zhong clearly felt that strands and strands of true qi appeared in his body, and once it accumulated to 10 strands, it would automatically synthesize into the original 1 embroidery needle thick real qi in Li Zhong's body. And these 2 heels of embroidery needle like true qi, because of the same root and origin. So it can be both fused together under Li Zhong's control and used separately. Having discovered such a characteristic, Li Zhong understood even more what Xu Yanjun meant when he said that the 8 products of the Dao sect were invincible. Martial arts is growing this embroidery needle, and fighting with people is about a full force explosion. Once it breaks out, then you can't stop. Also, this burst can be drained very quickly. As long as they were able to block the first round of outbursts, the martial artist would be weak afterward. But it's not the same with the Dao. I can both fuse and separate. At the same time, this gong method of mine was still operating automatically in my body, generating true qi in a continuous manner, regardless of power or range. That was far beyond cultivators of the same level. It's a wonder it's not invincible. This Dao sect qi nurturing technique is indeed powerful, but it's mine now, Li Zhong thought happily in his heart. This gong method was good, but the only thing that didn't make Li Zhong too satisfied was, this feat is too slow. According to the introduction, 100 embroidery needles of true qi like that a day, 1,000 heels in 10 days, 10,000 roots in 100 days, 1,000 days to be able to complete the 8th grade. In 1,000 days, Li Zhong will be 3 years old. This was obviously a bit inconsistent with the small goal that Li Zhong had set for himself. Li Zhong was meant to be 1 year old when he had to reach the perfection of the 8th grade realm. Let's not think about it for now. Tomorrow we'll go to the martial house and see if we can find any solutions. Li Zhong thought for a moment and went straight to bed. Early the next morning, Li Zhong, who had woken up from his sleep, immediately checked the true qi in his body. In 1 night's time, Li Zhong realized that inside his body, he had 4 more embroidery needle-like true qi now. Don't look only embroidery needle thickness, but these 4, that is 4 lives. When Li Zhong woke up, it was time for his daily feeding. Grandma herself came to bring Li Zhong spiked milk. As the milk went into his stomach, Li Zhong realized that the operation of this gong method had sped up. A bowl of milk went down, and the elixir inside was directly digested by the gongfu into 2 embroidery needle-like real qi. Isn't this accelerated advancement coming? Li Zhong couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It also gave his grandmother a look that he could still eat. Chapter 18, Doll's family arrives at the door seeking favorites and catch-up readers. The elixir is directly converted into true qi, so you can eat more and get more. And you don't even have to do it yourself. It's just fed straight to you. This is a god-awful start. Shang Wanlan looked at, with his little mouth open, struggling to grasp the bowl with his little hands, and whimpering sounds coming out of his mouth. Li Zhong, self-suffering. For this Shang Wanlan was prepared. Straight away, I poured another bowl of, well, spiked milk. Gulp, gulp. Li Zhong directly began to devour it in large mouthfuls, not a single drop flowing out. After drinking 3 bowls in a row in one breath, Li Zhong then burped. It's not that the elixir is inedible, but the milk just takes up too much space. It just doesn't fit in my stomach. 3 bowls of spiked milk gave Li Zhong 6 more embroidery needle-like real qi in his body. In this way Li Zhong's body already had 10 embroidery needle-like true qi. The 10 embroidery needles together were about as thick as Li Zhong's pinky. Li Zhong felt that with 1 finger of his own right now, the iron plate should be able to pierce through. Li Zhong even felt that if there was some sort of holy infant ranking now, he would definitely be able to top the list. Although many of the children of the great demons in this world had just been born with huge bodies, as well as innate divine power. But, Li Zhong felt that against himself, they were all a pile of food. Having eaten his fill, Li Zhong planned to crawl around for a while to digest his food. But no sooner had Li Zhong climbed out than Grandma gave him a hug. I can't let you go and play with great-grandpa today. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess are here today, and they've brought County Princess Lin Chuan with them. You'll have to go with Grandma to receive them later. When Li Zhong heard Shang Wanlan's words, his movements to crawl outward were lurched. Here comes the baby bump. Li Zhong struggled even more violently. What's a sheriff or not a sheriff? A girl doll will only affect the speed of my crawling. But Shang Wanlan wouldn't let Li Zhong crawl away. Not only did not let Li Zhong climb away, but also let Green Shui and Pinger, well till Li Zhong freshened up a bit, changed into a clean and tidy new clothes. At this moment, Li Zhong felt like a groom who was going to marry into a rich family. After a flurry of activity, Shang Wanlan looked at Li Zhong, who had red lips and white teeth, a small rosy face, and a clean body, was very satisfied. Go with grandmother to fetch the sheriff. Shang Wanlan brought the lifeless Li Zhong and quickly arrived outside the gate. Without much effort, the Crown Prince's carriage arrived at the gate. After some courtesy, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, as well as the not-so-smart-looking Linchuan County Princess, were then welcomed into the mansion. The so-called unintelligence of the Linchuan County Lord, that was entirely in Li Zhong's opinion. Anyone else, looking at the Linchuan County Lord, would have had to compliment her on her spirituality and beauty. It's not a compliment. It's actually cute. The Linchuan County Lord, apparently, was also seeing a child about the same age as herself for the first time. So it's still curious. Straight away he reached out and was about to touch Li Zong. Li Zong, however, looked at the hand of the Linchuan County Lord, which had just been taken out of her mouth, and still had crystallized saliva hanging on it. This Li Zong can't stand it, so Li Zong crawled right out of the way. When the Linchuan County Lord saw Li Zong crawling away, she directly slumped forward and used her two small, fleshy hands to support her body. Then following Li Zong's example, he started crawling with difficulty. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Look, our Linchuan can climb, the Crown Princess said as she excitedly pulled the Crown Prince's lapel on the side. What's the point of being able to crawl? I can even run now. Just don't want to get too high profile. The Crown Prince was on the side, watching his beloved daughter crawling after Li Zong. I've long said that Zonger is different, and it's long overdue for the two children to be exposed to each other, or else Linchuan wouldn't be crawling until now. The Crown Princess ranted from the side, saying, it's not because you're busy with politics every day. Otherwise we would have come a long time ago. Witness Lord Linchuan's first crawl and gain 100 witness points. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Li Zong all froze for a moment. What the hell? Look at this girl doll crawling and she has 100 witness points. This girl doll is the Crown Prince's daughter. She shouldn't be like this. Through this period of time, Li Zong has long known that the number of witness points is related to the size of the matter as well as the person doing it. Generally the bigger the thing, or the higher the status of the person, the more witness points they get. But just the fact that the Crown Prince's daughter could crawl was definitely not worth 100 witness points in Li Zong's opinion. Let me use my lookout to see. Li Zong rolled over and sat down, directly casting the chi-looking technique to look at the Linchuan County Lord. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Once you look at it, Li Zong was directly shocked. Just above Linchuan's head, there was a golden dragon tossing and roaring in the clouds. Seemingly sensing that Li Zong was looking at it, the golden dragon actually directly shot out to grab Li Zong. Luckily, Li Zong reacted quickly and directly terminated the lookout. This is a ing rhythm to become a female emperor. No wonder you get 100 witness points for watching her crawl. But just as Li Zong was surprised, Linchuan also caught up with Li Zong. Linchuan went straight for a dragon lunge and pounced on Li Zong. Of course it's fine if Li Zong wants to stay down, but that would be too conspicuous. Well, Li Zong pounced Linchuan County Lord, looking at the front of this with their own general appearance of the size of the child, directly on the mouth to gnaw. This was something that Li Zong did not expect at all. Li Zong had no idea what a few-month-old child was used to, coming up and nibbling on it. Li Zong was not expecting it. I guess it's true that Rinchen's spit has no flavor, but that's pretty unimaginative. The key thing was the adults, who were actually watching and laughing. It seems that Linchuan likes Zhonger very much, the Crown Princess said with a smile. The Crown Prince also chimed in. Linchuan hasn't even been this intimate with me as his father. Shangguan Lan similarly smiled. My family's Zhonger is indeed more appealing. Li Zong now really wanted to shout twice. Can you take this child-pouncing maniac away from my body? Luckily, they didn't let Linchuan chew on it for too long, and they eventually carried it away. Linchuan was obviously a bit unfulfilled, and had to struggle to nibble on Li Zong. But at this point, Li Zong already had a new idea. Linchuan's so good wool gathering is right in front of us. Do not make good use of it. How can it? So Li Zong performed a straight-up back-and-forth flip for Linchuan. Linchuan watched with wide-eyed curiosity, and after watching for a while Linchuan also followed Li Zong's example and began to roll over. Witness Linchuan's first turnaround and gain 100 witness points. Linchuan turned over. The prince consort was so happy. At the same time, he also said to Li Zong, Zonger, what other skills do you know? Teach them all to Linchuan. Li Zong will be able to do that can be a lot of things. Just a lot of things. Linchuan cannot do it. Of course Li Zong also has a lot of skills that Linchuan can do. In addition to rolling over, Li Zong also taught Linchuan how to sit without falling over, as well as how to hold a bowl with his hands to drink milk without spilling it, crawl upside down, and hold up the ground with one hand and reach for food with the other. That is, the gender is not the same. Otherwise Li Zongfei teach Linchuan County how to pee nourish the furthest. Of course some movements Linchuan can learn. Some movements Linchuan cannot learn, but said greatly shocked. Li Zong exerted the 18 arts of infancy and managed to glean more than 3,000 witness points from the body of the Linchuan County Lord. Li Zong is still very satisfied with this. The Crown Princess and the Prince, of course, were more than satisfied. Since Linchuan had never been very active, it made both of them a little worried. But this time they knew that Linchuan was not inactive, but he didn't want to be active with them. Li Zong followed teach Linchuan until the afternoon, when the Crown Prince and Crown Princess got up and left. During this time, Neither the crown prince nor the crown princess mentioned the assassination of the third prince and Li Zhong, but the arrival of the crown prince and crown princess, as well as the Linchuan sheriff, had shown that everything was in order. When he left, Shang Wanlan hugged Li Zhong and personally went out to see him off. When she got into the car, the Linchuan sheriff, who realized that she was leaving, directly reached out to grab Li Zhong and wailed. The crown princess coaxed for a long time and said that she would bring Linchuan again in the future, which made Linchuan stop crying. After the crown prince left, Shang Wanlan looked at Li Zhong and said, "Zhong's charisma is undoubtedly revealed from a small. This may be how many girls from other families will have to fall back in the future. Inverted or not inverted, Li Zhong does not care. The main thing is that the Linchuan sheriff is gone." Li Zhong witnessed the point of the big household is less one, which also makes Li Zhong slightly despondent. Chapter 19, 100 Years of Age begs to be followed and collected. The dolls went away and did not return again as soon as the crown princess had said they would. At this moment, Li Zhong realized that adults really do lie to children, bullying a child for not understanding, bullying a child for forgetting. Of course, Li Zhong was also clear that the status of the Linchuan county lord was different, and it was actually troublesome to want to make a trip out. Although there is no Linchuan sheriff as a big melon eater, Li Zhong still eats melon non-stop every day. Moreover, through his own unremitting efforts, Li Zhong finally hoard out a martial arts skill similar to the six veins divine sword, sword finger, from Chu Yanjun. Sword finger is also a sort of true qi that relies on the interplay of fingers and true qi to inspire it. The power depends on the amount and strength of the true qi of the person performing the martial art. This one is perfect for Li Zhong, because after a month's time, Li Zhong's body already possessed 5,000 embroidery needle thick sword qi, and had already reached the realm of true qi like a stream among the 8th grade internal breath realm. Because Li Zhong practiced Taoist spells, when he cast sword finger, he could completely transform one into many or many into one according to Li Zhong's mind. Li Zhong had once taken advantage of the night to quietly test it inside the courtyard. Once sword finger was released, 5,000 to embroidery needle-like thick sword qi could appear directly in front of Li Zhong. These more than 5,000 sword qi, spread out it seemed, that was really more dense than the legendary rainstorm pear flower needles. The area covered over 100 square feet. All creatures within such an area could definitely not escape the sword qi's attack. At the same time, if the power is also quite considerable, a piece of sword qi passed directly can do inches of grass. In addition, each sword qi could also easily pierce through tree trunks as thick as an adult's arm. Of course it was easy if one wanted to be united. All that was needed was for Li Zhong, sword finger, to lead. Then the sword qi in the sky would merge into one. It turned into a flying sword of normal length and width, completely condensed by true qi. Li Zhong had not tried the power of this flying sword, but Li Zhong expected that if he went down with this sword, the tens of thousands of pounds of red cold stone that was placed inside his courtyard would definitely be shattered on the spot. If it hit a person's body, then there would definitely be no bones left. Such power still made Li Zhong feel safe. Although Li Zhong had not had the opportunity to spar with anyone and did not know his own strength, Li Zhong did not expect to have the opportunity to fight with anyone in the slightest. Eat the melon. Then eat the melon. Do it and drop the price. On this day, Li Zhong, again, ate and drank. Just as he was about to crawl to find Chu Yanjun, he was carried back by his own grandmother. Could it be that Lin Chuan is here again? Li Zhong's mind could not help but wonder. Zhong today your mother and your father have come to take you back to the Li family. Li Zhong was directly flabbergasted when he heard Shang Wanlan's words. Without the need for Li Zhong to ask, Shang Wanlan stated the reason. Zhong 2 more days will be the day when you turn 100 years old, and at that time, the Li family will record your name into the genealogy, as well as informing the ancestors at the same time. This was something that Li Zhong understood a little bit, although there were transcendent martial artists and cultivators present in Dian, but ordinary people still make up the vast majority of the population, because of limited medical conditions, so the children of this era live beyond 100 days before they can really enter the genealogy, considered a full member of the family. But Li Zhong he doesn't want to go. What kind of melon can the Li family eat? And the Li family are all readers. Li Zhong cannot have much interest in reading, so Li Zhong directly reached out his little tender hands to hug his grandmother, showing that he couldn't bear to part with her. Shang Wanlan looked at Li Zhong's appearance, and his voice was full of reluctance. Zhong grandmother also can't bear to let you go, but you are the first son of the Li family. You must go back to the Li family to go through this process. Don't worry, Zhong after you turn 100 years old, Grandma will go to the Li family to fetch you back. When Li Zhong heard this, he straightened up and stretched out his small, white, chubby hand all the way. Shang Wanlan looked at it and directly held it in her hand, assuring Li Zhong, Zhong don't worry, Grandma promises to pick you up soon. Hearing Shang Wanlan's assurance, Li Zhong was more or less relieved. It would be a big loss if this couldn't go back to the Chu family. After waiting for a short time, Mom Chu Ling and Dad Li Hong, as well as sister-in-law Chu Jing came back. Chu Ling hadn't seen Li Zong for a long time, and when she saw him, she immediately went up to ask for a hug. But Chu Jing was even faster, directly picking up Li Zong, all kinds of kisses and all kinds of inspections. Sure enough, it's grown a bit, Chu Jing said as she hugged the lower chilled Li Zong and inspected him. There was absolutely nothing Li Zong could do about it. Luckily, Chu Ling picked up Li Zong in time, while Grandma sternly reprimanded Chu Jing. It was the sister-in-law, the demoness, who was not the least bit impressed. Li Hong watched Li Zong from the sidelines, also rubbing his palms straight on his clothes, a look of wanting to get on with it, but not daring to. Sangong, you also hug Zonger. Zonger has been hugged by you once since she was born, Chu Ling said to Li Hong. Li Hong listened to Chu Ling's words, excited hand on the clothes, back and forth a few times to wipe, to determine that there is no sweat on the hands, which is careful to be stiff to take over the Li Zong. Looking at his son in his arms, Li Hong was afraid to move. For the sake of you protecting me, let's give you a small hand. Li Zong looked at Li Hong, whose entire body was stiff, and directly used his small hand to touch Li Hong's nose. This touch directly almost made Li Hong cry out. Son touched me. Son touched me. Chu Ling, on the side, said, the son is naturally close to you. Chu Jing, on the other hand, was on the sidelines, looking at him the same way she looked at a little cutie, like looking at Li Hong. Go back earlier, or it will be cold at night. Shang Wanlan glanced fondly at Li Zong before saying to the two Chu Ling, yes, mother. Chu Ling promised, and then she was ready to leave with the child. Wait. These are for Zhonger to take with her. Shang Wanlan suddenly thought of something and took out a ring and handed it to Chu Ling. Chu Ling took the ring and respectfully thanked her mother. And this, another hard rubbing at tea time. Chu Ling, two talents holding Li Zong, went out, only just coming out of Shang Wanlan's courtyard. He just happened to run into Chu Yanjun. Greetings, second grandfather. Chu Ling hurriedly saluted. Li Hong likewise saluted. It was just that Chu Yanjun's eyes, then, were not on the two of them at all, and he just casually hummed through his nose. Second grandpa, you came to see Zhonger? Chu Ling asked tentatively. Chu Yanjun first hummed for a moment, then immediately changed his tone and said, I came to speak to your mother about something. When Chu Ling heard this, she hurriedly said, Second grandpa, my mother is in the courtyard. Second grandpa, please come in. Chu Yanjun still looked at Li Zong and said, it's not a big deal. There's no rush. When Li Zong saw the old man like this, he knew that he had come to see himself specially. Otherwise, the old man would not have left his foundation building. That's why Li Zong also very cooperatively extended his hand to Chu Yanjun, begging for a hug. Chu Yanjun took a look and hurriedly took the child from Li Hong's hand, then smoothly held it in his arms. The action was called a flow of clouds and water. Who would dare to believe that this was Chu Yanjun, who had been unmarried and without an heir all his life in the Chu family, and was much more skillful at holding a child than Li Hong. Li Zong directly used her own little tender hands to grab Chu Yanjun's beard, and even rubbed her face against Chu Yanjun's face. It made Chu Yanjun laugh for a while. After laughing, Chu Yanjun also turned back into a serious look, then returned Li Zong unwillingly to Li Hong, then said to Chu Ling and Li Hong, bring Zhonger back earlier. When the time comes, I'll personally help Zhonger build his foundation. When Chu Ling heard this, she naturally agreed with joy. Only Li Hong was slightly hesitant. You have an opinion? Chu Yanjun asked, looking at Li Hong. Chapter 20. Another old grandpa taken to task begs for favorites and catch-up reading. When Chu Yanjun saw that Li Hong didn't say anything, his face turned cold. How is it that you are thinking that the old man is wasted and unworthy of building the foundation for the children of the congregation? As soon as Li Hong heard this, he hurriedly said, No, my juniors definitely did not mean this. It's just that my father said that he wanted to enlighten all the children earlier. Chu Yanjun heard this and said disdainfully, what can you get out of reading? Zhonger will learn martial arts in the future. Whoever disagrees, let him come to me. Seeing that her husband was going to say something else, Chu Ling hurriedly secretly pulled Li Hong, signaling Li Hong not to say more. Chu Yanjun was only so kind to Li Zong. To others he didn't give face to anyone. Even if it's the current emperor, Chu Yanjun can curse if he wants to, and it won't happen at all. Second grandpa, it would be an honor for Zhonger to have second grandpa personally build the foundation. I'll bring Zhonger back in a couple of days, Chu Ling said in a hurry. Chu Yanjun glanced at Li Hong and directly coldly hummed. Second grandpa, it's getting late. We still have to take Zhonger back to the Li family first. Chu Yanjun posted with Li Zong again, and only then did he intend to return Li Zong to Chu Ling. However, Li Zong directly used her own small hands and hugged Chu Yanjun's neck without letting go. Chu Ling wasted a lot of effort to pull Li Zong back. Seeing this, Chu Yanjun directly broke his own rules. Holding Li Zong and Chu Yanjun's return to the Chu family for the first time in 100 years. Leaving the Chu family's door. Seeing Chu Yanjun step out of the Chu family's front door, the Chu family's people all had their eyes glazed over. Chu Yanjun taking a step out of the Chu clan's gate was a bigger surprise to them than the Chu clan beating and killing a 10,000-year-old demon king. Even Shang Wanlan was not expecting Chu Yanjun to step out of the Chu family's door for the first time for Li Zhong. Witness Chu Yanjun's first step out of the gate of the Chu family in 100 years, and receive 300 witness points. In fact, the fact that Chu Yanjun doesn't go out of the door of the Chu family is something that Li Zong also knows. It is said that it is because after Chu Yanjun returned in defeat that year, he drew himself into a corner and fought with himself to create the strongest foundation building technique of the human race. However, Chu Yanjun had clearly created a foundation building technique that was at the same level as the human emperor, yet he was still unwilling to go out. In Li Zhong's opinion, this had clearly become Chu Yanjun's heart demon. For Chu Yanjun's age, once he had such a demon in his heart, it would be impossible to start over again. Once Chu Yanjun couldn't start over, then I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to support himself for too long just by relying on his own chi and blood right now. After whoring out Chu Yanjun for so long for nothing, Li Zong also wanted to do something for this great-grandfather who let himself ride his neck every day. Zhonger, get in the car. When you come back in a couple days, Chu Yanjun said to Li Zhong very naturally, completely not realizing that he had actually gone out. Second grandfather. You? Chu Ling looked but was very surprised. Looking at Chu Ling's surprised expression, Chu Yanjun also realized something. But soon Chu Yanjun smiled sagely and said, it's nothing to be surprised about when it comes out. You guys go on back. I'm going back too. The people have all come out. So I have to go back and see if the foundation building method I created is the strongest. Looking at Chu Yanjun's back, Li Zhong knew that this little old man had already come out of his heart. Next, as long as this little old man starts cultivating again, even if he can't reach the heights of that year, but extending his life by 100 years is definitely not a problem. Chu Ling and Li Hong waited for Chu Yanjun to return to the courtyard before getting into the carriage. Chu Ling picked up Li Zong, looked at the soft and lovely son in her arms, and couldn't help but say, still our Zonger has a way. Surprisingly, letting the second grandpa all give up drawing the ground into a prison. After a pause, Chu Ling continued to encourage Li Zong, saying, when we get to grandpa's house, Zonger should also perform well. Li Zong thought to himself, I'm the best at taking old grandpas. Li Zong is very knowledgeable. But Li Hong looks nervous. The carriages soon rejoined the Li mansion. There was a group of underlings waiting outside already. When they saw Li Zong return, they greeted each other. Under the front and back of a crowd, Li Zong also saw his grandfather for the second time. It should be the first time to be exact, as the last time they met was when Li Zong was first born. At that time, Li Zong was still very ignorant, and his eyesight was not good, so he could only see an outline only. It's clear to see now. Li Zong's grandfather, Li Zhixing, fit everything Li Zong imagined for a great scholar. Whether it is from the looks or the expression and dress, it is a typical appearance of a great Confucian, wearing a straight-necked gray robe with dark blue lines dotting the cuffs and lapels. Slightly thin in stature, with his hands hidden in his sleeves, his demeanor was solemn and dignified. A long beard fell across his chest and his black hair was half brown and half silver. The gaze was deep, as if it could see everything. This is a very dignified old man. Not smiling, Li Zong can feel his old mom is very nervous. Son has met father. Li Hong bowed respectfully. Li Zhixing gave a as a response. Daughter-in-law has met father. Chu Ling bowed with the same respect. Li Zong took advantage of his own mom's salute and climbed right out of her arms. Fatty's hand pushed up hard, and the whole thing wobbled to its feet. Then with both feet in a form of standing unsteadily and tilting his body back and forth, he walked towards his grandfather. Li Zhixing. The congregation will go away. When Chu Ling saw that Li Zong would be gone, she directly got excited regardless of the occasion. Li Hong did the same, watching as if he was drunk. Li Zong walked forward. Not only Chu Ling and Li Hong, but everyone else was also a bit surprised. Li Zong is just less than 100 days old. How can he be gone? It was Li Zhixing who felt that it was a bit strange. But once he thought of that elixir, Li Zhixing had his mind made up. Just watching Li Zong wobbling away, Li Zhixing couldn't help but quietly tighten his grip on the palms of his hands holding the seat for a few moments. Li Zong wobbled for half a day, walked to Li Zhixing's front, directly made an unsteady stand, and all of a sudden fell to the ground with both legs. And then Li Zong looked up and looked at Li Zhixing with a direct look of resignation and helplessness. By the way, Li Zong directly stretched out his little chubby hand towards Li Zhixing. Li Zhixing, who originally had an expression on his face like an iceberg, had an expression that directly melted. Shuier, why don't you go and hug Zonger? Chu Ling instructed Green Shui behind her. When Green Shui heard this, she rushed forward and was about to hug Li Zong. However, Li Zong directly stubbornly did not allow green shui to hold, so he reached out to Li Zhixing, and his little mouth was even flatter. Seeing this, Li Zhixing directly got up not to be a great scholar anymore, and directly bent down and picked up Li Zong. Li Zong was instantly happy when he was picked up, while his small hands even directly grabbed Li Zhixing's long beard that he carefully tended to daily. But instead of being annoyed, Li Zhixing was happy. When Chu Ling saw this scene, her entire body relaxed. Father, it seems that Zhonger likes you a lot. When Li Zhixing heard Chu Ling's words, his face fell suddenly serious. But Li Zong didn't care about that and directly reached out her small hand to dislike Li Zhixing's face. Straight away, he let Li Zhixing break his defense. You've all worked hard after traveling. You guys go down and rest. I'll carry Zhonger to the study, Li Zhixing said, and then turned around with Li Zhong in his arms and left. Straight up left a room full of people. Li Zhixing was a great scholar of the world, and it was probably the first time in his life that he had been so rude. It's over. We're going to have another get-together with Zhonger under the same roof, Chu Ling said bitterly to Li Hong. This rhythm was all too familiar to Chu Ling. It was like that back then in the Chu family. Although he and Li Zong were both in the Chu family, most of the time it was his own mom who was holding the baby. Now well, Li Zong has taken down his grandfather again, and it's back to a familiar rhythm. When Li Zhixing carried Li Zhong to his study, he directly and completely unloaded his great Confucian baggage, directly transformed into a doting grandpa who spoils his grandchildren. Li Zong and Li Zhixing, having fun inside the study. Li Zhixing even let Li Zong pull his beard and play on the swing for a while. After playing around for a while, Li Zhixing placed Li Zhong on his desk, while his expression straightened for a few moments. Zhonger, Grandpa is going to take away the Hao Ran Zhang Qi in your body later. When Li Zhong heard Li Zhixing's words, he directly froze. Grandpa, we are playing so well. It is not appropriate for you to take away the Hao Ran Zhang Qi you gave me. Soon Li Zhixing explained to Li Zong why he had to take it away. Zonger, we Confucianists preach that you need to practice what you realize. What Grandpa gave you is not what you cultivated yourself after all. Since you can already walk, you're not far from Kaihui, and Grandpa's vastness will only affect you. After explaining, Li Zhong saw Li Zhixing fetch a brush. Then the tip of the pen made a point at the center of Li Zhong's eyebrow, and a large mass of clean white Hao Ran Zhang Qi was extracted. Witnessing Li Zhixing performing Confucianism, gaining 100 witnessing points, gaining 1 point in Confucianism talent. Chapter 21, Knowing the written word and not forgetting it begs for favorites and catch-up readings. Seeing the hints, Li Zong was also very happy. Other than that, with this 1 point of Confucianism talent, one's trip was not in vain. While Li Zhixing was digesting the Hao Ran Zhang Qi extracted from Li Zong's body, Li Zong also quickly checked what use he had for this 1 point of Confucianism talent. Seeing the effects of this 1 point of Confucianism talent, Li Zong was directly stunned. Literacy and forgetfulness. This was the benefit that 1 point of Confucianism talent brought to Li Zong. Although the Dayan dynasty had Confucianism, the illiteracy rate of the Dayan dynasty was still very high. The number of people who can write their names in full is less than 20%. Literacy can be more than just recognizing, but also knowing the meaning. For example, if you give Li Zong an article now, Li Zong will not only be able to read it down, but also know what it's about. For that alone, it's more than most showmen. However, it should be known that even the most talented Shotsi in the Dayan dynasty was an 8-year-old Shotsi who took the exam. Li is numerous and large, less than 100 days old. As for not being able to forget, it's an even more divine skill, and Li Zong felt that this skill could not only be used in Confucianism, but it would also be very useful in martial arts and Taoism. Returning to the Chu family again, Li Zong will not have to whore out Chu Yanjun for nothing, and can find books to read on his own. Read it down and you can just include it, then it's a matter of adding points. The same reasoning applies to Taoism as well. This wave isn't a no-brainer. This is a total profit. This made Li Zong look at the grandfather in front of him and like him even more. After Li Zhixing had finished digesting the vast and positive qi, he looked at Li Zong who was staring at him and said, "When Grandpa personally enlightens you in the future, your future achievements will be higher than Grandpa's, only not lower." Li Zong directly staged. The small body cannot support the big head skills. It instantly adorable Li Ji Hyung. If someone hadn't come to pass saying that it was time for Li Zong to take milk, Li Zhixing wouldn't have been able to return Li Zong to Chu Ling. Into the night, after Li Zong put the two maids to sleep, just climbed straight up and found a book to look through inside the room. The Li family is a family of great scholars. The family lacks everything, just not books. Li Zong jumped onto the table and went straight to holding a book that was bigger than his head, and flipped through it. The difference between the writing of the Dayan dynasty and the writing that Li Zong recognized was still quite large. However, with 1 point of Confucianism talent, the words in front of him were all recognized by Li Zong. Li Zong quickly flipped through it, And then he realized that the contents of the book had appeared in his mind as much as possible. Overwhelmed, Li Zong had only heard that someone could do this before, and now that he had done it himself, Li Zong was still a little excited. I don't know if I can do the quantum reading method if my talent improves a little more in the future, Li Zong thought with boredom. After testing this one point of Confucianism talent, Li Zong was also ready to go back to sleep. However, just as Li Zong had moved, he realized that inside his body, there was an extra strand of white qi. The wisp of white qi appeared on Li Zong's palm as soon as he moved his thoughts. Is this the Hao Ran qi? Li Zong muttered as he looked in front of him. At this neutral and calm Hao Ran qi, vast righteousness is unique to Confucianism, which can make a person clear mind and calm the mind, ears and eyes, and not to fear ghosts and gods, and not to fear the strongest power. This is the best way to make a fair judgment. Those who cultivate to the extreme can even do what they say. Although there were so many benefits, Li Zong preferred to follow the martial arts path, because Budo is more simple and direct. I don't know if Haoran Jingqi and martial true qi will clash, Li Zong said as he tried to fuse it. As a result, the two blended at once. This was directly and greatly out of Li Zong's expectation. Yes, Confucianism is all about harboring all rivers, and it's natural for the vast spirit to do the same. So I can use Haoran Jingqi as a skin and wrap it around my martial true qi from now on. Soon enough, with 1 point of Confucianism talent, Li Zong thought of a new use for combining the two types of true qi. Confucianism is known to be a waste of fights, so if Li Zong wraps martial arts true qi with Haoran Jingqi, that sneak attack is definitely a hit without a squeak. 2 days later, it's the centennial ceremony of the Li congregation. Li Zong was a first son and first grandson, so naturally, he attached great importance to it. Li Zhixing personally in the Li family ancestral hall, invited out the Li family genealogy, recorded the name of Li Zong to the top of the genealogy, has told the ancestors. Li Zhixing personally presided over it, an honor that no junior in the Li family had ever had before. It was evident that Li Zhixing was fond of this first grandson. All of the Li family came that day. Grandpa Li Zong was not a monogamous man like Grandpa and Grandma Li Zong. Grandpa Li Zong had 2 wives in addition to his original wife. But that's normal. After all, is a scholarly man. The centennial ceremony was followed by the centennial feast. I don't know whether Li Zhixing did it on purpose or not, but in any case, Li Zong's 100th birthday banquet was mostly bigger than the full moon banquet. At the same time, this also declared that there was no problem with the bloodline of Li Zong, the first grandson. The people who came to give gifts were directly outside the Li family in a long line. In addition, the supervisory deputy of the Qintian supervisor once again boarded the door of the Li family, only for the same picture to play out again. Li Zhixing personally arranged for the supervisor's deputy to be made clear, and the supervisor's deputy's words were once again choked back. The same crown prince, as well as the crown princess, once again came to the door to say goodbye, and Li Zong also met the Linchuan County Lord whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Linchuan County Lord obviously also remembered Li Zong, and directly and quickly climbed over, just ready to pounce on Li Zong. However, Li Zong was now a walking child, not a doll like Lin Xuan who could only crawl. Lin Xuan was also very curious as he watched Li Zong stand and walk on 2 legs. After a moment's effort, Lin Xuan surprisingly stood up as well, then followed Li Zhong's example and directly took small wobbly steps. This was a delight to the crown princess and the crown prince. Witness Lin Xuan's first walk, and gain 100 witness points. Equally happy was the Li congregation. Witness point in the Li family income is limited. Lin Xuan came. Li Zong is bound to be vigorously glean only. The adults are happy anyway. Crown princess even directly from the hands of the crown prince to come to the crown prince house of the waistplate, directly to the waistplate to the Chuling, and with the Chuling agreed that in the future must often bring Li Zong to the crown prince house to play, because the crown princess obviously saw the change in her Linchuan playing with Li Zong. The centennial banquet did not break up until late at night. Linchuan did not accompany Li Zong until late at night. Linchuan went back before the sun set. Only this time Linchuan cried even harder, but as much as he cried, he didn't stay the night. Into the night, Li Zong, who had been tired all day, lay on the bed and listened to the 2 little maids chatting about gossip. Sister Cui, you're an old man in the Li mansion. Do you think that Li Deju doesn't like our young master? Pinger inquired to Green Cui in a low voice. Li Zhong's ears perked up. Li Zhixing didn't like himself. Where did this Pinger get the gossip from? Green Tree said strangely, what makes you think that? Pinger nuzzled her mouth and said, today it seems to me that the people in the mansion who are giving gifts are giving all sorts of things to dazzle their eyes. But Li Deru let us bring back this square of ink. And this ink is also sent by the Yu family who had assassinated the young master before. How unlucky is that? Chapter 22 Poisonous Plans Seeking Favorites. Seeking Followers. Green Shui heard what Pinger said and also laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Pinger looked at Green Shui, who was making fun of her, and said without hiding. Green Shui lowered her voice and said to Pinger, "This is the secret of our Li mansion. If I tell you, you can't tell outsiders." As soon as Pinky heard that there was a secret, both her ears perked up. Li Zong's ears were erected faster than Ping's. "This side of ink in front of you. That's something big. Do you know what this ink is called?" Green Shui deliberately sold a secret. Pinger is from the Chu family. If you ask her what the name of this knife is, Pinger might even know. If you ask her about her clerical skills, she's really clueless. This ink is named Xiangnu ink, a token of love between the old master and his original wife. When Pinky heard this, she became even more interested. A token of affection. Green Shui nodded slightly and said, "When our great Confucian Li was young, he fell in love with a rich girl. But as you know, our Li family has been a scholarly family for generations, and Li Deju was the first son, so it's definitely not considered a door-to-door match." At that time, the family objected so much that they even imprisoned Li Deju, who eventually compromised with the family. It was stated that as long as Li Deru was incognito and could get the scholarship without relying on any help from his family, he could marry the other party. Pinger saw LV Chui listen down, is listening to the time of the enthusiasm, hastened to ask, "What next?" Green Shui voice and lowered some, said, "Next we Li Deju directly went to the home of a rich merchant, and the rich merchant daughter of a private life. The next year there is our little young master's father, and then Li Deju directly knocked on the gong and brought his wife and son home, and brought a sizable number of dowries, so the Li family couldn't even think of disowning them." Li Zong listened to Green Shui's narration. All damn a good guy. Originally, Li Zong thought it was an inspirational story to persuade people to learn, but it turned out that he had heard of this. But Li Zong is really admire his grandfather. This wrist, this ability, and this cheek thickness, straight to the door, soft and hard. Pinky was also shocked, but soon Pinger thought of a question. "What does this have to do with Xiangnian ink?" Green Shui continued, "I'm not just about to talk about this ink, so don't be in a hurry." Then Green Shui continued, "Although Li Deju has returned with his wife and son, he still has to take the examination for his merit. And since Li Deju has promised not to rely on his family, he is bound to be true to his word. So Li Deju finally chose to leave home to take the examination. And when he was leaving, Li Deju personally created 2 squares of ink and gave them to his wife. The original wife of our Li Deju has a Xiang character in her name, and Li Deju says it's called mutual help." Li Zong heard here think, still have to be his grandfather to play the flowers. Harmonic stems are played on. Pinky was stunned to hear it and thought that cultured people were really romantic. Then why was it later called Xiangnu Mo? Pinger pursued. Green Shui explained. The original wife of our great Confucian said that this was given to her, and the name had to be taken by her, and then it was called Xiangnian ink. After a pause, Green Shui continued. Nowadays, many scholars give people a piece of ink as a token of love, and it started from the time of our Li Deru. Pinger felt more romantic, but Pinger wondered if this piece of ink was not made by Li Zhixing's own hands, and how did it appear in Yu's house? Li Zong was curious about that, too. Green Shui continued, "It is said that year disaster, our dowager wife in order to disaster relief, one of the ink out of the auction. At that time it seems to auction 50,000 taels of silver, the dowager wife all donated. Now it's apparently the Yu family, who have traded it in again from who knows where, and given it to our great Confucian. If it were something ordinary, our great Confucian would never want it, much less accept it. Our great ruler is now giving this to our young master. For one thing, naturally to spoil our young master. This second, I think our great ruler also wants the dowager lady to know that she and the great ruler's only child are also having a child." Pinky was deeply moved inwardly as she listened, but soon Pinger had a new question. "Sister Chuyer, didn't you say that our dowager's family is a rich merchant? Would they not even be able to come up with 50,000 taels of silver?" Green Shui shook her head and said, "This is different. If the dowager lady's family pays for it, then the nature will change. Not to mention that it's only the dowager lady that our Li Deru likes. It's not the wealth of the dowager lady's family." Pinky nodded, deeply impressed. "Sister Chuyer, is our Mrs. Tai's family rich?" Pinger inquired curiously again. Green Shui said, "It's not a matter of our dowager's family being very rich, but our dowager's family being too rich. You've heard of the 4 great merchants, haven't you?" Pinger was all excited to hear this, nodding her head frantically. "I've heard of them, the 4 great merchant houses of Chen, Wang, Zhang, and Zhao. Their merchant houses are located in every city-state in our entire Great Yan dynasty. It is said that they are richer than the emperor." Green Shui nodded and said, "It's good that you've heard of it. The biggest shareholder behind these 4 major merchant houses is our Mrs. Tai's family." Li Zong didn't need to look to know that Ping's current expression was just like the 15th emoticon in his cell phone. Not to mention Pinger, Li Zong did not expect that his own grandmother's family was so rich. Li Zong now kind of misses his own grandmother whom he can't see. Li Zong suddenly felt a touch of coolness coming on. Then Li Zong heard Green Shui to Pinger, said, "This day child how all of a sudden cold. Home fire dragon obviously burning. Pinger you go to see if the window is blown open. Do not freeze to our little young master. I give the little young master to add a bed quilt." Pinger promised and went to check the windows, while Green Shui also picked up a thin quilt, intending to add a bit of quilt for Li Zong. Just as Green Shui leaned down to cover Li Zong also saw a ghost with a rotting body and no eyes and nose emerge from behind Green Shui. Li Zong is aware that there are ghosts in this world. This one in front of me is a ghost, and this ghost's goal is still very clear. It is running towards himself. As for where this ghost came from, Li Zong also saw it clearly. It came out from inside Xiang Nu Mo. Li Zong took it all in, and at the same time instantly figured out what the other party was up to. The other party had obviously caught Li Deju remembering the old days, so he had deliberately sent such a piece of ink. They were certain that Li Deju would give this piece of ink to Li Zong, while at the same time not examining it. The reasoning is simple. It was made by Li Deju himself back then, so what could be wrong with it? Then, use this spiked ink to attack yourself. Even if you can't kill yourself, you'll have to scare yourself into dullness. By that time, even if the culprit behind the scene was found, Li Zhixing would inevitably have his Confucian heart crumble. With a love token he made himself, he injured the first child he had with the only son of the woman he loved. Even if Li Zhixing is no longer firm-minded, he is bound to have his Confucian heart crumble, and once Li Zhixing collapses, the involvement will be huge. The key thing is the prince, who is directly missing an arm. But the most depressing thing for Li Zong is, you guys are fighting for power. What are you always taking me for? Since you want to die so badly, I dare you to bury it. Li Zong took advantage of Green Shui's unawareness and directly made a point with his small hand, and immediately more than 5,000 true chi as fine as silver needles directly surrounded that ghost. The ghost had seen this battle there, and was directly frightened and trembling. And then, under the forceful scare of Li Zhong's true chi, the ghost retreated back inside Xiang Nu Mo. Li Zong did not withdraw his sword chi, but let it surround Xiang Nu Mo. Then Li Zong brought out his specialty, crying, and cried loud, sad, hard and aggravating tears, or the kind that no one can coax. This was a shock to Greenie and Pinger, because as far as they remembered, the young master rarely cried. Something must be wrong if you're crying so harshly now. Chapter 23 The reader's strike is to execute the 9 clans seeking collection. Seeking to follow the reading, Li Zong cried so pointedly, except for Green Shui and Pinger. The most clueless one was the night ghost. It was clearly blocked inside the ink and didn't dare to venture out. So what was this kid crying about? It's a howl of mourning for himself. Green Shui stayed behind to pacify Li Zong, while Pinger went to quickly find someone. Soon Xu Ling and Li Hong both came, but Li Zong still cried and cried even louder. It messes with the stern ghosts inside the ink, thinking that there's a peer out there to pry the living daylights out of them. Li Zong cried so hard that soon the physician at home came over to check on him. After checking it out, the physician said that Li Zong's body was exceptionally healthy and not at all physically ill. Li Zong's body was stronger than even a young dragon, so it was a wonder anything could happen. Moreover, Li Zong's current cultivation of the 8th grade of Wufu, completely cold and heat, as for cold and fever that is even more unlikely to have. So soon the physician came to a conclusion, which Li Zong had told him to come to. Li Zong was shocked. Hearing that Li Zong was shocked, Xu Ling also immediately asked Pinger and Green Shui if anything had happened during this time. Both women are stating that nothing happened. Just now Pinger and I suddenly felt some chill in the house. I told Pinger to go close the door. I'm going to cover the young master with a blanket. Then the young master cried. Green Shui recounted what happened to Xu Ling. Xu Ling instantly grasped the key when she heard Green Shui's words. Xu Ling felt it for a moment and said, the fire dragon in this house is burning so vigorously that even if you open the door, you don't feel the cold. Are you sure that you two just felt the cold? Greenery and Pinger both nodded at the same time. Green Shui felt it carefully and said, it's a bit strange for the lady to say that, and now suddenly I don't feel cold again. When Xu Ling heard this, she was even more convinced of her judgment. Husband, go ask father to come over. We might need his help, Xu Ling said to Li Hong. Li Hong nodded, and then he quickly went to invite Li Zhixing. Li Zong sought his old mom and had found the key to the problem. Directly withdrawing the sword chi that surrounded Xiang Nu Mo, Xu Ling carried Li Zong over and directly used her own body's true chi to warm Li Zong's body. Li Zong was also very cooperative and quiet. Within a short time, Li Hong and Li Zhixing came to Li Zhong's room. After Xu Ling originally told Li Zhixing about the matter, Li Zhixing directly hugged over Li Zong to view it. Looking at the aggrieved and pitiful Li Zong who cried into tears, Li Zhixing was also sure that Li Zong's body was not seriously hurt. At the same time, Li Zhixing understood what his daughter-in-law was worried about. Li Zhixing directly operated the Hao Ranzheng Qi in his body. In just an instant, the vast and righteous Qi covered every corner of this room. Then Li Zhixing saw the piece, the Xiangnian female ink that he had set his heart on, emitting a faint black smoke. Li Zhixing walked over with Li Zong in his arms and grabbed Xiangnian Mo. Just as soon as the Hao Ranzheng Qi was running, the severe ghosts inside couldn't withstand it and were forced out. When he saw the severe ghosts hidden among the Xiangnian female ink, Li Zhixing's face was terribly gloomy. For her part, Li Zong was very cooperative in expressing her fear and cried out directly. When Li Zhixing saw that Li Zong was crying, he directly raised his hand and hid the severe ghost in the middle of his sleeve robe. Li Zhixing's entire body was covered with a vast and righteous Qi, and that stern ghost couldn't even run away if it wanted to. Witness the attempted assassination of yourself by the night ghost, and gain 100 witness points. Detecting whether the Confucian spell two sleeves is included, Li Zhong knew that this matter could definitely eat melon, and did not expect to include a Confucian spell. Li Zong's heart was happy to choose to include it, and then continued to eat melon. Father, this is the Xiangnu ink from the Yu family, Li Hong whispered. Li Zhixing nodded with a grim face, while raising his hand to drop the ink. If Li Zong didn't know how his grandfather felt about this ink, Li Zhixing dropped it, but now that he knew, Li Zong still wanted to leave a thought for his grandfather. After all, if you coax grandpa into doing well, you'll have melons to eat later. Li Zong directly stretched out his own small, fleshy hand to grab Li Zhixing's large, raised hand. When Li Zhixing saw Li Zhong's movements, he directly said softly, "Zhonger wants this." Li Zong didn't answer, he just reached out and grabbed it. Li Zhixing hesitated for a moment and put Xiangnian ink in front of Li Zhong. Seeing this, Li Zong directly took the ink over and hugged it in his arms without letting go. Chu Ling also stepped aside at this time, saying, "Father, it's just that the ghost in the ink is messing up. Zhonger still likes what father sends. Why don't we leave this to Zhonger?" Green Shui are aware of the origin of this Xiangnian female ink. Is it possible that Trulin doesn't know? So seeing that Li Zong was so cooperative, Chu Ling also said smoothly. Li Zhixing looked at Xiangnian Mo, who was held in Li Zhong's arms and did not let go of his hands, and a relieved emotion of remembrance flowed out from among his eyes. The congregation likes it, then keep it for the congregation. And as for the damn thing, where it came from, let it go back to where it came from. After saying this, Li Zhixing directly to Li Hong calmly said, "You go to find the 3 Division Yamen to report the case. Everything is in accordance with the formal process to go." Feeling this calmness from his grandfather, Li Zong knew that there was going to be a big melon to eat next. So Li Zong turned directly into his grandfather's pendant, hanging on and not coming off. "Father, I guess it's the vast and righteous aura on your body that makes Zhonger feel comfortable. Zhonger should have been frightened tonight." Chu Ling spoke up. Li Zhixing nodded, then looked down at the aggrieved Li Zong and said, "Don't worry, Zhonger, Grandpa will teach the bad guys for you." After saying that, Li Zhixing hugged Li Zhong and went back to the study together. Soon the first person came to the Li family and went straight into the study. The person who came was not an outsider, but Li Zong's demoness sister-in-law. Jin Demon Division belongs to one of the 3 divisions, and this is his nephew's accident. Chu Jing is naturally the first to arrive. However, facing Li Zhixing, Chu Jing still didn't dare to be too unrestrained. "Li Doru, I wonder if Zhonger has been injured anywhere?" Chu Jing inquired with eyes full of concern. Li Zhixing shook his head and said, "Not really, just a little shock." Chu Jing was also relieved to hear this, and at the same time said, "I wonder if Li Doru could show me that stern ghost?" Li Zhixing shook his head and said, "Wait until the other 2 divisions come." Li Zhixing insisted, and Chu Jing could only wait. But the good thing is that people come quickly. After all, it is Li Hong personally on behalf of his father to come over to report the case. At this time of year, even if they go halfway in, then they have to come out and come over fully dressed. Only when everyone arrived did Li Zhixing politely say, "To disturb you all late at night. Mr. Li feels deeply guilty, but this matter is of great importance, so Mr. Li can only intrude." The 3 people below were all in a rush to say they weren't bothering. They weren't bothering. Li Zhixing next briefly explained the case to the 3 men. Hearing that it was the home that was haunted and scared Li Zhixing's grandson, the other 2 people besides Chu Jing felt that it was a bit of a fuss. However, Li Zhixing was a great scholar and even a crown prince, so they felt it was useless to make a fuss. "The 3 of you may think that I am making a big deal out of this, but I would like to say that this matter may be about treason, and I have to be a little more careful." Li Zhong froze at Li Zhixing's words. "Come up to the Yu family deducted a treasonous hat. This is to punish the rhythm of the 9 families off. It is true that the readers should not make a move, and the first move that is to execute the 9 clans. Witness the attempted treason of the Yu family. Earn 300 witness points. It doesn't matter if it was attempted or not. It matters that Li Zong tearfully netted 300 witness points. Chapter 24, another imperial son hitching a ride-seeking collections and catch-up readings. Plotting against the wall. That's not a capital offense, that's a punishable offense. Li Zhixing came up and made such a hatchet, which directly made all three people go mental. Treason. This is a capital offense and a big case. Daruli, this crime of treason is a crime of executing 9 clans. The retainer of the Imperial City Department cautiously reminded. Li Zhixing looked at the Imperial City Department's servant, saying, this old man naturally knows, but if old man dares to say it, it's never for nothing. This Xiang female ink is when the old man and the original wife of the love token, and later by the woman bounty. The proceeds of the money gesture are used for disaster relief. The one who bought this Xiangyan ink back then was the wife of the current right minister, although it is said that it is now delivered by the Yu family. But how the Yu family obtained it, I don't know, but if my first grandson is really injured because of this, I will definitely not let it go. Chu Jing yelled from the side, saying, my Chu family will never stop either. Li Zhixing continued. At that time, the old man and the right minister attacked each other in the courtroom. Inevitably the courtroom is unstable, such as if there are people with the intention to take advantage of the opportunity to rebel. The consequences are unimaginable. So is it wrong for the old man to say that this is treason? This, Imperial City Department Squire, this half of the day did not this out of anything. There would be no way to think about it in detail because of this. If the situation described in Li Zhixing's mouth really occurred, this would really be considered a crime of treason. Yes, this is the crime of treason. Zonger, you give the evidence to your sister-in-law, and she will avenge you. Chu Jing came up and was about to plan to take away Shang Yin ink. Li Zong looked at his sister-in-law and really felt that his sister-in-law's intelligence was worrying. What's the point of moving up in this kind of thing? You could have taken the initiative to avoid suspicion based on your relationship with me. Li Zong took Shang Yin ink and hid it in the distance. Just not to Chu Jing. Auntie, even though you bondage chickens a lot, I can't pick you. Li Zhixing naturally understood the powerful relationship. Chu Jing, although you are a person of the Jin Demon Division, but your Chu family and Miley family are children's relatives, and Zonger is even your own nephew. The old man feels that you, the Demon Suppression Division, need to avoid suspicion in this matter, and can only supervise. It's not good to be directly involved. After saying this, Li Zhixing turned to the other two, and said, this matter will also require the hard work of the two of you to investigate. The other two definitely don't want to be involved in this, and they both know it's deep. One that doesn't get it right and sinks on its own. Originally, when they saw Chu Jing being so active, both of them were happy in their hearts, and at the same time, they were also happy to leave this matter in the hands of the Demon Suppression Division. Just who knew? That Li Zong was so uncooperative that he didn't even recognize his sister-in-law. As long as that Shang Yin ink reaches Chu Jing's hands, there will be a lot of bull ***** in the future. However, Li Zhong didn't cooperate, and Li Zhixing spoke up again at this time. This is originally the duty of the subordinate officials. There is no talk of hard work. The two men from the Imperial City Department and the Ministry of Penalty hurriedly agreed. Zhonger, give it to Grandpa, Li Zhixing demanded from Li Zhong. Li Zong very cooperatively handed Shangyan ink to Li Zhixing. This direct look at Chu Jing, a burst of abdominal slander, felt that Li Zong was a white-eyed wolf. He himself is taking Li Zong out again, looking at the crime scene, and taking Li Zong to explore the case. And then he comes back for just a few days and ends up hooking up with his own grandfather. Li Zong looked at his sister-in-law and really felt that if the Chu family's background wasn't deep enough, his sister-in-law wouldn't have known how many times to die. Li Zhixing handed Shangyan ink to the Imperial City Department's servant, saying, Servant Zhang, this is the evidence, but also the old man and the original wife's love object. I hope that Servant Zhang can keep it well. After solving the case, I hope to return it to its original owner. Squire Zhang took it with both hands and busily agreed, saying, This is natural. This is natural. This hot potato ended up on both of their heads. Li Zhixing seemed to know Chu Jing's temperament, and additionally urged, Chu Jing, I hope you can abide by your duties. You can't break the rules just because you are related to my family and you are heartbroken for Zonger. All that Laofu and Zonger want is just a fairness. Chu Jing naturally did not dare to disobey, arched his hand and said, Great Confucian, rest assured, this matter I, Jin Demon Division, will only supervise and never intervene. Okay? The last of the back roads are blocked. Then Li Zhixing released the stern ghost, and then sealed the stern ghost. Again, in the Shangyan ink, we will have to work hard for the three of you next. The old man's grandson is sleepy from being tossed around all night, so the old man will carry his grandson to bed first. This is natural. This is natural. Li Zong was carried away by Li Zhixing, and the three Chu Jing people likewise left the Chu family. Sheriff Chu, do you want to check it out? This kind of ghostly matter, You are better at the Demon Suppression Division. Imperial City Division Squire Zhang tentatively inquired. Chu Jing crossed her arms and said without looking. Li Dejia said that this matter is only suitable for my Jin Demon Division to supervise. And I don't want this matter to be unfair to my nephew because of me. Let the two of you investigate the case. I'll leave you two adults alone. As the words fell, Chu Jing directly flew out of sight. The two people from the Imperial City Department and the Ministry of Justice, looking at this hot potato in front of them, directly sighed with a sad face. Sigh to sigh, the case still has to be investigated. And it has to be investigated in the direction of treason. As to how deep it would involve, this they could not say. It's the fall of chaos. The two looked at the increasingly bleak fall day inside. Day 2. A shocking news then spread through the official circles of the capital. The House of Yu, the Minister of Industry, was gated by the Imperial City Department. At the same time, the Ministry of Justice has unearthed several pieces of evidence of the Yu family's treason. What's even more terrifying is that they found out that the Yu family had colluded with the prince to plot against him. Such a big thing. The Imperial City Department and the Ministry of Justice, but do not dare to continue to investigate. Originally, they thought that Li Zhixing was just talking off the cuff, but they didn't expect the Yu family to actually have the guts to do this. The matter was sent directly to His Majesty, and we can only wait for His Majesty's ruling on what will happen. The Emperor of Dian had read the evidence sent up by the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial City Department and was directly enraged by the dragon's face. The ruling was made on the spot. The Ministry of Public Works Minister used family to execute 9 clans. The 6th prince directly escorted to the Cold Palace, never to come out. The news traveled back to the Li family, and other than Li Zhixing, the rest of them were surprised. Li Zong is also a bit surprised. Just a piece of Inca Stern ghost thing. How to hitch a ride with another prince. At this rate, Li Zong would have to worry that Emperor Dian had enough sons. The good news was that according to Li Zong's understanding, Emperor Yen Tai still had quite a lot of heirs. There are a dozen sons alone. The bad news is that Li Zong is now just over 3 months old. Whether or not these sons could barely make it to adulthood was a question for Li Zong. Li Hong for this matter, the same does not understand. Li Hong does not understand to come directly to his father to seek clarification. When Li Hong came to see Li Zhixing was playing a drawing game with a brush with Li Zhong. Li Zhong was covered in ink, and Li Zhixing's body was similarly stained with some ink. However, Li Zhixing didn't care at all, which made Li Hong couldn't help but think of his own tragic experience of writing as a child, getting ink on his body, and being beaten by his father. A tragic experience that directly made his childhood complete. Hearing Li Hong's doubts, Li Zhixing faintly said, "The Yu family has been deeply cultivated in the Ministry of Industry for many years, and even if they don't take the initiative to do something about it, then their hands are bound to be stained with a lot of things. The Ministry of Works is already a fat job, and with His Majesty's big construction projects over the years, it's too hard to have a clean hand. As for treason, that's naturally because they struck out against the sons of the congregation. They are on all children. In fact, is to break my Confucian heart. To say that there is no takeover of the first wife, that is absolutely impossible to get." After a pause, Li Zhixing added, "In addition to this matter, the Yu family is just a scapegoat. The real person behind the scenes is the person who photographed your mother's Shangyan ink back then." Li Hong froze, then immediately thought of something. "Father, you mean the right minister? You can go to your own enlightenment." Li Zhixing didn't put words in his mouth. His own son was good enough, but the growth thing was still up to him. Chapter 25, The Crown Prince is grounded seeking collections and catch-up readings. Fall to winter. Another 3 months have passed since Li Zong's centennial banquet. Li Zong is a big baby at almost 7 months. As is normal, a 7-month-old baby will just be able to sit. A baby born to a practitioner might be a little stronger, but it's just being able to sit for longer periods of time, or at best, barely stand up. But Li Zong was already fit as a fiddle. This was still the reason why Li Zong deliberately took it easy in order to not act too godlike. If Li Zong really went at full speed, these martial artists behind him, except for 1 or 2 who could catch up with themselves, the rest couldn't even eat their own farts. In addition to being able to run, Li Zong has also finally unlocked his language capabilities. The language function. Li Zong really wasn't a disguise. He really unlocked it successfully on his own. Of course, compared to other children, Li Zong's language function was definitely unlocked quite early. After having the language function, Li Zong's little mouth was like smeared with honey. In the Li family, they call each other grandpa and grandpa. In the Chu family, Li Zong, on the other hand, is called grandmother long, grandmother short, or two grandpa long, two grandpa short. At this point, Li Zong would like to call himself the Watermaster. Definitely a bowl of water. As for calling dad and mom, it's less frequent and also later than grandpa, grandma, grandpa and great-grandpa. This directly made Chu Ling and Li Hong jealous and helpless. Fight? That's absolutely impossible. not to mention the fact that Li Hong and Chu Ling were already heartbroken over Li Zhong. Even if the two of them didn't feel any pain, those old ones up there could easily suppress the two of them with one finger each. In these 3 months, Li Zhong had made tremendous progress in his cultivation. First of all, in terms of martial arts, the amount of true qi in Li Zhong's body had already reached the number of 50,000 embroidery needles. Normally 10 roots a day for 3 months, Li Zhong up to 10,000 roots. The reason why it could reach 50,000 roots was solely because of the spiritual herbs that grandmother paired with Li Zhong in her daily routine. When these elixirs entered the body, they were directly refined into true qi by the 3-life internal breath technique. Because of these elixirs, Li Zhong could produce at least 30 more embroidery needle-like pieces of true qi every day. Such a month was more than 10,000 roots, and in 3 months, together with Li Zhong's previous accumulation, it just reached 50,000 roots. Li Zhong tried these 50,000 embroidery needles, spread seemingly then. The area that can be covered can be about 2,000 square feet. Such an area was almost the size of the yard that Li Zhong lived in. An indiscriminate attack under such a coverage, that could definitely ensure that everything inside this courtyard of Li Zhong would have difficulty escaping the attack. With one round of attack, the house that Li Zhong lived in would probably collapse. At the same time, if it was combined into one, it could be transformed into a 5-meter-long giant sword. Li Zhong had secretly tested the power of this giant sword. A sword went down, and tens of thousands of pounds of boulders directly turned into pieces. Li Zhong's current strength was considered a top existence amongst the 8th grade. However, Li Zhong could only be considered as a river of internal breath amongst the 8 grades now, and there was still half the way to go before the true consummation. In addition to the progress on top of the martial arts path, Li Zhong had also made rapid progress on top of the Confucianism path. There was no shortage of books in the Li family, and when combined with Li Zhong's 1 point of Confucianism talent, in 3 months' time, the Hao Ran Qi in Li Zhong's body had gone out to scale. It was barely enough to wrap a thin layer of Hao Ran Zhang Qi around the 50,000 true qi embroidery needles in Li Zhong's body. Bluffing is enough. Of course, in those 3 months, Li Zhonghua didn't miss a beat. When you're born into a family like that, you can't run out of melons. The only thing is that there are just big and small melons. The 3 months that brought the most witness points to Li Zhong were 2 things. Witnessing Emperor Yentai's desire to build a tower to the heavens draws violent opposition from his ministers, earning him 500 witnessing points. Witness your grandfather repelling the 8 demon kings defending the border, and gain 500 witness points. This matter of Emperor Yentai wanting to build the Tower of Heaven was actually related to the seizure of the throne. Emperor Yentai was about to celebrate his 300th birthday, so the 4th prince and the 5th prince proposed to Emperor Yentai, hoping that they could create a tower to the sky to celebrate Emperor Yentai's birthday. It was also necessary to gather the world's chi luck to help Emperor Yentai prolong his life. This was exactly what Emperor Yentai wanted. However, because this Tower of Heavenly Passage was costly, it needed to consume a large amount of the people's fat and wealth, and Dian now needed to spend money on a lot of things. Therefore the number of ministers who opposed it was extremely high. But Emperor Yentai didn't care about that. He only cared about prolonging his life. Those who have gained qi may not attain immortality. It's a little secret that Li Zhong witnessed from his grandmother. The Emperor of Dian, although rich in the world, is even more admired by millions of people. However, because of the body's qi fortune, it cannot achieve long life. It was said that this article was a rule that was formulated by several indescribably powerful existences at the beginning of the human race becoming the protagonists of the world. Its purpose is naturally to limit the imperial dynasty. The reasoning is also simple. Once the person in power can live and die, it will never be a good thing. Although immortality is not attainable, this throne of the emperor is too attractive. In addition, although you cannot get a long life, but as long as the throne, you can directly become a first-class strong. The hands are in control of endless power. How can this not be fascinating? Not to mention that he had the resources of the world, so how could he not change his fate against the odds? This is something that every emperor tries to do when his lifespan is approaching, and it is naturally one of the sources of all the woes. Emperor Yentai's longevity had actually been considered to have broken the record for emperor longevity. The longest before that was an emperor who reigned for more than 220 years. Emperor Yentai ascended the throne at the age of 60 and has now reigned for 240 years. This has to be thought-provoking, and at the same time it has, in a way, exacerbated the chaos of seizing the throne. Anyway, because of this matter, there was almost daily bickering in the courtroom. Li Zhong's father, as a royal historian, that is more every day bluntly on the admonition. Not only Li Hong, but the other royal historians as well. What's more, they directly threatened Emperor Yentai at the cost of their lives. Also the fact that his own grandfather had won the war had become a catalyst for the Tower of Heaven. The group of people who agreed to build the Tower of Heaven thought, "Didn't you guys say before that Great Yen was in trouble both internally and externally? Now Marshal Chu has won the battle. And it's still a big victory, which can guarantee decades of peace at the border. So now it's time to build this Tower of Heaven, right?" It's just the naysayers, who remain vehemently opposed, indicating that even if they had one, now Dian would need to recuperate. Anyway, these things just go back and forth and argue. Li Zhong's grandfather, Li Zhixing, has not been involved, but also told Li Hong, so that Li Hong do not participate. Only Li Hong did not listen to his own father. Still every day still uploaded very active. For this, Li Zong was not worried. With his own father's background, even if he did offend Emperor Yen Tai, at most he would be scolded a few times. And if not, he would be dismissed. "I'm sure my life is in good hands. That's all." What does Li Zong think about this? Li Zong was eating the watermelon cultivated inside the warming hut while watching this matter. It's such a big deal, that there really is a new melon every day. Straight away, Li Zong gave Li Zong a good meal. Only this melon came under the root of the year. But there was a change of heart. The crown prince was directly rebuked by Emperor Yen Tai's anger because of his admonition. And he was grounded at the same time. Chapter 26, Lin Chuan was bullied begs for favorites. Begs for follow-up reading. The prince is grounded. Instead of making the voices of opposition diminish, this has made the voices of criticism even louder. More imperial historians and magistrates wrote to demand that His Majesty the Emperor must immediately lift the crown prince's confinement. Li Hong is undoubtedly one of the most active. So a month passed, and every day in the courtroom was such a fierce confrontation. Speechwriters were dragged out and beaten with boards one after another. It is just that instead of feeling ashamed, these speechwriters are proud of it, as if it would be a shame for the imperial historian not to be slapped. Just this one thing alone, that really made Li Zong eat his melon to his heart's content. Born into such a high family, it was really hard for Li Zong to run out of melons to eat. At night, Li Zong, who had eaten melons for another day, opened his attribute panel. Name, Li Zhong. Age, 7 months. Cultivation level, inner breath great success, river realm. Talents, 2 points in Taoism talent, 1 point in guns talent, 1 point in servant talent, 1 point in martial arts talent, 1 point in detective talent, 1 point in Confucianism talent. Technique, golden dragon body refining technique, 12th stage, perfection. 3 life internal breath technique, perfection. Skills, mastery of confusion, 0 out of 300. Introduction to Qi looking, 0/200. Not yet introduced to voice transmission, 0/100. Introduction to breath convergence, 0/200. Not yet introduced to starfall lance, 0 out of 100. Not yet introduced to cloud cryptic sword, 0 out of 100. Not yet introduced to 2 sleeves in the wind, 0 out of 100. Witness point, 4900. After looking at his accumulated witness points, Li Zong planned to fill up his convergence technique with points first. Although she had her grandmother to help cover her up, Li Zong felt that she would be the most reliable. With 900 witness points going down, the convergence technique was piled straight to completion. The perfection level breath concealment technique allowed Li Zong to not only hide his breath perfectly, but also to control his breath at will. Moreover, Li Zong felt that even a first-grade expert would categorically not be able to see through his hidden aura anymore. Li Zong added a bit of astringency, but it wasn't for the purpose of pretending to be a pig in a poke. With Li Zong's status and background, he still needs to pretend to be a pig? Li Zong was going to fill up the convergence technique, mainly in defense of his grandfather. Although it was said that in the Chu family, there was the existence of grandmother's great suppression technique, which could suppress grandfather for a bit, but grandma can't keep suppressing it. In case his grandfather discovered his talent, Li Zong was afraid that he would have to parade his bare butt in the street. The most crucial thing was that grandpa would definitely let Li Zong practice martial arts and join the army. Where are the people who eat the food and go to war themselves? Of course with her own grandmother, Li Zong would be able to show her true colors. Yes, Li Zong is such a big fan of women over men. After adding the convergence technique to perfection, Li Zong also put away the attribute panel while starting to sleep. On the second day, when Li Zong was eating his own baby supplements along with Chu Ling, he saw Li Hong, who had gone to the court early in the morning, return in a huff. When Chu Ling saw Li Hong come back at this time of the day, still with such an expression, she also had a premonition in her heart that something had happened. Did something happen to husband? Chu Ling inquired. Li Hong flung his official hat and pointed at it with his fingers shaking for half a day before he said, "Your Majesty threw me back, saying that I should be allowed to contemplate at home behind closed doors, and not have to go to court in the future. Expulsion of the royal spokesman, which is." Chu Ling didn't let Li Hong get the latter words out and directly reminded, "Husband, be careful with your words. All of you go down. Chu Ling directly waved her hand and dismissed her left and right. Li Zong took his own spoon and ate while looking at the queue in front of him. Witnessed Li Hong's expulsion from the court, and gained 50 witness points. Eating melon to his own old man's head, Li Zong was also quite speechless. After the left and right servants had gone down, Chu Ling relieved her husband and said, "If you're at home, then you're at home. So you can keep Zhonger company. You've been going out early and coming back late every day these days." And Zhonger has almost forgotten her husband. Li Hong glanced at Li Zong, who had behaved and understood how to eat by himself, and said negatively, "Right, I'll stay home with Zhonger from now on." After saying this, Li Hong directly made it to the side of Li Zong, and said in a pleasant manner, "Zhonger, will father peel an egg for you?" Li Zong naturally would not refute Li Hong's face, and his chubby little round face directly nodded in agreement. It's just that Li Hong peeled the eggs, and Li Zong really couldn't get his mouth around it. They say the face of a young girl is an egg with its skin peeled. That's because I didn't see the eggs peeled by Li Hong. If I had seen Li Hong peeling them, I would never have described it that way. For father eat it himself. Li Hong was also very embarrassed, and then directly ate the egg that he peeled like the surface of the moon in one bite. But the bite was so quick that I choked right on it. Chu Ling hurriedly came over to pour water while smoothing out Li Hong's breath. "Eat slowly. There's no rush." Li Hong slowed down this breath and lamented even more. "Your Majesty is really too stubborn. If this Tower of Heaven is really built, Your Majesty will surely be criticized by 1,000 people. Husband, you're no longer in the court, so don't worry about court matters," Chu Ling said from the side. Li Hong nodded slightly and suddenly thought of something and said, "I heard that the Crown Prince was grounded, and that the Linchuan County Princess was isolated and bullied in the state scholarship. So take the time to take the Zhonger to visit the County Princess." As soon as Li Zong heard that his woolly greatness had been 8-0'd at school, this Li Zong can still endure. The melon eating is all secondary. The main thing is that Li Zong doesn't accept campus 8-0. "Mother, I'm going to go to the State Scholarship Academy to help my good friend." Li Zong, who had been eating with his head down, stood directly on the stool and said with righteous indignation, "Zhonger, not today. There are accounts to be organized at home today. So mother cannot accompany you to see Linchuan." Chu Ling turned back to Li Zong and said, "Mother doesn't need you to accompany me. Just ask Grandpa Chen to go with me. I can't see my good friend being bullied." Li Hong looked at the righteous Li Zong from the side, and followed the call, saying, "Good. Worthy of being my good son. To be a man should be so upright. My father supports you. My father will go with you." Li Hong had just gotten up when he was pressed down by one of Chu Ling's hands. "You've just been kicked out of the palace, and now you're going to the state elementary school. Are you trying to give His Majesty a bit of face?" After teaching Li Hong, Chu Ling turned her head and said to Li Zong with a pleasant face, "Zhonger, mother supports your decision. But today there is something at home. Mother can't go. Waiting for 2 days. Mother accompany you to the prince's residence to find Linchuan County Lord. Okay?" Li Zong said. "Mother, then when 2 days pass, will my good friend be bullied for 2 more days?" This, Li Hong helped from the side and said, "I think Zhonger is right. If we wait for 2 more days, Linchuan Sheriff will be bullied for 2 more days. And with Uncle Chen and the others following, there won't be any danger." Chu Ling looked at the father and son who were singing in unison, and after thinking about it for a while, she felt that Uncle Chen shouldn't be in any danger if he followed. "Alright, then you'll go with Grandpa Chen. Listen to Grandpa Chen when you arrive. And when you find the Linchuan Sheriff, you can invite the Linchuan Sheriff to come to your home as a guest." After Chu Ling gave some instructions, she called Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen was an old man of the Chu family and had always been in charge of the Chu family. After Li Zong sees a ghost at his 100th birthday banquet, Shang Wanlan sends Uncle Chen over to protect Li Zong for the time being. After Chu Ling gave Uncle Chen some more instructions, she then let Li Zong and the others go out. Green Shui and Pinger naturally had to follow. A group of 4 people. After arriving at the state prison, Uncle Chen went up between them to inform them. The state prince's eunuch was a place dedicated to the reading and enlightenment of the heirs of the royal relatives. But of course the heirs of some high-powered ministers also had the opportunity to come in and study. Li Zong clearly belonged to the heirs of high-powered courtiers, but then it was only allowed Li Zong and Pinger as well as Green Shui to go in and take Li Zong in. Uncle Chen, a martial arts expert, couldn't, so he could only wait outside. After all, inside that are all the heirs of the royal relatives. If something goes wrong, no one can afford it. Uncle Chen didn't follow, but Li Zong wasn't afraid. He himself was now an expert of the 8th grade of martial arts, and all these children studying inside the state prison, bundled up, were not enough for Li Zong to fight alone. Chapter 27 Going out and fighting to report your family is humiliating begs for favorites and catch-up reading. Li Zong took LV Chui and Pinger with him, and after asking people, he quickly found the place where Lin Xuan was studying. According to the custom of Dian, the imperial son and daughter, after the age of 1 week should enter the state scholarship to study. After all, the royal sons and daughters of Great Yen, that were all one inside the amniotic fluid, by the time they reach the age of 1 week, they are long able to run and talk. Lin Xuan was 8 months older than Li Zong, and had long since passed the age of weeks. When Li Zong found Lin Xuan, she was seeing Lin Xuan being bullied by a group of kids who were obviously much older than her, saying that it was bullying, but in reality, he did not make a move. After all, Lin Xuan was a county princess. The prince was also only grounded, not beheaded. It's just that those words, even when Green Shui and Pinger heard them, they felt very harsh. Not to mention Rinchen. Little Lin Xuan had tears in his eyes, but neither resisted nor allowed himself to cry out. Li Zong looked around for a moment and found a small rock that took advantage of the situation, threw it straight up. That little fat guy who stood opposite Lin Xuan, humiliated the most fiercely full of fat and looked 6 or 7 years old. There was an ouch, and then he covered his nose and mouth, but the blood still couldn't stop flowing out. All the children were shocked by the scene before them. Even Green Shui and Pinger were shocked. Neither of them expected Li Zong to be so fierce, coming up and making a direct move. This state prison inside the study can be the children of the royal relatives. The one that was beaten by Li Zong is also bound to be a royal relative. Lin Xuan turned around and saw Li Zong, who was now a drop shorter than himself. When he saw Li Zong, Lin Xuan, who was powdered like a porcelain doll, burst out laughing, just because of the smile. It made the tears that were originally contained inside Lin Xuan's big eyes flow straight down. It was another heartbreaking moment to watch Li Zong witness Lin Xuan being bullied, gain 100 witness points. Seeing this witness point didn't make Li Zong happy at all. Li Zong walked to Lin Xuan's front, reached out and wiped the tears off Lin Xuan's face, saying, "They bullied you, why didn't you beat them?" Lin Xuan said timidly, "I'm afraid of their father, continuing to attack my father, and I don't want my father to be grounded all the time. Then I'll beat them for you." When Li Zong heard Lin Xuan's words, he directly intended to do it. Witness yourself being probed by a first-rate expert, and gain 500 witness points. Just as Li Zong was planning to make a move, he suddenly saw such a prompt. Li Zong froze momentarily, but quickly continued to roll up his sleeves, revealing his small, white, chubby arms that were like lotus roots. At the same time, Li Zong's mind was racing, wondering who this first-grade expert who was probing him was. Yen Tai Di. Li Zong quickly came up with an answer. The only first-grade expert who could appear at the state scholarship was the Emperor of Great Yen, Emperor Yen Tai. Luckily, I've filled up my convergence technique straight away. I guess Emperor Yen Tai didn't find anything about me, Li Zong thought in his heart. But soon Li Zong thought of another problem. That is, Yen Tai Di 2 sons, both folded in their own hands. Yen Tai Di will not be angry at himself. Li Zong's guess was right. The one who spied on Li Zong was indeed Emperor Yen Tai, who had been given a headache by the ministers, who were making a lot of noise. The Yen Tai Emperor, who dispersed the court, came to the state prince's eunuch on a completely impromptu basis. As for why he suddenly came to the state elementary school, onlookers did not dare to ask, but it was the close companion of Emperor Yen Tai's side who could guess some. But he wouldn't dare talk too much. Emperor Yen Tai and his group did not intend to alarm anyone when they entered the state prison. After passing by the place where he could see Lin Xuan studying, the first mate arranged for Emperor Yen Tai to go to a pavilion to take a rest in a very opportune manner. It was far away from the place where Lin Xuan and the others were studying. Yet it was possible to see Lin Xuan and at the same time make sure that Lin Xuan didn't find out that one doesn't seem to be a son of our royal family? Emperor Yen Tai inquired to his sidekick. When the companion glanced at Li Zong, he immediately reported back, "Returning to your majesty's words, he is the child born to Li Hong, the first son of Li Daijiu, and Chu Ling, the first daughter of the Chu family, named Li Zhong, and our Linchuan county princess has been playing together since they were young." Hearing that it was a child of the Li family, Emperor Yen Tai could not help but frown lightly. Obviously Emperor Yen Tai was thinking about his 2 sons. However, Emperor Yen Tai is not so much as to anger a child. Then again it is also true that his 2 sons really do not compete. He's not bad for Lin Xuan. Emperor Yen Tai looked at the children who were ready to go up and teach Lin Xuan a lesson for him, those who were much older than him, and commented lightly. The first companion immediately understood and instructed the little eunuch beside him to go and find the teacher of the state prison. Li Zong, who had exposed his small arms, stood in front of a group of children who were 2 heads taller than himself, and pinched his waist. "Are you going to go together, or one by one?" These kids on the other side of the street were clearly a bit confused about Li Zong. The sons of the royal family are all early and intelligent, looking 7 or 8 years old, but in fact, they see a lot of things every day, and their mental age is far more mature than it seems. "You're not a student of our state prison. How did you get in?" Someone on the opposite side of the room instantly realized Hua and instantly turned on Li Zhong. What does it have to do with you guys if I'm a student of the state prison or not? Lin Chuan is my good friend. It's not okay for you guys to bully my good friend. When they heard Li Zhong say that Lin Chuan was his good friend, many children were up in arms. The crown prince has been grounded by his majesty. And here you still recognize Lin Chuan as a good friend. Aren't you afraid of being implicated by the crown prince? Whose kid are you? You little beaner. And you're not afraid of the adults going back and spanking you. Li Zhong looked at these little brats in front of him who thought they had grasped great things after hearing some fur from the adults at home, and was really pathetic for them. You dare to smash my nose? See if I don't kill you. The little fat man who had just been smashed with a face full of flowers finally stopped bleeding, and the first thing he wanted to do was to come and find Li Zhong to take revenge. Green Shui and Pinger, how could they watch Li Zhong being bullied? Directly forward a block. On self-reporting up, our young master is Li Deju's first grandson. Chu Marshall's first grandson. You move our young master to think clearly about the consequences. Li Zhong pulled Green Chui and Pinger back and helplessly said, Sister Chuier and Sister Pinger, didn't my grandfather say that you can't bully people outside? And my grandmother also said that you can't rely on your family's background to fight outside. It's very humiliating. Sitting in the middle of the pavilion, Emperor Yen Tai, hearing the words of Li Zhong, could not help but smile, like the children that the Li family and the Chu family can teach. Green Shui and Pinger were spoken to by Li Zhong, and they also hurriedly apologized. Young master, we have to protect you, Li Zhong said. I don't need protection. Anyway, my grandpa will be back next month. If I lose the fight, it's just the right time to learn a couple of good moves from my grandpa. Pinger thought, if you lose the fight, then the group of children's old man, old mother, not by the old master to death not. Those children on the opposite side of the street obviously knew about Li Deju and Marshall Chu as well. Although they were royal relatives, they knew that the Li and Chu families, even if they were royal relatives, could not afford to mess with them. There were already two princes that had folded in the hands of the Li and Chu families. Their old man wasn't a prince. Chapter 28. All the civil servants are inferior to a child seeking collection. Seeking to follow the reading. Just when these assholes are in and out, one of the imperial doctor of the state prison came over. What are you all doing here? Don't you go back to class yet? Do you want me to tell your parents the truth about how you all behaved in the state prison? A bunch of kids, finally, are finding excuses to leave, but not before leaving with some harsh words. You're lucky this time. Don't leave if you're capable. Just wait here. This kind of thing Li Zhong still doesn't bring fear, okay? I'll wait for you guys right here. This time it was the turn of the kids who had put up a tough fight to be dumbfounded. Taking advantage of Dr. Taishue's urging, they directly fled as if they were leaving. Lin Chuan also wanted to go back, but he was pulled back by Li Zhong. Li Zhong, thank you for helping me, but I can no longer let my father for heart academics, Lin Chuan said pitifully. Li Zhong walked directly to the doctor of the Imperial College and bowed respectfully before saying, Old Grandpa, I would like to give Lin Chuan half a day's leave. The doctor of the Imperial College was specially called, and in his heart, he knew what he should do and what he should not do. Good, grant you half a day's vacation. Dr. Taishue directly agreed. With that, Dr. Taishue turned and left. Li Zhong looked back at Lin Chuan and said with a smile, Look, isn't this good? Li Zhong looked around the room, looked at the stone benches in the back, and said, Let's go sit over there. Li Zhong pulled little Lin Chuan and went to the stone bench. Li Zhong and Lin Chuan climbed up to the stone bench and sat down, their 4 short legs, none of which could touch the ground, wobbling in mid-air. Sister Green Shui, go to the car and bring me some of my favorite peach blossom cake, and bring me some honey water, Li Zhong instructed Green Shui. Yes, Green Shui agreed, and after instructing Pinger twice, she went back to get her things. Li Zhong looked at the unhappy Lin Chuan and said, You'll be in a better mood if you eat something sweet later. Seeing that Lin Chuan was still unhappy, Li Zhong directly revealed his small arm as thick as a lotus root joint and said, Lin Chuan, you tell me who all bullied you. I'll help you bully back today, and make sure that they won't dare to bully you in the future. Lin Chuan shook his head and said, I'm not afraid of them bullying me. I'm worried about my father, my royal grandfather. It seems, doesn't like my father anymore. No way. What kind of father doesn't like his child? After saying this sentence, Li Zhong hastily added a sentence, saying, unless one's child has committed an unforgivable sin, and your father has not committed an unforgivable sin. Lin Chuan looked at Li Zhong and said, but my father contradicted royal grandpa in public and said that he was wrong. Li Zhong looked at Lin Chuan and said, it's the matter of the Tower of Heaven, isn't it? Lin Chuan nodded and said, yes, that's the thing. Li Zhong inquired to Lin Chuan, then do you think your royal grandfather did the right thing? Lin Chuan thought for a while and shook his head. I don't know, but I heard my father say that it would cost lots and lots of money and use lots and lots of people. My grandfather said that your father didn't do the right thing, Li Zhong said to Lin Chuan. Sitting in the middle of the pavilion, Emperor Yen Tai, who originally had a casual attitude, couldn't help but be a little interested when he heard Li Zhong's words. When Lin Chuan heard Li Zhong's words, he said in disbelief, "But your father is also against it?" Li Zhong nodded and said, "That's why my grandfather said that what my father did wasn't right either." Seeing Lin Chuan's incomprehension, Li Zhong opened his mouth and explained, "My grandfather said that your royal grandfather's intention to build the Tower of Heaven was to gather public opinion. Since we have to gather public opinion, it must be open for the people to board in order to gather public opinion. My grandfather said that when the time comes, when the Tower of Heaven is finished being built, it can be made possible for everyone to pay to go up, so that money can be earned and public opinion can be gathered. You can also show that your royal grandfather was a holy lord of the generation and was willing to be happy with the people, so that more people will pray for your royal grandfather, in one fell swoop. In addition, my grandfather also said that when building the Tower of Heaven, it is also possible to provide food for labor instead of feeding a lot of stragglers, which my grandfather said is a good thing." Lin Chuan seemed to understand. "I don't quite understand what you're saying, but when my father came back, he didn't say that royal grandfather agreed to do this?" Li Zhong said, "I don't understand what my grandfather said, but my grandfather didn't say that your royal grandfather didn't agree? And did your father ask your royal grandfather?" Lin Chuan shook his head and said, "I don't know, probably didn't ask." "Then go back and talk to your father and ask him to ask your royal grandfather. Maybe your royal grandfather agrees to do this? It could feed a lot of people, so it's definitely a good thing." Lin Chuan nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, I'll go back and have my father ask royal grandpa." Emperor Yen Tai, who was sitting in the middle of the pavilion, couldn't help but laugh after listening to Li Zhong's words. Li Zhixing the old fox. Apparently Emperor Yen Tai had already accepted this suggestion that Li Zhong had said. What Li Zhong said was not what Li Zhixing said, but what Li Zhong temporarily remembered to say to Emperor Yen Tai. Now that he'd stumbled upon it, Li Zhong definitely had to get it over with, not just for Lin Chuan, but his own old father who couldn't even peel an egg properly. Li Zhong didn't want to let his father peel eggs for him every day in the future. That would affect his physical development. His own old father is still fit to be an officer to earn himself some money to spend. Green Shui came back quickly and brought the delicious food that Li Zhong said. Li Zhong distributed a piece of peach blossom cake to Lin Chuan and said, "Try it. My mother made it herself. It's very sweet." Lin Chuan tasted a bite and his eyes glared a few points brighter. "It's really sweet." After eating a piece, Lin Chuan asked Li Zhong, "Li Zhong, do you think my royal grandfather did the right thing?" Emperor Yen Tai, who was all set to leave, stopped again when he heard Lin Chuan's question. For some reason, Emperor Yen Tai also wanted to hear how this little guy, Li Zhong, evaluated himself. Li Zhong thought for a while and said, "I don't know if what your royal grandfather did was right or not, but I feel quite sorry for your royal grandfather." Emperor Yen Tai was also surprised to hear Li Zhong say that he was pitiful. Lin Chuan felt equally strange. His own imperial grandfather was an emperor. How could he be pitiful? Li Zhong asked Lin Chuan, "When you celebrate your birthday, will your father and your royal grandfather prepare gifts for you?" Rinawa rightfully nodded, nodding happily. "Of course, they all get me presents." Li Zhong continued, "So is it true that whatever you want, they will prepare for you?" Lin Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, especially royal grandpa. He will promise me anything I want. So yeah, look at your royal grandfather on his birthday, preparing a gift for himself and so many people objecting. If your royal grandfather's father and grandfather were there, they would have prepared a gift for your royal grandfather. I think your royal grandfather was just like us. He was just a big kid without his father and grandfather." Ka-ching, Emperor Yen Tai, who had resumed his seat, heard Li Zhong's words, and the teacup in his hand was directly crushed by him, at the same time broken. There are Yen Tai D heart used to hide the softest place in the heart of the hard shell, a dynasty full of people, dozens of children and grandchildren, is even worse than a child. Witness the vibration of the imperial chi, gain 500 witness points, gain 1 point in martial arts talent. This shakes the royal air. It can't be the thought of 2 sons dying because of me? That's not my fault, and it's true that the 2 of them are trying to plot against each other. Li Zhong didn't dare to be too happy at all when he saw this tip. Chapter 29 Writing the neck begs for favorites and catch-up reading. Seeing Emperor Yen Tai's dragon face furious, the group of people serving inside the gazebo directly knelt down. Emperor Yen Tai ignored them and continued to listen to Li Zhong and Lin Chuan's conversation. Lin Chuan cocked his head for a moment and said, "In that case, Imperial Grandpa is really pitiful. I at least have my father and Royal Grandfather to love, and Royal Grandfather has no one to love. I'm going to go find Royal Grandpa later to apologize. I secretly felt that Royal Grandpa did something wrong before. Emperor Yantai also couldn't help but smile when he heard Lin Xuan's words. In fact, Emperor Yantai was most distressed by this granddaughter of his. Otherwise he wouldn't have given her the title Lin Xuan right after she was born. Lin Xuan is not just a title. This is actually Lin Xuan's fiefdom. Emperor Yantai granted the entire Lin Xuan city to Lin Xuan when Lin Xuan was just born. This is a unique favor for 3 generations of the royal family. So Lin Xuan is a small rich woman with a fiefdom. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he hesitated again, shrinking his short legs back and inquiring to Li Zhong with some uncertainty. What do you think if I apologize? What if Imperial Grandpa doesn't forgive me? Li Zhong thought for a moment and said with a pat on the back, if you don't forgive you, you'll disown this grandfather, and I can give you half of my grandfather, and half of my grandpa. As Emperor Yantai listened to the conversation between these two villains, all that gloom in his heart finally felt swept away. Your Majesty, slave dare to speak up. A small eunuch who was kneeling on the ground suddenly opened his mouth. Emperor Yantai glanced at the other party and said, speak. The little eunuch took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, I feel that Li family's child may have known that Your Majesty was here. And all those words he deliberately said to Your Majesty. This was all completely done on purpose by Li Zhixing. After Emperor Yantai heard this, he nodded slightly and said, Your words do have a few points of truth. I'm afraid that this side of me is indeed not too clean. After saying that, Emperor Yantai to his side of the big companion said, Son companion, you are the commander of the Imperial Dragon Inner Guards. This matter will be handed over to you to investigate. You carefully check to see how many people I have in this side of the ooze. Son companion respectfully said, Nuns obey the decree. After saying that, Yantai Di got up and prepared to leave. You stay here and investigate the matter clearly before coming back to me. Yantai Di stopped his son companion who was planning to follow him. Son companion nodded in response, while cautiously inquiring, Your Majesty, where are you planning to go? And do you need new Zai to arrange for others to follow? Yantai Emperor said without turning his head, Didn't you hear that kid from the Li family are going to take my granddaughter and abduct her to the Li family as a granddaughter? After Emperor Yantai left, only Sun Yanyan and the others were left inside the gazebo. Take this person down from me. After Sun Companion straightened up, he directly and indifferently commanded. The 2 people around Sun Companion directly came up and tackled the little eunuch who had just entered the speech. Eunuch son, why did you take me down? It's not like I'm the one who leaked the news out? The little eunuch inquired in disbelief while struggling. Sun Companion looked coldly at this little eunuch and said, His Majesty's visit to the state eunuch was impromptu, and I was the only one who knew about it. So do you mean that I revealed the information to the Li family in advance? When the little eunuch heard this, he couldn't help but panic. God grandfather, I didn't say it was you. Maybe the rest of the Li family found out that His Majesty was here and deliberately taught that child to say that? The little eunuch was still going to struggle. Sun Companion hastily waved her hand and said, Don't. I'm not worthy of being your god grandfather. If you're saying that the rest of the Li family found out that His Majesty is here, that's the same as saying that we, the Imperial Dragon Inner Guards, are all just freeloaders. A dry eater like me deserves to be your god grandfather there, and people like us deserve to die even more. The little eunuch was completely flustered and was about to beg for mercy in a hurry, but Sunmate was no longer giving him a chance to speak. Straight away, he had his mouth gagged and brought back for a slow trial. Sun Companion looked at Li Zhong in the distance and muttered to herself, He really dares to talk nonsense. A child under the age of a week can discover that we are here. After Emperor Yantai left the gazebo, he soon appeared in front of Lin Xuan, Imperial Grandpa. When Lin Xuan saw Emperor Yantai, his eyes instantly lit up, directly jumping down from the stone bench and running towards Emperor Yantai with his short little legs. Li Zhong turned around and also saw, at some point, Yantai Di who had come behind him. Li Zhong really didn't hear anything at all. A first-rate expert is truly terrifying. Li Zhong was secretly alert in his heart. Yantai Di directly picked up Lin Xuan, who was running towards him, with one hand. Li Zhong looked at Emperor Yantai and looked up and down curiously. Li Zhong met His Majesty, the Emperor of Dian for the first time. Emperor Yantai was much younger than Li Zhong thought. According to normal calculations, Emperor Yantai was already 300 years old, but in reality, Emperor Yantai looked like he was only 60 years old. That's something Li Zhong does know a little bit about. Emperor Yantai ascended the throne at the age of 60, and the moment he did so, Emperor Yantai was already directly ranked in the first rank. At the same time, because of the addition of qi, one can be disease-free and look ageless until one's vitality is exhausted. Such a benefit is one of the key reasons why the throne can be so fascinating. Imperial Grandpa, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have suspected you of doing something wrong before. Lin Xuan apologized directly to Yantai Di when he was picked up by him. While saying that, tears fell from Lin Xuan's eyes. Emperor Yantai gently wiped away Lin Xuan's tears and said, "How could Imperial Grandpa blame you? You are Imperial Grandpa's most beloved granddaughter." When Lin Xuan heard Emperor Yantai's words, a pair of starry eyes immediately released an excited light. "Imperial Grandfather, you still love me?" Emperor Yantai laughed and said, "It naturally hurts you. You're so kind. Imperial Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely prepare the best birthday gift for you, Imperial Grandpa, when you have your birthday." When Emperor Yantai heard Lin Xuan's words, he was instantly in a good mood. "Good. Imperial Grandpa is waiting for your gift." After Emperor Yantai finished speaking, he looked at Li Zhong. "You are Li Zhixing's grandson, Li Zhong." Without waiting for Li Zhong to answer, Lin Xuan replied, "Yes, Imperial Grandfather. He is still my best friend." Li Zhong jumped down from the stone bench and was about to salute Emperor Yantai by following the example of an adult. Emperor Yantai looked at Li Zhang's little fat hand and directly waved his hand. "It's free. Since you're Lin Xuan's best friend, there's no need to salute." When Lin Xuan heard Emperor Yantai's words, he directly raised his cute little chin at Li Zhong, the meaning of which was clearly, "You see that Imperial Grandpa still loves me, right?" Emperor Yantai looked at Li Zhong and said, "Do you want me to hug you too?" Li Zhong shook his head and said, "You are Lin Xuan's grandfather. I don't need you to hug me. I have my own grandfather, and my grandfather doesn't just hug me, and let me play with him by his beard, and let me ride the neck." When Emperor Yantai heard Li Zhong's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. "You said that Li Zhixing let you pull his beard? And let you ride his neck?" Li Zhong nodded and said, "My grandfather used to let me ride necks." After hearing this, Emperor Yantai glanced at the expectant Lin Xuan in his arms and directly picked Lin Xuan up, intending to let Lin Xuan ride on his neck as well. Li Zhong saw this and secretly said in his heart, "Small Lin Xuan, I can only help you here." Sun Yan Yan, who arrived behind, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, you mustn't." Emperor Yantai, however, was not the least bit amused. "There is no Your Majesty here. There is only granddaughter and grandfather. Ask someone to go find Li Zhixing. I want to see how his grandson rides his neck," Emperor Yantai said while placing Lin Xuan on his neck. Witness Lin Xuan riding the neck of Yantai D, and gain 500 witness points. Chapter 30, He's That Royal Nemesis begs for favorites and catch-up reading. Lin Xuan, who was riding on Emperor Yantai's neck, was cautious at first, but after seeing the scenery at that height, Rinawa still couldn't help but let out a wow. Emperor Yantai felt the same feeling of great satisfaction within his heart when he heard an exclamation from his granddaughter. "Son companion is behind, carefully guarded, afraid of a mistake. Come with me to your grandfather. Little one, let me see how you ride your grandfather's neck," Emperor Yantai said to Li Zhong. Li Zhong shook his head and said, "No, those people said for me to wait for them here. I still have to teach them a lesson, so that they don't bully Lin Xuan again in the future." Emperor Yantai heard Li Zhong's words and thought that this little guy Li Zhong was somewhat interesting. If word got out that he let Lin Xuan ride his neck today, who would dare to bully Lin Xuan unless he didn't want his head anymore? Li Zhong glanced at Emperor Yantai and suddenly said, "You're Lin Xuan's grandfather. Why don't you come and teach them a lesson for Lin Xuan?" Hearing Li Zhong's words, Emperor Yantai said in a strange and amused manner, "You're asking me to beat those children?" Li Zhong shook his head and said, "No, my grandmother said, the son does not teach the father. So I got into trouble, my grandmother punished my father." Emperor Yantai couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. But when you think about it, this is really something that Shang Wanlan did. You're right about that too. The son doesn't teach the father. But as Rinawa's grandfather, I deserve to teach their grandfather a lesson. Son companion immediately promised, "I'll go and do it now." Those who could study inside the state prison had their homes in the inner city. So it didn't take a moment. The grandfathers and grandmothers of the children who had bullied Lin Xuan came. They had just arrived and saw it. Lin Xuan, who was riding on Emperor Yantai's neck. Seeing such a scene, they were all shocked in their hearts. Riding on Emperor Yantai's neck, Lin Xuan was the only grandson within the entire palace to receive such favor. Between the electric whirlwinds of their minds, a lot of things came to them all at once. "Your Majesty, everyone has arrived," Sun Companion said in a respectful voice. Emperor Yantai looked at these royal officials in front of him and said, "You should be clear about what I've called you all here for today. Lin Xuan is my granddaughter. I can't even spare a curse. How dare you allow your children and grandchildren to bully my granddaughter? Do you think Lin Xuan doesn't have a grandfather?" Put. Hearing Emperor Yantai's words, those royal officials standing on the opposite side of the room directly knelt down. One kowtowed vigorously, stating that he deserved to die for his crime and that he had failed to teach his son, daughter. Yantai Emperor coldly said, "You are indeed teaching your children poorly. All of you are punished to serve for 3 years and kneel for 3 hours. After 3 hours, bring your own children back to educate yourselves." "Thank you, Your Majesty." A crowd of people thanked them repeatedly. Witness Emperor Yantai standing up for Lin Chuan. Gained 300 witness points. After Emperor Yantai announced the content of the punishment, he turned his head and said to Li Zhong in a pleasant manner, "It's okay now." Li Zhong nodded and said with great satisfaction, "Satisfied. So they won't dare to bully Lin Chuan in the future. This punishment or Yantai Di?" asked Li Zhong. Li Zhong told Yantai Di that every time he got into trouble, his grandmother made his father kneel for an hour. Emperor Yantai felt that the courtiers all knelt for 1 hour, and the royal family kneeling for 3 hours was not much at all. Of course the other side of the coin was that Emperor Yantai could not, for such a matter, cut off the heads of the royal family. Just give them enough to teach them a lesson. Seeing that Li Zhong was satisfied, Emperor Yantai directly said to Li Zhong, "Let's go. Go find your grandfather." Aha! Li Zhong promised and followed Emperor Yantai and also Lin Chuan. When Li Zhong and the others had gone far away, those royal officials who were kneeling on the ground dared to whisper, "Whose family's child is that child? It doesn't seem to be a descendant of our royal family. But by the looks of it, His Majesty seems to favor that child. I remember that kid. He's the one from the Li family." The Li family? The Li family? The grandson of the great Confucianist of Li Ji luggage. I went to see this child when he had his 100th birthday banquet. After hearing about Li Zhong's origin, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! That's the child who was born less than half a year ago and had the third prince killed, the sixth prince captured in the cold palace for eternity, and the Yu family executed for 9 clans. That's right, that's the kid. So that's the kid. It is said that this child is my royal nemesis. And now it seems to be true. Let's not talk about that baby. Let's talk about the baby we're going to get. Say, you still want to talk about them? He's my grandfather if I don't go back and beat my unlucky grandson to death. And you're going to go home and beat it. And I'm going to beat it later. And then I'm going to go home and beat it again. And I'm not going to grow an eye. The crown prince is the crown prince even if he is no longer in favor. Moreover, His Majesty favors Lin Chuan. A blind man can see that. Thinking that he knows a bit of the inside story, he is running rampant in the State Scholarship Academy. He must be made to learn a good lesson. Yes, a beating here, and another at home, and only if their old man kneels for me for the full 6 hours. And by the way, also remind those assholes to stay away from that royal nemesis of the Li family. Yes, that's important. An hour later, those children who had bullied Lin Chuan before saw their grandfather and grandpa kneeling on the ground. But when they were about to go forward, they realized that their grandfather and grandpa were looking at themselves in an extraordinarily wrong way. The look in their eyes seemed like they wanted to skin them. The little fatty whose nose was previously made to bleed by Li Zhong, completely failing to see that his grandfather's eyes were not right, directly came up and begged his grandfather, "Grandpa, the Li family's child beat me up. Grandpa, you have to make a decision for me." And he used his grandfather and his grandpa to scare me. Kneeling on the ground, the old grandpa gritted his teeth and said, "Good. Revenge. Later grandpa will give you revenge." If it hadn't been 3 hours, he would have wanted to get up right now and beat the crap out of his grandson. After 2 more hours of this, the grandfathers and grandmothers who were kneeling on the ground directly amiably recruited all of their grandchildren, granddaughters, and grandchildren to their side. Then there was the sound of one spanking after another and one cry after another in the midst of this state prison. This time these grandpas and grandpas did not keep their hands off. They had to help these people grow a lesson, or else they would really die in the future without knowing how they died. Today they all have a full childhood. This side of the state prison is not to be mentioned for the time being. After Li Zhong and Emperor Yantai left the state prison, Emperor Yantai then took Li Zhong and Lin Chuan, got into his dragon carriage, and headed within the palace. Seeing this scene, Uncle Chen hurriedly inquired about what had happened to Green Shui. After Green Shui quickly described what happened, Uncle Chen also explained that Green Shui and Pinger had followed Li Zhong closely. Uncle Chen, on the other hand, quickly went home to report the news. When something like this happened, whether it was good or bad, then the elders of the family had to be made aware of it at the first opportunity. When the time comes, for better or for worse, it's good to have a response in advance. After all, Li Zhong is just too small, especially since the water in this palace is too deep for Li Zhong to grasp. It's better to prepare your family so that you can be on the safe side. Chapter 31, 8 months of showmanship and the first request for favorites and catch-up reading. When Li Zhong arrived at the imperial study in the dragon carriage, Li Zhixing had already been waiting here for a long time. Seeing that Li Zhong followed Emperor Yantai and Lin Chuan back together, Li Zhixing also froze. "See, Your Majesty." Li Zhixing bowed. Emperor Yantai, who was sitting behind the long case, gave a hum and said to Li Zhixing, "Your grandson said that he often rides your neck and grabs your beard to play with it. So perform for me." This, Li Zhixing never thought that Emperor Yantai had asked himself to come to the imperial study to see this. Li Zhixing glanced at Li Zhong, who winked towards Li Zhixing. After being slightly stunned for a moment, Li Zhixing arched his hand and said, "This is His Majesty's imperial study, and the old minister does not dare to be rude and fool around." Emperor Yantai waved his big hand and said, "I forgive you for your innocence." Without waiting for Li Zhixing to say anything else, Li Zong ran over and directly opened his hands for a hug. "Grandpa, today Lin Chuan even rode his imperial grandpa's neck, and I also told His Majesty that I rode your neck at home as well, so if you don't let me ride it now, I'll lose face." Hearing Li Zhong's words, Emperor Yantai laughed out loud and said, "I Ching Li, today, in the middle of this imperial study room, there is no His Majesty and his subjects, just two grandfathers and a grandson and a granddaughter." Hearing Emperor Yentai's words, Li Zhixing skillfully picked up Li Zhong and placed him on his neck. Emperor Yantai looked at Li Zhixing's such skillful movements and laughed. "I, for one, really didn't expect that you, I Ching Li, a great scholar of the world, would also be so pampering your juniors at home." After letting Li Zhixing play on his neck for a while, Li Zhixing put Li Zong down and stroked Li Zong's little head in a doting manner before saying to Emperor Yantai, "Your Majesty, this grandson of mine is naughty and has not offended you." "Your Majesty, has he?" Emperor Yantai said, "Li Aiqing, you raised a good grandson. My dozens of children and grandchildren plus this whole dynasty are not as good as your grandson." Li Zhixing could hear that Emperor Yantai was genuinely praising him. It was just that Li Zhixing didn't realize what his grandson had done and looked directly down at Li Zhong. Li Zong, worried about his grandfather exposed, immediately said, "I just said grandfather. At home," said those words. Then Li Zong repeated the two suggestions he had thought of on the spot earlier to his grandfather. By the way, he also told Li Zhixing all about his conversation with Lin Chuan. When Li Zhixing heard the first suggestion that Li Zhong said, he was the one whose gaze shrunk. Fortunately, these decades of qi-nourishing kung fu were not practiced for nothing, so Li Zhixing did not lose his temper. After Li Zong finished repeating in a milky voice, Emperor Yantai looked at Li Zhixing and said, "I approve of I Ching Li's suggestion. Tomorrow at the court, I Ching Li will be able to present his proposal." When Li Zhixing heard Emperor Yantai's words, he busily got up and said, "Your Majesty, the old minister would like to ask Your Majesty to release the Crown Prince from his confinement." And the Crown Prince was only unaware of Your Majesty's true intentions before he rashly contradicted them. Emperor Yantai pondered for a while, glanced down at Lin Chuan, who was looking expectantly at himself in his arms, and smiled. "Good, and granted. By the way, there is also Li Hong. Tomorrow you can also go to court." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Zong listened on the sidelines. When it really felt that this family did not own to have to break up. Witness the release of the Crown Prince from his confinement and gain 100 witness points. Witness Li Hong being allowed to go to the court. Gain 50 witness points. Li Aiqing, you teach the Crown Prince is indeed meritorious. The position of the Crown Prince is vacant for many years. It is time for someone to succeed. Hearing this, Li Zong understood that Emperor Yantai was pleased and wanted to reward him for his achievements. Sure enough, the next moment, Emperor Yantai said, Li Zhixing came forward to hear the seal. Li Zhixing rose and stood with a respectful arch. Li Zhixing has been meritorious in teaching the Crown Prince, and has been promoted to Crown Prince and University Sergeant of the Academy of Literature. Elder Minister, thank you, Your Majesty, for your great favor. Li Zong still knew something about the official hierarchy of Dian. Before his own grandfather's Crown Prince Custodian, although also a grade, but the position is after the Crown Prince Custodian. As for the College of Arts and Letters University Sergeant, although it is also a grade, but that is to assist the Emperor. Now that Emperor Yantai bestowed the title like this, it was like digging in his own son's corner. Of course for Li Zhixing, this is a proper promotion. Although they were both first grade, there was still a difference between a first grade and a first grade as well. The position of Minister of Public Works is also vacant. What does Minister Li think of Li Hong? Emperor Yantai continued to inquire. Ministry of Industry, that is a fat job. Do not have to enrich themselves. Is overhand oil? That is very exaggerated. However, Li Zhixing knows his son's temperament. Directly for his son refused. My son is not suitable for the Ministry of Industry. Let him be a royal historian is enough. Emperor Yantai said. Then promote Li Hong to the position of Imperial Historian. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great honor. The old and the middle were bestowed. Emperor Yantai finally turned his gaze to Li Zong. What kind of reward do you want? Li Zong said. I'll take whatever Your Majesty gives me. Emperor Yantai thought for a moment and said, then grant you a Winxiu in the first rank. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Li Zong followed Li Zhixing's example and thanked him. After thanking him for his grace, Li Zong said, Your Majesty, can you bestow another Wuxiu Kai in the first rank? After all, I am also very capable of fighting. Emperor Yantai looked at Li Zong revealing his white and tender little arms and burst out laughing. Good. also grant you a martial arts Shiotsuai and D. Li Zong begged for this bestowal, mainly to level the playing field, or your own grandmother will be unhappy. What's more, he was at least an 8th grade expert, and it was not too much to ask for a martial arts showman. Plus, witnessing 2 showmen and the first one earns you 2 witnessing points. Witness yourself bestowed with the title of Wen Shiotsuai and number 1, gaining 500 witness points, gained 1 point in Confucianism. Witness yourself bestowed with the title of Wushu Shiotsuai and number 1, gaining 500 witness points, gained 1 point in martial arts talent. Li Zong looked at the rewards in front of him. A good guy straight away. That's gaining talent points. It's a bloodbath. By the way, how old was the youngest Shiotsuai in the previous Dian dynasty? Come on, let's show you guys how crazy an 8-month showman can be. Li Zong and Li Zhixing didn't stay in the imperial study room for long. After Li Zong and Lin Chuan made an appointment for their next meeting, Li Zong was carried away by his own grandfather. After leaving the imperial study and returning to the top of the Li family's carriage, Li Zhixing only asked Li Zong, "Zhong, how did you come up with those 2 suggestions?" Li Zong explained to Li Zhixing and said, "I saw it in a book in Grandpa's study, and inside Grandpa's study there was a travel journal that recorded famous sites from all over Dian, and some of the man-made sites were originally charged, so I thought that the famous sites made by the emperor should also be able to charge a fee. Food for work, also read on top of a book in Grandpa's study about the famine years." Li Zhixing heard Li Zong's words and was really more and more satisfied with this grandson of his. Suddenly Li Zhixing thought of a question. "When did you become literate, Zong? How come Grandpa didn't know?" Li Zong said, "Grandpa, you hold me and read from time to time. Grandpa reads and I read, then I memorize it. When Grandpa isn't home, I read by myself." When Li Zhixing heard what Li Zong said, he directly laughed out loud. "Not bad, not bad, not bad for my Li Zhixing's grandson. Grandpa originally wanted to enlighten you, but now it seems that it's not necessary." It's not necessary. After the 2 returned to the Li family, Chu Ling and Li Hong had long been waiting at the door. Seeing Li Zhixing holding Li Zong down, Chu Ling and Li Hong also rushed forward to inquire. "There is no need to be nervous. Zonger has made a great achievement today, and he has also been given the title of Xiu Kai in the 1st rank." Li Zhong stretched out 2 fingers to correct Li Zhixing. "Grandpa, it's 2 Shiotsuai in the 1st. Li Zhixing laughed. "Yes, it's 2 Shiotsuai in the 1st. Li Hong and Chu Ling both froze when they heard Li Zhixing's words. 8 months of showmanship in 1st place. "Father, are you telling the truth?" Li Zhixing said. "Naturally it's true. The eunuch from the palace who bestowed the title will be here soon, so you guys go and get ready. In addition, you and I have been blessed by the congregation's children, and both have been bestowed. We all have to thank the congregation of children today." Li Hong and Chu Ling glanced at each other, completely at a loss as to what their son, in fact, did. Not only did they not know, but the entire inner city's dignified people all wanted to know how people's old Li family was so good at giving birth to grandchildren. Then look at their family just no bullying Lin Chuan's grandchildren. Suddenly angry again. Carry over and beat again. Chapter 32 Catching the Weak begs for favorites and catch-up reading. On the 2nd day of the court, the crown prince wrote a letter. The 2 suggestions given by Li Zong enlightened to Emperor Yen Tai. The civil and military officials were all amazed at the prince's 2 suggestions. These 2 proposals are really a perfect solution to the vast majority of the problems previously mentioned by the opposition parties. These are 2 absolutely perfect pieces of advice. However, the discerning people above the courtroom are clear that this is definitely not what the crown prince came up with. Instead, the newly promoted crown prince came up with it and then taught it to the crown prince. At the same time, they understood the reason why the Li family's oldest and youngest were promoted and bestowed. Only Li Zhixing knew clearly that these 2 suggestions had nothing to do with him at all. It was all thought up by Li Zong. However, Li Zhixing was also aware that no one would believe him even if he said it. It would also only make people think that Li Zhixing was deliberately elevating his grandson. Therefore, Li Zhixing smiled and just kept quiet. Emperor Yantai naturally agreed readily and praised the crown prince for studying hard. This made the 4th and 5th emperors very annoyed. It was clearly their proposal, and the light was taken away from them again by the crown prince. In addition to the crown prince, Li Hong also received a new appointment. The Tower of Heaven was built by the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Household, and the Ministry of Public Works, who jointly went to build it. Li Hong went to supervise on behalf of Emperor Yen Tai. This would be the equivalent of a Chinaman. The bottom line is that this is a real fat job. According to the plan, the whole Tongtian Tower had 33 floors, was 108 meters high, covered an area of 500 acres, and cost more than 30 million taels of silver. Instead, Li Hong is authorized to oversee all the processes. So this up and down. No, do not want to please Li Hong. After all, Li Hong only needed to move his hand, and that was hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. It was also because of this position that the time Li Zong could see Li Hong at home. That was less and less. Often, Li Hong went out before dawn, and Li Hong came back only at dawn. It was also that Li Hong had a bit of cultivation on him, or else within a few days, Li Zong would have gained a new title orphan and widow. In the blink of an eye, another 4 months had passed. Li Zong, too, has managed to unlock a new age group, 1 week old. A must-have weekly item. That's a catch. Li Zong's catch of the week that is especially important. Li Zhixing and Shang Guanlan. They didn't even know how many times they had argued about this. The reason why there is a debate is because Li Zong's catching week will determine whether Li Zong will follow the civil or the martial path in the future. Li Zhixing was strongly urging Li Zong to catch the week in the Li family, while Shang Guanlan felt that it should be in the Chu family. Neither one could convince the other. In the end, the two reached an agreement and directly chartered the most famous drunken moon building in the inner city. This will prevent anyone from cheating. Li Zong, who was 1 year old, changed into the weekly clothes that Chuling had sewn by hand. Aside from being a little bigger, a little more threadbare, and having different sleeve lengths, this is definitely a dress of superior material. There was no way Chuling hadn't learned women's red, although she had already started practicing a long time ago, but it really wasn't something that could be practiced overnight. Still, Li Zong acted like he really liked it. Sewed by my own mother. It looks good anyway. After everyone had arrived at Drunken Moon House, Shang Guanlan was ready to start catching the week. Mother, Li Hong hasn't come yet? Shang Guanlan frowned and said, where did he go on such an important day? Chu Ling hurriedly explained to her husband. Mother, recently Li Hong has been particularly busy with his official duties, but Li Hong knows that Zonger is catching the week today, and he said 2 days ago that he would be sure to come on time. Then wait a little longer, Shang Guanlan said. Ta-da, ta-da, da, a sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. Shang Guanlan and Li Zhixing's brows frowned at the same time. The sound of this going up the stairs was definitely not Li Hong, and the two men could hear it, and the two men heard who was coming. The two of you won't blame poor Taoist me for coming uninvited, right? The supervisory deputy of the heavenly superintendent, after going upstairs, took the initiative to apologize. Li Zong looked at the supervisor deputy of the CTON supervisor and thought that he really did have perseverance. He came once during the full moon and was gagged by his own grandmother without saying a word. He came back once more at the age of 100 and was gagged by his own grandfather without saying a word. Now the weeks are coming back. If Realist Evergreen can be a witness for our two families, we, the Chu and Li families, are begging for it. Shang Guanlan took the initiative to open his mouth, directly blocking the path of the Evergreen Realist, who was planning to abduct Li Zong to cultivate. Li Zhixing similarly said, I'm grateful to Realist Evergreen. This time, however, the Evergreen Realist was clearly prepared. The poor Taoist is not here to witness this time. The poor Taoist has brought a congratulatory gift for grasping the week this time. This is the enlightenment stone I begged from the supervisor. This is a treasure left behind by the human emperor, Taoist ancestor. Seeing what the Evergreen Realist took out, Shang Guanlan and Li Zhixing both changed their faces. Both of the enlightenment stones had heard of them, and they were considered to be the greatest treasure of the Tao sect. Wearing the stone of enlightenment, practicing the Tao would be like a godsend, and the speed of cultivation would be increased by at least 5 times. Of course, this enlightenment stone can also be used to test talent as well, and if it is not a person with outstanding talent, it cannot be recognized by the enlightenment stone. The Evergreen Realist was clearly taking out his utmost sincerity, and at the same time, he was also telling Li Zhixing and Shang Guanlan that this was clearly the best time for him. If Li Zong didn't have a talent for cultivation, he wouldn't bother in the future. Witness the Taoist Enlightenment Stone and gain 100 witnessing points. Gain 1 point of Taoist talent. Li Zhong looked at the Enlightenment Stone, and a bright light was also released in his eyes. This was definitely a good treasure that could accelerate cultivation, especially since the Tao of the inner breath realm that he was currently practicing was a Taoist spell. Shang Guanlan also hummed lightly at the sight and said, Mr. Evergreen, although my Chu family hasn't produced a human emperor Tao ancestor, what my Chu family can bring out isn't bad either. Then Shang Guanlan took out a reddish, clear stone. When Realist Evergreen saw what Shang Guanlan took out, his expression also moved slightly. This is the Imperial Bloodstone. Shang Guanlan nodded. That's right. This is precisely the Imperial Bloodstone that is stained with the human emperor's essence blood. The Imperial Bloodstone was tainted with the human emperor's essence blood, and it was the best cultivation aid for martial artists, especially for the 7th grade Qi and Blood realm. It was an unparalleled treasure. But again, not just anyone could use it. Only those with outstanding martial arts talent could carry it. Witness the Emperor's Bloodstone and gain 100 witness points. Gain 1 point of martial arts talent. Li Zong felt his mouth watering. When Li Zhixing saw that Shang Guanlan and the Evergreen Realist had both taken out something good, Li Zhixing also took out a pen without any panic. I have no good treasures in my 2 sleeves, just this wolf hair brush used by the Confucian sage back then. Li Zhixing spoke modestly, but everyone in the room knew that this was also the top of the line goodies. The Confucian sage was likewise ranked among the human emperors, and was one of the topmost powerhouses on earth. And the pen he had used, which had originally contained the supreme righteousness of Confucianism, enlightenment with such a pen, that is tantamount to a Confucian saint's personal transmission. Witness the sage of Confucianism's wolf hairbrush and gain 100 witness points. Gain 1 point of Confucianism talent. Li Zong's saliva was literally dripping down at this moment. Good stuff. All good stuff. Just when Li Zong couldn't wait to start catching the week, another person came up, and then he whispered a few words in Chu Ling's ear. Chu Ling's face instantly changed when she heard that. Father, Li Hong has been imprisoned by the Ministry of Justice. Chapter 33, Adults Make the Choice. I want all the little kids. Request for favorites and catch-up reading. When Li Zong heard his mom's words, his little fat face was dumbfounded. Here's that load again. Screwing up at his own important time. Of course Li Zong was also aware that the person who messed up was definitely not targeting himself. They obviously intended to take advantage of this important time for themselves, when everyone's attention was on them and they had no time for others. Take the opportunity to make something out of it. After all, he was now the holder of 2 Shokai and the title of the first, and he was very famous in the imperial city, so it was simple to know his birth date. When Shang Guanlan heard that his son-in-law was in jail, he persuaded Li Zhixing, the child's matter is important, so you should go and see what's going on first. Although Shang Guanlan was persuading, Li Zong really couldn't feel a trace of nervousness from his grandmother's tone of voice. Instead, there was a kind of happy emotion in it. The evergreen realist likewise chimed in. Yes, Daruli, the matter of the child is a big deal, and the Ministry of Penal Affairs prison is not so easy to get out of. Good fellow. Li Zong likewise did not hear in the tone of the evergreen realist that there was half a bit of emotion that was concerned about his old man's well-being. The only one who was really worried about his old man was Chu Ling. Li Zhixing listened to the 2 people's persuasion, not moved at all, and faintly said, Zhonger's catching week is important, and it's only once in a lifetime, so Li Hong's sobriety in jail will be good for his cultivation. Li Zong's entire body was stunned when he heard his grandfather's words. Chu Ling was about to say something else when Li Zhixing directly interrupted. Li Hong can't come, so let's just start catching the week. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Zong was very sure that his old man was the only first son of Li Zhixing and his original wife, Li Zong was about to wonder who his old man's real father was. Based on his understanding of his grandfather, Li Zong guessed that his grandfather should have expected his old man to have this calamity, so he did not panic. Furthermore, the prison of the Ministry of Justice is not good to come out. The treatment inside is poor, but that depends on who it's for. Shang Guanlan and Evergreen Realist, seeing that Li Zhixing didn't take the bait, both showed a bit of disappointment. Witness your own old man being arrested by the Ministry of Justice and put in jail. Gain 10 witness points. Li Zong took a look at the witness point and also felt that it wouldn't be too big a deal. If it's a big deal, it's categorically impossible to have so few witness points. In that case, let's begin. Shang Guanlan also spoke up. The Evergreen Realist nodded similarly. The whole time, just about no one took Li Hong's business to heart. Obviously the 2 of them also knew that Li Hongha deserved this. Seeing this, Chu Ling could only suppress all of her worries to the bottom of her heart. The week of catching officially began. Shang Guanlan, Evergreen Realist, and Li Zhixing, respectively, used their true qi, Dao qi, and righteous qi to wrap the 3 things and make them float in front of Li Zong. Zonger, start choosing. No matter which one you choose, Grandma loves you. Shang Guanlan came up and started playing the affection card. Li Zhixing coughed and said, Zonger, you choose. No matter which one you choose, Grandpa still lets you ride the neck. The Evergreen Realist looked at it and felt as if he didn't have anything to say. However, Li Zong didn't want to let the Evergreen Realist say anything. Li Zong directly stepped forward with his short legs, then directly opened his little fat arms like lotus roots. With his small embrace, he took all 3 items directly into his arms. It's the adults who make the choices. I'll take all the kids. The 3 supreme treasures fell into Li Zong's arms. Surprisingly, at the same time, it let out an eye-catching light. Fortunately, this drunken moon building had been set up long ago, so nothing inside here could be seen by outsiders. The light here is similarly invisible to outsiders. Seeing such a scene, the 3 Shang Guanlan people froze. Such an outcome was something the 3 men had never expected. For such a result to occur, it meant that Li Zong had talent in the 3 areas of Confucianism, Taoism, and martial arts, and all of this talent was still very outstanding. This is very much over the top. It's not like there aren't people that are talented in every way, but generally such people end up in mediocrity. because such a person might be a little bit more amazing in the early stages after all, but because they don't have a standout talent, they will soon be crushed by someone with a single talent in the later stages. All kinds of things are loose, and that's the kind of people who say that. But Lee Zong is different. He is good at everything, which is very scary. Such an outcome was definitely not expected. I think it's better if we don't take the liberty of making decisions for Zhonger, and see what he's more interested in later on. Shall we? In the end, it was Li Zhixing who spoke first. Shang Guanlan naturally had no problem with this, but Shang Guanlan made a condition that Li Zong must return to the Chu family every month for a period of time. Li Zhixing agreed straight away. In a situation like this, Li Zhixing didn't want to influence Li Zong's judgment as a result. Li Zong should also go to my Qintian supervisor every month to learn something. The evergreen realist took the opportunity to interject. Shang Guanlan directly disliked him. He's Zonger's grandfather. I'm Zonger's grandmother. What are you, Li Zhong? Evergreen real estate's mouth opened for half a day, and finally said, I can be Li Zong god-grandfather. Shang Guanlan sneered and said, if you say you're a god-grandfather, you're a god-grandfather. Have you asked Zonger? The evergreen realist looked at Li Zong and said, Zonger, do you wish to recognize me as your god-grandfather? Li Zong looked at Shang Guanlan, only to see Shang Guanlan wink at Li Zong. Li Zong instantly understood that this god-grandfather was very capable of covering. Good day, second grandfather, Li Zong said and bowed his head. He even skipped the word and addressed second grandpa directly. When the evergreen realist heard Li Zong's address, he immediately said with an old and happy heart, good boy, good boy. Li Zhixing did not refute this, because Li Zong did have outstanding Taoist talent. Li Zhixing naturally wanted his grandson to find a cultivation path that he liked the most. Just what Li Zhixing didn't know was that Li Zong's path could be wild. Grandpa, second grandpa, grandma, are you able to go save my father? Seeing that none of them mentioned their father's matter, Li Zong took the initiative to say. Hearing her son's words, Chu Ling also hurriedly said at the side, please also ask all the elders to rescue my husband. Evergreen realist and Shang Guanlan both looked at Li Zhixing. Li Zhixing, old-fashioned, said, he'll be able to go home in the evening. Hearing his grandfather's words, Li Zong knew he had guessed correctly. This calamity of his own father had long been predicted by his grandfather. After all, his own grandfather's political wisdom was many orders of magnitude higher than his own old man's. Otherwise, his own grandfather wouldn't be in the position he was in now. Chu Ling was equally relieved to hear her father-in-law's words. As long as her husband came back safe and sound without any problems, Chu Ling was relieved. Today's events, Li Zhixing merely started, and Shang Guanlan and the evergreen realist both nodded slightly. It was obvious that they would not mention today's incident to anyone, and because of early prediction, so today the drunken moon building and no one to observe the ceremony can come in are the nearest people, are not leaking. Chapter 34 The one-track mindedly Hone begs for favorites and catch-up reading. Into the night, holding the three supreme treasures he had won, Li Zong planned for the future while waiting for his old man to return. What Li Zong needed most right now was definitely the enlightenment stones. This thing is one better than five. Especially for Li Zong, who was practicing the three-life internal breath technique. With this enlightenment stone, if you produce 10 embroidery needles a day now, you will be able to produce 50 a day in the future. According to this progress, in at most another month, Li Zong would be able to reach inner breath realm perfection, and the next thing Li Zong needed was the Imperial Blood Stone, a 7th grade Qi and Blood realm. Inspired by the Emperor's Blood Stone as a guide, that Qi and Blood was bound to be extremely terrifying. The strike comes with a hint of the human Emperor's majesty, and the 7th grade invincibility is stable. As for the Confucian Sage Pen, Li Zong hadn't thought of how to use it for the time being, but baby that surely there is a time when you can use it is all. Waiting until late at night, Li Zong did not see his old man Li Hong come back. Chu Ling was also a bit unable to sit still and walked back and forth in the room. Li Zong felt a little strange. His grandfather said that Li Hong would be able to come back in the evening, so it must be possible to come back. His grandfather had been in the officialdom for so many years, but he never fought battles he wasn't sure of. Yet now his own old man hadn't even returned, which obviously didn't seem right. Did something big happen to Pops? This is unlikely. Although Pops is a stick in the mud, he is all about rules and reason in everything, and will not do anything out of the ordinary. The likelihood of something serious happening is almost zero. After another half an hour, just when Chu Ling felt that she should let Green Shui ask, Li Zhixing sent someone. Ma'am, the young master himself refuses to get out of prison, and the master can't do anything about it. What? Chu Ling and Li Zhong were both incredulous when they heard the words of the visitor. What exactly happened to my husband? Chu Ling eagerly inquired. The person who came was obviously instructed, so when Chu Ling asked, the person directly told the story, as it was. After hearing what happened, Li Zong also felt that his old man was really a stick in the mud. According to the visitor, this matter was a complete setup against Li Hong. Li Hong is too serious and straightforward in his work, but at the same time, he is greasy and refuses to harmonize with the light. People such as Li Hong would naturally stand in the way of many people's fortunes. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. It's not easy for everyone with someone like Li Hong around. So naturally, he had to find a way to get rid of Li Hong before he could do so. If Li Hong was a royal historian with no background, then he would most likely have died in a, suicide with dozens of stab wounds in his back. But Li Hong's background is too deep. They can only get rid of Hong Li through normal means. Thus Li Hong is passively involved in a case where there is no murder. The reason for the murder case is also because it's usually a small case that doesn't dry up Hong Li. For all of this, Li Zhixing naturally had a clear view. That's why Li Zhixing was certain that Li Hong would be able to come out at night. Because Li Zhixing went to talk to the three ministers of the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rights at night. The ending is set up to frame Li Hong two people a jerk to the end. Li Hong's case is found to be unsubstantiated, directly inadmissible. Of course Li Hong because of the stained human life lawsuit. That certainly cannot continue to supervise the work. This ending can be considered a happy one. However, Li Hong is a sinew. He recognized that a human life has been lost. Then it must be investigated. He wouldn't leave the Ministry of Justice's prison until the investigation was clear. Yet how could such a thing be investigated? Li Zhixing had no choice but to have someone come over and give Chu Ling the original story. After listening to the whole thing, Li Zong also felt that these people who set up the bureau 1,000 times shouldn't have used such a bureau to design their own old man. His own old man Li Hong, typical of a sinew, recognized things the face of the heavenly kings are not given. Now that things have come to this, it's not going to end well instead. After Chu Ling heard the return of the visitor, she was also in a hurry and only spun around. Did Gong Du explain what to do next? Chu Ling inquired to the visitor. The master said he could let the young master stay in jail for a few more days. When Chu Ling heard this, she couldn't calm down even more. Li Zong was completely understandable for his grandfather to be able to say such a thing. His own grandfather did his own thing with anyone in the family except himself. If there's nothing else, ma'am, I have a return to make to his lordship, Chu Ling absent-mindedly said. Thank you, Uncle Li. Li Bo respectfully said. This is all what the old slave should do. After a pause, Li Bo suggested to Chu Ling, Madam, you can actually have someone. Send a message to the young master. Just say that the young master misses him, and I believe that the young master will be willing to come out. Chu Ling twisted her head and glanced at Li Zhong, who was eating melon, and then he gladly thanked. Many thanks, Uncle Li, for reminding me. Early the next morning, Chu Ling sent someone to bring Chu Jing here. Chu Jing was from the Department of Devil Suppression and had a very close relationship with the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, Chu Jing was still his own sister, so it was most appropriate to let Chu Jing bring the message. Chu Jing had just arrived in the room, and she had carried Li Zong in her hand. Just as he was about to reach out and bind the chicken, he was stopped by Chu Lin. All the children can talk and are a week old. You can't be a sister-in-law and be so blameless anymore. After being educated by Chu Ling, Chu Jing did not dare to continue reaching out. Li Zong's heart was also relieved. Every time he saw this demoness sister-in-law of his, it was like crossing a bridge for Li Zong. Sister, what is it that you're looking for me for? Chu Jing inquired. Your brother-in-law's business. After Chu Jing heard this, she immediately nodded her head and said, I know about this, and our demon suppression division was also involved. However, it didn't find any clues that were unfavorable to my brother-in-law. Right now, the case is still in the hands of our demon suppression division. Chu Jing immediately gave Chu Jing a rundown of what had happened. After Chu Jing heard this, she immediately said, I think this time my brother-in-law did the right thing. That is after all a human life. Even if it's a woman in a greenhouse, that shouldn't be ended so hastily. Li Zong instantly heard the wa point. Greenhouse girl. When Li Bo came last night, he didn't say anything about the greenhouse girl. How did this get out the greenhouse girl again? Li Zong glanced at his own mom and realized that his mom just frowned slightly and didn't say anything more. Obviously Chu Ling still believed in her husband's character. I asked you to come here so that you could go to the prison of the Ministry of Justice and bring word to your brother-in-law, saying that Zonger misses him at home and that he should hurry home. This kind of thing is obvious to everyone who knows what's going on. There's no way to find out what's going on. What's the point of being in the slammer all the time? Chu Jing put down her teacup and said, Sister, I think you are questioning my ability to handle the case. Li Zong's heart laughed for a while. Chu Ling didn't directly question it, but instead kindly pacified. Jinger, even if this matter is to be investigated, it will take a long time before it can be ascertained. We can't let your brother-in-law stay inside the prison. He didn't even show up during the arrest week. Does he still want to stay in jail for a year or two, waiting for Zhong'er to grow up? Your brother-in-law is a stick in the mud and can't be moved by anything other than the congregation's business. Chu Jing thought for a moment and said, Sister, let's do it this way. I'll directly carry Zhong'er to the Ministry of Penal Affairs prison and let Zhong'er speak directly to my brother-in-law. Chapter 35. This is not the car that goes to kindergarten begs for catch-up reading in favorites. Chu Ling hesitated when she heard that she had to carry Li Zong to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The prison of the Ministry of Justice is not a nice place. Although there was Chu Jing leading the way, that wasn't a place for a child to go. Seeing Chu Ling's hesitation, Li Zong felt that he should still be his own son. Chu Jing still refused to give up, persuading from the side. Sister, you also know that my brother-in-law is stubborn. If I go and say it, my brother-in-law might not believe it. Instead, he still thinks that I swindled him. When Chu Ling heard this, she couldn't help but hesitate. Li Hong is really such a person. But letting her son go to the prison of the Ministry of Penal Affairs, how does this thing sound not quite right? Available. Chu Jing picked up Li Zong as soon as he said, Sister, don't be available. If you hesitate for a while, my brother-in-law will be able to spend the new year in jail. I'll hold the congregation first. We'll be back soon. Alas. Chu Ling chased after him, but he couldn't catch up at all. Chu Jing held Li Zong all the way away from coming to the gate of the Li family, mounting the horse, kicking off the reins, all in one fell swoop without a hint of stalling. Li Zong was held in Chu Jing's arms, and Chu Jing said to Li Zong as she rode, Let's go save your father. What could Li Zong say to that? Can't beat it. Just can't beat it. It was only when Chu Jing rode out of the inner city and headed straight for the West Market in the middle city that Li Zong realized that this wasn't a ride to the kindergarten. Bah! This wasn't a ride to the Ministry of Justice. Chu Jing rode her horse and quickly arrived in front of a building with a large door that opened towards the west and was decorated with a glorious inscription Jasper Pavilion. This is definitely not the Ministry of Penal Prison. If the Ministry of Penal Prison was built here, the whole capital would have to compete to see who commits crimes more ruthlessly. It was early in the morning, not yet time for the place to open. Plus there's just been a murder, so that's even worse for opening. Chu Jing dismounted, and the two brawny men came over and just said something. Chu Jing flashed the sign of the Department of Devil Suppression around her waist, and instantly two pugnacious men, nodding their heads, went to tie up her horse for Chu Jing. Auntie, are you sure this place can save my father? Li Zong asked. Chu Jing said, This is the first crime scene. If we can solve the case, won't we be able to save your father? Li Zong thought, when you solve the case, I am afraid that the Li family will have to eat my father's seat. Immediately after Chu Jing and Li Zong entered Jasper Pavilion, a mom warmly greeted them. Yo, it's that gust of wind that brought the female constable of the Demon Suppression Division here. Crookedness, Chu Jing said without any mercy. Mom's expression was stiff, but after all, she is a person of 8 faces. Did not care about Chu Jing but looked at Li Zong, whose child is this? Long can be really good looking, so Big Point is afraid that it is not weaned it. I'll let someone go to prepare the milk to go. When Li Zong heard this, he felt that this Jasper Pavilion's mom was driving the car, but he had no proof. This is the Li family's first son. My mom's heart. Why don't you go prepare the milk? Chu Jing said expressionlessly. When mom heard this, she was shocked, and then she looked at Li Zong that her eyes changed. However, Li Zong felt that she was not afraid of herself, but as if she saw her future honored guest here. It feels as if it's saying that your guests have to start with a baby. Has Qin Yu come? Chu Jing also ignored her mom and instead directly inquired. Mom hurriedly said, Sheriff Qin came a long time ago and is now upstairs. Chu Jing listened and hugged Li Zong upstairs. Mom hurriedly said, Sheriff Chu, why don't I watch the child for you for a while? That's a murder scene after all. It's weirdly scary. Don't use it. After saying that, Chu Jing took Li Zong upstairs, but Li Zong felt that he was perfectly capable of staying and continuing to criticize these crooked practices on behalf of his sister-in-law. Chu Jing quickly led Li Zong to the upstairs, found the room where the crime scene was, and directly pushed the door in. After entering the room, Li Zong felt that the inside of the room suddenly brightened up, while all those crooked winds dispersed quite a bit. Auntie, good day. Li Zong was in Chu Jing's arms and immediately greeted politely and courteously. Qin Yu saw Chu Jing carrying Li Zong here, since she felt strange, but seeing that Li Zong was as polite as she was, Qin Yu still smiled and responded. Zhong'er is good. Auntie has been busy with her official duties lately, so she hasn't even been able to prepare a weekly gift for you. So when Auntie is ready in a couple of days, I'll send it to you. Li Zong nodded and said, Okay, thank you Auntie. Chu Jing saw Li Zong, who was so well behaved and understanding, in front of Qin Yu, and directly said without any good humor, seeing color and forgetting Auntie's little thing, this auntie of mine is so good to you, and I haven't seen you being so polite to me. Seeing that Chu Jing was about to run off again, Qin Yu quickly stopped Chu Jing before asking, "What did you bring him here for?" Chu Jing said, "I combined the last arson cases that he helped find the evidence. I'm bringing him here to see what he can help not." When Li Zhong heard Chu Jing's words, he realized that Chu Jing was treating him as a mascot. Qin Yu heard Chu Jing's words and said rather helplessly, "Aren't you fooling around?" Chu Jing interrupted Qin Yu and said, "Nonsense or not, I've already brought the people. Hurry up and tell me what you've found. I think there must be something else behind this case, and the higher-ups obviously don't intend to dig deeper before throwing the case at you. If you solve this case, with the credit you'll definitely be promoted to chief arrester this time. We've solved a lot of cases together over the years, and even if I'm the first credit, the credits you've accumulated would have been enough for a promotion long ago. This time this case I certainly cannot participate. After solving the case you are certainly the first credit. Then again do not give you a promotion, I will go to find them to go to say it properly." Li Zong's entire body was stunned as he listened to Chu Jing's bewilderingly confident speech. Li Zong had absolutely no idea where his sister-in-law's confidence came from. Qin Yu was long accustomed to this and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this matter. Let me talk about the case first." Then Qin Yu gave Li Zong and Chu Jing a rundown of the case. After listening to Qin Yu's words, Li Zong also had a clear perception of his old man's case. Turns out Pops didn't come to the greenhouse to steal food. In fact, the Qinglu of the Dian dynasty, that's a really clear water building. Inside the good sister of the main cellar, our colorful and virtuous good sister. Of course if the money is given in place, that's the story of the second floor. As for Li Hong coming here, it was really for official business. According to Qin Yu's investigation, Li Hong came here because of an invitation to talk about the official business of demolishing and relocating the Tongtian building. According to Li Hong, he didn't want to come, but because of the urgency of the demolition matter, Li Hong still came. When they came, Li Hong and the others talked about official business on the first floor, which was normal at first. Then after the flower girl of the night was chosen, there was a mess. The dude who smashed the silver to hold out the flower girl, directly intends to mess on the spot. The flower girl Yao Qin girl does not from. Then his own old man, Li Hong, who had a great sense of justice, stepped right up to the plate. Eventually the dude is driven away, and the Yao Qin girl, in return, invites Li Hong to come to the second floor to have a piece of music played for him. Then when Li Hong came to his senses again, Miss Yao Qin died and Li Hong went to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Witnessed the scene of a murder. Gain 100 witness points. Gain 1 point of talent in crime detection. After hearing this, Li Zong realized that this was a bureau completely targeting his old man. It's a simple and good game, specifically aimed at righteous and one-dimensional people like your own old man. But the key is now dead. The other thing is that Li Zong feels that there aren't too many Yao Qin girls in the Qinglu, which feels a little bit more prevalent like Mr. Tony. Chapter 36 Suicide, a request for catch-up readings and favorites. While the two aunts were discussing the case, Li Zong checked to see what use he could make of the extra bit of detective talent he had. After watching some of it, Li Zong felt that he was getting closer and closer to being a sleuth. 2 points of detective talent could already allow Li Zong to recover the crime through subtle traces. It was actually a setup against your brother-in-law, because based on the circumstances, your brother-in-law didn't have any semblance of blood on him. With a little investigation, your brother-in-law can be ruled out. The only trouble is that your brother-in-law is just inside this room. Although it says that he was lying on the bed and the odds are that he was mesmerized. He was right there at the scene of the crime, and it's hard to be persuasive in insisting that he was mesmerized. The other thing is that this room was sort of a secret room at the time and there was no sign of outsiders coming in. And then there's the fact that there are no traces of the existence of transcendent powers found here. Chu Jing nodded her head uncontrollably after hearing this, and it was not clear whether Chu Jing understood or did not understand. Chu Jing understood or not Li Zong did not know, but Li Zong understood. In short, all the evidence is against Li Hong, but there is no direct evidence that Li Hong killed the person. Everything is a toss-up, and it's mostly just a matter of how well the benefit exchange is done. However, everyone didn't expect Li Hong to be a dead-eyed one-track-minded person with an overwhelming sense of justice at the same time. Just recognize a death. People die. That has to come to an end. In fact, from this point of view, Li Zong felt that his old man had done a good job. It's especially rare to have such qualities in a powerful person like Pops. Under such a feudal system, the powerful and noble classes really regarded human lives as grass, especially the likes of a greenhouse girl. Even though they were pursers, that didn't change their lower class origins. Dead is dead. Who cares? Just based on this point, Li Zong felt that Jasper Pavilion must give his old man a super VIP in the future. Of course if Pops doesn't want it, he can take a downright inheritance and give it to himself for later use. Where was the person lying? Chu Jing inquired. Qin Yu pointed a finger at Chu Jing's feet and said, laying right where you're standing now. a vertical stab to the chest, killing him with one blow. Chu Jing lowered her head, and sure enough, she saw a human figure surrounded by white ash on the ground, where she happened to be standing. Chu Jing said with chagrin, "Why didn't you warn me?" Qin Yu was indifferent, saying, "After the accident here, I don't know how many people have entered back and forth, and the traces have long been almost destroyed. With the scene all destroyed, this becomes even more of a headless case. It's a good thing that Li Zong's talent for sleuthing is now 2 o'clock, and even though the place is devastated, there are still a lot of details that have survived." Then in the middle of Li Zong's brain, he quickly combined these details and a crime scene appeared. At the same time, Li Zong also knew how that Yao Qin died, suicide. That's right, based on all the signs and traces, Li Zong came to this conclusion. First of all, Qin Yu had said that Yao Qin was a vertical stabbing stroke in the chest. This in itself is problematic. Based on the humanoid traces on the ground, Yao Qin's height was about a head shorter than Li Hong. If it was really Li Hong who did it, it would either be a diagonal stab from the top to the bottom, or a diagonal stab from the bottom to the top. And with a horizontal stab, this angle was very awkward. But instead a suicide would be very reasonable. Another is from the direction the body was lying to and the blood spatter. If it was really Li Hong who had done it from the front, the person should have fallen backward, not slumped forward, while Li Hong's body should not have been so clean. Suicide is basically confirmed. However, the motive Li Zong cannot figure out. According to what Qin Yu had said before, Yao Qin had been sold here by her parents, so using her parents to force Yao Qin was obviously not very realistic. As for threatening with siblings, it would be even more impossible to hold Yao Qin. That's why Li Zong couldn't quite figure out how exactly Yao Qin was forced to do it. Failure to find this point makes it hard to convince people that Yao Qin committed suicide. Li Zong felt that what he knew was still too little, so it was best to leave this to Qin Yu to find out more reliably. Just how to let Qin Yu believe suicide this judgment it, after all, he is a child. He said suicide. Qin Yu was not necessarily believe just as Li Zong was thinking. Chu Jing, who was thinking hard and fruitlessly, asked Li Zong, "Tell me who killed the people." Li Zong heard Chu Jing's question were shocked. His sister-in-law is usually so solve the case? It's a straight-up broken beat. But this is good, just so that Li Zong can make his point. Anyway, it's definitely not my father who killed her. She's so small and my father is so big, and my father doesn't even know how to kill a chicken on a regular basis, let alone having to kill someone with a knife. As Li Zong said this, he also made a gesture of stabbing Chu Jing in the chest. Qin Yu saw this but was brightened up, while Chu Jing directly said impatiently, "I still don't know that it wasn't your father who killed him." For his sister-in-law, Li Zong was also speechless. Li Zong felt that if it were not for Qin Yu, Chu Jing might have made a lot of wrongful convictions. That's right, it really wasn't Li Hong who killed him. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Li Zong understood that Qin Yu understood what he meant. Nonsense, I also know it wasn't Li Hong who killed her. Li Zong knows he can't even kill a chicken. The point is who killed her. Suicide. Qin Yu directly stated his judgment. Suicide? Chu Jing was directly stunned when she heard this. What makes you judge that she committed suicide? Chu Jing inquired to Qin Yu with a frown. Qin Yu pointed to Li Zong and said, "He reminded me." Chu Jing looked down at the innocent-looking Li Zong, then looked at Qin Yu. "How did he remind you?" "He just stabbed you in the chest that time," Qin Yu said. Qin Yu obviously knew that Chu Jing couldn't understand such a complicated issue, so he didn't wait for Chu Jing to ask a question. So he continued to explain to Chu Jing down the line. After the explanation, Chu Jing is also enlightened. Directly according to Li Zhong's face on the fragrance of a bite, "I know to bring you to useful. And then there is a big case. I have brought you to." Qin Yu was on the sidelines, all feeling very speechless. But now there's the question of the motive for her suicide. If we can't find a motive, this will be hard to establish. Qin Yu also stated the answer that Li Zhong was looking for. Yes, there's also a motive. She's a flower girl. As a matter of fact, she doesn't lack money, and she was sold in by her family. She shouldn't have any attachment to her family either. Then what exactly is it that could make her commit suicide to frame a courtier? Chu Jing's IQ, finally, was online for once. Let's reorganize the case again according to the suicide one. We might be able to discover something. With a new breaking point, Qin Yu felt that he could reorganize the case from beginning to end again. With Qin Yu's reorganization, Li Zhong soon discovered a new flashy point, and this one was also clearly the key to solving the case. Chapter 37 Kidnapping Request for Favorites and Catch-Up Reading. Li Zong looked at his sister-in-law who was struggling to think, and said in a milky voice, "Auntie, if you say she wants to commit suicide, why did she charm my father into bed? She is also too bad, right, causing my father to be imprisoned, and we're not able to participate in the week of catching on me." Chu Jing listened to Li Zong's words and nodded her head. Right, why did she mesmerize your father in bed? When Li Zong heard Chu Jing's words, He immediately said, "Can't bring it. Genuinely can't bring it." Xinyu instantly grasped this flashy point when she heard Li Zong's words. Xinyu took 2 or 3 steps to the front of that plucking bed. Xinyu carefully examined the bed, and eventually something was really found by Xinyu. In the middle of one of the bed's compartments, a piece of paper was found. Seeing that Xinyu had found a piece of paper, Chu Jing was instantly interested. With 3 or 2 steps, he reached Xinyu's face and took the piece of paper. Li Zhong was in Chu Jing's arms, and he also quickly finished reading the paper. After reading the contents, Li Zhong realized why this Yao Qin willingly committed suicide. Indeed, it wasn't Yao Qin's relatives who had been captured, but one of Yao Qin's lovers, and still being arrested by a very big official. Yao Qin left this letter in the hope that Li Hong would find it, and when the time came, after she died, she would be able to save her lover. At the same time, in order to win the trust of Li Hong, she also wrote in the letter some of her past with her lover, hoping to impress Li Hong. Regarding the contents of this letter, after Li Zhong read it, Du Xiniang could feel that she had not done enough. Only the one-track-minded Li Hong hadn't scrutinized it. Looking at the letter, Li Zhong couldn't help but sigh. Li Zhong was really surprised that this Yao Qin had died for a lover. After Chu Jing read it, her face was a direct shade of iron. Foolish, she's a greenhouse girl and still trusts men. Xinyu took the paper and quickly looked at it, giving birth to the same sigh. How could Yao Qin, a woman from a greenhouse, be so gullible to a man? This letter was just placed here in a dignified manner. How come it wasn't found by the people who came in before? Chu Jing inquired with a not-so-good look on her face. Xinyu put the letter away and said, "The people who came in are just routine, where they would think of checking these things. I think they all know in their hearts that this is exactly how it is, and they are able to work hastily to be able to deliver on the line. Who would think of these? Let's go. Go and see what has happened to the so-called most affectionate and benevolent lover in her mouth now." Chu Jing said to Xinyu, "I think this matter, by this point, can already be handed over." Xinyu said more politely. Obviously Xinyu was also completely unconvinced about that so-called lover boy. "It's fine for us to go and take a look. In case what she said is true, we can also fulfill her last wish," Chu Jing said to Xinyu. After Chu Jing finished speaking, she directly hugged Li Zong and left. Xinyu had no choice but to follow, worrying that Chu Jing had gotten into some trouble. The 2 people came out from inside the room, and the mom immediately went up and asked the 2 constables, "Can the matter be investigated clearly? Can we open our business normally now? Although our business is a cheap business, we also support 100 or so mouths to feed, and if we don't open this day by day, we're going to run out of food." Chu Jing's face was grim as she said, "Since you know that it's a cheap line, it's good to change your line before it's too late. Don't be so cheap that you don't even have a life." Mom's face sank when she heard Chu Jing's words, but in the end, it didn't dare say anything. After Chu Jing left, Xinyu also briefly told her mom what happened. Mom was momentarily silent as she listened. "Are the 2 constables going to find someone now?" Mom's voice inquired with a straight face. "Let's go and take a look, just in case things are true," Xinyu said. Mom laughed coldly and said, "The 2 constables, if the matter is true, no matter how much money is spent to fish people out, this money I, Jasper Pavilion, will pay. If it is not true, then this money for fishing people." The words weren't finished, but the meaning was there. "The water here is too deep. You'd better not get involved. You also know that you have 100 or so people here waiting to eat," Xinyu kindly reminded. "Waste no words, hurry up," Chu Jing said irritably to Xinyu on the first floor. "Coming." Xinyu agreed and went downstairs. Respectfully send off the 2 constables. Jasper Pavilion's mom, directly on the second floor, made a respectful bow to Chu Jing and Xinyu. Chu Jing glanced at her mom upstairs and said, "Don't thank me. I didn't help much. It's all because of this little nephew of mine." Li Zong looked up at his sister-in-law and felt that she was planning to help the super VIP she wanted, but the mom upstairs obviously didn't believe it. After the 3 left Jasper Pavilion, it didn't take much effort to find someone, the brand of the Zenmushi division, that still works very well. The 3 men came outside a large mansion, and instead of going through the front door, they went straight over the wall. With Chu Jing's skills, it was quite quick to find someone. After finding the person, through the window, Li Zong also saw a greasy-headed and extraordinarily white scholar, bound to a plucked bed, struggling ceaselessly. Really kidnapped. This scene also made all 3 of Li Zong a bit surprised. But in the next moment, Li Zong had to sigh. City people really know how to play. Because Li Zong saw a woman wearing a light veil and holding a leather whip in her hand, came to the front of this white and clean scholar, and said delicately, "Mr. Sun, don't move. Oh, you've been kidnapped now." The man known as Duke Sun shook vigorously and said, "I will not yield to you, even if you whip me with a leather whip, burn me with wax, and step on me with the soles of your shoes. Shameless." Bang! Chu Jing's action was a little more direct, directly shattering the entire window. The sudden movement startled everyone inside. And the Sun Gongzi on the bed obviously hadn't understood what was going on yet. He just saw the sudden intrusion of a fair-skinned like a fairy and an exotic two stunning women intruding. This surprise? Go to hell. Chu Jing came up ready to take his life directly. Qin Yu had anticipated this and directly stopped Chu Jing. This is an important witness. You can't kill it. Duke Sun obviously saw that something was wrong as well. Directly struggled violently, but probably because the binding was too explanatory to struggle at all. I am the staff of the king of Jin County. Who are you two? When Li Zhong heard this, he said in his heart, good lord, this Yao Qin's death was really unjust. It's because the big shot who kidnapped her lover in Yao Qin's mouth is this so-called king of Jin County. Chapter 38. How dare they even let a child go begging for a follow-up and favorites? Although Chu Jing couldn't kill the negative man in front of her, she could still give him a beating to shut him up. As for what county king or not, Chu Jing couldn't care less about that right now. Chu Jing, a 5th grade martial artist, beating up a weak scholar, and a tied-up weak scholar at that. That's really a hit and a miss. Seeing that the person fainted to death, Chu Jing handed Li Zong over to Qin Yu and directly went over to pick up Duke Sun with the intention of walking outside. However, just after taking 2 steps, he saw a group of people, numbering about a dozen, coming from inside the courtyard outside. Each one was dressed in black pants, carrying a steel sword in their hands, with a sharp gaze and a long breath. Obviously all of them were martial artists who had entered the grade. Chu Jing carried Duke Sun in one hand, and with a shake of her hand, a long black spear appeared in Chu Jing's hand. The Demon Suppression Division is on business, and those who stand in the way will be killed without pardon. The people inside the courtyard all showed fear when they heard the 3 words Jin Demon Division. The Department of Jinmu has an independent and special existence. It really reaches the heavens. Not to mention ordinary people. Ordinary people can't afford to mess with it. If they are labeled as colluding with demons, raising the 3 clans would be light. Kill them and reward each of them with 10,000 taels of silver. I don't know who yelled from the middle of the yard. At that moment, those martial artists in the middle of the courtyard all regripped the weapons in their hands, with a fierce light in their eyes. Die. Seeing such a scene, Chu Jing was also directly nonchalant. The pitch-black lance in his hand instantly shot out like a dragon. A black spiral front instantly brought down the entire wall. The bricks that flew out backwards were like rain. Just this instant, 2/3 of the people still standing inside the courtyard were gone. The remaining third, too, were a bit of a mess. In the middle of the imperial city, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but in order to protect a mere man of the cloth, there was no need for any super experts to sit in. Thus Chu Jing was completely capable of killing through alone. Just kill Sun Yuan. The people hidden in the shadows, seeing that Chu Jing was so courageous, immediately changed their strategy. Sun Yuan was the witness who was carried in Chu Jing's hand. Kill the witnesses and be completely dead. But in Chu Jing's hands, how could they be allowed to succeed? It was only a few rounds before the remaining ones standing there inside the courtyard fell down. However, Chu Jing was in no hurry to leave, but instead re-stood and looked ahead. In a matter of moments, a dozen or so people reappeared above the wall of the courtyard. This time all that appeared were archers. The bows and arrows in his hands were not the military crossbows of the army, but the runic crossbows that were even 1 level higher than the military crossbows. The talisman crossbow was a product of the Taoist sect, where talismans were inscribed on top of the crossbow, making it much more powerful than a normal military crossbow. However, the production was extremely low, while the number of times it could be used was also very limited, with each rune crossbow being used up to 3 times. After 3 times, it's a straight reimbursement. One more thing is the extremely high price. The price of a military crossbow is almost around 5 taels, and this is already equivalent to more than half a year's living expenses for a family of 4. A crossbow costs at least 100 taels of silver. The dozen or so military crossbows in front of me, that's over 1,000 taels. Using such a high-value military crossbow to deal with Li Zong and the others could only mean that the other party had a deep background and at the same time, this Sun Yuan was extremely valuable. After the rune crossbow appeared, the one who had secretly given the orders, spoke again. Aim at that baby. When Li Zong heard this order, his entire body was shocked. How could this man be so shameless as to target himself? You know you're just a kid. When Chu Jing heard this, she directly transformed into a furious lioness, daring to target his nephew. This is pure and simple death-seeking behavior. Chu Jing slammed Sun Yuan behind her, waking up the unconscious Sun Yuan in pain before passing out again. Before Sun Yuan fainted and died, he saw Chu Jing directly transform into a raging wind. A shockwave thicker than a water tank directly turned the fence 5 feet away into direct pieces. Along with the wall, it was churned right through. Li Zong looked at such a scene. Her small mouth was wide open. Li Zong really did not expect that his sister-in-law would be so terrifying once she became furious. Witness Chu Jing's anger and gain 100 witness points. Detecting the inclusion of the gunslinger rift? White whoring again. Chu Jing was also a bit out of breath after completing such a strike. Obviously this strike that surpassed the limit had also cost Chu Jing quite a bit. Auntie is awesome. Li Zong also sent his compliments very suitably. Count on you kid to know what you're talking about. When you grow up little auntie will teach you this cracking sky move. It's the strongest strike of the 5th grade. Only the gifted can learn it. Chu Jing proudly said. Li Zong thought, I've finished including it and have already learned it. But on the surface, Li Zong still nodded his head very cooperatively, indicating that he wanted to learn this trick. It's a pity that the person behind the curtain was allowed to escape, Xinyu said regretfully as he looked at the broken open fence. Chu Jing sneered and said, run. He can't run. Dare to take a shot at my nephew. He'll just wait for death. Take this one back first and let his old man out. After saying that, Chu Jing carried Sun Yuan, and Xinyu held Li Zong, and then directly strutted out from inside the crumbling fence, and outside the enclosure. A number of spectators had gathered. So much commotion that a street full of people were startled out, just looking at the 4 men in front of them in such a combination. The audience was a little confused, because this combination is, in fact, a bit odd. Bringing Sun Yuan back to the Jin Demon Division's government office, Chu Jing directly handed Sun Yuan over to Xinyu. The person is yours. I'll carry Li Zong back. No need for. Not waiting for Xinyu to finish, Chu Jing directly forced the person over, saying, no need for anything. I said I can't touch this case. The case was solved by you, and the credit is definitely yours. After saying that, Chu Jing left with Li Zong. Xinyu looked at Chu Jing's back while sighing hopelessly. What Xinyu wanted to say was not that he didn't need to use this. The royal relatives were involved behind this case. It was not something that she, a constable with no background, could shake. Even if the case was solved by himself, then the probability is that the promotion thing has nothing to do with him. The greatest probability is that it will go up and down in plain sight. Who let themselves have no background? Li Zong actually saw the doorway here. It's just that Li Zong couldn't tell Chu Jing. It's not that I'm worried about revealing my superior intelligence. Rather, in accordance with Chu Jing's comprehension ability, even if he himself said it, it would be difficult for Chu Jing to understand. On violence Chu Jing Wudi. On comprehension Chu Jing is even more invincible. Of course this matter is not completely unresolved. It was just that in Chu Jing's hands, it was definitely insurmountable. That kind of thing, that has to be left to Li Zong's dad, Li Hong, a one-track mind with an overwhelming sense of justice. Chapter 39, Me, Qing Tian Daliang? Ask for favorites and catch up reading. The case had been successfully solved, so Li Zong's old man, Li Hong, went home that afternoon, and Chu Jing ran straight out of sight after sending Li Zong home. Chu Ling had wanted to ask Chu Jing a little something, but Chu Jing directly ran away. There was nothing Chu Ling could do. It's a good thing my own husband came back in the afternoon. It's still my Zhonger that works well, Chu Ling said happily as she hugged Zhonger. What works? Li Hong inquired in disbelief. When Chu Ling heard Li Hong's words, she was also curious and inquired, didn't Zhonger go to the Ministry of Justice's prison to look for you? Li Hong froze and said, no. Chu Ling asked in disbelief, then how did you come back? I came back after the case was solved. Li Hong found Chu Ling's words very strange. How could he himself, such an upright man, promote crookedness? It must be because the case is solved. Chu Ling looked at Li Zong and inquired, Zhonger, didn't you go to the Ministry of Penal Affairs prison to look for your father? Li Zong shook his head and said, my sister-in-law took me to a place where there are very many ants. However, Li Zong then told Chu Ling and Li Hong what had happened in a colorful manner. After Chu Ling heard Li Zong's description, she was really gas-shaking cold. I said, why did she run away so fast? So it's like this, don't let me catch her. Chu Ling was also speechless and helpless towards this sister of hers. After Li Hong heard what happened, he expressed with righteous indignation, to trample on other people's lives like this. I will make a good reference to that king of Jin in the court tomorrow. Chu Ling opened her mouth and wanted to persuade her husband not to make any more trouble, but Chu Ling knew that it was useless to say so, because Red Li wouldn't even listen. Father, Aunt Xinyu has helped a lot with this matter. Shouldn't we thank her? I can send some of my favorite peach blossom cakes to Auntie to eat. Li Hong comfortably touched Li Zong's little brain and said, it's good to know what's good for you. My family's Zhonger has really grown up. Chu Ling added on the side, this matter indeed we have to thank Xinyu. Chu Jing Dazi completely unaware that this matter is widely implicated. She thought she gave the credit to Xinyu. In truth, this credit, if it falls on Chu Jing it will definitely be a credit, and if it falls on Xinyu instead it may become a curse. Li Hong nodded slightly, pondered for a while, and said, don't worry, ma'am, leave this matter to me. I'm bound to not let the good people get cold feet. Chu Ling didn't say anything more. Since Li Hong had said it, then this matter could definitely have a satisfactory solution. On the second day above the courtroom, Li Hong, who had returned to the courtroom, was directly on fire. In his capacity as imperial historian and supervisor of the Tongtian Tower, he directly senate the king of Jin County. If it was something else, this county king of Jin might still be able to minimize the matter. However, when it comes to Emperor Yen Tai's greatest concern, the Tower of Heaven, then it can only be said that the county king of Jin was unlucky. He was relegated to the status of a commoner on the spot, while all his family assets were seized. This was still Yen Tai Emperor's mercy. Plus it didn't cause any serious impact on the Tongtian Tower. If it does have serious repercussions, then a straight head move is possible. In addition to this matter, Li Hong also made it a point to say something about Qin Yu being credited with solving the case. Emperor Yen Tai naturally rewarded the meritorious people on the spot. With Emperor Yen Tai's endorsement, Qin Yu would not have to worry about being explicitly promoted or implicitly demoted at all. This is where things were supposed to sort of come to an end. But rumors soon circulated in the marketplace. It said that the biggest credit for this time was surprisingly the little baby, Li Zong. Again, he was the one who found the key evidence. And again, he managed to bring down a royal relative. The title of Li Zong's royal nemesis was completely ceded. Of course this kind of thing, naturally, no one believes. It's clearly a malicious stunt. The true masters of crime solving, they naturally believed were Qin Yu and Chu Jing, the two famous female demons of the Jin Demon Division. Except for this inter-municipal rumor. And a strange thing happened. Jasper Pavilion, the most famous greenhouse in Central City and even the entire Imperial City, had actually organized a group to go and give the young master of the Li family a huge plaque. A group of women dressed in red and green and bright and colorful, lotus steps walking in the street. That itself is a beautiful landscape. And the fact that they had come to the residence of the great scholar Li Zhixing made it even more of a sight to behold. Such a commotion naturally startled Li Hong and Chu Ling. Chu Ling hugged Li Zong and followed Li Hong to the entrance of the Li mansion. Jasper Pavilion's mom, upon seeing Li Hong, immediately made a respectful bow and said, "See Imperial Magistrate Li. Greetings to Imperial Magistrate Li." After mom finished, dozens of girls followed behind her, all crunching at the same time. As Chu Ling looked at the scene in front of him, the murderous aura was directly revealed in those eyes. Li Hong was even more completely at a loss. This scene was really something he hadn't expected at all. Li Zong looked at the scene in front of him, but he found it amusing. This melon is a real treat. Gentlemen, Mr. Li is not familiar with you all. What do you all mean by this? Li Hong was clearly trying to draw a line in the sand. Jasper Court's mom, too, seems to have been prepared for this. Imperial Magistrate Li should not be blamed. We did not come here with the intention to cause trouble. We just came here to thank young Master Li for clearing the wrongs of the dead girls in my Jasper Pavilion. Hearing this, Li Hong immediately stated, "This is what I, Li, should have done. You all don't have to be like this at all. I'm just doing my part. You all please return." Apparently this is all what mom expected, but it had been brought, so she certainly couldn't take it back. Although they are women of the greenhouse, they have a clear distinction between grudges. If you have been favored by someone, then you must give thanks to the earth. Imperial Magistrate Li may have misunderstood. The place we want to thank is the young master. When she finished speaking, mom looked over at Li Zong. Li Zong saw all these good sisters looking at him, and was directly stunned. "Why are you eating on your own head again? He's just a child. Please don't be like that." Li Hong glanced at Li Zong before explaining. "The young master was amongst my Jasper Pavilion and discovered key clues to clear the wrongs of the girls amongst my Jasper Pavilion. My Jasper Pavilion must be properly thanked." After mom finished, she had someone lift the red cloth right off the plaque. Only a few big characters were written on it, and it was none other than the Grand Master of Qing Tian. Seeing such a scene, Li Hong instantly said, "Such is completely inappropriate. My son has only just turned a year old. He cannot afford such praise." Jasper Pavilion's mother immediately said, "Li royal historian, we know that the young master is a Shiokai, and the first address as a Qing Tian Daliang is not at all unauthorized. If the royal historian does not accept it, then it is to look down on me and other people of such a background." Chapter 40, Li Hong's dismissal. Li Zong completely did not expect that people could still operate in such a way. And the key was that such an operation also left Li Hong completely unable to refuse. Li Hong is an authentic scholar. The most important thing for the scholar is the face. Now that Jasper Pavilion's mom had said so, Li Hong really had no way to refuse. Li Hong looked to Chu Ling for help. Chu Ling is also for this kind of situation have no way at all. This plaque from Imperial Magistrate Li is from our Jasper Pavilion, which has joined together with the 34 greenhouses in Midtown to present it to young master. If Imperial Magistrate Li doesn't accept it, Then at that time I can only go back and ask everyone to join together to deliver it again. Jasper Pavilion's mom said as such. Hearing Jasper Pavilion's mom's words, Li Hong directly panicked. The Jasper Pavilion family came over today, and it's all already made a big mess. If dozens of them came directly by then this would be a really big deal. The point is that it's all a question of how it's going to end when the time comes. Li Zong was in Chu Ling's arms, and he was eating melon very happily. This thing is kind of a good thing for Li Zong, I guess. First of all, naturally take out the harvest above the witness point. In addition to the witness points, this time Li Zong had surprisingly gained the charisma talent. Although Li Zong didn't know what he would be like when he grew up in the future. At least now, Li Zong's appearance could definitely sweep the circle of old grandparents and grandmothers. Almost all of the old people saw Li Zong and liked him very much. Now that he had gained a little bit of charisma talent, Li Zong could basically be sure that he wouldn't look too bad in the future. Husband, since it's a piece of their heart and it's for Zonger, I think it's better to accept it. Chu Ling was on the side, persuading Li Hong to say. Li Hong listened to Chu Ling's words and eventually nodded, accepting the plaque sent by this Jasper Pavilion's mother. Since Imperial Magistrate Li has taken the plaque, then we won't intrude any further. We'll leave now. Jasper Pavilion's mom didn't make it difficult for Li Hong to continue. She was also very aware of what they were. Blocking the entrance of Li Hong's house in such a way would indeed have a great impact. After waiting for the people to leave, Chu Ling looked at Li Hong and said without any good humor, "Very complacent, aren't you?" Li Hong hurriedly brushed aside the relationship and said, "This is for Zhonger, but it has nothing to do with me at all." Chu Ling grunted and said, "Exactly how? You are most clear in your heart. At this time to take the congregation of children as a shield. You as a father do not lose heart?" Li Hong was going to say something else, but it turned out that Chu Ling had already hugged Li Zhong and turned around to go back. Li Hong could only hurriedly catch up and continue to explain to Chu Ling, stating that this matter indeed had nothing to do with her. Li Zong looked at his old man like this and also felt a little funny. The fact that Li Zong had obtained a plaque of the Grand Master of Qingtian once again made Li Zong a well-known figure in the streets and alleys. The key is really that Li Zong's reputation is too big. From the moment of birth, to now a pile of big events. It is surprising that all have a clear relationship with Li Zong. Such things can only be used as the public's after-dinner talk. But a really big thing, but in the courtroom caused a little ripple. That is, Li Hong, the imperial historian who oversaw the construction of the Tongtian Tower, was eventually taken down. And the reason for taking it down was still very grand. Chapter 41 Gold Plating. The court's reason for taking Li Hong down was to avoid suspicion. The reason was also very simple. The original contractor, King Jin, was relegated to the status of a commoner, so naturally, there had to be a new contractor. And the new contractors are the family of Grandma Li Zong, the super rich, the richest of the 4 countries. Such a reason for avoiding suspicion naturally made sense. Except that Li Hong was very chagrined. How can this be so? Wouldn't this look like I'm using my power for personal gain, deliberately bringing down the king of Jin County, and am intentionally paving the way for my mother's family? Chu Ling looked at Li Hong, who had already been chagrined for a day, and also advised from the side. The Tower of Heaven is a height that has never been seen in the past, and there are only a handful of people in the whole of Dian who have the ability to complete such a project, and the only one of these people who can afford to advance such a huge amount of money is just one. So with or without the husband, in fact, in the end the court just has one option. Li Hong listened to Chu Ling's persuasion, and also understood that the reasoning was indeed true. However, Li Hong just can't get over himself mentally. If he could really get past it, then Li Hong wouldn't be a hamstring. Li Zhong was in Chu Ling's arms, but once again, he had a very visual impression of the wealth of his grandmother's family. According to his own father, the final cost of the entire Tower of Heaven was accounted for at 20 million taels of silver, and that's just the cost of construction, not even accounting for labor costs. Although it is said that this Tower of Heaven, using the method of work for hire, but that comes at a real cost. The final cost, in fact, may be around 50 million taels. Such a huge expenditure was somewhat difficult to take out even for the great Yin dynasty, but Li Zong's grandmother's house is a breeze to get out. Of course this comes with conditions. The condition is that this Tower of Heaven, all future income will belong to them. The short answer is, except for special sacrifices. This Tower of Heaven itself did not belong to Emperor Yin Tai. Only on special days could Emperor Yin Tai use the Tower of Heaven. Li Zong listened to the usual want to go to find their own grandmother's house. Such relatives, Li Zong didn't mind having more of them. It was just that no matter Li Hong, or Li Zhixing, there was hardly any movement for this relative. I don't know if they are just bookish purists or if they have something special going on. Winter to spring. In the blink of an eye, Li Zong was 2 weeks old, and at the age of 2, his cultivation had successfully stepped into the Qi blood realm. The so-called Qi and Blood realm is the combination of internal breath and Qi and blood. Such a combination would allow the martial artist to explode with amazing energy in a split second. This kind of energy was tens, if not hundreds of times more than mere internal breath. Qi blood realm experts, even amongst the imperial city, that could already be ranked amongst the ranks of experts. With this kind of cultivation, among the forbidden guards, one could already go and become a centurion. The monthly bounty has exceeded 100 taels of silver. There were a total of 4 stages in the Qi and Blood realm, the first of which was the unification of Qi and Blood, which was the first stage. The second stage, on the other hand, was the externalization of Qi and Blood, and at this stage, Qi and Blood could be externalized by about 3 feet. Within 3 feet, Qi and Blood were like reapers that could destroy everything. The third stage is the boiling of Qi and Blood. At this stage, Qi and Blood are like boiling water in the body. Under full operation, a red light would rise up to the sky, visible for miles, and within a 3-foot radius around one's body. One could be completely enveloped by Qi and Blood. Within 3 feet, a martial artist is invincible. The fourth stage is for the Qi and Blood wolf smoke, visible for 100 miles. That is truly ghosts and gods to be easy. Li Zhong had already stepped into the Qi and Blood realm, although it was only the first stage, Qi and Blood unity. But in just the first stage, Li Zhong's Qi and Blood had already reached the level of Qi and Blood like a rainbow. The reason for this was entirely because Li Zhong was in the realm of internal breath and practiced the 3-life internal breath technique of the Taoist sect. The internal energy in his body was very large. It can also be gathered and dispersed, so it can completely and better blend with the blood. So even in the first stage, Li Zhong's Qi and Blood had reached the level of Qi and Blood boiling Qi and Blood. The bottom line, of course, is that Li Zhong is still just 2 years old. The Qi and Blood realm technique. Li Zhong naturally searched for it amongst the Chu family's martial arts building. But Li Zhong had never found a way to play with it. An ordinary martial art. In Li Zhong's opinion, that was really a bit of a waste of his Qi and Blood. In addition to the progress in cultivation, witnessing points, Li Zhong had also progressed extremely much. In a year's time, Li Zhong had already accumulated several thousand witness points. After Li Zhong turns 2 years old, Li Zhong will also start school. In fact, normally, Li Zhong should have gone to school when he was a week old. But because there was just so much going on after Li Zhong turned a week old, schooling was delayed instead. After all, Li Zhong had to go to the Chu family's martial arts building again, as well as to his own grandfather's exclusive initiation class, while also going to the Qintian supervision to learn the fundamentals of the Taoist sect under his supervisory deputy god-grandfather. 3 racks back and forth for a year is not really enough time for Li Zhong. Still, by the age of 2, Li Zhong had to go to school. And naturally, Li Zhong went to not just any other private school, but to the State Academy. 2-year-old Li Zhong, accompanied by 2 people, Green Shui and Pinger, once again came to the State Council. When he arrived in the middle of the State Academy, Li Zhong was also taken to Li Zhong's classroom by the State Academy's doctor. When Li Zhong arrived in the middle of the classroom, he immediately became the center of attention inside the classroom. There was no other reason for this, because the clothes that Li Zhong wore were not the unique service of a royal relative. Although Li Zhong's clothing was also very precious, it was still a little bit inferior compared to the fabrics unique to the royal relatives. A child who was not a member of the royal family came amongst the state prison. That would naturally be the center of attention. And this wave of children, all of them have just entered the middle of the State Academy to study. Li Zhong looked at their either curious or contemptuous eyes and really felt bored, because Li Zhong just isn't here to learn. Li Zhong is here to gild the lily. After all, only after studying at the State Scholarship Academy could Li Zhong's title of scholar in first class be truly solidified. At the same time, Li Zhong will also be able to qualify to go to the martial arts library where the royal children can go to practice some martial arts skills. And in Li Zhong's opinion, these little peasants in front of him who couldn't even control their own thoughts at all, that was really a bunch of little peasants. One man could beat all of them to tears if Li Zhong wanted to. Not only in his own class, but the entire state council, Li Zhong can beat them all to tears. Straight up king of the children of the state. Just as Li Zhong was thinking about whether or not to come to something like this for a bit, a cute little guy appeared directly in front of Li Zhong's classroom. Chapter 42, As Killer. Requests for catch-up reading and favorites. This adorable little guy, who was as cute as a porcelain doll, just appeared at the door of the classroom and attracted the attention of all the children inside the classroom. There are 2 reasons for this. 1, naturally, is because this female doll is really good looking. Secondly, it was because of this female doll that was the only sheriff who had ridden the dragon's head. On the contrary, her status as the crown prince's first daughter was all but almost negligible. That's right. Appearing in front of the classroom door was Lord Rinchen. Lin Chuan appeared in front of the classroom door, and after searching for a while, he finally saw Li Zhong's figure. Lin Chuan gleefully rushed towards Li Zong. Li Zong instinctively took a step backward as he looked at the charging Lin Chuan. The experience of being wildly not on as a child, Li Zong didn't want to do it again in front of so many people. It's a good thing that Lin Chuan is no longer a child of a few months, but a big friend of over 2 weeks old, although he was already considered a big friend. When Lin Chuan saw Li Zong, he still came up with a simple yet direct raw pounce. Li Zong is naturally not good at dodging, and if he does, Lin Chuan is bound to pounce and will directly snap to the ground. It still wasn't a good look for the first daughter of the great Yin Crown Prince to snap on the ground. Li Zong had to reach out and catch Lin Chuan. Li Zong, you're finally here. Don't you know I'm dying of boredom here? Lin Chuan complained about how uninteresting she was in the middle of the state prison. Although that time, Li Zong managed to make Lin Chuan ride on Emperor Yen Tai's neck. It made the Lin Chuan County Lord an existence that no one dared to mess with in the entire state prison. But the problems that come with it are pretty straightforward. That is, all the teachers inside the Imperial College knew that Lin Chuan was the imperial granddaughter who was valued by Emperor Yen Tai. Such an imperial granddaughter of distinguished status, that had to be taught with focus. This is also a royal granddaughter. If it were a royal grandson, then these gentlemen inside the state prison would be more than 10 times more severe than on Lin Chuan. After all, the royal grandson, that is the one who may inherit the great dynasty in the future. The words of the royal granddaughter are still slightly worse, but for Lin Chuan, this sudden extra rule still made Lin Chuan very unpleasant. That's why Lin Chuan has been waiting. Li Zong can come to the state prison to accompany her. Only Lin Chuan waited for more than a year, and Li Zong did not come to the state prison. Now that Li Zong had finally arrived, how could Lin Chuan not be happy? Lin Chuan was happy, but Li Zong's fellow classmates were very alarmed. After knowing Li Zong's true identity, they could no longer treat Li Zong as a normal person, because they were all given a stern warning by their families today when they came to school. Tell them not to mess with a guy named Li Zong today, because that man is their royal nemesis. The best thing that could happen to anyone who got involved with this man would be the confiscation of his family's assets and his relegation to the status of a commoner. If you're unlucky, you'll just move your head. Emperor Yentai even killed his own son for Li Zong. Not to mention the fact that they are nothing more than your average royal relatives, and they have parents who have warned them in the harshest way possible. They were clearly told that if they dared to mess with Li Zong inside the state prison, watch their asses. A threat like that would be just too damaging for them. The little kids, even many of the royal relatives were worried that their grandchildren, or grandchildren, would not take their words seriously. Straight away, at home, they were given a drill to remember what it was like to have their asses blown off. It reminds them of just how much their asses really hurt whenever they see Li Zong. That kind of bitter and painful experience can not only make them remember, but also make their childhood live more complete than any other children. More complete. So Li Zong not only gained the title of a royal nemesis, but also a buttballs nemesis. It's just a title that really has nothing to do with Li Zong. So now after knowing that the person in front of them was Li Zong, many people directly covered their asses. Many of those who were timid, or had been beaten very hard, directly cried out loudly, while apologizing to Li Zong, expecting to be forgiven by Li Zong. Li Zong, you forgive me. I won't dare to provoke you again. I don't want my butt to hurt. Hearing such words, Li Zong instantly felt that this kindergarten speed was a bit too fast. The bottom line is that one doesn't like asses. Just as Li Zong was bewildered, Lin Chuan explained to Li Zong, saying, they must have been beaten by their family when they got home. You are, now, very famous in the state prison. Oh, am I famous? Li Zong inquired in confusion. Rinawa nodded and said, you're very, very famous then. They all call you the ass kicker. They all say your name hurts more than even a ruler on your ass. Even Dr. Kakusai's teachers, if they encounter those naughty and mischievous ones, all they need to do is to say that Li Zong is here, and they immediately quiet down. When Li Zong heard Lin Chuan's words, he was also filled with great speechlessness. Li Zong really didn't even dream that the title of his child king had already arrived a long time ago. The point is that in this case, one hasn't done anything yet. The title of king of the kids came to hand. It even has the awesome ability to stop a small child from crying. Li Zong felt that it was only right that these doctors of state studies at the State Academy needed to give themselves at least half of their tuition. After all, one's own name, that was more powerful than the ruler in their hands. Proconsul Lin Chuan, class is in session. Just as Lin Chuan was planning to continue catching up with Li Zong, Mr. Lin Chuan, from Lin Chuan's class, came over to see Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was also very helpless when he heard Mr. For Li Zong, Lin Chuan really didn't want to separate from Li Zong. After all, Li Zong was her best friend. Not only did he help himself from being bullied, but he also gained the attention of his royal grandfather, and at the same time helped his father, who was released from his grounding. In the eyes of the other kids, Li Zong could be an ass-kicker, but in Lin Chuan's eyes, Li Zong that was his best friend. The kind that's so good that two people, they can stick together in class and eat together. Sir, I would like to have Li Zong come with me to my classroom to join me. Please grant me your permission. Lin Chuan begged softly to the doctor of national studies who had come over to look for him. Hearing Lin Chuan's plea, Lin Chuan's teacher looked at Li Zong and said, "You are the first grandson of Li Zhixing?" When Li Zong heard the tone, he knew things were probably going to be bad. This gentleman, obviously, was not too convinced by Li Zhixing. Chapter 43. You are not worthy of testing my young master. Request for favorites and catch-up readings. It's more than normal for the literati to despise each other, especially when we are all in the same court. Why are you? Li Zhixing is a great scholar, is reputable, or the future emperor teacher. Obviously I'm the strongest initiation teacher inside the State Academy. Why should all the credit go to you? Li Zhixing, County Lord Lin Chuan. I'm afraid this won't work. Although he was dissatisfied with Li Zhixing, he did not take his anger out on a child. Such a drop in the bucket is obviously not something that too many people would do. Sir, Li Zong is very smart, even smarter than me. It's absolutely very suitable for him to take classes with us. Please make it happen. Sir. After County Lord Lin Chuan finished speaking, a group of people in Li Zong's class all followed her example and said, "Yes, yes, Li Zong is smarter than all of us put together. And please, sir, take Li Zong away quickly." Finally, a suitable reason to send Li Zong, the ass-kicker, packing. They are just so happy. Nonsense. The students that the old man teaches are based on talent in addition to bloodline and background. His talent, all still do not know how to go to my place to learn. Sir, his talent is particularly outstanding. Please sir, fulfill me. Fulfill him. A student who was slightly older in grade directly arched his hand and bowed to the ground, pleading for mercy from this gentleman surnamed Zhao. Nonsense. It's complete nonsense. You and others are so reckless for your own selfish desires, where there is still half a bit of the appearance of a scholar. If you and others continue to fool around, I won't be blamed for taking this matter to your parents. Mr. Zhao was also anxious at this time, and threatened in a stern voice. Yet if it were a normal day, such a threat might be useful, but nowadays, it is clear that such a threat has no sway at all. Compared to the threat of Mr. This Li Zong who was standing here alive was their biggest threat. Being sued by a gentleman is a reprimand at best. If the people at home knew that they were worried about teaching in the same environment as the Li congregation, this reprimand could all be dispensed with. And not even just dispensed with, but they themselves would most likely be rewarded. After all, Li Zong's great name was much scarier than Mr. At least it won't have any terrible effect on their home. At best, we'll teach one bad. But if you piss off Li Zong, then the worst thing you can do is to be directly relegated to the common people. And that's all for the best. Therefore even this Mr. Zhao, who was usually known for his strictness, at this moment, his threats were meaningless to them. After all, Mr. Cho's threats wouldn't hurt their asses too much, but Li Zong's threat was a real ass-whopping. Mr. Zhao saw that his threats were completely ineffective. The heart was also very chagrined. Mr. Zhao really felt annoyed very much. He himself was a hallowed chief professor of the State Academy, but it turned out that this majesty was inferior to that of a child. Although Li Zong understood in his heart how it could be, his face was acting very innocently. Yet Li Zong's innocence is all the more chagrined that Mr. Zhao feels. Now these circumstances had instead turned into him, a chief professor of the State Council, deliberately making things difficult for a young child. To do so is bound to be frowned upon. Mr. Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, since you all vouch for him, I'll make an exception and test his talent. If he is truly a gifted person, then I will make an exception and accept him as a disciple." Zhao felt that even if there was no way to defeat Li Zhixing head-on, it would be a good thing to take Li Zhixing's grandson as a disciple. Except that this Mr. Cho apparently misjudged one thing. He had accepted Li Zong merely as a disciple, and that naturally made him a head shorter in seniority than Li Zhixing, his grandfather. "I won't haze you either. I'll test you with the simplest initiation exam of the state prison." After saying this Mr. Zhao, he directly waved his big hand, and a touch paper with thousands of words spilling out appeared in Mr. Zhao's examination hand. Just as Mr. Zhao was planning to give the exam questions to Li Zhong to do, an old man appeared and directly blocked between Li Zhong and Mr. Zhao. "Grandpa Quan?" Li Zong couldn't help but yelp when he saw the person in front of him. In fact, Li Zong had long since realized that someone was secretly protecting him, but just who it was, Li Zong was not sure. Now that Uncle Quan had appeared, Li Zong understood exactly who was secretly protecting him. "Young master," Grandpa Quan said respectfully. Mr. Zhao's face changed slightly when he saw this old and dignified Grandpa Quan. This Li family's Grandpa Quan is actually still very famous, especially in the world of the literati. Grandpa Quan is still a very unique presence. First of all, he was not an underling or a butler in the usual sense. Secondly, he was once a man of merit himself. He was the top scorer in the same session of Li Zhixing's imperial examination. Li Zhixing is the top student, and there's still no doubt about it. And in his own words, he was the top scorer of that class. The ranking was just pulled one place by then Li Qihang. As a result, this top student later went in search of Li Qihang, and the two don't know what kind of deep conversation they had later. The end result is that the top scorer, Kuan Yin, directly gave up the identity of the top scorer, and directly became a steward in the family of Li Zhixing. He even gave up his family name and changed it directly to Li. However, on weekdays, the people of the Li family didn't really think of this one as just an underling. At the same time, there isn't really going to be anyone who calls him Grandpa Li. After all, this was the top ranker who could compete with Li Zhixing. Li Zhixing is a great scholar of the world, and this Kuan Yin is definitely a great scholar. What is the meaning of your appearance here? Zhao inquired to Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin listened to Mr. Zhao's words and said without a hitch, "I'm here on behalf of my master, specifically wanting to tell the State Scholarship Council that my young master doesn't need an initiation test, much less a talent test." When Li Zhong heard Grandpa Kuan's words, they were all directly stunned. "Your own grandfather? Is this intended to help you hide your clumsiness? If that's the case, it's not a bad choice." When Mr. Zhao heard Kuan Yan's words, he smiled coldly and said, "Trying to hide his clumsiness, is that all the confidence Li Zhixing has?" When Kuan Yin heard Mr. Zhao's words, he directly shook his head and said, "My master said that it's not about hiding his clumsiness, but that the test inside the State Scholarship Academy is simply unable to test my young master's talent and true ability. And it's completely humiliating to my young master." Chapter 44. The shame of the readers begs for favorites and followers. Li Zhong's little face was shocked when she heard Kuan Yan's words. Li Zhong now somewhat understood why this Mr. Zhao was targeting himself so much. Is this how wild his own grandfather was with these peers on a regular basis? If he was so wild on a normal day, not to mention targeting himself, it would be a justifiable thing to secretly strike at him. Sure enough, when Mr. Zhao heard Kuan Yan's words, his face directly rose to a pig's liver color. Wildly paradoxical. Simply wildly paradoxical. A district infant child, I Zhaowen is the chief doctor of the State Children's Elementary School, is not yet worthy of examining the talent of an infant child. Zhaowen was really pissed off. Kuan Yan's reaction to Zhaowen was completely expected and did not feel surprised at all. It seems that this is not the first time that this has happened. Today I'm going to test his talent. This is the state scholarship. I have the final say. It's not his turn to tell him what to do. Kuan Yin stood still and didn't make any movements, but the meaning was already very obvious. I must fulfill the task that Li Zhixing gave me. Li Zhong looked at the furious Zhaowen and was very curious about what the Confucian fighting system was like. Li Zhong already had a general understanding of the cultivation system of Confucianism. However, the Confucian fighting system was not something that Li Zhong had seen yet. Although Li Zhong had Haoyan Jingqi in his body, in Li Zhong's opinion, this Haoyan Jingqi, apart from repelling demons and warding off evil spirits, it doesn't seem to be working too well. The only Confucian way of fighting that Li Zhong could think of was to shoot his mouth off. Whether Confucianism is in place or not, it really is all in the mouth. Zhaowen directly turned in his hand, and out of thin air a pen appeared in Zhaowen's hand. The pen traveled and countless inks fell. Each drop of ink, though a small one, actually weighs 1,000,000 pounds. This small drop is enough to collapse buildings. Li Zhong looked at Zhaowen's fighting style and was surprised. Witness Zhaowen strike and gain 50 witness points. Detecting whether or not the juju waving ink is included? I must say that the Confucian combat system looks really quite literal. Just as Li Zhong wanted to see how Grandpa Quan would respond. Only a sword appeared in Kuan Yan's hand as soon as he struck out. The long sword pierced straight through, avoiding the dots of ink, and appeared directly at Zhao Wen's throat. Witness Kuan Yin strikes and gains 50 witness points. Detecting the martial arts skill one sword seals the throat is included? Li Zhong looked at the prompt in front of him and was directly all shocked. Is Grandpa Quan so unkind to martial arts? People compete with you in literature, but you come up directly to martial arts. Martial artists were invincible in close combat, and at such a close distance, it would be strange for Zhao Wen to be able to react. Sure enough, when the long sword appeared at Kuan Yan's throat, Zhao Wen was directly infuriated and furious. How can you be so degrading? This is the state prison. How can you use swords? Kuan Yan looked toward Zhao Wen, who had been instantly subdued by himself, and said, Did you say anything about Mando? Zhao Wen was directly dumbfounded by the anger. The chief doctor of the Imperial College, the chief doctor who had supreme authority among the Imperial College, was actually being pointed at with a sword. Have you learned these degrading things over the years by following Li Zhixing's side? Zhao Wen was directly exasperated and blew out his beard. But the sword was at his throat, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Kuan Yan looked at Zhao Wen and said, My lord taught me that not being reasonable with unreasonable people, and not being reasonable with reasonable people as well, can at least ensure that one end doesn't suffer. Li Zong really didn't know that his grandfather had such a side, but it must be said that what his own grandfather said, it was damn philosophical. Reasoning with anyone means that it can go both ways, but being unreasonable with no one ensures that at least one end won't suffer. That's just divine logic. Zhao Wen, however, was infuriated. Grandpa Quan, why don't I just test it? After all, this is the state prison. There are rules of the state prison, Li Zhong whispered. Quan Yan listened to Li Zong's words, but he directly put away his sword. The master said, you can test if you want to, and you don't have to worry about anything if you don't want to. Li Zong guessed that the reason why his grandfather was so strong, this was bound to be his grandmother, who had said something to his grandfather. That's why his own grandfather made such a decision. Otherwise, his own grandfather was in a high position of power, so he really couldn't afford to do such a thing. Just these things, after all, is already involved in his favorite own grandson. That Li Zhixing naturally do not need to reason. When Zhao Wen heard Li Zhong's words, he instead said, the test of my state prison is not something that anyone can test just because they want to. Before Zhao Wen could finish his sentence, the tip of the sword was just by at the throat. It directly choked back all of Zhao Wen's later words. You coarse man, the shame of the literati, disgraced the face of the world's readers. Quan Yan didn't care at all and just said, you may test. It's ing safe. Li Zong really loved the feeling of eating melon safely. It simply didn't smell too good. Good. I'd like to see what kind of talent the grandson of the old Li family has. Zhou Man eventually chose to compromise as well. The next step is to set up some enlightening tests for Li Zong. It's just that the enlightenment test of the state prison is just a little bit too pedestrian for Li Zong. Li Zong's Confucian talent really made Li Zong unable to hide his clumsiness even if he wanted to. It's a ing gift. Li Zong also had to feel something. Zhao Wen, on the other hand, was looking directly dumbfounded. The initiation test has been passed. The next step is to test the Confucian talent. When the results of the test came out, the whole of the gentlemen of the State Academy were shocked. Even the Grand Maester of the State Council was alarmed, because the qualification that Li Zong tested out was surprisingly a upper. This is the highest qualification of the state prison. It's been hundreds of years since the state prison has measured such a qualification talent. When Zhao Wen saw so many people coming over, he directly picked up Li Zhong with one hand. All of you are one step too late. I've long said that I'm going to take him as my disciple. After Zhao Wen finished speaking, he directly turned around and hugged Li Zong and left. The Linchuan County Lord could only follow behind with her short little legs. Linchuan is still behind. Li Zhong, who was being held by Zhao Wen, patted Zhao Wen's shoulder and said, when Zhao Wen heard Li Zhong's words, he directly lifted his hand and rolled Linchuan up as well. To know how to take care of others at such a young age, it really does have the demeanor of my Confucian people. Good. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to teach you, and will definitely not bury your talent. Zhao Wen complimented Li Zhong as he walked away. Quan Yan looked at Zhao Wen, but was not surprised at all. Quan Yan still knew something about Li Zhong's talent, and the others looked at Zhao Wen so, directly behind the curses. Zhao Wen is the shame of the readers. Chapter 45 I wanna write spring and autumn begs for favorites and followers. Looking at the speed at which Zhao Wen hugged himself and flew away, Li Zong realized that no matter what world it was, there was no escaping the theorem of true fragrance. Zhao Wen carried Li Zong to the classroom he was in and helped Li Zong complete the procedures for joining the class in the simplest way possible. By the time the others caught up with them, Zhao Wen had all but decently begun his lesson. Directly, the later, completely lost the possibility of accepting Li Zong as a disciple. Shame on the literati. The group that came after him, jaded and cursing, left. Hoven ignored this completely. It's as if those people were cursing something other than themselves. Literati? Who hasn't taken a few lumps? Only after those people had left did Zhao Wen look at Li Zong and inquired in a pleasant manner. Zonger, which direction of the Confucian sect do you intend to practice? Li Zong looked at Zhao Wen's pleasant appearance and realized that he still liked the way he was untamed just now. Zhou Man looked more like a scholar that way, and now he looked more like a human trafficker who tricked little kids with candy. Of course, practicing that aspect, this is something that Li Zong had really thought about. I plan to cultivate spring and autumn. Li Zong spoke out his thoughts. Zhao Wen's brows clustered slightly when he heard Li Zong's words. You plan to repair the historian? Li Zong nodded seriously. Yes, I plan to be a revisionist historian. This is what Li Zong thought of early on. After all, Li Zong's main focus was a munchkin, and there was nothing easier to munch on than the Shi family. And Li Zong even thought of the name of the history book he was going to write. Gua Chuanqiu. Is there something wrong, sir? Seeing that Zhao didn't say anything for half a day, Li Zhong opened his mouth and inquired. When Zhao heard Li Zhong ask, he came back to his senses and replied, "No, there isn't any problem. It's good to cultivate the historian. It's just that the historian is a very hard path, and a lot of times, it's not possible to do things the way you want." This Li Zong understands that history is written by the victors. Historians record the history of the victors. No matter how ugly or even despicable your victory is, under the historian's pen, it is directly depicted with a big stroke of the spring and autumn brush, and it directly becomes great and honorable. Again, no matter how virtuous you were before, as long as you lose, then in the historian's writing, you are a tyrannical and unethical fallen king. It's not that the historian wanted it that way, it's just the history of the victor, and that's what he is. Those who are not willing to write this way have been lost to history. Li Zong nodded and said, "My grandfather told me that cultivating a historian is very hard and very bad. But my grandfather also said that some things have to be taken on the chin." Zhao Wen listened to Li Zhixing are not opposed to Li Zong repair historians. Then it would be even more unlikely that Zhao Wen would object. And Zhao Wen felt that if someone with a background like Li Zong was willing to revise history, instead, it's a good thing for history. With such a background, Li Zong decided, to a large extent, that he could write real history as he wanted. After all, even if it was a real winner, it would be hard to go and threaten Li Zong's. "Alright, since you've chosen to take the Sher clan route, I won't say any more. Next I'll teach you what spring and autumn brush technique is." Li Zong rolled up one sleeve, revealing a section of his small white arm. Zhao Wen looked at Li Zong and asked in disbelief, "Why are you like this, Li Zong?" Li Zong said, "Don't you think, sir, that this is more like reading spring and autumn?" Zhao Wen looked at Li Zong for a moment and imagined the young Li Zong holding a copy of Spring and Autumn and reading hard with his sleeves exposed, and it really felt like a good match. From this point of view, Zhao Wen felt that Li Zong's revision of history was simply correct, although Zhao Wen possessed all the flaws in a man of letters. But it's important to recognize that Zhou Man is still very talented and genuine. From this, it was clear that the teacher that Li Zhixing had recommended to Li Zhong was still very good. Meanwhile, Li Zhixing's method, apparently, worked. In the blink of an eye, Li Zong had already entered the state prison to study for more than half a year. This half year, Li Zong is still very serious. It's one thing to have talent, but it's another thing to utilize your talent. Half a year of study time, Li Zong's talent that was really developed to the maximum extent, especially on the piece of spring and autumn brushwork. Li Zong that is really more and more sophisticated. Of course, Li Zong did not come up to write his own Gua's spring and autumn, but rather a diary of melon eating. Li Zong still wrote a lot. Zhao Wen was already very satisfied with Li Zong's penmanship. It's just that Li Zong's eating diary is a real barrage of records. In Zhao Wen's opinion, there are many things that do not need to be recorded through history books. "Sir," the student thought that everything that happened was worthy of being recorded. History is not made up of the successful and the victorious. The peddlers are just as much a part of it. They are equally deserving of being recorded. And only if they are among history, then history is true and can be trusted. This reasoning was naturally very clear to Zhao Wen. Only that Zhao Wen felt that human energy was limited. You keep track of so many chores that you may not have the energy to keep track of bigger things. However, Zhao Wen didn't correct Li Zong, because Li Zong's talent on the A superior meant too many possibilities in itself. "Grandchildren, where are my wonderful grandchildren? Grandpa's here to see you." Just as Zhao Wen was planning to continue teaching Li Zong, grandfather Chu Tiany's voice entered Li Zong's ears. The voice arrived a moment later, and the person had appeared in front of Li Zong. "Grandpa." When Li Zong saw Chu Tiany, he immediately called out happily. As soon as Chu Tian saw Li Zong, he directly picked up and was about to leave. Zhao Wen immediately stepped forward to block the way, saying, "General Chu, our lesson isn't over yet." Chu Tiany did not care at all. Said, "You have this laborious class, what is important? I want to take my good big grandchildren. To go then, to see the world to go." Hearing Chu Tiany's slip of the tongue, Li Zhong had a not so good feeling. Chu Tiany was obviously planning to, again, bring himself to compete with other people's children and then compare them to other people's children. This is not in line with the rules. Zhao Wen also refused to back down at all. "Then I'll give you leave. I have an urgent matter at home and I have to take my grandson off for a trip," Chu Tiany said to Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen shook his head when he heard Chu Tiany's words. "No, I can't even have an emergency at home?" Chu Tiany inquired. Zhao Wen said, "What's the emergency?" Chu Tiany said, "I'm going to be in a hurry. Is this considered an emergency?" After saying that Chu Tiany, he directly brought Li Zong and forcibly left the state prison. Only after leaving the state prison did Chu Tiany ramble on. "Originally I wanted to be polite and courteous, but it turned out that I had to be made to do things the hard way. Good big grandson, Grandpa will take you to see the world today. Some old fellows have come to the capital. Grandpa will take you to meet them. When Li Zhong heard this, he felt less mentally resistant, because those who could be addressed as old fellows by Chu Tianyi were all bound to be people with supreme martial arts, and could eat so many melons. Chapter 46, White Whoring Other People's Families Jutsu Seeking Collections and Catch-Up Readings. Li Zhong was carried by Chu Tianyi and quickly left the state prison. After coming out from the state scholarship, Chu Tianyi held Li Zhong and sped all the way quickly, leaving the inner city, the middle city, the outer city, and all the way to the outside of the outer city. If he hadn't been sure that this was really his own grandfather, Li Zhong would have screamed. After arriving outside the outer city, Chu Tianyi quickly carried Li Zhong to a mountainous and beautiful valley. This place has flowers and willows, small bridges and flowing water. It is really like a paradise in the world. And at the moment there are already 8 people here, 4 big and 4 small. Most of them looked to be of a similar age to Chu Tianyi's age. All of them had an inwardly converged breath. Their eyes were full of essence, and they looked to be experts among experts. The 4 youngest ages, on the other hand, spanned from 6 or 7 to teens. Li Zhong was clearly the smallest one in there. The people here were obviously waiting for Chu Tianyi. As soon as Chu Tianyi arrived, the 4 people got up. However, their gazes did not look at Chu Tianyi first, but at Li Zhong first. Chu Tianyi hugged Li Zhong and said excitedly, "Look, my grandson." Seeing that Chu Tianyi was coming again, Li Zhong quickly said, "Grandpa." Grandma said that it's not allowed outside, and said that if Grandpa is like this, let's go back and tell her. Chu Tianyi snapped as he listened. "This is my grandson, Li Zhong." "Hello 4 grandpas," Li Zhong greeted in a milky voice. The 4 old men saw that Li Zhong was so cute and understanding that they directly reached out to touch him, but Chu Tianyi hugged it away with one hand. "Before you had grandchildren and granddaughters who wouldn't let me touch them. You don't touch my grandchildren either." One of the old men, seeing Chu Tianyi's movements, couldn't help but remind Chu Tianyi for a moment or two, "It's the grandson." Chu Tianyi was just about to speak when he heard Li Zhong curiously say, "Old grandpa, in our family grandpa and grandpa are the same. Isn't it the same in your family?" As soon as Chu Tian heard Li Zhong's words, he directly laughed out loud. "Good grandson, truly a good grandson of grandpa." After saying that, Chu Tianyi directly teased the old man who had just teased himself. "Is your family the same?" He only saw the old man's face darken, and he didn't know what kind of sadness he had thought of. After such a little interlude, Chu Tianyi also introduced the people here to Li Zhong. The old man who had ridiculed Chu Tianyi was the sword sect master Lin Yi, the top 3rd grade martial artist of the current generation. At the same time, the sword sect was one of the strongest first-class sects in the world, with a suspected immortal-level sword saint within the sect. The child who followed Lin Yi was the oldest of the 5 children, aged 11, and also the tallest and coldest looking. It was Lin Yi's grandson, and according to Chu Tianyi, it was difficult for Lin Yi to bring this grandson of his out. Apart from this sword sect master, the other 6 were the villa master of the Raging Sea Villa, Li Bufan, as well as his grandson, the blade sect master, Lu Wenlong, as well as his grandson, and the master of the Wind White Building, Feng Yunlong, as well as his grandson. All 4 were the top experts of the world. Every single one of them was a top-notch existence that shook the land of the mountain gods on one side. The reason why they were able to gather here was because the Tower of Heaven was about to be completed. The court invited a number of people to come and watch the ceremony. Otherwise, how could all these people appear in the capital at the same time? It was not a good sign to know that so many experts had suddenly appeared in the capital. This is why they did not enter the city and could only gather outside the outer city. Once the people arrived, the next step turned directly into a show-off grandchildren's convention, especially Chu Tianyi, who finally had a grandson to show off. Although Chu Tianyi had 4 sons, none of these sons had given him a grandchild until now. "I don't have any grandchildren, not to mention grandchildren." Instead, Chu Ling gave him a grandson. The key was that this grandson also knew his way around, and was really too pleasing to Chu Tianyi's favor. Li Zhong looked at the scene in front of him and felt that next, the Spring Festival name scene would soon begin. Sure enough, after some bragging rights, the various performances began. The grandson of Li Bufan, the owner of New High Mountain Villa, who appeared first. Li Bufan's grandson, 8 years old. At the age of 8, he had officially entered the 9th grade of martial arts, and was considered a true entry-grade martial arts expert. Top martial arts families such as the Chu family had very early initiations. The age of entry tends to be very early as well. But entering the 9th grade at the age of 8 was still a very impressive achievement. It was enough to show that this son was extremely talented. Li Bufan's grandson directly came up and performed a set, the best technique of the Raging Sea Villa, Raging Sea Frenzy. The Raging Sea Berserker is the unspeakable mastery of the Raging Sea Villa. Only the true direct lineage amongst the family could cultivate. If such feats were performed, it was as if a tsunami of power appeared in front of them. If it was cast in water, the effect would be even more exaggerated. Raging Sea Villa, also by virtue of this method, to suppress the East China Sea, so that those sea demons in the East China Sea are all honest, so that those sea gods in the East China Sea also do not dare to make trouble, and to be able to take this raging sea frenzy and cultivate the sound of a tsunami at the age of 8. It could be seen that this little fatty's talent was really very high. Meanwhile this little chubby guy, himself, is trying hard enough. Witness casts Sea of Fury and gains 20 witness points. Sea of Rage feat detected. Do I need to include it? This kind of thing that could directly whore out someone else's family's mastery for nothing was something that Li Zong was sure to do. The only thing that made Li Zong more regretful was that if this set had been performed by his grandfather, Li Zong could still glean a bit of martial arts talent from his grandfather. After the Raging Sea Villa's performance, they were directly replaced by the next person. This time, the one who came on stage was the grandson of the Divine Blade Sect's patriarch, and the one who performed the same Divine Blade Sect's greatest skill, the Thousand Shadow Slash. As the name suggests, this set of moves would result in a roiling shadow of swords if it was directly executed. However, the Divine Sword Sect has been able to become a first-class Jianghu. That wasn't just because of the shadows of the blades that filled the sky, but also because of these shadows of the blades, which were all alive in and of themselves. Each of these sword shadows could be individually transformed into an attack. 1,000 blade shadows means you have 1,000 of yourself casting blade techniques to fight against someone. According to Lu Wenlong's own words, his grandson, cultivating this 1,000 shadow slash to such a level at this age, was already breaking the history of the Lu family's old ancestors. It wasn't quite 1,000, but it was over 100 channels. This kind of power is already very exaggerated. It's definitely up there with the best among his peers. Witness casts 1,000 shadow slash and gains 50 witness points. 1,000 shadow chop detected. Is it included? Surely white whoring is a thing that makes people very happy. And Li Zong knew he hadn't made a mistake at all in coming with his grandfather. It's a place where you can whore out other people's Jedi. Chapter 47. My grandson is the human emperor of the world-seeking collection. Seeking to follow the reading. The third one was displayed by the grandson of the owner of the Wind and White House. Wind White House was different from ordinary martial arts sects. Wind and White House is a specialized assassination agency. Never missed a beat. Claiming to be rich, the emperor's father dared to kill him, provided, of course, that you can afford it. And the reason why such an assassin organization was able to get an invitation, it was entirely because they had been edicted to become a sword specialized in hiding in the shadows in the Great Yin dynasty. As for the premise of being edicted, that was naturally because the Great Yin dynasty gave too much, directly contracted the entire Windy White House. Feng Bailu specialized in assassination, and the martial arts displayed were naturally related to assassination. Only to see this kid, who was the second oldest in terms of age, his sword followed him, leaving only a residual shadow in the air. His stance was fast to the extreme. Seeing such stances, it was Li Zong, who had read countless martial arts texts from the Li family's martial arts building, who had a slight glint in his eye. This kind of stance was really too useful for Li Zong. With this kind of stance, it is possible to achieve the eat and run and easily not be implicated in it. Witness the white light sweeping by. Gain 50 witness points. White light sweep detected. Is it included? Included. Must be included. Witnessing 3 matches at the scene and including 3 supreme martial arts made Li Zong happy and drooling. After all 3 people had finished their displays, Li Zong looked expectantly at the grandchildren of the Sword Sect clan. Li Zong wanted to see what surprises the Sword Sect could bring to him. It was just that Li Zong had obviously thought too much. This grandson of the Sword Sect patriarch was extremely rebellious. I'm not interested in playing this kind of child's game. This high-strung grandson directly refused such an invitation. This caused Lin Yi's old face to flush with embarrassment, but he didn't push his grandson. Chu Tianyi and the others also knew that Lin Yi's situation, so they didn't continue to follow suit. Little Li Zong, I've heard that you built the foundation of your martial arts, and it was Chu Yanjun who helped you do so? Do you have anything to show? Feng Bailu took the initiative to look at Li Zong and inquired. Li Zong nodded and said, yes, my great-grandfather is awesome, creating a foundation establishment technique that is just as powerful as the human emperors. Lin Yi's grandson, hearing Li Zong's words, directly snorted. A foundation building technique that's as powerful as the human emperor. Your great-grandpa really dares to say that. Do you know what the human emperor is? Lin Yi, on the side, directly scolded. No rudeness, to Lin Yi and the others. Li Zong was just a 2-week-old child. Anything he said was childish, and it was perfectly normal for a child to worship his own oldest ancestor. Even they instead felt that Li Zong was very knowledgeable. It was because they all knew about Chu Yanjun's situation. At one time Chu Yanjun was indeed bright and dazzling, but the current Chu Yanjun had long since fallen off the clouds. Li Zong can still be so adored and esteemed. Such a child is indeed very appealing. There are some things that Li Zong can endure. There are some things that Li Zong can endure. Li Zong directly said. My great-grandfather said that the human emperor foundation building technique that has been passed down now is incomplete, and is missing the blood pass. Regarding Chu Yanjun's statement like this, everyone present was aware of it, because it wasn't supposed to be a secret. It's just that no one believes it. But not everyone has the courage to question the human emperor. Lin Yi's grandson laughed outright when he heard Li Zong's words. Your great-grandfather questioned the human emperor. Is it possible that your great-grandfather is even more powerful than the human emperor? Then have you refined the blood pass that your great-grandfather spoke of? No. Just as Lin Yi was planning to teach his rebellious grandson a lesson, he heard the sound of a tidal wave of blood flowing amongst Li Zong's body, and at the same time, the blood in Li Zong's body was as if it was boiling. Ha! Seeing such a scene, the 5 old man characters present all had their faces change in unison. Chu Tianyi even picked up Li Zong in his arms, not giving them a chance to check on Li Zong at all. Old Chu, let us and others take another look. Feng Yunlong discussed with Chu Tianyi. Chu Tianyi directly refused. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Chu Tianyi directly hugged Li Zong and left the place. Watching Chu Tianyi leave, the other 4 people present all had serious expressions on their faces. None of them had thought that a commonplace dazzling sun conference had even happened, something that would change the entire martial arts cultivation system. The blood pass actually does exist. Chu Yanjun really walked through the blood pass. I didn't expect Chu Yankuan's inference to be the correct one. If Li Zong hadn't believed in Chu Yanjun with such certainty, I'm afraid this blood pass would have been buried all along. Chu Tianyi has shown his face this time. We've all been compared to Chu Tianyi. Chu Tianyi hugged Li Zong and rode in the air, the smile on his face completely unstoppable. Good grandson. Good grandson. Grandpa has compared them all this time. After a pause, Chu Tianyi said somewhat strangely, but why didn't Grandpa feel your martial cultivation? Without the need for Li Zong to answer, Chu Tianyi quickly figured out what was going on. It was inevitably the handiwork of his own wife. It directly helped Li Zong conceal his breath. As for who to defend against, Chu Tianyi was just as clear in his mind. 2 years old and building a foundation. My grandson is the world's human emperor. Chu Tianyi laughed out loud. Then Chu Tianyi began to plan, after returning home, how to publicize this matter, so that people know, their own Chu Tianyi's grandson is the world's first grandson. Li Zong thought, if you know that I am less than a year old to build the foundation, then it will not be posted all over the capital. After Chu Tianyi returned to the Chu family, he directly found Shang Guanlan and said, Madam, such a big event, how can you hide it from me? Shang Guanlan looked at Li Zong in Chu Tianyi's arms and guessed roughly what had happened, directly holding Li Zong over with one hand and saying, who let you go to the State Scholarship Academy to pick up Li Zong without permission? Chu Tianyi said, it was not easy for those old guys to get together once. They have been bragging to me in the past about how excellent their grandchildren's grandchildren are. How can I lose to them? After a short pause, Chu Tianyi excitedly said, Madam, our Zhonger has already entered the grade, and he has also managed to walk through the blood gate deduced by his second uncle. Our Zhonger is the current world's human emperor. Shang Guanlan was also directly shocked when he heard what Chu Tianyi said earlier. Li Zong entered the grade, and also walked through the blood past this matter. That is, Shang Guanlan did not know. Shang Guanlan did not pay too much attention to Li Zong's cultivation, although Shang Guanlan knew that Li Zong's emperor physique would not be bad to cultivate, but Li Zong was only 2 years old. Even if it was faster, what could it be faster to? However, after hearing Chu Tianyi's words, Shang Guanlan directly didn't even go to check Li Zong's situation, and directly interrupted Chu Tianyi's thoughts. Now it is an eventful autumn. You'd better be honest. You'd better not publicize our Zonger's things everywhere. If this harms Zonger, I'll take you to be the one to ask. Chapter 48, The Law of All Beings, seeking favorites and catch-up readings. Chu Tianyi also obviously knew that he had done something wrong and inquired in a low voice. But all 4 of them know about this. Shang Guanlan cast a sidelong glance at Chu Tianyi and said, if you knew that their grandson was better than your grandson, would you go around proclaiming it? Chu Tianyi firmly shook his head and said, definitely not. Shang Guanlan lightly hummed. That's not the end of it. How much of a difference can it make if a few of you can get together? Chu Tianyi was relieved to hear that. Indeed, the 5 of them were able to get together, and that was entirely because the preferences were almost the same. After relaxing in his heart, Chu Tianyi said to Li Zong, Zonger, we can't show off so much when we're outside. It's better to be low-key. Li Zong's eyes were wide open and his entire body was stunned. Well, without using Li Zhong's rebuttal, Shang Guanlan directly rebuked angrily. You're still blaming Zhonger for the trouble you've caused. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to take Zhonger out alone. My time at home is limited, and you still won't let me take Zhonger out, so I might as well not go home. Chu Tianyi said with a complaint. Shang Guanlan sneered and said, fine, then don't go home. You've caused a lot of trouble by going home instead. Grandma, please forgive Grandpa. Grandpa didn't do it on purpose. And it was them who questioned Tai Grandpa first. I was just showing them that there is no problem with the foundation establishment technique that Tai Grandpa deduced. Li Zhong looked at Chu Tianyi, who had been turning to himself for help, and finally said a few words for Chu Tianyi. After hearing Li Zhong's words, Shang Wanlan was in a much better mood. When did you succeed in building your foundation, Zonger? Shang Wanlan inquired to Li Zhong in a pleasant manner. Li Zhong thought for a moment and said, just after my second birthday, 2 years old. Chu Tianyi was just about to yell, when he was directly glared back by a look from Shang Wanlan. Shang Wanlan was also a bit surprised after hearing this. 2 years old, 9th grade foundation building. I'm afraid that this one is really only achievable by human emperors. You go and invite second uncle over. Don't alarm anyone, Shang Wanlan instructed Chu Tianyi. Chu Tian nodded his head once while leaving the room. It wasn't long before Chu Tianyi and Chu Yanjun returned back and forth. It could be seen that Chu Yanjun was also very excited. After entering the house, Chu Yanjun directly hugged over Li Zong to examine the second uncle. I had previously cast some concealment means on the body of Zonger in order to cover it up. Shang Wanlan opened his mouth at the side and reminded. Chu Yanjun put Li Zong down and said, show it to great-grandpa. Li Zong nodded at Chu Yanjun's words, and then he began to display it. Looking at Li Zhong's boiling hot blood and the sound of blood flowing like a tidal wave, Chu Yanjun directly laughed out loud, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes as he laughed. Second uncle, it turns out that your deduction is correct. In the future, all the children of the Chu family will cultivate according to your deduction, and at the foundation establishment stage, my Chu family sons and daughters will be able to leave the others far behind. Shang Wanlan spoke. Chu Yanjun picked up Li Zong and said, I have never felt that I was wrong. It is just that you guys are not willing to believe it. If it wasn't for Zonger's words, all of my life's efforts would have gone down the drain. When Shang Wanlan heard this, he also hurriedly said yes. It really wasn't that Shang Wanlan didn't believe in this kind of thing. Rather, who would have thought that the human emperor's foundation building method was also incomplete? Not to mention that the one who had deduced the human emperor's foundation building method was still someone with a damaged foundation like Chu Yanjun. So even among the Chu family, there was no one who would cultivate as Chu Yanjun had deduced. Only Li Zhong, who had complete trust in Chu Yanjun, allowed Chu Yanjun's deduction to be truly confirmed. And just like Shang Wanlan said, from today onwards the Chu family would be able to leave everyone else behind at the foundation establishment stage. Chu Yanjun hugged Li Zong and said, Zonger, tell great-grandpa, after the blood barrier is passed, is there any feeling left? Li Zong raised his little tender hand, and a ball of martial true qi directly appeared on top of the little chubby hand. This, sparing the knowledgeable Chu Tianyi. He was stunned as he looked at the true qi in Li Zhong's hand. Martial true qi, which corresponded to the internal breath realm, or the 8th grade realm. So Li Zong wasn't even 2 years old and 9 pints, but 2 years old and 8 pints. Chu Tianyi wasn't even too sure if human emperors could reach this level. Chu Yanjun looked at the true qi in Li Zong's hand, and after the same stunned look, a realization appeared in his eyes immediately. So it's right. Force is full and qi is born. The 9th grade is foundation building. It's only right that after completing foundation building, one should smoothly enter the 8th grade. Previously, the corresponding blood barrier was missing, causing the foundation to be incomplete, which is why a heavenly barrier was formed between the 9th and 8th grades. Shang Wanlan and Chu Tianyi listened to Chu Yanjun's explanation and glanced at each other. Their hearts were incomparably shocked and complicated. 9th grade and 8th grade of martial arts. Don't look at just a small difference. However, between the 9th and 8th grade, there is actually an invisible heavenly barrier. 9 pins to 8 pins, at least half of them will fall out. But now Chu Yanjun's Gong method directly solved this problem. As long as your foundation building is complete, you will naturally be able to enter the 8th rank realm. It was invisible, and there was no telling how many more martial artists there were. An 8th grade martial artist was already like a mainstay in the army. If half the number is more at once, the benefit, really, is self-evident. On a smaller scale, the number and strength of the Chu family's army would rapidly double, and the Chu family's influence in the entire army would reach an unprecedented height. In the grand scheme of things, this was tantamount to boosting the combat power of the entire human race. With a large number of 8th grade martial artists popping up all at once, the fighting strength of the human race would all go straight up a big step. Second uncle, I'm sure your old man understands what this means. Second uncle, this matter has a great deal at stake, but this technique was created by you, so please make a decision on how exactly to choose. If it was just a matter of getting through the blood pass, it wouldn't really matter if it was announced or not. Now, however, it was directly related to the enhancement of the strength of the entire human race, so whether or not to publicize it was a big deal. It was just that this gongfu was created by Chu Yanjun, so whether or not it should be published was still up to Chu Yanjun himself. Chu Yanjun naturally understood the powerful relationship. Chu Yanjun looked down at Li Zong and asked, "Zong, do you think this matter should be publicized?" Li Zong looked at Chu Yanjun and said, "I guess Tai Grandpa must have wanted to make it public. Tai Grandpa, you don't like fame and fortune, but yet you definitely don't want to leave the pearl in the dust either. And I guess Tai Grandpa, you deduced the foundation establishment method. It wasn't meant to be for a certain person." When Chu Yanjun heard Li Zhong's words, he directly laughed out loud and said, "It's still my Zhonger who understands me." After speaking, Chu Yanjun looked at Shang Wanlan and said, "This method can be published, but since I created this method, it should be named by me." Shang Wanlan said, "This is natural." Chu Yanjun looked down at Li Zong and said, "This method will be called the law of all beings." Chapter 49, 1000 Witness Points for a Great Event. Seeking favorites and catch-up reads. The Law of Beings. Shang Wanlan and Chu Tianyi, hearing Chu Yanjun's naming of this foundation establishment method, were both startled. Second uncle. This matter is not proper. Zhonger is already notable. If this method is named after Zhonger, I'm afraid it will attract too much attention, Shang Wanlan said cautiously. When Chu Yanjun heard Shang Wanlan's words, he was not the least bit concerned, but instead said, "With the ability of my Chu family, could it not protect a baby?" After Chu Tianyi heard it, he immediately chimed in, "I think what second uncle said." Chu Tianyi was halfway through his sentence when he was stopped by Shang Wanlan's eyes. "Uncle too." Shang Wanlan was about to say something else, when Chu Yanjun directly waved his hand and said, "This method was created by me, and I can call it whatever I wish." Chu Tianyi secretly gave his second uncle his support. As for Shang Wanlan, there was nothing he could do since, "Grandmother, this is the Dharma of universal life. There is nothing wrong with calling it the Dharma of all beings." Seeing that his grandmother was in a difficult position, Li Zhong reminded in a milky voice. Shang Wanlan couldn't help but light up when he heard Li Zhong's words. "That's right, it's the law of universal life, and it's what should be called the law of all beings. It's still my family's Zhonger who is smart." Chu Yanjun first praised Li Zhong, and then began to lecture Shang Wanlan. "A martial artist should have the sharpness of a martial artist, and hiding clumsiness will only end up losing that sharpness. And is that state prison any good place? A place where a bunch of sour and corrupt scholars gather, working at every moment, and ultimately gaining reckoning and losing their sharpness more than they lose." Shang Wanlan didn't dare to refute, but just couldn't stop nodding and said, "Second uncle's lesson is extremely true. Daughter-in-law has remembered." Chu Yanjun hugged Li Zong for a while longer, before returning Li Zong to Shang Wanlan, saying, "The matter of announcing the merit law, you guys just go and deal with it." After saying that, Chu Yanjun waved goodbye to Li Zong. Witness the birth of the law of all beings and gain 500 witness points. Witness the promotion of the law of all beings and gain 1,000 witnessing points. Gain 1 point in martial arts talent. Li Zong looked at the 1,000 witness points in front of him and was truly shocked. For such a long time, the most that Li Zong had witnessed was 500 witness points. A big deal at 1,000 points, which is a first. Previously, Li Zong had always thought that the maximum number of witnessing points would be 500, but now it seemed that it wasn't a maximum of 500 points, but that none of the things witnessed before were big enough. Certainly the promotion of the law of beings does deserve 1,000 witness points. After all, it's really a great thing to do for the general public. The promotion of the law of beings went much smoother than expected. It was because there were 4 top first-class powers such as Win Whitehouse, who directly went to the door to beg for the law to thank Chu Yanjun. With the endorsement of such a top-notch first-class power, the promotion of this method would naturally be incomparably smooth. And soon there were people who, through this law of beings, reached the blood barrier. At the same time, the person who made the breakthrough also realized that the force was full of airborne. This instantly brought the heights of the law of beings to a direct culmination. At the same time, the prestige of Chu Yanjun's name was completely comparable to that of the human emperor. After all, this method, that is really equal to helping the strength of the entire human race, are upgraded by a big step. The magnitude of such things greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The Yantai emperor was forced to personally come out to praise the Chu family, while at the same time raising the status of the Chu family, continuing upwards. Chu Yanjun was even directly appointed as a king with a different surname, and the Chu family also changed from a marquis's house to a prince's residence. You should know that since Great Yan's great ancestor started the country, there has never been a king with a different surname. The Chu family is considered to have set a Great Yan precedent with this one. In addition, everyone in the Chu family is automatically followed by an official promotion. On top of that, there are countless rewards of wealth. In the face of such heavenly riches and honor, the Chu family took the peace of mind. Outsiders can't pick out a single thing that's wrong with it at all. Either Even they felt that Emperor Yen Tai had not given enough, because the benefits of this law of all beings, with the human race, are just too great. At the same time, the origin of the name Law of Beings has sparked a lot of speculation. One of them, naturally, was someone who associated that name with Li Zong. After all, the word multitude is really hard not to associate the two together. Because of this connection, there are naturally all kinds of rumors in the community. Some say that this Law of Beings was originally created specifically for the Li Zong. Some people also say that this Law of all beings was something that Li Zong helped Xu Yanjun perfect. What's more, they directly said that this Law of all beings was created by Li Zong. But Li Zong was too small and worried that no one would be convinced, so he spread it in the name of Xu Yanjun. All of this, and however outrageous the rumors are, this forced Li Zong to have many more guards around him. Too much attention is never a good thing either. However, Xu Tianyi was enjoying this very much. He told everyone that Li Zong was his good and great grandson. If not, Shangguan Lan does not allow it. Xu Tianyi intends to properly set up a few hundred tables, so that everyone can follow along and have fun. But soon a great event took the wind out of the sails of this matter of Li's congregation. Emperor Yen Tai fainted. It was important to know that since Emperor Yen Tai had inherited the throne, he had been able to instantly become a first-grade expert with the power of incense. A first-rate expert. Not to mention fainting, it's hard to even sneeze. But now Emperor Yen Tai has actually fainted. It can mean so many things here. One of the most speculated, naturally, is that the emperor, the longest reigning, is approaching the end of his days. The moment such speculation came out, it directly caused the entire imperial city to follow the dark currents. For this reason, Shangguan Lan had even sent a lot more manpower to protect Li Zhong. No way. Whether they were willing or unwilling, the Chu family was now in the game. And the Chu family's biggest weakness right now was obviously Li Zong. After capturing the Li Zong, it would be entirely possible to pin down both the Chu and Li families. It just didn't take long for another rumor to trickle out. Emperor Yen Tai did not faint at the end of his life. But rather, Emperor Yen Tai directed one of his own plays. The purpose is to find out all the spies lurking around. Corresponding to this, there was a direct purge among the court. The heads of thousands of courtiers fell in direct head rolls. At the same time, there were dozens of civil and military ministers who were either beheaded or deposed. In addition to the civil and military ministers, there were several royal sons, who were directly punished. However, these princes were not beheaded directly, but all of them were imprisoned in the cold palace, never to leave. After a major purge, Emperor Yen Tai's side was quite quiet, and another big event followed, which quickly overshadowed the matter of Emperor Yen Tai. That was that the Tower of Heaven was about to be successfully constructed and would meet with everyone as promised on Emperor Yen Tai's 300th birthday. At that time, Emperor Yen Tai, moreover, will personally climb the tower to accept the admiration and blessings of all the people in the world. Chapter 50, all parties pulling together seeking collections and catch-up readings. Things continue to fester as the Law of Beings is promoted. Xu Yanjun's as well as the Chu family's prestige was in the midst of a continuous climb, especially in the military. Originally Xu Tianyi's prestige in the military was just extremely high. Now that there was this matter of Xu Yanjun, it made Xu Tianyi's prestige, even more so, go up a level. If this momentum continued, Xu Tianyi feared that he would become the #1 marshal of Great Yan. There are 4 military marshals in Dayan, guarding the 4 directions of southeast, west, north and south. Xu Tianyi was the Grand Marshal of the Eastern 10,000 Demon Kingdom, and he was already distinguished in battle, and the Chu family army was even more courageous. Originally, Xu Tianyi's reputation was extremely high, and now there was the matter of Xu Yanjun's promotion of the Law of Beings. Xu Tianyi's position as this Great Yan's first Grand Marshal was definitely secure. The people who came to send gifts and draw Xu Tianyi in for this reason, that really was all night long. Fortunately, there was Shangguan Lan sitting at home, so there wasn't any chaos. Otherwise, with Xu Tianyi's character, there was no telling what kind of situation might arise. From top to bottom, the Chu family believed in the supremacy of the fist. As far as they're concerned, no amount of intrigue is worth the hardness of your fists. Such a character was enough to make the Chu clan's martial arts experts proliferate. However, it will also give the Chu family invisible, make countless enemies. This situation only got better after Shangguan Lan married into the Chu family and took full charge of things at home. In Shangguan Lan's opinion, it was right for martial artists like Xu Tianyi and the others to maintain such sharpness, but they can't just mind their own business. They were all invincible martial artists of their time. Even if they did have any plots and tricks, they would not be more afraid to use them on them. However, not everyone in the Chu family is Xu Tianyi. Not to mention that even for someone as strong as Xu Tianyi, the Chu family was not without being reckoned with. Xu Yanjun is such a living example. Therefore, Shangguan Lan sits at home, with a long sleeve, soft and hard, putting the Chu family in order up and down, not to mention, the Chu family's prestige and status was also rising day by day. Li Zong has been relying on his grandmother's house for some time now, for no other reason than to witness the point, because during this period of time, there were simply too many people coming and going from the Chu family. There are quite a few things that can be witnessed, and Li Zong, by virtue of his status as a baby, just hangs hard on Shang Wanlan's neck and won't come down. No one else can say anything. After all, who would get serious with a child? And it's just a kid. What can he know? What they didn't realize, however, was that Li Zong really did know too much. For example, who is going to be represented by the 5th prince, and who is going to be represented by the 4th prince versus the 7th prince? Because of the rumors of Emperor Yen Tai fainting, it made all these princes, who were interested in the throne, act positively. Regardless of whether this matter of Emperor Yen Tai fainting was true or false, it all has to be acted upon now. Otherwise, it's all too late to repent. The Chu family, now in the ascendant, would have to be the one to be focused on. It could be said that with the Chu family's support, then this matter would be equal to 1/3 success. Although it was said that many people now viewed the Chu family as the Crown Prince party. However, the Chu family had never admitted it in person. This gave others the opportunity to pull the Chu family together. In response to these pulls, Shang Wanlan's response could be said to be dripping with water. Li Zong really think his grandmother that is the proper out of the general into the talent of the prime minister. Through this series of eating melons, Li Zong has been able to get the current situation of seizing the first wife more or less right. Previously, Li Zong had never paid attention to this aspect. Now Li Zong couldn't even think of not paying attention. The 3rd prince was killed because of himself, and the 6th prince was trapped in the cold palace because of himself. Now the only ones who were still capable of competing for the throne were the 4th prince, 5th prince, 7th prince, and 9th prince. These 4 are the most powerful and crafty, while the mother's family is also the extremely strong type. Instead, it was the crown prince, who was inferior compared to the 4 people at hand. But the prince was born to Emperor Yen Tai and his wife, who did not have any outstanding family background and died very early. Everyone knew that Emperor Yen Tai favored his hairy wife the most when this hairy wife was alive. The reason why the crown prince could become the crown prince, that was also entirely because Emperor Yen Tai loved the house. In order to make up for the shortcomings of the crown prince's background complement, Emperor Yen Tai directly let Li Zhixing be the crown prince's teacher to assist the crown prince. And the prince has a fine daughter. The reason why Emperor Yen Tai doted on Lin Xuan so much was because Lin Xuan's eyebrows actually had 5 or 6 points that were extremely similar to his own grandmother. So even if the crown prince had no background, Emperor Yen Tai did not move to change the crown prince. As for among the 4 most capable contenders for the throne, the 4th prince's mother came from a jungle sect, the first daughter of the Wuji sect. The history of the Wuji sect was indeed very far-reaching. It goes back 10,000 years to the previous dynasty. However, the Wuji sect at that time was just a small sect with no reputation. One of the most successful investments they had made was investing in the great Yen Emperor, who had not yet become a human emperor at the time. It was because of this successful investment that the Wuji sect quickly accomplished a triple jump, from not being in the top tier, which could be drowned by the flood of history at any time, all the way to quickly becoming a top-tier power. Adding the Wuji sect, it was guaranteed that every great Yen emperor would have one of them amongst his harem. This led to the Wuji sect's even more supreme status among the Jianghu. Although this attracted the dissatisfaction of many Jianghu sects, the Wuji sect itself was strong and deep, and it also had the imperial court as its backer. Therefore, the Wuji sect was a bit arrogant and domineering, and no one dared to mess with it. The mother of the other 5th prince was a demonic consort. That's right, amongst Emperor Dian's harem, there were demonic concubines. The great Yen pardoned all the gods of the world, and in order to make these pardoned gods, all of them were willing to believe that the great Yen was sincere in pardoning them. The most direct way is for the Emperor of Dian to marry the demon princess. The only way to show that great Yen was genuinely pardoning them and not simply utilizing them. The 5th prince's mother, in her original form, was a tiger demon, from the Heavenly Tiger Clan. The Heavenly Tiger Clan was the first demon clan to receive the great Yen's pardon and seal. More than a third of the mountain gods of the famous mountains of Great Yen were from the Heavenly Tiger Clan. The strength of the Heavenly Tiger Clan was definitely at the forefront amongst the entire demon clan. At the same time, what the 5th prince had gotten was not only the support of the Heavenly Tiger Clan, but also the support of the other demon clans. After all, if the emperors were all in possession of demonic blood, it would definitely be more powerful for their demon race. As for the words of the 7th and 9th emperors, their backgrounds were not as complicated. However, it was also very powerful. And the families were all of the group that followed the great Yen Taizu human emperor's rise to power, all the way through 10,000 years of great waves and still survived. Naturally, the bottom is deep. At the same time the tree is big and deep. In that comparison, the crown prince, the throne, really deserved to be coveted. Only in the view of Li Zhong words, the fourth prince and the fifth prince, the probability is blind busy. The seventh prince and the ninth prince may have the opportunity to squeeze out the crown prince. Chapter 51 Passing Tower begs for favorites and catch-up reading. The situation of the seizure of the first wife was understood by Li Zhong though, but Li Zhong couldn't change anything, much less do anything, because with this kind of thing, a bad move is a recipe for disaster. It's not even just about drawing fire, it's about directly implicating the entire family. The battle for the first wife, that's really a battle to the death, especially in a situation like this now. Any decision that anyone makes easily is going to implicate the entire family. Therefore Shangguanlan's attitude towards all parties was the same. For generations, my Chu family has served the imperial court and guarded the human race, and my Chu family has been loyal in its time and dedicated to the human race. This translates to, my Chu family doesn't help anyone. My Chu family guards the human race. What nastiness and luo chaos there is within your royal family has nothing to do with my Chu family. Of course outsiders could also understand that the Chu family was completely neutral. The Chu family will not be involved in this so-called battle to seize the throne. As for who ends up becoming emperor, that has nothing to do with my Chu family. Any one of you becomes emperor, my Chu family will serve. Such a statement, though, made both the fourth and fifth emperors very disappointed. Yet it was a great relief to them all the same, because if the Chu family fell directly to the crown prince, then things would truly be irreparable. The crown prince had the backing of the Li family, a great Confucian scholar. And if he added the Chu family's full reverse support, then no matter what the fourth prince and the fifth prince, with what kind of mother's family background, in the end can only be an empty, because the Chu family's energy in the military was really just a little too great. So much time had passed, and 3 more months had passed in the twinkling of an eye. Li Zhong is still a ways away from his 3rd birthday, yet Emperor Yantai was already celebrating his 300th birthday. As the emperor who had lived the longest since the founding of the entire Great Yin dynasty, other than the great ancestor human emperor, Emperor Yentai's 300th birthday was still very grand. The whole imperial city is decorated with lights and colors everywhere. Even that ground has been repaired for who knows how many times. Within the imperial city it was even earlier to start clearing out the stragglers. At a time of such great joy, the stragglers are obviously very much a distraction to the whole sensibility. Since the stragglers can't be wiped out, it would be better to just send them away. The civil and military officials, moreover, changed their ways to please Emperor Yantai every day. The same is true for the beauties among the harem. But what really made Emperor Yantai hang on was his Tongtian Tower. This one was his birthday present to himself. Of course the Tower of Heaven, with the huge financial support, was completed on schedule. The Tower of Heaven, inside and out, had long since been painted. The next step was to wait for Emperor Yantai to visit and then inscribe his name. And then the Tongtian Tower could officially operate to the public. Early this morning, Li Zhong was called up early and changed into a brand new outfit. Then they were taken by their own parents and followed their grandfather to the Tower of Heaven to watch the ceremony. Li Zhong had not seen this Tower of Heaven either. But in Li Zhong's opinion, this kind of thing is just a gimmick. To know that this Tower of Heaven is only 33 floors. Li Zhong has seen the highest building, but it has hundreds of floors. This district's 33rd floor, in Li Zhong's opinion, could barely be considered a big high level. Although Li Zhong was very excited on this journey, what Li Zhong was really excited about was not going to see the Tower of Heaven. Rather, Li Zhong knew that he was about to witness many great things today. Soon Li Zhong followed his parents and the others, and together they arrived within the middle city. The Tower of Heaven was built in a section of Midtown. Although it was said that the price of land in this middle city was extremely expensive, it was not possible to just let Yantai Di go all the way outside the outer city just because of this problem. This one is obviously very inappropriate. Soon the crowd arrived at the place where the viewing was taking place. This viewing place has long been decorated in gold and blue. Also all the bits have been arranged properly. What people should stand in what positions, that has all been arranged long ago. The Li Zhong family is still very much in the front of the line, just after the royalty. However, before Li Zhong and the others could stand still, Chu Tianyi came straight over and talked to Chu Ling, saying, "Give Zhonger to me, I'll carry Zhonger to the front." Now that the Chu family was already a king of a different surname, it was natural that their position could be even more forward than the Li family. Li Zhixing said indifferently, "This is my Li family's grandson and deserves to be with my Li family." As soon as Chu Tian heard Li Zhixing's words, he was immediately on fire. Chu Ling hurriedly stopped her father and said, "Father, it is indeed not appropriate for Zhonger to go with you. After the ceremony is over, I will send Zhonger back home so that Zhonger can stay with her for a few more days." As soon as Chu Tianyi heard his daughter's words, it was only then that he was demoralized. If it wasn't for the sake of my daughter and Zonger, I would have to compete with you today, Chu Tianyi said to Li Zhixing without any good humor. Li Zhixing's attitude towards Chu Tianyi was much more bland and casual. However, the more it was like that, the more Chu Tianyi felt a sense of harboring anger. It was obvious that Li Zhixing had already studied Chu Tianyi's temperament all the way through. Li Zhixing knew very well what kind of method to use to maximize the anger of Chu Tianyi, and then also make Chu Tianyi helpless against himself. Seeing that his grandpa's beard was sticking up in anger, Li Zong hurriedly smoothed out his beard with his small hand for his grandpa. Grandpa, later I'll look at it here for a little while, and then I'll go to the front to accompany you to look at it again. Hearing Li Zhong's words, this breath of Chu Tianyi's finally smoothed out. Okay, Grandpa will pick you up later. Li Zhong thought to himself, this family would really fall apart without him. The effort was not too great, and Emperor Yen Tai soon arrived. Accompanying Emperor Yen Tai's arrival, all civil and military officials greeted him respectfully, only to see Emperor Yen Tai leading the crown prince, as well as a group of imperial princes, directly into the most central area of the entire ceremony. With the arrival of Emperor Yen Tai, it was time to show the true colors of the Tongtian Tower's hut next, accompanied by someone pointing out a finger. Suddenly out of nowhere a 33-story tower appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the middle of the city, Li Zong also finally saw the true face of this Tongtian Tower. In order to keep it a secret, during the construction process, some means were used to wrap up the entire Tongtian Tower. Although the height of the Tongtian Tower was average in Li Zhong's opinion, but this means of protecting the Tongtian Tower, that was really amazing to hear. Witness to the Tower of Heaven. Gain 100 witness points. Everyone has already seen the Tower of Heaven, and the next step is for Emperor Yen Tai to go up to the tower to receive the worship of all the people. Just before going up to the tower, Emperor Yen Tai purposely had someone find Li Zhong. Chapter 52, Emperor Yen Tai is really going to die. Request for favorites. Request for catch-up readings. Emperor Yen Tai sent his own personal courtesan, Sun Yen Yen, to come and find Li Zong in person. Great Confucian Li, His Majesty would like to invite, later, the Li congregation to ascend the tower together. When Li Zhixing heard Sun Companion's words, his brows gently knitted as he inquired, Eunuch Sun, may I ask what is the reason for His Majesty's invitation for my grandson to climb the tower with him? Sun Companion did not hide this. Frankly said, Li Deru, do not misunderstand. His Majesty invited Li Zongyi to climb the tower, is because the Qin Tian supervisor witnessed, deduced that His Majesty needs to climb the tower to bring a boy and a girl each. When Li Zong heard this, he directly misunderstood. Boys and girls, that doesn't sound like a good word. Especially since this Tower of Heaven has just been successfully constructed and wants one boy and one girl. This is intended to be a tower sacrifice of himself. Sun Companion saw Li Zhixing did not say anything. Also no Li Zhixing heart guess what? Immediately said, Li Deru, the child girl is Linchuan County Lord. Li Zhixing was relieved to hear Sun Companion's words. The same is true of the Li congregation. If the child girl was the Linchuan sheriff, there would be no problem. Emperor Yen Tai might take Li Zong and sacrifice the tower, but he would not take Lin Xuan and sacrifice the tower. Everyone knew that Lin Xuan was Emperor Yen Tai's favorite imperial granddaughter. Grandpa, I'm going to find Lin Xuan, Li Zong said as he jumped down from Chu Ling's arms. As one of the first people to climb the tower, Li Zong felt that he should be able to gain quite a few witness points. Seeing that Li Zhixing had no opinion, he also nodded his head and agreed. Many thanks to Great Confucian Li. The old slave will take Shou Kai Li over first, Sun Companion said politely. Li Zhixing returned the same salute. Sun Companion led Li Zong and arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Heaven. He saw the beautifully dressed Lin Xuan, already standing there with Yen Tai Di. Seeing Li Zong, Lin Xuan was very excited and waved at Li Zong. Seeing that Li Zong had also come to Emperor Yen Tai's side, many people had already started talking. Soon the matter of the boy and girl became known to all. Then they became even more envious and jealous of the Li and Chu families. To be honored with such a distinction means a lot in itself. Emperor Yen Tai's current move, that definitely pushed Li Zhong and the Chu family's reputation upwards by a large margin again. Let's go. You two follow me up to the tower. Emperor Yen Tai directly reached out and held Li Zhong's small hand. As he watched, Emperor Yen Tai brought Li Zhong and Lin Xuan together to enter the Tower of Heaven. The kind of envy and curiosity of the crowd was at a peak. Too many people wanted to know what it was really like inside this Tower of Heaven. After Li Zong was led into the Tower of Heaven, he also looked around curiously. Just after entering the Tower of Heaven, what met his eyes was an immense and incomparable pillar. It was a pillar that went straight from the bottom all the way to the very top. This was the only top pillar in the entire Tongtian Tower. Beyond that, there are no more top beams to be seen. Above this one pillar, carvings of living, breathing golden dragons were carved. The dragon scales on it are all movable. It looks pretty amazing. Each of the remaining floors, except for this one column, is built around the column. This each layer has an independent viewing platform. At the same time can see, quite a few areas, should be planned out some commercial reserved. Only now, if now, the entire Tongtian Tower was very empty, and there were only 3 people, Li Zhong. Just as Li Zhong's 3 individuals, intended to go up, they only saw the golden dragon carved on top of the pillar, directly circling down, transforming into an upward ladder. It's also considered to have taken effort and ingenuity. Seeing such a scene, Emperor Yantai gave his own evaluation. This was more than ingenious. Li Zhong felt that if this kind of design could appear in the world he came from, it would definitely be a Netflix hitting place. Emperor Yantai brought the 2 of them, Li Zhong, and together they stood on top of the dragon's head, and then that dragon's head began to slowly move upwards. You 2 are quite bold, Emperor Yantai said as he looked at his left and right Li Zhong and Lin Xuan. With royal grandpa here, Lin Xuan is not afraid, County Lord Lin Xuan said with curiosity and happiness. Emperor Yentai's face showed a look of relief when he heard Lin Xuan's words. Even if Imperial Grandfather isn't here, Lin Xuan doesn't need to be afraid. Instead there will still be many people to protect you. After saying that, Emperor Yantai looked at Li Zhong and inquired, Kid, are you willing to protect Lin Xuan? Li Zhong immediately nodded his head and said, Lin Xuan is my best friend. Of course I will protect her. Although Li Zhong's mouth was agreeable, his heart was already alive. What Emperor Yantai just said to Lin Xuan seemed to foreshadow something. Lin Xuan also obviously heard that the meaning of Yantai Emperor's words was not quite right anymore, but Lin Xuan did not think deeply about it, but curiously said, how come Imperial Grandpa is not there? Is Imperial Grandpa going out of town? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Emperor Yantai said, Imperial Grandfather may indeed go far, far away. Lin Xuan suddenly thought of something and was suddenly sad. Imperial Grandfather, are you going to be the same as they say? Are you going to die? Yantai Emperor looked at Lin Xuan who was full of tears in his eyes and was about to cry out, and directly hugged Lin Xuan up and said, it is a person who is going to die, and Royal Grandpa is no exception, but Royal Grandpa has Lin Xuan, and even if he dies, he will have no regrets. Imperial Grandfather, I don't want you to die. Imperial Grandfather, you are long live. You won't die, Lin Xuan said and directly cried out loud. Fortunately, this place had a soundproofing array, and the people outside could not hear the conversation inside at all. Emperor Yantai looked down at Li Zhong and said, why aren't you crying? Do you think I am not your relative? No, I just don't think His Majesty is the one who was going to die. His Majesty looks so healthy, Li Zhong said. Hearing Li Zhong's words, Emperor Yantai laughed. I am a first-grade expert. How could I possibly get sick and have a disaster? Even by the time I die, I will be just as I look now. Hearing Emperor Yentai's words, Li Zhong continued to ask, so is His Majesty really going to die? Emperor Yantai nodded his head before inquiring to Li Zhong, can you keep my secret for me? Li Zhong thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I can't, I'm a student of history. I have to record this matter, in detail, and let him circulate. Emperor Yantai hadn't cared about Li Zhong's studies, and now that he heard that Li Zhong had chosen the Shi family, he was quite curious and surprised. You don't go to practice martial arts or become an official, you go to study history? Can your grandfather and your grandpa agree? Emperor Yantai inquired with slight curiosity. Li Zhong nodded and said, they all agree, and it's not like I can't practice martial arts and Confucianism if I study Shi. My grandfather told me that studying history is a very dangerous thing. To understand the real history, then you have to experience it for yourself, and if you don't have the martial arts on your side, it can be very dangerous. My grandfather told me that the study of history must be rigorous and fair, and the Hao Ranch can do just that. Chapter 53, Assassinating Emperor Yantai begs for favorites and followers. When Emperor Yantai heard what Li Zhong said, he first burst into laughter. The ones who laughed were naturally not Li Zhong, but Li Zhixing and Chu Channy. These 2 men are hundreds of years old combined and they bothered to lie to a child. But after laughing for a while, Yantai Di was suddenly a bit more expectant again, because Emperor Yantai felt that Li Zhong would probably become a, in the true sense of the word, historian, instead of being dependent on the victor's historian. Alright, then you'll record my matter in your history books when the time comes, Emperor Yantai said to Li Zhong. Li Zhong nodded and said, you'll be the first thing. When Emperor Yantai heard Li Zhong's words, he couldn't help but laugh softly. It would be an honor for me to be the first page, but I wonder, how would you, a little historian, evaluate my life? Li Zhong replied, I will learn about it and evaluate it truthfully. Emperor Yantai was not angry when he heard Li Zhong's words. On the contrary, Emperor Yantai was really hoping that Li Zhong could be able to write a history book in the true sense of the word. Emperor Yantai pulled out a token from his body and threw it to Li Zhong. With this token, You can go in and out of any royal academy, and amongst the academies there might be some real history that you want to know. Li Zhong took the token and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Well, here it is. Just as the three people were chatting, that golden dragon also rose to the height of the 33rd floor. Lin Chuan, be happy. I'm afraid that if someone with a heart of gold sees this, it'll cause too much of a stir again. And it's not like Imperial Grandpa will die immediately. There's still some time before Imperial Grandpa dies. Before going down, Emperor Yantai coaxed Lin Chuan to say. Lin Chuan listened to Emperor Yantai's words and nodded knowingly, drying his tears. When Lin Chuan adjusted his emotions, Emperor Yantai also brought Li Zhong and Lin Chuan, and walked down from the golden dragon head. The 33rd floor was a huge viewing platform, half of which was open, allowing those who stood on it to view the entire capital city in a circular view. Since there were no buildings too high in the capital, the 33-story viewing platform could almost take in the entire capital. Is this my kingdom? Emperor Yantai stood at such a high level and naturally lamented. Li Zhong and Lin Chuan, seeing such a shocking scene, couldn't help but have their little mouths wide open. Li Zhong was really feeling shocked, although this height did not let Li Zhong shocked, but the scenery here was still very shocking to Li Zhong. Standing at this height, overlooking the entire huge and incomparable capital city, it was still really an indescribable feeling. Emperor Yantai looked at Li Zhong and said, "How is this feeling of trampling everything under your feet and having everything under your control?" Li Zhong nodded and said, "Very good." Emperor Yantai continued again, "Then do you want to have this feeling all the time?" Li Zhong shook his head and said, "Just take a look. I still have to go down to look for my grandfather and my grandpa. I can't keep them waiting." Li Zhong knew very well what Emperor Yantai's words implied. Only Li Zhong really didn't want to go over to become some kind of laborious emperor. You can't live forever when you're an emperor. Li Zhong is casually immortal. So this matter of the emperor was completely out of Li Zhong's consideration. When Emperor Yantai heard Li Zhong's words, he couldn't help but smile. That's a good point. It's better to stand too high and take a look around. It's better to have your feet on the ground and have your family with you more comfortably. Next, according to the steps, it was time for Emperor Yantai to wave his hand to the people below for a while. It was only when Emperor Yantai, with Li Zhong and Lin Chuan, had just leaned forward, a cold light that was so fast that it flew straight out. The person with this cold light was far beyond Li Zhong's cultivation. Although Li Zhong reacted, Li Zhong did not think about how to escape. The point was that Li Zhong also did not expect that under such a tight defense, there was still someone who dared to assassinate Emperor Yantai. One must know that there were far too many high-grade powerhouses present, so for him to come over would be a complete case of beating a lantern in the toilet looking for death. Sure enough, after the strike, all of those supreme powerhouses below flew up instantly. The inner guards, led by Eunuch Sun, surrounded the place even more instantly. These were all pre-plans they'd rehearsed so many times long ago that they'd developed muscle memory. It was just that none of them had any idea that these things they trained for on weekdays could actually be used today. Witness the assassination of Emperor Yantai and gain 500 witness points. Gain 1 point in assassination talent. Detecting whether Shadow Walker is included? Looking at the witness point in front of him, Li Zhong also just noticed that Yantai's arm that was bleeding. Li Zhong remembered that just now, Yantai seemed to have used this arm to block the cold light for himself. At the thought of this, Li Zhong also felt incredible and at the same time felt that things were perverse. First of all, Yantai was a first-grade expert. A first-rate expert was able to be injured. Even if Emperor Yantai were to die again, he shouldn't be injured. But right now, Yantai was actually injured. And he was also injured in order to protect himself. Just as Li Zhong was thinking about all this, Sun Companion had already arrived in front of Emperor Yantai and knelt down. The old slave deserves to die for not finding the thieves out, causing His Majesty's dragon body to be injured, Sun Companion said as she clung her head. It was a completely unguarded kowtow. The sound was very loud, not to mention that even on the stone tiles of Sun Companion's forehead, some blood was starting to soak in. Alright, don't defile my Tongtian tower. Seeing the blood marks on the stone tiles on the ground, Emperor Yantai impatiently said to Sun Companion. Sun Companion stopped kowtowing after hearing Emperor Yantai's words, but also still nodded his head in the air in the void, waiting for Emperor Yantai to admonish him. Have the thieves been caught? I am very curious as to what kind of person dares to assassinate me, Emperor Yantai said to Sun Companion. Hearing Emperor Yantai's words, Sun Companion immediately stated the person has already been rounded up, and will soon be able to capture him. Emperor Yantai nodded his head then, said, remember, I want a living mouth. If it's a death, then your entire inner guards will follow along with the burial. I really want to see who has eaten bear heart and leopard guts to come and assassinate me on the day of the completion of my heavenly tower. Is this really thinking that I'm going to die? That I'm a dying man who can't do anything? Sun Companion heard Emperor Yen Tai's words and hurriedly promised, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The old slave will definitely capture the person back alive. And no matter who the mastermind behind the scenes is, the old slave will definitely be able to inquire about it." Emperor Yen Tai nodded and said, "Go down." Chapter 54 Assassins Sent by the Crown Prince? Favorites and Followers. It was only after Sun Companion left that the others below were allowed to enter the Tower of Heaven. After Chu Tianyi and the others entered, the first thing they did was to check on Li Zhong's situation. Seeing that Li Zhong was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "You and the others will accompany me here today and wait to see who actually wants to kill me," Emperor Yen Tai said indifferently. "Yes." The group of ministers all agreed. "Go find your family," Emperor Yen Tai said to Li Zhong, who was still standing by his side. "Yes." Li Zhong first agreed, then respectfully said, "Many thanks to Your Majesty for saving my life." When Chu Tianyi and the others heard Li Zhong's words, they all tensed up. Emperor Yen Tai touched Li Zhong's head and laughed. "He was originally here to kill me, and you were brought up by me. So how could I drag you, a little one, into this? This is definitely not the perspective from which an emperor should consider the issue. However, in the years of Chu Tianyi and the others, the implication could be too much. Your Majesty, please let me go along to catch the thief. I will bring the thief back alive and place him at Your Majesty's disposal," Chu Tianyi said as he took the initiative to come forward and ask for battle. Shang Guanlan sensed that there was something wrong here though. However, at this moment, Shang Guanlan was also completely unable to find any reason to stop Chu Tianyi. After all, Yen Tai Di had just saved their Chu family's precious grandson. An emperor who can do this, how else can a subject repay? Emperor Yen Tai nodded and said, "Marshal Chu is someone I trust. Marshal Chu can go and arrest people." After Chu Tianyi received the order, he directly flew away from the Tower of Heaven. Shang Guanlan held Li Zhong, who was walking back, and carefully examined him, making sure that Li Zhang's body did not have any other injuries, and only then did he feel relieved. Then Shang Guanlan took Li Zhong to the back first to settle down on the grounds that he was frightened and needed to be calmed. Leaving the area was obviously not an option, and no one could leave until the assassin was caught. Even Li Zhong is the same. Although you can't leave, there is no problem with going somewhere else to rest. When he arrived at a deserted place, Shang Guanlan also inquired carefully about all that had happened. Li Zhong didn't hide it, but told his grandmother the whole story. Incidentally, Li Zhong himself is a heavy-handed rehash. As soon as he reviewed the situation, Li Zhong really did find that there were too many problems and doubts. First of all, the whole hiding an assassin thing is really hard to justify. Sun Companion Li Zhong is seen. That is absolutely not a dry rice. Having such a person sitting as an escort would allow an assassin to hide in the middle of the Tower of Heaven in advance in a dignified manner. Sun Companion was only loyal to Emperor Yen Tai alone, so even if it was the Crown Prince's face, Sun Companion wouldn't give it. So this assassin, don't think about getting in early on the basis of any connections or exploiting any loopholes. It's almost impossible. Of course, if one were to say that the assassin himself was exceedingly strong and possessed this ability to dodge and hide on his own, that would be a different matter. However, I am afraid that there are not many people under the sky who can avoid Sun Companion's inspection. Secondly, it was that this injury of Emperor Yen Tai's was really a bit strange. Yen Tai Di was a first-rate expert. Even if the person who assassinated him was also a first-grade expert, it would be a relatively difficult thing for Emperor Yen Tai to even think about getting injured. But Yen Tai Di, the moment he came up, he was injured. That's just a bit of a stretch. For such a situation to occur, either Yen Tai Di was intentionally injured, or Yen Tai Di's current physical condition had really been very bad. The final word is, what is the purpose of this assassination? And who is behind this? What Li Zhong was thinking about, Shang Guanlan was likewise thinking about. It's just that these are questions that are obviously difficult to answer with any degree of accuracy at a moment's notice. After all, the clues are still too limited right now. Even if Shang Guanlan is meticulous, just by virtue of this very limited clues, also cannot judge exactly behind these things. There are those potential logic and connection. Boom! Boom! Just as Li Zhong and Shang Guanlan were resting in the back, from the distance suddenly came the sound of exchanging hands. Judging from the sounds of the exchanges, the people exchanging blows were at the top of their game. That terrifying counterboom caused the ground to tremble with the forehead. The point was, judging from the sound, the place where this exchange of words took place was at least tens of miles away from this Tong Tian tower of theirs. Grandma is grandpa? Li Zhong looked up and inquired to Shang Guanlan. Shang Guanlan nodded gently and said, "It's your grandfather. So is it that things are going to be over soon?" Li Zhong continued to inquire. When Shang Guanlan heard Li Zhong's words, he lowered his head and scraped Li Zhong's nose, saying, "You are quite confident in your grandfather. If this confidence of yours, let your grandfather know." He can't tell you how happy he will be. After bowing his head and speaking, Shang Guanlan raised his head to look into the distance again and said, seemingly to himself, the battle is indeed almost over, but the real bloodshed is about to begin. Emperor Yen Tai was assassinated. This matter, no matter what the reason behind it was, it definitely wouldn't end well as all. We'll see how far-reaching it will be next. Phew! Just as Li Zong was pondering these things, a pitch-black lance with a man running through it, and then it broke right through the window. The person who was penetrated by the lance still didn't die. It's just the angle of penetration that's just a little too tricky. It left him unable to move at all, and he could only allow himself to be penetrated just like that. When the lance arrived at Chakra, Chu Tianyi followed it back. Sun Companion and the others then followed behind Chu Tianyi and similarly entered the Tower of Heaven. Unlike Chu Tianyi's fanaticism, Sun Companion and the others were extremely humble, completely as a lackey should be. Your Majesty, this is the person who just struck out at you, Chu Tianyi said as he arched his hand to resume his order. Yen Taidi glanced at the person who was penetrated up and still struggling at the moment, and found that he did not recognize this person. Sun Companion, do you recognize this person? Emperor Yen Tai inquired to Sun Companion. Sun Companion was able to be the closest person to Emperor Yen Tai, and that was naturally because of the comfort of serving. For example, the question in front of you ask others may not have the answer, but you asked the Sun Companion that most of the time are able to find the answer. Sun Companion had already known the identity of this person, so when Emperor Yen Tai inquired, Sun Companion directly stood aside with his hands down and replied, Your Majesty, this person seems to be a disciple of the Crown Prince. Sun Companion words did not say dead, but that is not he is not sure, just that this relationship is too big. Sun Companion do not dare to make decisions without authorization, hence Sun Companion, which gave such an ambiguous answer. Chapter 55, Killing Yourself? Request for favorites and catch-up reading. The assassin turned out to be one of the prince's men. The answer really did drop everyone's jaws, especially Emperor Yen Tai. It was obvious to see that his face turned very ugly. You know the prince, but he has always been the one who has been supporting him. If it wasn't for him supporting the crown prince, the position of the crown prince would have changed hands several times. Everyone was very unable to understand such a result. Prince is even directly out of the column, kneeling on the ground, shouting under his breath that he is wrongly accused. Li Zong looked at the crown prince, who was crying out in his mouth that he had been wronged, and felt that this matter, most likely, would not be done by the crown prince. First of all, it was himself and Lin Xuan who accompanied Emperor Yen Tai upstairs. There's no way the crown prince would send an assassin to kill Emperor Yen Tai. If such a person was really sent to kill Emperor Yen Tai, then when he was discovered, he would inevitably have to deal with Li Zhong and Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan is the crown prince's favorite. Will the crown prince give it up? Of course, it could not be ruled out that the crown prince was only pretending to like Lin Xuan, and all of it was a show for Emperor Yen Tai. Only the likelihood of that probability is very small. The second thing is that the prince has absolutely no incentive to do this. The prince's position right now, that's pretty solid. Although the fourth and fifth emperors, it looked as if they would threaten the position of the crown prince. But at the moment the position of the crown prince is a very secure one. One more thing was that if Emperor Yen Tai was really having physical problems, that would be even easier for the prince. He would just have to do nothing and wait quietly for one. When the time came, only this moment descended, and he himself would be directly crowned as the new emperor. If one carries a reputation of regicide and patricide, then the reputation of the crown prince will be completely stigmatized by then. There would be absolutely no one who would risk universal condemnation to assassinate Emperor Yen Tai. Is it possible that after the assassination, you will be able to ascend to the throne early? In that case, there was really no need for the crown prince to let Emperor Yen Tai die early. But the person in front of him was indeed a protege of the crown prince, and this would really be very contradictory. Keep digging deeper. I want to know the full story. Knowing his son as his father, Emperor Yen Tai obviously didn't believe that this matter was done by the crown prince either. Yes, Your Majesty, Sun Companion promised, and then removed the person from Chu Tianyi's lance before taking him down for interrogation. The person has been captured. All of you may leave, Emperor Yen Tai said to the crowd present. The crowd agreed, and then they left the Tower of Heaven in droves. Only when they left, every single one of them had either a thoughtful or grave or speculative expression on their faces. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that things are bound to get very complicated next. If the prince was framed, then who would frame the prince? It must be someone who has a direct stake in the position of the crown prince. There is absolutely no need to get such a place if there isn't any awesome connection. The range of people who would do such a thing is actually pretty small when you do the math like that. As to whether or not it was done by someone within this circle, that's really hard to say. But if it's really someone who makes the move, then I'm afraid things are going to be very difficult to make things right next. Because this time, his move had clearly touched the reverse scale, directly assassinating Emperor Yen Tai. This was completely a do-or-die choice. So I'm afraid that next, in order not to let things fall apart then, they will definitely have more preparations and strikes. By then, the entire capital, I'm afraid, will become very unsettled. Li Zong was also carried by Shang Guanlan and left the Tower of Heaven. Li Zong glanced back at the Tower of Heaven, but he had not expected that things would turn out like this at all. In the car going back, Shang Guanlan was holding Li Zong, Chu Tianyi and Li Zhixing, all riding amongst a car. The next capital is bound to be a bloody storm. The two families, how to say, is also the children's family. In the middle of the existence of Li Zong, such a bond, in the face of what might come next, they were bound to get together and have a good discussion about it. Only such a discussion would obviously have nothing to do with Chu Tianyi. Throughout the entire process, it was Shang Guanlan and Li Zhixing who were exchanging words, while Chu Tianyi was teasing Li Zong on the side. Only Li Zong felt that his grandfather was too immature. How was he sure that he was as completely unintelligible as he was? Li Zong can not only understand. Li Zong has his own judgment. It was only that Li Zong felt that this judgment of his was a bit shocking somehow. Li Zhixing looked at the speculation flickering in Li Zhong's eyes and took the initiative to open his mouth to inquire. Zhong, tell us about your speculation. As soon as Chu Tianyi heard Li Zhixing's words, he directly interrupted Li Zhixing and said, "What guesses can Zhong have? Zhong has just gone through an assassination and has been scared. Can't you let Zhong have a good rest?" Li Zhixing glanced at Chu Tianyi and said, "You think that everyone is as you are. Zhong is bound to have his own guesses." After saying this, Li Zhixing continued to encourage Li Zhong. "Zhong, tell me, what do you think this matter should be?" Since his own grandfather had asked him to say it, it would be good for Li Zong to say his guess. "Grandpa, Grandma, do you think it's possible that the one who assassinated His Majesty was His Majesty himself?" Li Zhong spoke out his speculation. Chu Tianyi waited for Li Zong to finish and then directly disliked Li Zhixing. See, Zhong was frightened and didn't have any guesses at all. Li Zhixing, however, did not pay any attention to Chu Tianyi, and similarly Shang Guanlan did not pay any attention to her husband. Both were lost in contemplation. As soon as Chu Tian met his wife, he had such a serious expression and attitude. It was immediately felt that the matter might not be that simple. Then Chu Tianyi also began to calculate. It was only that Chu Tianyi really wasn't good at such things, so after pondering for a while, Chu Tianyi didn't get a desired answer. On the contrary, on Shang Guanlan and Li Zhixing's side, they glanced at each other, and both saw inexplicable shock and surprise in each other's eyes. "Zhong, your guess may be correct, but this guess, you'd better not mention it to anyone," Li Zhixing seriously instructed Li Zhong, saying, "Just now Shang Guanlan and Li Zhixing reviewed the whole process, and if the black hand behind everything was Emperor Yen Tai himself, then everything made sense. Like how this guy got into the Tower of Heaven. If it was arranged by Emperor Yen Tai himself, wouldn't that person be able to just come in if he wanted to? As for Emperor Yen Tai's purpose for doing so, Shang Guanlan and Li Zhixing obviously guessed a few points." Chapter 56. Who is the enemy begs for favorites and catch-up reading. The fact that Li Zong could give such a guess was not because Li Zong was smarter and more powerful than Li Zhixing and Shang Guanlan. It's only because Li Zong is a party to it. Li Zong followed Emperor Yen Tai's side at that time. There were many things and details that Li Zong saw clearly. Emperor Yen Tai also completely looked at Li Zong as a child, so there were many things that were not hidden in front of Li Zong. For example, Emperor Yen Tai was really dying, and this matter was not known to Shang Guanlan and Li Zhixing, not even to mention the two of them. As far as this world was concerned, I'm afraid that the only person who could truly be certain that Emperor Yen Tai would definitely die, and that he would still die in a short period of time, was Li Zhong. With such a general premise, a lot of things become a lot easier to speculate on. In addition, because Emperor Yen Tai had no intention of covering up in front of Li Zong, there were many scenes that would be clear only to Li Zong. For example, the strike at that time was a surefire hit in Li Zong's opinion. However, Li Zong knew clearly that Yen Tai Di could completely dodge it, and could complete a counter-kill while dodging again. A first-rate expert. That was an even more terrifying existence than some stream of gods and goddesses such as the Land City God. But in the end, Yen Tai Di did not choose to dodge, so that could only mean one thing: Yen Tai Di did not want to dodge. Or my family's zhonger is great. What you two discussed for half a day with no result. My family's zhonger just said it in a few words and understood it. Chu Tianyi hugged Li Zhong over and gave him a round of compliments. Li Zhixing glanced at this in-law of his and said, "Then tell me, what exactly does His Majesty want to do after getting so many things going?" "Your Majesty." Chu Tianyi thought for half a day, but didn't say anything. "What His Majesty wants to do is for you to care." In the end, Chu Tianyi directly broke the pot. "Meh, Li Zhixing sneered and simply ignored it. What Chu Tianyi was most upset about was this attitude of Li Zhixing. This is not the time to make a scene. Things are far more complicated than we thought. I'm afraid there will be several big battles to fight next. Shang Wanlan stopped Chu Tianyi, who was looking for Li Zhixing. When Chu Tianyi hadn't become in-laws with Li Zhixing, the relationship between the two was like this. After becoming in-laws, that relationship didn't turn around at all, but got a little worse. I'm going to return to the court to preside first. You guys take Zhong'er back to the Chu family first, and Zhong'er will stay on your side for the time being. Li Zhixing got up and said to Shang Wanlan. As for Chu Tianyi, Li Zhixing didn't even bother to say a word to him. Good. Shang Wanlan nodded in agreement. Then Li Zhixing directly performed the Ru Fa and disappeared in the middle of the carriage out of thin air. This move is called 1,000 miles of thought in Confucian practice. Li Zong has already learned. But 1,000 miles Li Zong but cannot reach. 1 or 2 miles is still possible. Although it was a little closer. But in Li Zong's opinion, it was already very good for saving his life. Only after Li Zhixing left did Chu Tianyi say to Li Zhong, Grandpa quiz you. What do you think is the reason why His Majesty killed himself? Li Zong, two eyes staring drip flow round. Chu Tianyi, this operation Li Zong is really did not expect. Shang Wanlan directly grabbed Chu Tianyi from Li Zong's side and said without any good humor, you also have the nerve to ask such a question. What's wrong with me quizzing my grandson? I'm afraid that my grandson knows what he knows and doesn't know what he knows. Chu Tianyi spoke in a very righteous manner. Shang Wanlan didn't jest with Chu Tianyi, but instead addressed Chu Tianyi, saying, next, my Chu family may have a few tough battles to fight on behalf of His Majesty, and after returning home it would be best for you to start reorganizing your military affairs ahead of time as well. Once Chu Tian heard that there was going to be a war, his expression fell serious. Chu Tianyi cannot care about anything else, but this thing of fighting a war. Chu Tianyi cannot care. Because every battlefield can mean hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of lives. Chu Tianyi has always treated his men as if they were brothers and sisters. So in this matter of fighting, Chu Tianyi is never sloppy. Good. When I get back, I'll start reorganizing the military immediately. After a moment's pause, Chu Tianyi inquired, who will our enemy be? Shang Wanlan replied, the Wuji sect and the mountain god Heavenly Tiger clan. As soon as Chu Tianyi heard Shang Wanlan's reply, his expression changed slightly. The answer, on the other hand, was not much of a surprise to Li Zong, because if this was all a big scene that Emperor Yen Tai had directed himself, then his purpose has been called out, to put the crown prince directly on the throne. However, if the crown prince wanted to sit on the throne, there were still 2 big mountains in front of him. The 4th prince and the 5th prince are the biggest obstacles in front of the crown prince. Of course, this obstruction did not come from the 4th and 5th emperors themselves, but from the mother family behind them. The crown prince did not have a strong mother's family. So Emperor Yen Tai then had to plan for it. And the best result of this plot was obviously to get rid of the Wuji sect and the mountain god Heavenly Tiger clan. For one thing, it's a direct way to eliminate the problem. And for another, it's a way to make an example of them. Chu Tianyi only recovered as before after his expression changed slightly. Obviously, in Chu Tian's eyes, no matter if it was the Wuji sect or the mountain god Heavenly Tiger clan, neither is anything special. In Chu Tian's glance, there were only enemies and friends. As for who this enemy is, this is unimportant. An enemy is an enemy and doesn't become a friend just because of his background. The carriage went all the way back to the Chu family. After arriving home, Shang Wanlan directly ordered someone to go to the State Scholarship Academy and give Li Zhong a long vacation. Of course, it's actually okay not to go without a vacation. Just going through the process a little more formally can eliminate a lot of suspicion and second guessing. It was important to realize that because of Emperor Yen Tai's assassination, the entire capital city was now filled with wind and noise. Any hint of unusualness may be magnified to be interpreted, especially a newly minted lord like the Chu family. Their every move is the easiest to interpret. This was because many people would be thinking whether the Chu family had any special insider channels that knew something they didn't know. So the normal leave of absence for Li Zong is to say that Li Zong needs to recuperate at home because he was shocked by the assassination. This one will never raise any suspicion. The reasoning is naturally simple. Li Zong was originally a child, and it was too normal for a child to be frightened after experiencing such a big thing. Plus, Li Zong himself was from a big family, so he must have been 100 times more careful. Having such a formalized process definitely subtracts too much skepticism. However, although Li Zong is a normal leave of absence with a very good reason. However, on the next day, there were still a large number of students from the State Academy, who took their leave of absence from the State Academy. The doctors within the State Academy also realized that the situation was unusual. So in the face of such a large number of leave of absence, directly all permitted, they even felt that if His Majesty was willing to order it, the entire state prison could be shut down and rested for a while. Chapter 57, The 9 Changes of Chi and Blood Seeking Collections and Catch-up Readings. At this point, it's not about listening to what the big boys say. It's about seeing what the big boys do. Imitating what the big boys do may not gain much, but at least you can't go wrong. Let's take for example the matter of Li Zong's leave of absence. Though the reasons are grand, they are something to be learned among different people's interpretations. Without having to go to the state scholarship, Li Zong went directly to the Chu family's martial arts building to find a book of fighting methods suitable for his 7th grade of martial arts. The practice method Li Zong has found, but the fighting method Li Zong has not found a suitable book. Now that he had just the right amount of time, Li Zong could be inside the martial arts building and have a good look around. Li Zong's 7th grade, because he used the Imperial Bloodstone to inspire it. Therefore, amongst this Chi and blood, it carries with it the majesty of a human emperor. Additionally, coupled with the fact that Li Zong's 8th product followed the path of the Dao sect, Li Zong's 7th product's Chi and blood was far too powerful compared to those of the same level. It was because of these two reasons that Li Zong had not been casually looking for a book of 7th grade striking techniques. Because if it's random, it's really sorry for the Imperial Bloodstone. It was a good thing that within the Li family's martial arts building, the collection of books was quite rich. Even if a human emperor had learned the fighting style, one could find some of them amongst the Chu family's martial arts building. After a few days of searching, Li Zong had really found a set, which was very suitable for his own fighting style. This method of fighting is called 9 Changes of Chi and Blood. It was one of the few most powerful ways to fight in the 7th grade. The reason why Li Zong really looked at this fighting method was because according to the introduction of this fighting method, at the 9th transformation, bloodline resonance was possible. It directly resonated with the human emperor's bloodline in his body, thus nominally achieving the possibility of borrowing the human emperor's power. This was extremely terrifying, and it definitely wasn't considered burying the most powerful supreme treasure in the world such as the Imperial Bloodstone. After Li Zong took the 9 changes of Chi and blood, and quickly skimmed through them, a prompt for him to include himself appeared in front of him. Li Zong directly chose to include it, and then the 9 changes of Chi and blood appeared above Li Zong's attribute panel. Skills, Mastery of Confusion, 0/300. Chi and blood 9 changes uninitiated, 0/100. There were a total of 3 major stages in the 9 changes of Chi and blood. The beginning, middle and high stages. Each major stage is then subdivided into 3 minor stages. The 3 minor stages within the first major stage were the Chi and blood quenching body, the blood shadow steps, and the blood flame palm. After the first major stage was cultivated, with the burst of Chi and blood, flexibility could be greatly enhanced. Blood shadow steps was a fast stance that had no upper limit. As long as your Chi and blood were strong enough, then there was no upper limit to your speed and agility. The blood flame palm, on the other hand, concentrated Chi and blood in the palm of the hand, transforming it into hot Chi and blood, which could directly injure the blood veins. The 3 minor stages within the second major stage were Blood Explosion Fist, Blood God Leg, and Blood Shadow Illusion Body. After the completion of the second major stage, the fists, feet and palms, all parts of the body, would be transformed into being the most powerful Chi and blood-bearing weapons. Also after the second stage, this Chi and blood could be transferred into the weapon through the body. The third major stage, and the 3 minor stages that Li Zong was most looking forward to, and at the same time, the most difficult to practice were, respectively, Blood God Descent, Blood Domain Extermination, and Bloodline Resonance. The Blood God's Descent and Blood Domain Extermination in front of him were both the type of maximum mobilization of one's Chi and blood, mobilizing the Chi and blood to 100%, allowing the power of the Chi and blood to be brought to its most extreme state. And the last little stage. That's really awesome. A martial artist enters the 7th grade at the 8th grade in order to be able to stimulate his or her Chi and blood. Often, they would choose to use some creatures with powerful bloodlines as an inspiration. Bloodline resonance is a way that you can resonate to stimulate the power of a powerful bloodline within you. Using such resonance, you can mobilize and borrow the power of the beings already integrated into you. The bloodline fused within Li Zong's body was the human emperor's bloodline. The effect of this is really unimaginable if it's energized. Of course, this fighting method was powerful, yet it was also very difficult to cultivate. It was easy to get started. It was nothing more than stance and fists and feet, but when it came to the third major stage, the difficulty was directly straight and steep. Every little stage, that's a heavenly barrier. So this fighting method, although it was ranked very high amongst the Chu family martial buildings, there were very few who actually chose it. After all, wouldn't it be better to have the effort to delve into this and figure out how to continue to raise your realm? Even if it was the human emperor's 7th product, it was only a 7th product. At most it could beat the 6th product, and it was absolutely impossible to beat the 5th product. So this kind of fighting method, in the Chu family's words, would only be practiced by those martial artists who were certain that they would not be able to continue to break through to the 7th grade. After all, if one couldn't continue to raise their strength, then it was only natural to choose a powerful fighting style. It was just that even if that was the case, many of them would not be able to cultivate to the final bloodline resonance in their entire lives. For Li Zong, this was much easier. Just add straight points. Soon 300 witness points went down, and Li Zong's first stage of cultivation was directly completed. Li Zong raised his hand, and instantly the white color of his small white hand disappeared, replaced by the hot power of qi and blood. The power under the mixing of qi and blood. That power was something that really should not be underestimated. 300 witness points was clearly not the limit that Li Zong wanted. Then 3,000 witness points went down and the middle order was reached. At this moment, Li Zong could use any part of his body to explode a powerful red light of qi and blood. Finally, there was the bloodline resonance that Li Zong was most looking forward to, though to reach such a level, one would need to consume 30,000 contribution points. Spare a big melon eater like Li Zong. All straight call a bit of meat pain, but it's come this far, so there's definitely no giving up. With a brainwave of 30,000 witness points slammed down, the huge knowledge also entered directly into Li Zong's mind. With the help of this vast knowledge, Li Zong also had a deeper understanding of this playing style, including that bloodline resonance. Li Zong also hit exactly what kind of thing was going on. It was only that this was the Chu family's martial arts building, so it really wasn't too good for Li Zong to cast an experiment with the power. This Li Zong would just have to find a chance to test it out when he had time. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Emperor Yen Tai was assassinated. In these 10 days, Li Zong had not seen his grandfather or his father. Chu Ling has temporarily moved back to the Chu family's home. Li Zong's grandfather and father, on the other hand, ate and lived in the palace. Li Zong also did not see his grandfather. Chu Tian early in the morning went to the outside of the outer city to reorganize the military affairs, ready to go to war at any time. As for the melons in the court, Li Zong didn't eat them at all. First there was the crown prince, grounded again. Although Emperor Yen Tai did not believe that this was done by the crown prince, but this Jin was, after all, the crown prince's protege, and the crown prince must be made to reflect on this. The other thing was the 4th and 5th emperors, who were similarly grounded for reasons also related to Emperor Yen Tai and the Tower of Heaven. But the two of them being grounded was obviously different from the crown prince because Emperor Yen Tai was only grounding the two of them after he was so angry. Chapter 58, A Sincere Apology Seeking Collections and Catch-Up Readings. 3 princes at once, all grounded. Moreover, Emperor Yen Tai was still in a thunderous rage, which was bound to cause many people to have reveries. Although there are many people in reverie, there are no people who actually act. This, on the contrary, brought the entire imperial city of the moment into a very calm period. Of course it wasn't that they wanted to be calm, but they were all waiting for Yen Tai Di to make a move. The main character, now, had changed from the crown prince to Emperor Yen Tai. The one who was assassinated was Yen Tai Di, and it was how Yen Tai Di made his next move that would affect how they made their next move. It was just that Emperor Yen Tai was very patient this time. Half a month has passed without any moves being made. The 3 emperors' confinement has never been lifted, and the inner guards on Sun Companion's side have been extremely tight-lipped. No one was able to get any bit of useful information from Sun Companion's side. The only thing that could be known by the crowd was that prince's disciple was still alive. Only that it was also worse than death. As to whether he had explained the mastermind behind the scene, or whether he had explained nothing, this outsider did not know, because the information that was known was really too limited. So Yen Tai Di's current perverse quietness made people very uncertain and panicked. An irascible emperor wasn't scary. What was scary was a sudden turnaround in quietness like Emperor Yen Tai. The current Yen Tai emperor, as far as any individual could guess, was holding back a big move. All news inside and out is blocked. Yen Tai emperor even issued a gag order. Anyone who flipped that was directly executed 9 clans. With such a big move, anyone could guess that Emperor Yen Tai was clearly storing up his own thunderous anger right now. When the time comes to explode, it's bound to be heavenly. It's just that it's a pain in the ass for all the forces within the capital. The Yen Tai emperor who hadn't moved at all was truly terrifying. They couldn't guess at all what Emperor Yen Tai was going to do, especially the forces behind the 4th prince and the martial emperor. They are really panicked. They had completely lost the connection between them and the 4th and 5th emperors. The hidden stakes in the palace have been pretty much pulled out by Sun Companion. This was clearly Emperor Yen Tai, telling them that the palace was still his palace. He can color whoever he wants, and if he doesn't allow it, then no one can. Of course they actually have a little more advanced hidden stakes. It's just that with such stakes, once they're used, they're obsolete, and things obviously hadn't reached the point where they had to use Such a precious hidden stake. Time passes day by day. A month later, someone finally sat down and took the lead. The first one who chose to make a move was the Qian family, who had constructed the Tongtian Tower, which was also the family of Li Zong's grandmother. The Qin family directly wrote a letter of confession, stating that although this moment has nothing to do with their family, but the matter is in their construction of the Tongtian Pagoda, they must be responsible for a certain amount of joint and several responsibility. In short, after all sorts of skimming and expressing their heartfelt feelings, the Qin family stated that they were willing to give up the ownership of the Tongtian Tower, handing over the Tongtian Tower in its entirety to the court to operate. The Tongtian Tower would have nothing to do with them in the future. Such a decision is tantamount to giving away, all at once, tens of millions of taels of silver as reparation. The sincerity of the Qian family, that is really heavy and golden. In the face of such a sincere reparation and apology from the Qian family, Emperor Yantai directly chose to accept the Qian family's apology. Emperor Yantai, who accepted the apology, sent people from the Ministry of Households to receive the Tongtian Tower on the same day. The Qian family apologized this time, directly, without tens of millions of taels of silver. This loss, even for the Qian family, which was rich enough to rival several countries, would probably be very heartbroken. When Li Zhong saw Yan Taidi's maneuver like this, he felt that Yan Taidi that was really a master of touching porcelain. It's just a knife. Tens of millions of taels of silver came directly by touch. Tens of millions of taels was just the construction cost of the Tower of Heaven. The profit that the Tower of Heaven could generate next, that was definitely very substantial. Li Zong had heard his own father account for it before. With the size of the Tower of Heaven, if you charge admission to let people in at the back, even if it was just a penny each time, in a year, it could earn hundreds of thousands of taels. You have to realize that this is just the ticket revenue, not counting the tax revenue generated directly from the surrounding stores. Previously, Li Hong's accounting had conservatively estimated that the Tower of Heaven could bring in more than 3 million taels a year. At best, it will pay for itself in 10 years. The Qian family didn't make a bad deal on this one. That's what my own father said at the time. Now Li Zong wanted to ask his own father, this so-called no-loss deal, in what exactly is no loss? Li Zong then saw that Qian Jialas's blasphemous pants were about to fall to the ground. On the contrary, Emperor Yantai was really earning numbness. The cost of tens of millions of dollars did not pay out a penny, but instead gave back to the great Yan dynasty, directly to get a yearly profit of more than 3 million taels of super cash cow. Suddenly there was an extra 3 million taels, and that could really do too much. The key is 3 million taels per year. With such a sincere apology, Li Zong really couldn't think of a reason that Emperor Yantai could use to reject it. The only reason to refuse, I'm afraid, is that it's too much to give. Another month soon passed. Of the 3 emperors, only the crown prince's grounding was lifted at the repeated insistence of Li Zhixing and the others. The remaining 4th and 5th emperors were still in the state of being grounded. This directly caused the forces behind the 4th prince and the 5th prince to directly panic. The prince is all but ungrounded, and the 2 of them are still in charge. And it looked like Emperor Yantai was not going to release the 4th and 5th emperors. This inevitably made people think that Emperor Yantai's assassination, as well as the crown princes being planted, had something to do with the 4th and 5th emperors. Although, the 4th prince and the 5th prince, the forces that stood behind them were both very certain that they did not look for the so-called prince's disciples to do this. But what if the 4th and 5th princes themselves did this thing themselves? The 4th and 5th emperors were not puppets on strings in their hands. The 2 would occasionally make some decisions of their own. Those decisions are often what they don't know anymore, whether they knew it or not. As long as it was a decision made by the 4th and 5th emperors, that again, to a large extent, would be directly equated with them. So therein lies the reason they are afraid to relax too much, even if they are sure they haven't done it themselves. What if the 4th and 5th princes did it in private? In order to be able to get a better grasp of the real situation, they directly used the highest level and least likely to be discovered hidden stakes in the palace. Before less than life and death, all help active hidden stakes. Now this life and death threat, they must use this level of hidden stakes. Just Yantai Emperor is really more shrewd than they think. Dark pile, they are moved. But the news directly by Sun Companion pressed. It remains unclear to the outside world what is going on inside. Chapter 59. Officials forcing the people to rebel begs for favorites and followers. Such an abnormal action caused the forces behind the 4th and 5th emperors to panic a bit. It's really that they're not sure what's going on. For this reason the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan both acted swiftly. Using all the connections he could use, he went to try to contact the people in the palace that he might be able to contact, to inquire about Emperor Yantai's true thoughts. At the same time, he also went to try to contact the 4th and 5th emperors to see if this assassination thing was actually done by them. It was just that in the face of such a temptation, Emperor Yantai's attitude, once again, was out of everyone's expectations. Emperor Yantai was not at all angry, but instead, he turned around and comforted the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan. Emperor Yantai directly stated that the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan were both forces that had labored hard. It was just the last words that Emperor Yantai said that were very reminiscent. Emperor Yentai's last words: no matter what happened to the imperial son in the palace, he would not blame the Wuji sect or the Heavenly Tiger clan. If Emperor Yantai hadn't added this last sentence, then the matter wouldn't actually be anything. It was just that Emperor Yantai added this sentence, and that was too telling. Is this some kind of hint? Many people began to speculate. It felt inevitable that that moment accounted for something, and these things have been directly associated with the 4th and 5th emperors. That's why Emperor Yantai said that. Li Zong hung on to his grandmother after hearing what happened. In his heart, he also gave Emperor Yantai a thumbs up. This Yantai emperor don't look ridiculous in his later years, but his wrist and strength are very online. Especially on this royal wrist, Li Zong is really admired. With regard to this last seemingly undoubted addition by Emperor Yantai, it was almost like telling the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan in a clear manner: if you want to rebel, rebel faster. Don't ever wait for me to gather all the evidence, and then you'll all look bad. This is a typical case of the government forcing the people to rebel. The reason why Emperor Yantai did this also occurred to Li Zhong. The Wuji sect followed the great ancestor human emperor all the way up, and the Heavenly Tiger clan even defected to the human race early on, accepting the pardon of the human race. If Yantai D had come up, he would have just used a big move to destroy both of them. Emperor Yantai was saved. However, how will the world talk about this matter? Straight away, the merit clans were cut down, and then the first batch of demon clans that came to join them were cut down as well. This will cause those in the world who intend to come to join Dian to stumble. So the best thing to do is that you don't want to rebel. So I'll push the envelope a bit and I'll make you rebel. As a matter of fact, after the two people from the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan returned to the post house, then they were all apprehensive. And then the first thing they did was to transmit back what Yantai D had said, as it was. Let the people above analyze exactly what Emperor Yantai meant when he said this. Actually sending the stuff back unopened shows their judgment. However, whether or not to make the final move, or just beg for forgiveness and admit fault, that's all above board as well. It didn't keep Li Zong waiting too long for the follow-up melons to arrive. The emissaries of the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan, after receiving instructions from above, planned to leave the capital directly overnight. The gate guards of the capital, however, had obviously anticipated the point at hand. Straight away, the two messengers were stopped. The words of reason are also very crowning. That is, Emperor Yantai had just been assassinated, and since the real culprit had not been caught yet, the imperial city was still under martial law. You can only go in but not out, and you need to wait for the murderer to be fully accounted for before this ban will be lifted. It was only the emissaries of the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan who watched as someone left the imperial city. Right in front of them, the city gate captain let the people go without any examination at all. So strutting, making these two messengers realize more and more that Emperor Yentai's next target was afraid to be them. The two messengers, at once, intended to use some silver so that they could leave. It's just that both of their silvers would be completely useless at this point in time. The city gate captain didn't eat this at all, and was just going to let the two of them go back and just wait for the news. The two messengers eventually left, then quickly contacted the forces behind each of them. Tell me about the situation here. As it is, at the same time, it was once again emphasized that it was the power behind the two of them that Emperor Yantai was now targeting. Hopefully, the forces behind them will be able to plan ahead in this matter. In fact, this plan they had already made, because in just a few days, Li Zong was at his grandmother's house, eating melons about the outside. The first thing was that there were demonic beasts of superior strength infesting the mountains and injuring people, directly destroying half of the city in one breath. In the end, it was good that the Celestial Tiger clan came in time from saving the city, but this ended up directly creating tens of thousands of stragglers. Secondly, it also didn't take long for the stragglers to just riot, and these stragglers, as if they had been trained for a long time, came up as a force to be reckoned with. The other thing was that there were clearly martial arts experts present among these stragglers. Following these stragglers, then soon these stragglers directly occupied 2 or 3 cities. The speed of this was so fast that it really caused Emperor Yantai to be furious. A direct decree was given to cut down everyone who lost their cities. The district was just a straggler, but it turned out that 2 or 3 cities had been captured in just a few days. Punishing them was punishing them, but Emperor Yantai still had to inquire to see who was going to go out and exterminate the stragglers and demonic beasts. In the end, this job, very coincidentally, fell into Chu Tiany's hands. After Chu Tiany excitedly received the order, after the court was dismissed, he went directly to find his own wife. praising his own wife for anticipating things like God. When Shang Wanlan saw Chu Tianyi so excited, he also directly poured a pot of cold water on him. You have to think about it. Once you settle on this errand, the trouble that will follow will be endless, and at the same time, our Chu family will also be labeled as princelings. Chu Tianyi is completely indifferent to this. Even lazily think about it, Fist Big is not finished, which has the argument of who is bound to be involved in the connection. Shang Wanlan knew that it was such an outcome, so Shang Wanlan didn't even have a second sentence to persuade Chu Tianyi. It was a good thing that Chu Tianyi had a good saying that a big fist was the end of the story, and the Chu family's fist had always been very big. So a few more days passed, and the land of the capital was officially in winter. Chu Tianyi had letters coming back almost daily, so this made Li Zhong very clear about the situation outside instead. In the case of Chu Tianyi strike, the so-called stragglers are nothing more than dirt, but soon after the stragglers realized Chu Tianyi's strength, they directly turned into a hole and played hide and seek with Chu Tianyi. Therefore for a short period of time, Chu Tianyi was unable to return home. Madam, County Lord Lin Chuan sent someone to invite young master. An underling entered the room and inquired to Li Zhong and Shang Wanlan. Chapter 60, Kidnapping Request for Favorites and Catch-up Reading. Lin Chuan often came to Li Zhong to play together, and both families were used to it. So even now, at this juncture, Shang Wanlan didn't stand in the way. This was, after all, the capital city, and as long as the two didn't leave the capital, there would be no danger. Li Zhong went out or Uncle Chen was responsible for following. Besides Uncle Chen, Pinger and LV Chui would also follow and take care of him. Uncle Chen was of the 4th rank of the martial Dao, and used to be a partial general among the Chu family army. In the middle of a big battle with the demon race, he suffered a very serious injury. Although the realm did not fall in the end, it was unable to fight continuously, and then he was sent to the Chu family to retire, acting as the Chu family's housekeeper in the meantime. Now it's Li Zhong's full-time bodyguard. It was precisely because there was such a battle-hardened martial Dao 4th grade expert following him that Shang Wanlan was so relieved to let Li Zhong go out. A 4th grade martial artist was very capable of fighting even in the capital. After Uncle Chen left the Chu family with Green Shui, Pinger, and Li Zhong, he met Lin Chuan outside, as well as the few people who followed Lin Chuan. The guards around Lin Chuan were only a little more than Li Zhong. All together, inside and out, there were almost 30 people, especially at this time. After Uncle Chen determined that these dozens of guards were not a problem, he let Green Shui and Pinger accompany Li Zhong onto Lin Chuan's carriage. Uncle Chen, on the other hand, was on his own, mixing with Lin Chuan's guards and accompanying them for protection. The inside of Lin Chuan's carriage was still very spacious, just like a moving palace. Even Li Zhong and Lin Chuan had no problem chasing and running around in there. There was also a heater lit inside, so even though it was winter, it was still warm inside the carriage. In addition, the carriage itself was special, with formations both inside and outside, and once the formation was opened, it could block the full force of a 4th rank strike. It's a mobile fortress, very secure. Lin Chuan, who was dressed in a nice palace dress, took out the pastries she had brought and shared them directly with Li Zhong. While sharing, he also complained to Li Zhong that it's not even as free as it used to be. Li Zhong, on the other hand, comforted Lin Chuan and said, "These are all temporary. It will be fine when things come to fruition." Lin Chuan was still very much listening to Li Zhong's words. Don't look at the fact that Lin Chuan was 8 months older than Li Zhong, but in reality Lin Chuan had always used Li Zhong as an older brother, and in the eyes of outsiders, Li Zhong is that brother. Rinua was the little sister who needed to be protected. Li Zhong, I heard Sister Shinger say that it's snowing outside the outer city. Let's go to the outer city to have a snowball fight. Lin Chuan suddenly said, "It's snowing outside the outer city?" Green Shui was also a bit surprised when she heard Lin Chuan's words. Although the capital has been in winter for many days, there hasn't been a single snowfall this year yet. Shinger, who was in charge of taking care of Lin Chuan, took over and said, "Yes, I heard from the guards who came back from an errand outside the outer city that it was snowing heavily outside the outer city. A wall away. The weather is surprisingly also different. This weather is a bit strange this year." Green Shui casually picked up the conversation and said, Lin Chuan didn't care about any of this at all. She only cared that she could go outside the outer city and have a snowball fight with Li Zhong. "Young master, Madam specially instructed that it's fine to play in the inner city with the middle city, but you absolutely cannot leave the middle city." Pinger reminded Li Zhong and said. When Lin Chuan heard what Pinger said, he looked pitifully at Li Zhong and said, "Will Li Zhong just go and take a look and come back?" Risking his life just to see a glimpse of snow, Li Zhong felt that it still wasn't worth it, especially now. At this juncture, it would be too much of a loss if something did go wrong. Although it was said that Li Zhong was now extremely capable of self-preservation, there was really no need to put himself at risk. Without waiting for Li Zhong to refuse and pacify Lin Chuan, he heard Xinger saying, "Actually, we can also see the snow without having to leave Midtown." Lin Chuan couldn't help but see a light in his eyes when he heard Apricot's words and said, "What solution? Wouldn't it be better to have someone go outside the outer city and fetch some snow back for us?" Lin Chuan couldn't help but light up when he heard Xinger's words and said, "Right, oh, why didn't I think of that?" Li Zhong thought that this was not a bad idea. Letting someone go and fetch it was definitely much safer than them going out on their own. Moreover, from here to the outside of the outer city, it would not take a martial artist more than half an hour for a round trip. "Grandpa Chen, find a few people and go outside the outer city to bring us back some snow," Li Zhong said to Uncle Chen, who was following outside the car. Uncle Chen nodded, and then went to confer with the guards of the Crown Prince's residence, asking them to arrange for people to fetch snow from outside the outer city. This was a matter that couldn't be any smaller. For martial artists with fast feet, they could run a round trip in less than half an hour. After the people fetching snow left, Li Zhong and Lin Chuan went to a place in Midtown where the two often played on weekdays to wait for the people to fetch the snow back so that they could have a snowball fight. Stop! Before the carriage could even enter that one Midtown street, Uncle Chen directly called a halt to the entire caravan. The guards of the Crown Prince's residence, the moment Uncle Chen called for a halt, directly set up a defensive formation. Uncle Chen's reputation was also known to all these guards of the Crown Prince's residence. There was not the slightest doubt in their minds as to his judgment. Boom! The defense formation had just taken shape when they saw a huge figure with a terrifying aura rushing out from inside the street. This was a tiger demon that was over 5 feet long. Uncle Chen's gaze was fixed, and with a flick of his wrist, a long spear appeared in Uncle Chen's hand. Swish! The long spear in Uncle Chen's hand directly stabbed forward violently. At that moment, that lance rushed out like lightning. The speed of the lance was extremely fast, directly tearing through the air. Dang! The long spear in Uncle Chen's hand directly collided with the tiger demon's claws, making a sound of gold and iron striking each other. "Protect the carriage. Anyone who dares to take a step forward will be killed without pardon," Uncle Chen said to the guards of the Crown Prince's residence as he charged forward to force the tiger demon back. The guards of the prince's residence directly set up the tightest defense formation, but because there were a few people missing, there was still a slight flaw in this original defense formation, and it was this flaw that was directly exploited by those who were secretly watching. Another silhouette appeared, directly aiming at the empty space in the middle of that defense formation, directly pouncing on the carriage where Li Zhong and Lin Chuan were. That powerful aura indicated that the person who had struck was also a martial Dao 4th grade expert. Seek death. The 4th grade expert among the prince's guards broke off and directly one of them blocked the front. Similarly, in order to avoid the two of them exchanging blows and affecting the carriage, he also left the carriage by forcing the person back. It was good that just these two human experts had appeared, but there were no other hidden experts out there. This was normal. With the capital city and an area as close to the imperial city as Midtown, it was definitely not an easy thing to mix in such experts. It's hard enough to mix in two. Let's leave this place through the dark compartment first. With such a big commotion here, the support people will soon come over. Let's take shelter for now. Xinger, who was within the carriage, opened one of the carriage's secret compartments for escape and said to the several people within the carriage, "Sister Pinger, take this Xinger." Li Zhong suddenly commanded Pinger. Pinger was also a martial arts expert who had entered the character. This was something that Li Zhong had known for a long time, only that her cultivation was slightly worse and she had just stepped into the 8th character. But as a personal escort maid, it was actually enough. If they were able to continuously break through Li Zhong's peripheral defenses and directly get in close, then other than Chu Tianyi and other experts like him being able to work, everything else would be for naught. Putting a Pinger, it's enough to cope with it on weekdays. Plus Pinger is inconspicuous, and no one will realize that Pinger is also a martial arts expert, which can often have the effect of surprise. Like right now. Chapter 61, The Might of the 9 Changes of Qi and Blood. Seeking favorites. Seeking followers. When Pinger heard Li Zhong's order, she did not hesitate at all and directly struck out at Xinger. Don't look at the fact that Pinger usually acted dull and didn't look as shrewd as Greenery. But because of this, Pinky didn't need to think at all when she carried out her orders. Just execute it. Xinger, on the other hand, did not expect that Pinger would take a shot at herself. However, Xinger's cultivation level was clearly higher than Pinger's, even though Pinger had struck first. Yet Apricot still countered Pinky with ease. Bang! Apricot directly and easily overpowered Pinky and knocked Pinky out. At the same time that Xinger knocked Pinger unconscious, Li Zhong had already pulled Lin Chuan, who was completely unresponsive, behind himself. 7th grade. Li Zhong's eyes were fixed on Xinger, and his eyes were also slightly glued. Green Shui watched her good sister get knocked out and immediately had to call for help. Apricot, however, was a step ahead of the sound she made. Straight up. Green Tree was also confused. You can't take Lin Chuan with me, Li Zhong said as he looked at Apricot who was close by. Xinger glanced at Lin Chuan before placing her gaze on Li Zhong. My target was not originally the sheriff either. When Li Zhong heard this, he was slightly stunned. If it's not the sheriff, could it be me? That's hilarious. He was thinking to himself that he was a little hero saving May. It turned out that people's target was not beauty, but themselves, the hero. Why are you doing this? Don't forget that your entire family's lives are in the hands of the crown prince to pinch, Li Zhong inquired to Xinger. Apricot said, so I won't do anything to the sheriff. I'll just have to take you away. What the kind of logic is that? Apricot didn't intend to bull ***** Li Zhong. Raising his hand directly, he grabbed at Li Zhong, but only a flash of Li Zhong's figure was seen, and he directly disappeared in front of Xinger's eyes. Wind Whitehouse's white light swept shadow. Apricot's expression was also steeped in shock when she saw the stance Li Zhong had performed. White light swiping shadow. But Wind White Tower's best skill. It is known as the world's fastest body technique, but it will never be spread out. But how did Li Zhong? Moreover, how old was Li Zhong? How could he perform white light swipe shadow so brilliantly? In an instant, Apricot thought a lot. At the same time, Apricot understood that there was an accident in this mission. Li Zhong is out of the way, but Lin Chuan is still in the picture. So Apricot's goal? Directly shifted towards Lin Chuan. Li Zhong, who had dodged Apricot's attack, saw Apricot directly shift her target to aim at Lin Chuan. Instant hard-on. Li Zhong had planned to use white light to swipe the shadow and then leave one alive. However, this Xinger even chose to strike directly at Lin Chuan. Then Li Zhong could not stay alive. Such a flashback was not something that Li Zhong wanted to endure. Seeing that Li Zhong had indeed turned around to come to her rescue, Xinger also knew that her ploy had succeeded. Apricot directly twisted her head and urged her entire body's qi and blood. And all of a sudden, the qi and blood in Apricot's body directly boiled up. Li Zhong did not expect that this Xinger had already come out so far on the road to the 7th grade of martial arts. It was already about to touch the last realm of the 7th grade, the wolf smoke realm. Apricot still had great confidence in her realm and cultivation, although Li Zhong's strength surprised her. In her opinion, Li Zhong was after all just a child of a little over 3 years old. How much more powerful could it be? Could it still be comparable to a 7th grade martial artist like himself? Apricot has been undercover in the Crown Prince's residence for more than 10 years. To be honest, Xinger still likes Lin Chuan very much. She also hopes that she will never be enabled in her life. Just staying in the Crown Prince's mansion and accompanying Lin Chuan. Just how could things in this world go the way she expected? Just a few days ago, she got the order to enable it. At the same time, she also obtained a precious medicine that could allow her cultivation to increase rapidly in a short period of time. And her target wasn't Lin Chuan, but Li Zhong. It made Apricot's heart, straight away, struggle a lot less. If it was true that she was going to take a shot at Lin Chuan, Xinger would really struggle for a long time. But if the target was Li Zhong, she didn't need to struggle for anything. But this Li Zhong in front of him, who saw that his blood was already boiling, was not the least bit intimidated and instead took the initiative to attack. This caused a sudden trace of a very bad feeling to appear in Xinger's heart. The premonition lingered in Apricot's mind for just a moment before it dissipated. It was because Xinger felt that how could Li Zhong be a 7th grade martial arts expert? Li Zhong is only 3 years old after all. Taking a step back, even if Li Zhong was really a 7th grade expert, there was no way he could be a match for himself. After all, the portion of the precious medicine that he had obtained was contained within it, but it was the Demon King's essence blood. Once it was aroused, it was directly equivalent to a 7th grade Demon King. Boom! Under Xinger's full power, a blood-colored Demon King appeared within the carriage. That powerful oppression made Lin Chuan almost suffocate. Apricot looked back at Lin Chuan and confirmed that Lin Chuan was only suffocating and his life was not in danger. Then he went all out on Li Zhong. As long as he took him down, his mission would be accomplished. Li Zhong looked at the Demon King's shadow and thought that this was a good opportunity to try out his 9 changes of qi and blood. Boom! Along with Li Zhong's urging, the qi and blood on top of Li Zhong's head directly transformed into a human emperor's shadow. Even though this carriage was blocked by a powerful formation, it was almost cracked by the impact of this human emperor's shadow. What? When Xinger saw the scene in front of her eyes, her liver and guts really split. Especially the terrifying aura that erupted from amongst that blood shadow made Xinger directly lose her will to fight. As for the Demon King void on Xinger's body, it directly collapsed. A mere Demon King was just a mere Demon King. How could it be a match for the human emperor? The 4 experts, including Uncle Chen and the Crown Prince's house, who were exchanging blows outside, simultaneously turned their heads to look in the direction of the carriage. The next moment the 4 men, at the same time, pounced on the carriage. Uncle Chen and the 4th-ranked expert from the Crown Prince's residence were mainly responsible for blocking the way. while the other two intercepting experts were trying to break through with full force, with the intention of destroying the entire carriage's stance. But Uncle Chan and the fourth-grade masters of the Crown Prince's residence were not just eating their words. How could they be allowed to get close to the wagon and destroy it? But those two people who came halfway to intercept were obviously prepared. Seeing that they were unable to break through Uncle Chen and their two defenses for a moment, each of them, from their arms, pulled out a inlay and, with the speed of lightning, threw it at the carriage. Uncle Chen and the fourth-ranked experts of the Crown Prince's residence were all on guard against this hand though. But this sudden strike was still a little too fast. Although the two people had returned in time to defend themselves, that inlay detonated directly halfway. The terrifying impact instantly shattered the carriage's carriage. Chapter 62 My grandson, Inhuman begs to be collected and followed. Uncle Chan and the Crown Prince's palace's chief of guards had been defending themselves against each other's hidden weapons though. However, none of them had expected that in the other party's hands, there was also the Taoist inlay. Taoist in thunder is extremely valuable. Only a strong person above the third grade of the Tao sect could collect the 9 heavenly in thunder to refine it. This is an absolute strategic weapon and will not be sold to the outside world easily. And the Qintian supervisor has stipulated that you must register to refine such powerful concealed weapons. If one were to privately and secretly refine it, the consequences of being caught would be extremely serious. Therefore, Uncle Chan and the Crown Prince's houseguard commander had not thought that the other party would bring such a thing with them. Seeing the tightly protected carriage, it was blown to pieces. Uncle Chen and that Crown Prince's houseguard commander both had their eyes bared. Uncle Chen even directly disregarded his age-old injuries and directly exploded with all his strength. Smashing down with a full-force shot, the tiger demon was directly smashed into two by Uncle Chen. And the price Uncle Chen paid for this was extremely serious. It was possible to feel that the life energy in Uncle Chen's body was rapidly draining away. Grandpa Chen. I'm fine. I'm here. Seeing that Grandpa Chen, who had protected him for many years, was going to continue to fight for his life, Li Zong, who had just escaped from the carriage, hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. Hearing Li Zhong's voice, Uncle Chen's eyes, which were originally filled with death wish, once again bloomed. Uncle Chen twisted his head and saw the unharmed Li Zhong, as well as the unconscious Pinger and LV Chui, along with the unharmed Linchuan County Lord. Seeing such a scene, Uncle Chen was instantly relieved. The commander of the prince's guards, likewise, was relieved in his heart. Under the full force of Uncle Chen's outburst, the tiger demon had been smashed into two halves on the spot. The rest of that one is even more of a no-brainer. Not to mention that Uncle Chen had already heard the harsh breaking sound coming from the air, along with the familiar aura. Boom! A sword light that was so severe that it flew. The fourth-ranked martial artist who tried to break free and escape was directly clipped in the head. The flying sword fell to the ground and directly disappeared into the ground as a whole. It could be seen that the person who threw the flying sword used what kind of strength. Shang Wanlan, who had a fierce aura, arrived in the air after the flying sword landed. Seeing that Li Zong was fine, the fierce aura on Shang Wanlan's body only dispersed a little. Madam, the old slave is guilty of failing to protect the little young master's safety. Please be chastised by Madam. Uncle Chen saw Shang Wanlan arrive and directly half-kneeled on the ground to ask for forgiveness. Grandma. Li Zong didn't wait for Shang Wanlan to speak before he directly pounced on Shang Wanlan. Shang Wanlan picked up Li Zong as soon as he could, and carefully examined him to make sure that Li Zong was not injured, and only then did he finally let out a sigh of relief. What's going on back there? Shang Wanlan instructed Uncle Chen. Then Shang Wanlan to that prince house commander said, "You go back to report to the prince. Linchuan County Lord I brought back to the Chu family. Let the prince personally bring someone to pick up." The commander of the prince's house, hearing Shang Wanlan's words, immediately looked embarrassed. When Shang Wanlan saw this expression on the other side, he let out a cold laugh and said, "Why do you think that I took Linchuan away in order to come and use this matter to pin down the crown prince? What happened today is bound to be a problem within your crown prince's residence. If I don't take Linchuan away, do I still have to give it to you guys to continue protecting it?" The commander of the prince's palace heard Shang Wanlan's words and then realized, but that made him a little more uncomfortable in his mind. But it was obviously true again. The Li family is followed by a total of 3 people. A person with their own resistance to the enemy, 2 maids directly unconscious, the only one of their people left some. "Thank you, Mrs. Chu. After I go back, I will immediately report to the crown prince." After the prince's residence guard commander gave a thank you, he let the people watch over this place for themselves first, while he personally went back to the prince's residence to report the news. "Linchuan, will you go to Grandma's house as a guest first?" Shang Wanlan asked Linchuan in a pleasant manner. Linchuan had obviously never experienced this kind of battle, and for a moment he was also a bit overwhelmed by fear. Still, Li Zong got down from Shang Wanlan's arms and pulled Linchuan, whose little face was white, and said, Go to my house to play. There's a lot of fun at my house, and there's also delicious pastries made by my mother. Being pulled by Li Zong, Lin Chuan finally calmed down a bit. Lin Chuan weakly nodded his head and replied in a small voice. Good. I'll take the two of them home first. Later you take the two of them back and separate the two of them for now. Wait for me to question them. Shang Wanlan instructed Uncle Chun. Yes, Uncle Chan agreed. It wasn't long before Shang Wanlan brought Li Zhong and Lin Chuan back to the Chu family. Chu Ling, who had long been waiting at the door, saw that Li Zhong came back unharmed, and his hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Mother, make some delicious cakes for Lin Chuan and I later. Lin Chuan was scared today, Li Zhong said to Chu Ling. When Chu Ling heard Li Zong's words, she agreed in succession, while inquiring with concern, Zonger, you weren't frightened, were you? Mother, I'm an expert. How could I be intimidated? Li Zong said while showing off his power. Seeing Li Zong like this, Chu Ling's taut spirit was finally completely relaxed. Mother will go and make cakes for you to eat while you play with grandmother for a while. After Chu Ling went to make the cakes, Shang Wanlan also dismissed everyone, leaving only Li Zhong and Lin Chuan behind. Zonger, tell grandma what happened? Immediately, Li Zong also gave Shang Wanlan a full account of what happened, from beginning to end. In front of his grandmother, there was absolutely no need for Li Zong to hide. There's nothing to hide from those closest to you. Of course the matter of the 9 changes of qi and blood was not said by Li Zhong, not trying to hide it on purpose, but intending to reveal these surprises, little by little, to his grandmother, all exposed at once, worried that his grandmother wouldn't be able to accept that she had such a wonderful grandson. After Shang Wanlan heard Li Zong's words, he was also doubly shocked by his grandson's resourcefulness and strength. Lin Chuan had obviously slowed down a lot by this time as well. Hearing Li Zong finish, Lin Chuan said excitedly, Grandma, you don't know, Li Zong can be very powerful. That humanoid qi and blood shadow behind him crushed the qi and blood shadow of Xinger in one go. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Li Zong knew that he could not hide his hidden 9 changes of qi and blood. Zhonger, what humanoid qi and blood shadow? Shang Wanlan inquired to Li Zong. Since it was all leaked out by Lin Chuan, he had to give his grandmother another big shock. Li Zong said, Grandmother is nothing more. It's just that I found a book of fighting techniques inside the martial arts building called 9 Changes of Qi and Blood. I just thought that I used the Imperial Bloodstone to break through the Qi and Blood realm. And my Qi and Blood comes with a bit of human emperor characteristics within it. Then I wanted to see what kind of human emperor could be stimulated by following the 9 Changes of Qi and Blood. After Shang Wanlan heard Li Zhong's explanation, which was full of innocence and childishness, he was at a loss for a moment as to how to react. Just for the sake of seeing what the human emperor was like, he had refined the strongest and at the same time the most difficult to refine whipping of the 7th grade, 9 changes of qi and blood. My grandson. Inhuman. This was the only thought in Shang Wanlan's mind at this time. Lin Chuan, can you keep this matter a secret for Li Zhong? Shang Wanlan inquired to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan nodded his head vigorously in assurance and said, Grandma, don't worry. I will definitely keep it a secret for Li Zhong. Even if Father King and the others ask about it, I will definitely not say half a word. Chapter 63. 2 more names added to the list of Nemesis 5000. Request for favorites. Request for catch-up reading. Having a grandmother like that is just reassuring. In this way, Li Zong would not have to worry at all about being told that what era is this, but still playing the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Because grandma screwed up all of this. And what does it have to do with Li Zong? Chu Ling soon returned with delicious plum cakes. The cold winter months, when the cold plums are in full bloom, are perfect for making cakes. At the same time, Uncle Chen also brought LV Chui and Pinger back to his home and temporarily placed them in 2 separate rooms. Although Shang Wanlan had already learned the whole story from Li Zhong and Lin Chuan here, he also knew that this matter had nothing to do with Green Shui and Pinger. But for safety reasons, Shang Wanlan still had to go and re-interview Green Shui and Pinger. On this issue of Li Zhong's safety, Shang Wanlan would not be careless at all. However, just as Shang Wanlan was planning to go and question Green Shui and Pinger, the 2 couples, the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, hurriedly arrived at the Chu family. When the Crown Princess saw Lin Chuan, who was sitting obediently on a chair and eating plum blossom cake, she directly rushed over to Lin Chuan and picked him up, checking whether Lin Chuan was injured while crying. Mother consort, I'm fine. Li Zong and his grandmother saved me, Lin Chuan said to the Crown Princess. When the Crown Princess heard Lin Chuan's words, she immediately wanted to kneel down for Shang Wanlan. Shang Wanlan hurriedly stopped the person and said, Crown Princess, this cannot be allowed. The Crown Princess cried out sadly, You don't know, Mrs. Chu, Lin Chuan is my lifeblood. If Lin Chuan has a short or long life, I won't be able to live anymore. Linger helped the Crown Princess to take her seat. Shang Wanlan saw that the Crown Princess was agitated and also asked Chu Ling to come over and assist her. Mrs. Chu, This time I'm really too thankful to you. If it wasn't for you, the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. The Crown Prince gave Lin Chuan a heartbroken glance, and then also expressed his sincere gratitude to Shang Guanlan. If the Crown Prince doesn't blame me for overstepping my bounds, just bring the man back directly and ask the Crown Prince to come to the door to collect him. The Crown Prince hastened to say, Mrs. Chu is doing the very right thing. The people amongst my Crown Prince's residence are already unsafe, and the fact that Mrs. Chu can personally bring the people back to the Chu family for protection is the greatest safeguard for Lin Chuan. After a moment's pause, the Crown Prince said, Mrs. Chu, I still have an unkind request. I hope Mrs. Chu can agree. Shang Guanlan faintly said, Prince, please speak. The Crown Prince glanced at Lin Chuan and his own Crown Princess and said, Mrs. Chu, I would like Lin Chuan and my wife to stay in the Chu mansion for a while. I don't have a lot of faith in the people in my house now after such a slip-up. I have to thoroughly investigate everyone. This will take a lot of time, and during this time if Lin Chuan and the others continue to stay in the Crown Prince's residence, I'm afraid it won't be safe. Those people have already dared to make a direct move in Midtown, and I'm afraid that my Crown Prince's mansion is by no means a safe place. I've been thinking about it, and it's still the safest place for Mrs. Chu to be. Plus Lin Chuan and Zhonger are good friends again, and Lin Chuan won't be uncomfortable staying in the Chu mansion. After the prince finished speaking in one breath, Shang Guanlan did not immediately agree, because this thing would really be a big deal. Once someone was left behind, that would mean that the Chu family's neutral stance was completely gone in the eyes of outsiders. Even if the Chu family's intention was only to protect Lin Chuan, in the eyes of outsiders, this was not any different from falling to the Crown Prince. Without directly turning to the Crown Prince, they were able to turn around and try to deal with Li Zong. If they really turned to the Crown Prince, Shang Guanlan did not know what kind of tactics they would come up with. Shang Guanlan certainly liked Lin Chuan, and even Shang Guanlan felt that it would be best for Lin Chuan to be his grandson's daughter-in-law. But Shang Guanlan had to be more concerned about Li Zong's well-being, and Shang Guanlan wasn't really sure what the real purpose of the Crown Prince in making such a request was. Shang Guanlan didn't really know the Crown Prince absolutely well, even though Li Zhixing was the Crown Prince's teacher. But after all, people's hearts and minds, Shang Guanlan will not be so saintly as to risk his grandson's life. After pondering for a moment, Shang Guanlan opened his mouth and said, Your Highness, the Crown Prince may not be aware that this time, the ghost within your Crown Prince's residence is not here for the sake of County Princess Lin Chuan. When the Crown Prince heard Shang Guanlan's words, he couldn't help but froze and said, It's not for Lin Chuan? Shang Guanlan nodded and said, This time the mole in your Crown Prince's residence is Xinger, who takes care of Lin Chuan. Her target is not Lin Chuan, but my family's Zhonger. Those words were directly confusing to the prince. The mole within his own Crown Prince's residence is not for his own Lin Chuan, but for the Li family's Li Zong. Fortunately, the Crown Prince wasn't a fool, and after only a short period of thought, he figured out the reason. With the tightness of the Chu family's current precautions up and down the line, it was almost impossible to get close to Li Zong alone. It would be very easy to borrow your own rincon instead. As for the effect after kidnapping Li Zong, it seems that the effect can be greater than kidnapping Lin Chuan effect, because behind Li Zong were the two big families, the Li family and the Chu family. If it was really possible to utilize the Li Zong and force the two great families, the Li family and the Chu family, to give in, the greatest threat to his own position is Crown Prince. Instead, after all, he kidnapped Lin Chuan to force himself to give up this Crown Prince position. If he himself could agree, Emperor Yen Tai might not agree either. However, if the Li Zong was utilized to coerce the Li and Chu families, that would be a different matter. And with the Li family and the Chu family, the level of importance and love for Li Zong, it was completely feasible to use Li Zong to pin down the Li and Chu families. In that case, it is my Crown Prince's house that has dragged Zhonger down. After knowing the cause of the matter before and after, the Crown Prince also apologized and looked at Li Zong. Seeing that the Crown Prince had already figured it out, Shang Guanlan opened his mouth and asked, So does your Highness still feel that it's still safe to place County Princess Lin Chuan and the Crown Princess in my Chu family? In that case, it's not really appropriate. It was just that the Crown Prince still didn't feel that it was the most appropriate time to bring the two Lin Chuan mothers and daughters back. After all, his own Crown Prince's residence is really not considered safe now. This time they are targeting Li Zong unsuccessfully. There is no guarantee that they will not target Lin Chuan next time. Shang Guanlan saw that the Crown Prince was in a difficult position, and immediately gave the Crown Prince a suggestion. The Crown Prince can ask His Majesty for a decree that will allow my Chu family army to take over the guards of the Crown Prince's residence. At that time, I can select a group for the Crown Prince, the most loyal city and competent guards to go over, and the same can guarantee the safety of the Crown Princess and Lin Chuan. The Crown Prince listened to Shang Guanlan's advice and felt that he had no choice but to do so. The Crown Prince temporarily settled Lin Chuan in the Chu mansion, and then went straight to the palace to ask for an order. It is better to delay such matters sooner rather than later, much less later. After the crown prince had entered the palace, Emperor Yentai was obviously aware of what had happened in Midtown. Seeing the crown prince, Emperor Yentai also immediately inquired about Lin Xuan's situation. Determining that Lin Xuan was unharmed, Emperor Yentai directly granted the crown prince's request, directly by his decree for the Chu family to arrange for someone to take over the defense of the crown prince's residence. And at the same time this kidnapping is even more to be thoroughly investigated. And it was made clear that no matter who was involved in the matter, it would be handled equally and there would be absolutely no favoritism or appeasement. Things weren't difficult to investigate. Fourth-grade masters were counted in the Jianghu, not to mention having such obvious signs. Along the way, they naturally traced it to the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan, then the fourth prince and the fifth prince who were being grounded. Then again, it was an unmitigated disaster. This added to the already poor existence of the two men. The living conditions in the cold palace are bad enough, but that's still better than the dungeons of the sovereign house. The fourth prince and the fifth prince, completely unable to figure out, their own two people are clearly grounded, and nothing to do in the case. How to be inexplicably locked into the middle of the dungeon of the sovereign house came. Then soon the two men, through some exchanges by the jailer, got an important piece of information. The fact that two of their own were imprisoned in the dungeon of the sovereign house seemed to have something to do with Li Zong, the royal nemesis. However, the two people didn't know that they clearly hadn't messed with Li Zong, and they even did things to deliberately avoid Li Zong, just for fear of being implicated by Li Zong, the royal nemesis. How did they both end up in the dungeon of the clan house just because of Li Zong? The two people who were in a difficult situation exchanged some information inside the dungeon. Can't figure out at all how the two of them got involved with Li Zong. And with such a thing happening, there was even more clamor for the name of Li Zong's royal nemesis among the city. At the same time, they silently added two more names to the top of the list of royals killed and imprisoned because of Li Zong. Of course this is the action between the city, not so much above the court. After the matter was investigated clearly, Emperor Yentai was directly enraged by the dragon's face. On top of the court, the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan were listed as rebels. Although the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan were both extremely representative forces, but they really shouldn't have done it 1,000 times over, directly sending people to strike inside the imperial city. It might have been better if it had worked quietly. However, now that the commotion was so big and the result was still a failure, then this was tantamount to slapping Emperor Yentai's face. Then there was the direct evidence that the civil unrest that was going on outside was directly related to the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan. This adds to the evidence that the two of them are plotting against each other. Such a pile and piece was enough to sentence the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan to a death sentence. Emperor Yentai directly gave Chu Tianyi an order to send troops to capture the Wuji sect patriarch and the clan leader of the Heavenly Tiger clan. At the same time, if the others and the tiger demon dared to resist, they would all be killed without amnesty. In addition, Emperor Yentai even mobilized a forbidden army and directly handed it over to Chu Tianyi to personally command. Chu Tianyi, who had originally known that Li Zong had almost been kidnapped, had held a bellyful of fire, and now he waited for the decree. Chu Tianyi was perfectly capable of rolling up his arms and sleeves and getting started. What Wuji sect? In Chu Tianyi's opinion, it was a speculative sect. The Sky Tiger clan is pretty much the same, just eating the speculative dividends. Now messing with your own grandson is a kick in the teeth. Chapter 64 Wuji sect, Heavenly Tiger clan, extermination, request for favorites, request for catch-up reading. The Chu Tianyi who had gotten the order was really more of a tiger than the Heavenly Tiger clan. Taking the Chu clan's army with him, he didn't even wait for the forbidden army to come over and had already gone straight to the Wuji sect. In the eyes of the Jianghu people, most of the honor of the Wuji sect came from the success of the ancestors' choices, so it received the favor of Great Yen for 10,000 years. In the eyes of true Jianghu people, the Wuji sect's honorary status might be a little higher. The other thing was that the resources and treasures of the Wuji sect were probably a bit more. The fact that the Wuji sect was able to be ranked first class was more due to the fact that it was backed by the Great Yen dynasty. As far as how strong it really is, there really isn't a lot of optimism to be honest. In fact, it was just as the jungle people thought. The battle power of the Wuji sect, which had been pampered for too long, was really very worrying. Facing the Chu family army, which has been fighting at the border for years and has a fierce aura that makes even ghosts shiver when they see it, the disciples of the Wuji sect were truly incapable of putting up much resistance. With just a few charges, the disciples of the Wuji sect directly lost their ability to resist. The Wuji sect has really been carrying on the peace for too long, and the Wuji sect has enjoyed 10,000 years of glory in the Great Yen dynasty. When the court did not intend to target the Wuji sect, the disciples of the Wuji sect were free to roam outside. But when the court really intends to destroy you, Your past pampering becomes your fatal weakness. The Wuji sect master, on the contrary, was indeed slightly tricky. The Wuji sect master's martial Dao third grade mountain river realm was the same as Chu Tiany's realm, but the point is that he's also in a godly costume. The equipment on his body was much more luxurious than Chu Tiany, the first grand marshal. It wasn't that Chu Tiany couldn't put together such a divine outfit, but Chu Tiany was the one leading the troops. Behind him, there was still a huge number of Chu family troops to feed. Putting together such a godly outfit out would mean that the overall equipment of the Chu family army would have to drop a notch. This was not worth it at all in Chu Tiany's opinion. Besides, what's the point of having a godly outfit? For Chu Tiany, it's just a little bit more cackling in the fight, but nothing else is the same. After capturing the Wuji sect master on the spot, the Wuji sect master's entire divine outfit naturally became Chu Tiany's. That's the rule on the battlefield. Such seizures need not be surrendered to the court. Of course Chu Tiany definitely didn't intend to keep it for use, because there's no need for that, but yet you can bring it back for your grandchildren. After resolving the Wuji sect, Chu Tiany directly led his troops to turn around and go south to find trouble with the Heavenly Tiger clan. As a result, by the time Chu Tian arrived, the Heavenly Tiger clan had already raised their clan and ran away. Straight away, Chu Tiany pounced. Since the troops are out, there is no reason to go empty. Therefore, as soon as Chu Tian led his troops, he directly turned around and went after them. At the same time, a message was sent to the Forbidden Army that had rushed over, telling them to run to the front to block the Sky Tiger clan's back road at any cost. In the end, on the passage to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, the Heavenly Tiger clan was blocked in the middle of a pass by a back-and-forth attack. The human race is not trustworthy, so to this we are willing to accept the pardon of the seal of the demon. Is not afraid of the group of gods to rebel? The patriarch of the Heavenly Tiger clan, faced with this situation, said with an angry growl, if your Heavenly Tiger clan were to honestly be your mountain gods, then you could definitely enjoy peace forever. But you are not satisfied and still want to control the human imperial dynasty. This is your own way of taking your own death. The great commander of the Forbidden Army responded, my Heavenly Tiger clan, at no point did I even think of participating in your battle to take over the throne. It was you who forced us to do so, Chu Tiany directly said. With it waste what words, directly killed to bring back the matter. If other those city godland, intends to learn from the example, the same killed to bring back the matter. Chu Tiany was the Grand Marshal of the East. Even the Forbidden Army had to listen to Chu Tiany's orders on the battlefield. Under the front and back attack, the entire clan of the Heavenly Tiger clan was completely unable to resist. In less than a day's time, more than half of the mountain gods in the entire Great Yin dynasty had fallen in battle. At this point, the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan, all of them were put to death. With the ambush of the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan, that so-called stragglers' change also quickly dissipated. The leaders had run away, and those remaining stragglers could not afford to support such a huge movement at all. Naturally, the birds and the bees soon dispersed. All the problems were solved. Chu Tiany directly returned to the court. Above the courtroom, seeing that the mother family backgrounds of both the fourth prince and the fifth prince were directly exterminated by the Yantai emperor by sending troops, the crowd then understood that the fourth prince and the fifth prince were completely out of the race for the crown prince ranks. Then the seventh prince and the ninth prince, two equally powerful and competitive princes. After seeing what happened to the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan, the seventh prince and the ninth prince took the initiative to find the crown prince and expressed their willingness to support the crown prince's succession. The mother's family behind the seventh prince and the ninth prince both belonged to the founding lords. The backgrounds are all of the unfathomable variety. However, when compared to the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan, the two of them were still inferior to the Wuji sect in terms of battle power. If Emperor Yantai was really determined to iron-bloodedly cleanse a series of obstacles before the crown prince succeeded to the throne, their two families are definitely not able to sustain it either. Instead of waiting for Emperor Yantai to find an opportunity to exterminate his clan, it would be better to show support for the crown prince in advance. Yantai didn't come up to target the two of them with the lowest force value, so it could be said that he had already given enough face to the two families, and at the same time, he had also given enough time for the two families to fully think about it. If the two families were still insensitive, then it would be no one's fault if they were exterminated at that time. At this point, all the obstacles before the crown prince succeeded to the throne were resolved by Emperor Yentai's overpowering methods. There was no longer any semblance of an obstacle in the prince's path to the throne. The next thing the crown prince needs to do is just to bide his time and then inherit the throne. After this series of maneuvers, Emperor Yentai's intentions had been shown very clearly. His heart was always centered on the crown prince. Although the crown prince didn't have any powerful background, but in the Great Yin dynasty, who the emperor favored, that was the biggest background. Meanwhile, in the middle of the capital, The Li family and the Chu family's doorway had a long line of gifts and congratulations lined up. The prince was about to succeed the throne, which showed that the Li family and the Chu family were really betting on the team. As long as the crown prince ascends to the throne, then the Li and Chu families, who assisted the crown prince, are bound to be greatly reused. Now that both families have become so prosperous, it's time to get rehired again. Any one of these families could be powerful, not to mention the fact that the two families are already children's parents. The other thing is that between the two families, there's a big emotional tie right now, the Li congregation. With the presence of Li Zong, when the time comes, the two families are bound to be strong. With this kind of power and prestige, the imperial power will have to step aside for a battle. If the two families had any insubordination, it would really be possible to replace the emperor in a minute. Chapter 65 Prince Supervisor seeking favorites and catch-up readings. For these lined up to send gifts to make friends, Li Zhixing and Shangguan Lan's attitude was very unified. All of them are missing. Neither the Li family nor the Chu family had any insubordinate intentions. At the same time, neither the Li family nor the Chu family had any thoughts of becoming an emperor. Being an emperor may seem like 1,000 good things to an outsider. However, in the eyes of big families like Li and Chu, the emperor wasn't really that good. As soon as Chu Tian returned to resume his duties, he immediately rushed back home to see Li Zong. By the way, he handed Li Zong a set of divine clothes that he had stripped off from the Wuji sect's headmaster. From the Wuji sect, Shangguan Lan looked at this set of divine attire that Chu Tianyi had brought back and finally felt that her husband had done the most correct thing. While Li Zong looked at the set of divine armor in front of him, he was a bit dumbfounded. The divine costume that Chu Tianyi brought back was head to toe. On his head was a hairpin that could withstand 3 attacks from any cultivator below the 3rd rank. Only now it could only be used once, as 2 of them were consumed by Chu Tianyi. But even if it's only once, that's pretty scary all the same. The one on his body was a set of heavenly silkworm treasure armor inscribed with formations and runes. This set of treasure armor could change its size and shape at will, and there was absolutely no need to worry about others seeing it. Underneath his feet were a pair of godly boots. With these divine walking boots, going to perform any escape skill would be doubly powerful. There's also a set of weapons. The Wuji sect's patriarch uses twin swords, so I thought it would be better to melt it down and create a lance for the congregation's children to use. Chu Tianyi continued. When Shangguan Lan heard Chu Tianyi's words, he didn't immediately agree, but gently looked at Li Zong and inquired, what kind of weapon does Zhonger intend to use? The matter of weapons had not really occurred to Li Zong. The standard weapon in the Chu family was definitely a lance. This was the symbol of the Chu family and also one of the strongest martial arts in the world today. In addition to singles, over generations, the Chu clan had also developed, borrowing the might of the person behind them to explode the strongest strike. With Chu Tianyi as the center and 10,000 Chu clan troops as the ensemble, if they were to be the ensemble, they could erupt into a strike that was close to that of a first-ranked martial artist. Sort of a rare set of combos. Li Zhong thought for a while and said, then let's listen to Grandpa to build a lance. If there is any left over, you can help me build another sword. Once Chu Tian heard that Li Zong wanted to use a gun, he was naturally overjoyed. Good. Grandpa will order someone to go and fight. As for the sword, forget it. The sword is not something that big men use. Soft and flimsy is completely useless, especially when it comes to the battlefield. It's all about an inch long and an inch strong. Li Zhong listened to Chu Tianyi's eloquent speech, and felt that his grandfather was just like his sister-in-law, unable to carry it completely. It's true that you use a gun, but Shangguan Lan uses a sword, and it's used very well. Li Zong heart, grandfather this is want to a bowl of water leveling. You this is even the dinner table are not going to want. Only after Chu Tianyi finished speaking did Shangguan Lan coldly open his mouth. What other shortcomings does the sword have? Tell them all together. As soon as Chu Tian heard Shangguan Lan's words, he reacted to the fact that his lady used a sword. Chu Tianyi hurriedly looked for a remedy and said, Madam, this sword also needs to be divided into who uses it. If you, Madam, use it, then it's a different story. After saying that, Chu Tianyi added, the Wuji sect master's twin swords are quite large, and after building a lance, there must still be quite a bit of leftover material, and it's still more than enough to build a sword. At that time, Madam, you will personally teach our Zhonger to practice with the sword, and you must pass on this terrifyingly exquisite sword technique of yours to our Zhonger. Shangguan Lan coldly grunted, and had no intention of having a general understanding with Chu Tianyi. What kind of husband was his own? Shangguan Lan knew too well. This one is just a blip on the radar for Li Zong. The really big melons, that's all behind us. Shortly after settling the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan, Emperor Yantai announced that he would next go into seclusion to search for the method of longevity. The crown prince came to oversee the country while being assisted by Li Zhixing. At the same time, Emperor Yen Tai announced that the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan had been beheaded for the crime of treason. The other fourth prince and fifth prince, even if they didn't know about it, also played a role in pushing the envelope. Therefore, the fourth prince and the fifth prince re-entered the cold palace. Never step out of the cold palace half a step. It's been kind of raised high and dropped gently. Letting the crown prince come to supervise the country was a sign that Emperor Yen Tai had begun the transfer of power. Let's get the place empty for you first, and it's up to you whether you perform well or badly next. Witness the crown prince's supervision and gain 500 witness points. Gain 1 point of talent. The crown prince's supervision of the country. For Li Zong, that was definitely considered a favor. When the person in this dragon chair changes, it's a new thing all over the place. After all, a new generation is a new generation. New people are coming in, so there must be a lot of new things going on. This can all be witness points for the Li congregation. Li Zong is now practicing Confucianism, martial arts and Xianmen Dao at the same time. The witness points consumed are still quite exaggerated. For others to cultivate these three Dao at the same time, no matter if it was their body or their energy, it would be completely unmatched. But in Li Zong's opinion, this would not be a problem. And it's just as well for Li Zong to learn a little bit of all of them, just as much as he can skillfully do. It's all about adding witness points anyway, so don't worry about working too hard and wearing yourself out. The fact that things have come to this point is not really a happy ending. The source of the Yin thunder in the hands of the Wuji sect and the Heavenly Tiger clan had yet to be finalized. Such powerful prohibited items had appeared in the capital in such a dignified manner, and two of them had also appeared at once. This one would really be a little too dangerous. Even if this kind of Yin thunder is not used to deal with Li Zong, if you use it against someone else, it's a dead giveaway. So the first thing the crown prince did after he supervised the country was to have the Qintian supervisor investigate how the two Yin Lei actually came to be. If there was anyone who had violated the rules and made Yin Lei privately without reporting it, then they would be dealt with as they saw fit. This was originally an oversight on the part of the Qintian Supervisory Authority, and it is right that the Qintian Supervisory Authority should be the one to put this matter to rest. It actually would have been a pretty simple thing to do. The evergreen realist was completely capable of resolving things roundly, all by himself. However, the supervisor who had not returned to the Qintian supervisor for 100 years had returned directly to the Qintian supervisor. Only when this supervisor came back, he did not have the intention of investigating the case, but instead said to the supervisor's deputy, "I heard that you have taken in a very powerful grandson to be your disciple. Take me to see how that grandson of yours is." The evergreen realist could do nothing in the face of this supervisor Zhang in front of him, who smelled of alcohol, but there was no way around it. Who let the other party be a Taoist first-grade land deity? Moreover, it was also the only explicit first rank on the side of the current human race, other than the current emperor, and at the same time, it should also be the one with the highest strength of the human race. Alright, Li Zong happens to be taking a break today, should be at home. Let's go see Li Zong now. The evergreen realist was also very helpless. Take a walk and go see your grandson. After saying that, the supervisor Zhang did not forget to flirt with the supervisor deputy, saying, "After you have lived a long life, what kind of experience is it to suddenly have another grandchild?" Chapter 66, Your grandson is fine. Now he's mine begs for favorites and catch-up reading. Evergreen realist was also completely helpless in the face of this not-so-reliable-looking supervisor Zhang. This Qintian supervisor said that the supervisor was the biggest. However, the only person who actually did something was the evergreen realist himself. What the supervisor is doing every day is not clear even to him. The supervisor's deputy. The two quickly arrived at the Chu family. After the evergreen realist explained his intentions, Uncle Chen personally came out and guided the two in. The supervisor of the Qintian supervisor had come in person. Chu Tianyi and Shang Wanlan definitely had to greet them personally, although the two of them also knew that this supervisor of the Qintian supervision was not very reliable. But after all, he is a first class, and at the same time as the world's Taoist sect co-owner. The status and strength is here. Shang Wanlan two people still have to be taken seriously. Li Zong also followed his grandmother and waited for the supervisor of the Qintian supervision in the main hall together. Regarding the supervisor of the Qintian supervisor, Li Zong had heard quite a few rumors about him when he was in the Qintian supervisor. Li Zong was also very curious about this supervisor. When he was in the Qintian supervision, Li Zong could feel that the entire Qintian supervision was both respectful and fearful of his god-grandfather, the evergreen realist. To the supervisor of the Qintian supervisory authority, they only had fear. Respect could not really be talked about. The reason for this is because according to Li Zong's understanding, this supervisor is a king of absenteeism. In over 100 years, it hasn't been back to Chinatown once. With little effort, Li Zong met, well-dressed and sold supervisor Zhang. Although this supervisor is said to be a Taoist rogue decent, Not sloppy, godlike full of looks is also immortal. But Li Zong just had a feeling that the other party was unreliable. The supervisor came to Li Zong in 3 or 2 steps and raised his eyes to take a look. Witnessing the supervisor of the Qintian Supervisory Authority, gaining 500 witnessing points, gain 1 point of Taoist talent, detecting the inclusion of the Dao Dao Tianji skill, seeing the hints in front of him, Li Zong instantly felt much better about the supervisor in front of him. Just met and gave himself such a great gift, especially that Tianji skill. Li Zong had heard the evergreen realist mention it when he was in the Qintian supervisor. Tianji skill is an advanced version of qi looking. The qi surveying technique could only see how a person's qi was, but the Tianji technique was able to see many of the person's future movements. The Heaven's Chance technique was such a heaven-defying spell. This spell, however, was also the most difficult to cultivate. Currently in the entire Dao sect, there were only 2 people known to have successfully cultivated. One is the supervisor and the other is Elder Tianji. There was also another problem with the Heaven's Chance technique, and that was that after it was cultivated, even if one saw the future, one could not speak of it. Once it's said, this backlash is going to be pretty scary. Supervisor is in front of Li Zong. Looked at it, directly light, a sound. After a few moments, the supervisor Zhang withdrew his gaze and stared at Li Zong with more than a little bit of playfulness instead. The supervisor Zhang turned his head to look at the evergreen realist and said, "You're a good grandson. You've given me a grandson." Li Zong, 6666. Evergreen reality. Shang Wanlan wasn't too surprised by this. Shang Wanlan knew best what talent his grandson had. It was more than normal for the supervisor to be able to look at his own grandson. Evergreen realist said helplessly, "If you really think highly of him, just accept him as a disciple. What's the point of robbing my grandson?" Supervisor Zhang snorted coldly and said, "If I accept him as my disciple and you continue to be his grandfather, then wouldn't you be a generation above me? Do you take me for a fool?" The evergreen realist was extraordinarily speechless. To be honest, evergreen reality hadn't really thought about this. "You let him be your grandson, what do I do with him?" Evergreen realist asked rhetorically. "Didn't you want to take him as a disciple? You continue to be his master." When Li Zong heard the words of the supervisor, he really felt that this supervisor was extremely unreliable. It was better for Li Zong to silently include the Tianji skill first. Right after Li Zong had finished recording, the supervisor suddenly said to Li Zong, "The skill of heavenly chance is not that easy to learn, nor is it that easy to use. Those who try to pry into the heavenly chance will be punished by the heavenly chance. You should think about it carefully." Li Zong suddenly heard the supervisor's words, and his entire body was shocked. This was the first time he had ever included feats and been caught red-handed. Did he see my system? Li Zong thought this was unlikely. I was just discovered when I was included, so it should be caused by the Dao fluctuation I triggered when I was included. Li Zong felt that this inference was still somewhat factual. What did Grandpa Supervisor Zhang say? I can't understand. Li Zong directly chose to play dumb. He's not going to trust the supervisor when he meets him for the first time. Supervisor is not surprised. Instead, he said, "You call me a grandfather. I cannot let you call in vain. This is my experience of some insights on the cultivation and use of the Tianji skill. It should be able to help you take a lot of detours." After saying that, the supervisor was raising his hand and pointing, a large stream of consciousness appeared directly in the middle of Li Zong's mind. After reading this large stream of consciousness that Supervisor Zhang passed over, Li Zong was also shocked. The terrifying extent of this Tianji skill was even more than what Li Zong knew and had guessed. Cultivation in this regard Li Zong completely do not have to worry about, because there is the existence of witness points. Only is the question of spending witness points more or less. However, on top of using it, the taboos of this Tianji skill were really far more than what Li Zong thought. For example, once you have mastered the heavenly chance technique, outsiders will not be able to pry into the heavenly chance in your body, and at the same time, you will not be able to use the heavenly chance technique on yourself. Once you use it, you will instantly die a violent death with a reversal of blood flow. Then again, if you spy on someone or something heavenly, you should never divulge it to the other person. Then again, every time you use the Tianji skill, it's costly. With Li Zong's current cultivation level, if he barely used it once, I'm afraid he would be drained. The Heaven's Chance secret, to put it bluntly, was not designed with cultivators below the second rank. After the supervisor Zhang finished his transmission, he said to the Evergreen Master, "Look, he's calling me Grandpa, so you'll be his master from now on." In fact, if Supervisor Zhang hadn't said something like that just now, it would really be nothing for Evergreen Realist to be Li Zong's master. The point is that after Supervisor Zhang finished speaking, Evergreen Realist then went to be Li Zong's master. How can he think of it? How can he feel awkward? And by what right? You robbed your own hard-earned grandson just because you said so. Do you know how easy it is for me to work for such a grandson? 3 times he came to the door and ate the closed door twice. And the 3rd time if he didn't take out something really precious. I'm afraid he still didn't even have a chance to talk. I don't agree. The evergreen realist was decisive in his refusal this time. The supervisor cast a sidelong glance at the evergreen realist and said, "You're forgetting which one of us is the supervisor, aren't you?" Seeing that things were going to be bad, Li Zhong could only take matters into his own hands. "Grandpa Supervisor Zhang, Grandpa Evergreen, I can have 2 god-grandfathers." When the supervisor heard this from Li Zhong, he nodded and said, "I forgot about this." Li Zhong, Evergreen Reality. After settling this matter, Supervisor Zhang turned to Chu Tianyi and Shang Wanlan and said, "One of you go and find Li Zhixing. I have something important to tell you." Chapter 67, The Tribulation of the Era begs for favorites and catch-up reading. Seeing that the supervisor was speaking so formally, Shang Wanlan didn't dare to be slow. Directly ask Uncle Chen to get Li Zhixing to come over. After a meal, Li Zhixing returned to the Chu family with Uncle Chen. After Li Zhixing arrived at the Chu family, Supervisor Zhang directly raised his hand and sealed the room where several people were directly. Witness the supervisor's strike. Gain 100 witness points. Gained 1 point of Taoist talent. Detecting whether Dao Fa Tian D is included? Li Zhong didn't even need to include it. Just by looking at the name, he knew that this was another top Dao technique of the Dao sect. The top Dao laws of the Taoist sect. Supervisor Zhang didn't even need to swing forward and directly waved his hand to cast it. This Supervisor Zhang's strength was still far above Li Zhong's imagination. After Supervisor Zhang finished casting Tian D, he even took a special look at Li Zhong. Meaning, have you learned this spell yet? Li Zhong was not afraid of being irritated. Not to mention that his grandfather and grandfather were there. It's not like the first grade supervisor can't touch it. So Li Zhong directly chose to include it on the spot. Sensing the fluctuation of the Dao in Li Zhong's body, Supervisor Zhang was also slightly stunned. Obviously Li Zhong's talent was above his prediction, but in doing so, the Supervisor Zhang became more and more satisfied with Li Zhong, his newly recognized grandson. Now Supervisor Zhang didn't need to ask Evergreen Real Estate to know what it was like to suddenly have an extra grandchild after living to a certain age. Sealed the entire room to ensure that from all levels and dimensions, it was safe from outside prying eyes. It was only then that Supervisor Zhang spoke slowly. The fluctuation of the human race's chi fluctuation. You should have felt it, right? Li Zhixing and Shang Wanlan, among others, were clearly not surprised by this question, and it was obvious that they felt it. What such a fluctuation in chi means, you should all know, right? Li Zhixing frowned. 10,000 years have come and gone. The dynasty has changed. What exactly do you want to say? As Li Zhong listened on the sidelines, he felt that the melon in front of him seemed a bit too big for a child like himself to eat. The supervisor shook his head and said, "It's not just the change of dynasties that have arrived in 10,000 years. Li Zhixing frowned and said, "There are other reasons." The supervisor nodded and said, "From the time the human race became the master of this side of heaven and earth, a full 129,600 years have passed, and this is the number of 1 yuan. The chi fortune between heaven and earth is about to be greatly disrupted, and it's hard to say where this chi fortune will return to next." The 3 people, Li Zhixing and Shang Wanlan, were all slightly moved when they heard Supervisor Zhang's words. Once every 10,000 years, the dynasty changes. This actually itself is no longer known to everyone, because it's just too long since the last 10,000 years. It was so long ago that many people did not know that the last imperial dynasty ended, partly because of their own decadence, and partly because of the reversal of qi, which gave the current Great Yan dynasty a chance. Otherwise, if the former dynasty still had its luck added to it, it was impossible for Dian to have a chance and succeed in ascending to the throne. However, the matter that the supervisor is now talking about is obviously even more enormous in scope than the change of dynasties. According to the meaning of the supervisor's words, this time the qi between heaven and earth was in complete disarray, and it would be impossible to say who would become the new protagonist of this heaven and earth. If they don't get it right, the human race may repeat the same mistake, and the demon race, or other races, may become the new protagonists. You called me over to talk about this? The supervisor is saying, not all, there are worse things than this one. Li Zhixing also raised an eyebrow at this way of speaking from the supervisor. You guys should also know about the next thing that Emperor Yen Tai is going to use his qi to impact longevity, right? Li Zhixing frowned and said, get straight to the point. No need to show off that you know more than us. The dislike piece has to be your own grandfather. Of course his own grandfather wasn't far behind, and his hand was already gripping the lance tightly. Obviously if Li Zhixing didn't open his mouth, Chu Tianyi was going to make a move. After being disliked by Li Zhixing, Supervisor Zhang did not continue with his rhetorical questions to show his superiority. Supervisor Zhang directly put the matter to Li Zhixing and them. Li Zong was eating melon on the side and felt like he was going to spit it out. The melon that Supervisor Zhang brought is really big. According to what Supervisor Zhang had said, the matter of Emperor Yen Tai's intention to use his qi to charge for longevity was an idea that he had given to Emperor Yen Tai. On the one hand, it was naturally because Emperor Yen Tai had thoughts in this regard, and on the other hand, Supervisor Zhang was also thinking that if Emperor Yen Tai really succeeded in his impact on longevity, if they directly locked half of the world's qi in their possession, the human race would be able to take a favorable position in the next competition. The qi is not visible though, but in reality it's much more useful than it seems. The human race is the protagonist of the world right now, and their qi is exactly the right time to prosper. With the qi fortune on the side of the human race could keep on giving birth to celestial pride and keep on cultivating geniuses from all walks of life. By virtue of this flourishing qi, the human race prospered day by day. But now, the world's qi is going to be completely disrupted. Whether or not the human race would still be blessed by qi at that time was hard to say, but if Emperor Yen Tai locked half of the qi, it would be the same as renewing a long breath of air for the human race. That's the good side of course, and the bad side is pretty obvious. That is, if Emperor Yen Tai failed, then the qi of this world would instantly collapse. The Great Chaos, which might have taken another 50 years or so before it would appear, would come a year earlier. By that time, the entire world would be in chaos, and the human race had just established a new emperor. What kind of situation would arise? This would be really hard to say. So that's what you were doing for the 100 years you disappeared? Li Zhixing inquired to Supervisor Zhang. The Supervisor Zhang nodded and said, "That's right. I have been plotting this matter for the past 100 years or so since I disappeared." Li Zhixing continued to ask, "Then you have been plotting for more than 100 years. What do you think is the likelihood of this matter succeeding?" The supervisor shook his head and said, "There is no possibility of success at all. Those who gain qi may not gain longevity. This is the law of heaven and earth, and it is not something that can be changed after I have plotted for more than 100 years. Chu Tianyi heard the supervisor's words and couldn't help but be furious. "You know that this is something that can't be done, and you still let His Majesty go ahead and do it, and as a result, you've been planning for over 100 years and nothing has been planned." The supervisor smiled mysteriously and said, "It's not that I didn't plan anything, I still planned something, but I can't talk to you guys about it. Those who have learned the skill of heavenly chants are automatically promoted to Riddler." No one can understand the supervisor of justice except for Li Zong. Shang Wanlan pressed down the lance that Chu Tianyi had raised and said, "You have told this matter to only a few of us. What do you expect us to do? The supervisor may be the Riddler, but every step the supervisor takes is not in vain. That is all bound to have his deeper meaning." Chapter 68 Supervisor Zhang scheming begs for collection and follow-up reading. Supervisor Zhang didn't continue to sell his purpose and directly stated his purpose. "I was hoping you guys could help me out. Although Emperor Yen Tai is doomed to fail and the age of great chaos will come early, it's not all bad. There are some benefits. Emperor Yen Tai's final onslaught will inevitably involve more than 80% of his qi. At that time, the moment the Yen Tai Emperor fails again, we can go and scramble for more qi and suppress it afterwards. This will also help my human race and seize the first opportunity." After Shang Wanlan and the others heard this, they couldn't help but be slightly moved, and Shang Wanlan inquired, "Supervisors can really suppress qi?" The supervisor nodded. "With the help of some external objects, it is still possible to suppress some of them. Is everything ready?" Li Zhixing inquired. The supervisor continued to nod. "It's already in the middle of the Tower of Heaven." When Li Zong heard this, his expression moved slightly, as if he had discovered some kind of flashy point all of a sudden. "The Tower of Heaven is your handiwork?" Li Zhixing similarly discovered this flashy point. Supervisor Zhang nodded. "Naturally. The fourth prince, the fifth prince, and the forces behind their mother's family are all part of your plan as well?" Shang Wanlan pursued. Supervisor Zhang smiled without saying anything, but the meaning was already very obvious. "What do you need us to do?" Li Zhixing inquired in a deep voice. Since the supervisor was ready, then Li Zhixing and the others only needed to follow the supervisor's wishes. As to whether the supervisor is being selfish in this matter, this does not really matter. Just need to understand one thing, the supervisor is also a human being. No egg is left intact when the nest is overturned. As a member of the human race, even if there is some selfishness, the general direction is naturally for the good of the human race. Li Zhixing was thinking this way, but Chu Tianyi was thinking directly, so without waiting for the supervisor to open his mouth, Chu Tianyi asked directly, "What can you gain from this matter?" The idea of a martial artist is generally simpler and cruder. Since Supervisor Zhang was here to seek cooperation, he naturally wouldn't hide his true purpose. "I intend to use this world's chief fortune to condense a supreme treasure, to see if it can help me further in my cultivation, and to see if it can allow me to go and see the scenery above that great Tao." Supervisor Zhang stated his true purpose. and Li Zhixing was moved instead. Supervisor Zhang was now even a first grade, and further than that, it would only be the legendary Saint Realm. That was the realm where successive human emperors had set foot. 5,000 years had passed since the fall of the last generation of human emperors. It is true that there have been many talented and brilliant people among the human race in the past 5,000 years, but in the end, they have not been able to take that final step. Say, what do you need us to do? Chu Tianyi said loosely after a moment of silence. Supervisor Zhang said, I know about the era's tribulation, and those old guys hidden within the demon race also know about it. What I'm going to do, they may not be aware of, but they will never let me succeed. So when the time comes, I need you guys to help me and stop those old guys. Li Zhixing's brows clustered as he said, with just our Li and Chu families, we're going to block those great world-defying demons that have lived for more than 10,000 years. Don't you think that it's not stable enough? As soon as Chu Tian heard Li Zhixing's words, he directly wasn't happy to hear it. If you can't block it, just stand back and see how my Chu family can block these great demons. Li Zhixing ignored Chu Tianyi and instead had to wait for an answer from Supervisor Zhang. Of course you're not the only ones. I, the Qin Tian supervisor, will also make an all-out effort. In addition, the 4 major academies will also send people to help. And there are also some Jianghu sects that will likewise help. You two are the only 2 I trust among the court. It was this answer that Li Zhixing felt was only reasonable. Those guys are great demons hidden amongst the demon race, although they don't put up a fight on weekdays. But it doesn't mean they don't exist. They're just hibernating. Li Zhixing is not being presumptuous. The fact was that the Li and Chu families were still really strong. Especially the Chu family army led by the Chu family, guard the 10,000 demon kingdom, so that the 10,000 demons have not been able to take half a step eastward. The strength must be terrifying. However, it was impossible for the Chu family to draw back the entire Chu family army. It was obviously not realistic to hold back an unknown number of Gaijin great demons with just those among the capital. Seeing that everyone had no more questions, only then did the supervisor continue. This time is also an opportunity for you, and you can also take advantage of it and collect some more chi luck. Li Zhong's eyebrows jumped slightly when he heard the supervisor's words. What does the supervisor mean by this? Is this wanting the Li and Chu families to rise up and claim the throne? We are not half interested in the throne. Shang Guanlan's attitude was very clear. Supervisor Zhang heard Shang Guanlan's words, but he gently shook his head. Taking the chi is not the only thing that being an emperor does. The benefits of chi are wonderful. Even if you don't want to use them, you can still take some for him. With the shelter of chi, his path will be smoother and safer. Before Shang Guanlan followed the supervisor Zhang's gaze and all looked at Li Zhong, who was obediently sitting on a chair and eating melon. Li Zhong also did not expect that the supervisor was finally bringing the problem around to himself. But chi luck or no chi luck, Li Zhong really wasn't interested. Li Zhong wants a long life. Grandpa Supervisor Zhang, didn't you say that those who gain chi can't gain longevity? I still want to live a long time, so I can spend more time with Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Father and you, Mother. Li Zhong directly stated his small worries. Supervisor Zhang listened to Li Zhong's words and laughed. You little guy is thinking long term, too suitable for practicing my Taoist laws. After laughing, the supervisor Zhang explained. Those who have gained chi luck are said to be those who utilize and use chi luck. It's not like you're utilizing it, just sealing the chakra in your body. In the future, when the world is stabilized and whoever becomes the emperor, you can just hand over your chi luck again. As long as it doesn't hinder his longevity, Li Zhong has no problem with it. But what exactly is the use of chi? Then, Grandpa Supervisor Zhang, what exactly is the use of chi luck? There is still some patience with the Li Zhong supervisor. Turning misfortune into good fortune, trouble into good fortune, and danger into good fortune. As long as there is enough chi, these 3 are just the most basic benefits. As for more wonderful uses, when you have really collected enough chi, you can experience it on your own. Other than that, it was the 3 most basic benefits that the supervisor was talking about that made Li Zhixing's few people very moved. Li Zhong's talent and radiance. The cover-up is only temporary. Li Zhong was bound to blossom one day, and at that time, if he was really targeted by too many people, he would be blessed with a huge amount of chi. Supervisor Zhang suddenly thought of something and said, you can collect the chi, but how much chi he can carry? This is hard to say. It's possible to be able to carry endless chi and become a great chi master. Or it's possible to not be able to carry any at all and be born insulated from chi. Chapter 69. The plotting is almost done. The next step is to determine when to start. Since the whole thing was being planned by the supervisor, it was natural for the supervisor to have the final say on this startup time. 6 months later, the supervisor is also giving an exact time. That's not a long time indeed, and you could even say it's a bit intense. After all, mobilizing all kinds of resources, that really takes time to prepare. It's never a quick fix, a slap on the wrist, especially for the Chu family. In the next half year, the Chu family had an extremely large number of things to arrange. The first thing is the mobilization of the Chuki's army. The side of the border can be imagined. In the next half a year must be a war. Those Geisher great demons would definitely use their influence to mobilize the various demon kings to keep storming the border gates of the human race. The human race must not be allowed to get too comfortable, and will surely try to do everything possible to hold their attention. So this required the Chu family to be reasonably well deployed under the arrangement of personnel, especially since the Chu family still needed to secretly move an elite Chu family army back. These take time. Secondly, even if personnel are mobilized in place, the mobilization of supplies that takes time. Since the supervisor had not summoned the Li and Chu families through the emperor, it naturally meant that this matter could not be placed in the open. It can't be put in the open, so the supplies would have to be dispatched covertly. Again, this is very much a test of ability and strength. Finally, there is the coordination and cooperation of resources from various parties, which is just as time-consuming. This pile after pile of things manipulated, half a year's time, is indeed very intense, and it was conceivable that the demon race side would definitely not stop, and would definitely try to find ways to make things happen on the human race side. It was bound to do everything it could to implicate all sides of the human race. Just leave the material deployment time to me. You guys just need to deploy the manpower in place. Li Zhixing took the initiative to take on the most complicated and at the same time the most tedious material deployment. Of course it's only Li Zhixing who can make sense of this. Li Zhixing now, in the dynasty, can be said to be truly powerful. The group of civil officials, as it were, was headed by Li Ziwei. At this point in time, Li Zhixing only needed to use the power in his hands a little bit. Mobilizing supplies is really not difficult. Good. Then I'll leave this matter to you, and I, the Chu family, will do the mobilizing as far as personnel is concerned. A few people quickly conferred on the matter. They are all big shots standing on the cusp of the wind and waves, and they don't need to discuss things with other people at all anymore. Doing anything can make their own decisions. So this deliberation, naturally, is also extremely fast. Good grandson, would you like to go with grandpa to live in the Qintian supervisor for a few days? The supervisor was sending a sincere invitation to Li Zhong before he left. Faced with this strange old man who wanted to turn himself right into the Qintian supervisor, Li Zhong didn't even wait to refuse. Shang Wanlan turned down the invitation for Li Zhong. Zhong'er is going on a trip with me next. It may take some time before we can return to the capital. We need to prepare some things next. Li Zhong heard his grandmother's words and wondered in his heart. How did he not know about the fact that he had to go out of town? Not only did Li Zhong not know, Chu Tianyi likewise did not know about this matter. Where is the congregation going with you? How come I don't know? Shang Wanlan said without skipping a beat. I received a message from my division a few days ago, asking me to return to observe the ceremony of the promotion of the Supreme Elder. Chu Tianyi didn't suspect anything after hearing Shang Wanlan's words. On the contrary, Li Zhong felt that his grandmother was clearly planning to take herself away first and leave the capital city as a place of wrongdoing first, because Shang Wanlan has never revealed half a word to Li Zhong from beginning to end. This made it clear that Shang Wanlan did not intend to take Li Zhong there in the first place. It was only because of this thing that Supervisor Zhang said that Shang Wanlan resolved to take Li Zhong away. Li Zhixing obviously also understood the doorway, so he didn't say anything, but only urged them to be careful on the road. The supervisor obviously also saw the way in this, so he just smiled and didn't say anything more. After everyone had left, Shang Wanlan also immediately instructed Chu Ling to go and pack some things for Li Zhong that he would need for the road. So eager to depart? At the level of an expert, at the level of your clan's supreme elder. If you want to make a breakthrough, it's definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. Chu Tianyi felt that Shang Wanlan and the others had left a little too hastily. Seeing how mute her husband was, Shang Wanlan had no choice but to explain to Chu Tianyi that she was going back to observe the ceremony, but it was just an excuse. The real reason was that he wanted to temporarily take Li Zhong away from the capital, which was a place of wrongdoing. As soon as Chu Tianyi heard his wife's explanation, he realized it. Then Chu Tianyi hurriedly urged his wife to hurry and leave the capital first with Li Zhong. It's best to wait until things have all settled down before coming back. Shang Wanlan didn't dare to do that. To leave everything to Chu Tianyi, Shang Wanlan was extremely uneasy. These things require so much care that any slip-up could be a total loss. And what Chu Tianyi lacked was this finesse. If he really let Chu Tianyi go into battle to fight, then there was definitely no halfway problem. But to do it all very stealthily, this would be too difficult for Chu Tianyi. Chu Ling naturally did not want to part with her son, but Chu Ling also needed to stay and assist her rigid husband. Therefore it was only possible for Shang Wanlan to be by himself and take Li Zhong on the road. 2 days later, all the traveling gifts were all packed. Shang Wanlan then took Uncle Chun, LV Chui and Ping are on their way. While on the road, Li Zong also learned about the clan his grandmother came from. The clan that his own grandmother came from was called the 10,000 Sword Sect. It was likewise a top-notch clan that was renowned throughout the human race. And it's still a top-notch sword sect, because they both used swords as well. So between Shangguan Lan's 10,000 Sword Sect and the Sword Sect, that competition was naturally inevitable. As you can see from the name, the two families are a very obvious rivalry. You're called the Sword Sect, I'll be called the 10,000 Sword Sect, I'm 10,000 more than you. Of course in terms of strength the two are actually equal, at the top of the heap. Though, it's actually a little bit worse. It wasn't that the Sword Sect was poor, but that the Wanjian Sect side was slightly inferior. The Sword Sect's Supreme Elder was a legendary top-tier second-grade existence. As for the 10,000 Sword Sect's Taishan Elder, he was slightly worse, a top third-grade existence. But this time, if he was to break through to the second grade, so he invited Shangguan Lan back to observe the ceremony. Chapter 70, Measuring Roots and Bones. Li Zhong was able to understand this mentality of the 10,000 Sword Sect to invite people to watch the ceremony. After all, they were all equally the most powerful sword Dao sects of the human race. Both of their names were equal. Only in terms of top strength, the Sword Sect had always pressed the 10,000 Sword Sect. Now that the 10,000 Sword Sect finally had a chance to turn this momentum around, it was natural to invite the world to come and watch the ceremony. Li Zong heard his grandmother say that the Sword Sect were among those invited. To be honest, that would be more or less showing off a bit too much. As for Shangguan Lan's words, it was true that he hadn't originally planned to bring Li Zhong alone. Shangguan Lan had originally just planned to make the trip himself. After all, it was a long journey, not to mention the dangers on the way were also great. Taking a risk with his grandson, Shangguan Lan obviously didn't want to do that. But staying in the capital at the moment was instead an even more dangerous option. So Shangguan Lan was really planning temporarily to take Li Zhong back to the 10,000 Sword Sect with him. The capital was indeed very far from the 10,000 Sword Sect, and even with the Chu family's carriage that had a demon bloodline that could travel thousands of miles in a day, it had taken a full 5 days. The carriage had just arrived at the 10,000 Sword Sect, when Li Zong sensed his grandmother, in the 10,000 Sword Sect's poker face. Even the patriarch of the 10,000 Sword Sect had come directly to greet him personally. My daughter has met Lord Father. Shangguan Lan arrived in front of the 10,000 Sword Sect patriarch and called out respectfully. Li Zong heard his grandmother's name, and then he realized that his grandmother was the great lady of the 10,000 Sword Sect. No wonder it's so branded. No wonder it's so well fed. Whether in the court or in the jungle. Li Zong, meet the great grandmaster. I wish the great grandmaster an early unification of the world sword sect. Li Zong's direct little mouth was as if it was smeared with honey. When the 10,000 Sword Sect patriarch Shangguan Long heard Li Zong's words, he immediately hugged Li Zong with a joyful smile. Great grandmaster has long wanted to go to the capital to see you, but it's just that your old ancestor is about to make a breakthrough. So great grandmaster is really distracted. And this time, when I let your grandmother come back, I purposely instructed to let your grandmother bring you with her. When Li Zong heard Shangguan Long's words, he realized that the Taishan elder who was going to break through this time was his own Taizu. This made Li Zong feel that his background that was really a bit too amazing. The Chu family's background was already extremely exaggerated, and he didn't expect that behind his grandmother, there was a 10,000 Sword Sect, and there was also a soon-to-be second-ranked great ancestor. With such a background, Li Zong felt that he could walk horizontally if he wanted to, and vertically if he wanted to, in the capital. Even if he himself wanted to roll around inside the palace, he didn't come with anyone who dared to say anything. With his own background, whoever sees him can't respectfully call him young master. Your grandfather is waiting for you guys. First come with me to see your great-grandfather. Shangguan Long said to Shangguan Lan. Good. Shangguan Lan promised, and then he followed his father and went to meet his grandfather who was about to break through. Li Zong that's definitely going along for the ride. Shangguan Long held Li Zong and brought Shangguan Lan with him, and soon arrived at the place where Shangguan Wanli was in seclusion. Li Zong didn't wait to get close, but he felt the sword chi of the place, which had already spread out. Witness Shangguan Wanli's retreat site and gain 100 witness points. Gain 2 points of sword Dao talent. When Li Zong saw the hint behind this, he also froze slightly. Directly gained 2 points in Kendo talent. This is something that has never happened in the past. Previously, when you gain talent points, you gained them 1 point at a time. This one actually gave 2 direct talent points. How strong should this Shangguan Wanli be? Li Zong had long ago discovered that his ability to gain talent points was related to the power or lack thereof of the person he was witnessing. For example, if one's sister-in-law, for example, witnessed her practicing gunplay, then there was no way to gain the talent of gunplay from him. If you looked into the reason, it was naturally because your own sister-in-law was weaker. And here, Shangguan Wanli had directly provided himself with 2 points of sword Dao talent. This Shangguan Wanli was really powerful and a bit awesome. Could it be that this great ancestor of his own is even stronger than the supervisor of justice? This was because Li Zong had only gained 1 point of Dao talent from Supervisor Zhang. However, in this Shangguan Wanli's body, he had actually gained 2 points of Sword Dao talent. But soon enough, Li Zong dismissed this speculation of his. Shangguan Wanli certainly couldn't be stronger than Supervisor Zhang. The reason why Li Zong didn't glean 1 more point of Dao talent on Supervisor Zhang's body, the odds are that it's because one's original Dao talent was already high. Wanting to continue to glean 2 points of Dao talent on Supervisor Zhang's body, this was obviously not very realistic. The fact that with Li Zong's current Dao talent, he could still glean 1 point of Dao talent from the supervisor was just an indication of how powerful the supervisor was. As for the Sword Dao talent, Li Zong had gained 1 point before. As for Shangguan Wanli, that was definitely the topmost existence in the Sword Dao, and it wasn't surprising that he had gained 2 points of Sword Dao talent, with 2 points of Sword Dao talent added. When Li Zong looked at this place where Shangguan Wanli was in seclusion again, it was completely different. At this moment, in Li Zong's eyes, even the air here was filled with endless sword chi. This entire place of seclusion was completely submerged by the ocean of sword chi. This vast and huge sword chi made Li Zong feel that anyone with but a little bit of Sword Dao talent who came here could benefit endlessly. Ha! Li Zong looked at the sword chi here and suddenly let out a soft eep. Shangguan Long looked down at Li Zong and inquired, "What happened to Zhonger?" Li Zong shook his head and said, "It's alright, Tai Grandmaster. I'm just feeling a little emotional. The sword chi here is really too dense." When Shangguan Long heard Li Zong's words, he said, "That's natural. Your great ancestor has been in seclusion here for a full 150 years, and the sword chi here has long been as vast as an ocean. If we were to say that there is the most sword chi there in this world, it would definitely be here. With the vastness of the sword chi here, any sword that arrives here will be endowed with spirituality. If you're interested in Sword Dao, you can stay here for a while longer. I believe it will help your Sword Dao cultivation greatly." Li Zong nodded and said, "Okay, Tai Grandmaster, it just so happens that my grandpa has built me a sword, so I'll have someone send it to me when the time comes, and I'll be practicing my sword here." When Shangguan Long heard Li Zong's words, that heart was naturally beautiful. Shangguan Long looked at the small mouth Li Zong, and was also helpless and doting. As far as Li Zong's little mouth that was smeared like honey was concerned, that was really a very popular place to go anywhere. That's just how long he's been back with himself, and he's taken his father down straight away. A few people continued to go deeper and deeper, and soon at the deepest part of that retreat, Sword Dao found Shangguan Wanli, who had been submerged up by the vastness of sword chi. "Father, your granddaughter and her grandson have returned to see you." Shangguan Long opened his mouth and said to Shangguan Wanli, who was flooded with sword chi. When Shangguan Wanli heard his son's words, he directly collected all the sword chi in his body. Such a vast and incomparable sword chi could be stowed and released with such ease. It was evident that Shangguan Wanli had truly reached the top of the heap in his mastery of sword chi. Shangguan Wanli, who had collected the sword chi from his body, directly stood up at once. Shangguan Wanli came to Shangguan Lan's front, carefully looked Shangguan Lan up and down and said, "How is that bastard Chu Tianyi treating you? If he doesn't treat you well, Grandpa comes to the door to beat him up." Hearing this from Shangguan Wanli, Li Zong knew why his grandmother's status was so high in the Chu family. "That's definitely not just because of your own grandmother, who was a handful in and out of the house. The most crucial at that time, Shangguan Lan's maternal family was really too powerful. His own grandfather was truly afraid not to be kind to his grandmother. If this wasn't good for his grandmother, Shangguan Wanli would just hit the door." Li Zong knew that his grandfather was in existence at the peak of the 3rd grade. The one he used was even a long weapon, and among the peak of the 3rd grade, it was an existence that ranked very high. But his own grandmother's grandfather, that was all about to be a second-rate man, not to mention that it is also his own grandfather's elders. If this really do it, I think his own grandfather is certainly not dare to fight back, is it? Shangguan Lan, facing her doting grandfather, also put away her appearance of being the dominant mother in the Chu family and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa, he wouldn't dare treat me badly. I'm a man of my word in their Chu family." It was the first time Li Zong had seen his grandmother like this, so who isn't already a kid? As long as one's parents are around, then one is a child. Only after looking at Shangguan Lan did Shangguan Wanli lock his gaze on Li Zong, who was being held by Shangguan Long. This is the child born of Chu Ling, but he has clear eyebrows. I just don't know how the root bones are. Let me measure his roots and bones. After Shangguan Wanli finished speaking, he intended to strike directly. However, he was stopped by Shangguan Lan. "Grandpa, Zonger's roots are very good, so I won't bother Grandpa." When Shangguan Wanli saw that Shangguan Lan actually stopped himself, he immediately frowned and said, "How is it that you can't trust your grandfather?" Shangguan Lan hurriedly explained, "Grandfather, It's not like that. It's just that Zhonger's roots and bones, which I measured a long time ago, are really very good. The more Shangguan Lan said this, the more Shangguan Wanli wanted to measure Li Zhong's roots. Seeing that he couldn't stop it at all, Shangguan Lan could only say, since Grandpa wants to measure it, let's measure it, but I hope that after Grandpa measures it, he can keep it a secret for our congregation of children. When Shangguan Wanli heard Shangguan Lan's words, he said with some disdain, Grandpa, I've lived for a long time. What kind of geniuses haven't I seen? Even if it's a genius with an innate sword body, I've seen several of them. It's not like their Chu and Li families are powerful bloodlines. How much more powerful children can they give birth to? After Shangguan Wanli finished speaking, he directly picked up Li Zhong and then began to measure Li Zhong's root bones. The so-called measuring of the root bones was actually using the sword chi in his body to judge the strength of Li Zhong's root bones. This is a purely intensity judgment and does not involve anything else. It's just a matter of how much sword energy your body can hold. Nothing special. At first Shangguan Wanli's expression was relatively natural, but slowly, Shangguan Wanli's expression turned more and more unnatural. In the end, Shangguan Wanli's expression directly turned into shock. Such a change in expression was completely within Shangguan Lan's expectations, because anyone who measures the root bones of Li Zhong is bound to end up with an expression like this. Shangguan Wanli measured about a T's worth of effort before finally stopping. Shangguan Wanli's expression was unprecedentedly grave. It put Shangguan Long on edge as well. Father, Zhonger's roots are very unusual? Shangguan Wanli nodded and said, very unusual. When Shangguan Long heard Shangguan Wanli's words, his curiosity was also piqued, and he directly intended to measure Li Zhong's root bones again. However, this time the one who blocked Shangguan Long was directly replaced with Shangguan Wanli. You still don't use the amount. The root bones of the congregation's children are very unusual. Shangguan Long likewise, the more you block it like this, the more curious I get. So ignoring his own father's obstruction, Shangguan Long directly measured Li Zhong's root bones. Then quickly under Shangguan Wanli's gaze, Shangguan Long's expression began to change with the same expression as Shangguan Wanli's. This kid's got roots. Shangguan Long hurriedly blocked the way, saying, Father, be careful what you say. When Shangguan Long heard Shangguan Lan's block, he didn't go on, but looked around and said, you've long since discovered that this child's roots and bones are extraordinary. Shangguan Lan nodded and said, in fact, Zhonger had just been born not long ago, and his body had already automatically produced true qi. True qi is automatically generated in the body? Shangguan Wanli and Shangguan Long were both shocked when they heard Shangguan Lan's words, especially the Shangguan Wanli, who claimed to be well informed, that really hadn't thought that there were people with such roots and bones in this world. Leave this child in the 10,000 sword sect. He can definitely become the strongest sword saint of the world. Shangguan Wanli said to Shangguan Lan with a very grave expression. Shangguan Lan heard Shangguan Wanli's words and directly stated, Grandfather, I'm afraid this won't work, because now Zhonger already has to learn Confucianism's law again, and at the same time have to rest on the Chu family's law, and in addition then also have to go to the Qintian supervisor to learn some Taoist law. Right now, Zhonger has already learned too much, and I'm worried that if Zhonger learns too much, some conflicts may arise within his body. When Shangguan Wanli heard Shangguan Lan's words, he directly stated in a domineering manner, if you are worried about conflict, then don't learn anything else. Just stay directly in the 10,000 sword sect, and just learn the sword techniques properly. I will personally instruct him, and guarantee that I can make him the strongest sword saint of the world in the shortest amount of time. Shangguan Lan heard Shangguan Wanli's words and said, now the children of the congregation are taught by Li Zhixing in the Li family, and in the Chu family, they are taught by the second ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Yanjun. In addition to the words of the Qin Tian supervisor, it was originally taught by the supervisor's deputy, Chang Qingzhen, but now it is taught by the supervisor Zhang Zhen himself. Shangguan Lan's purpose of saying this was to tell Shangguan Wanli that the people who were able to teach Li Zhong were all very powerful existences. Every one of them was in existence of the same grade and level as Shangguan Wanli, especially the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervision, which was the strongest first grade in the world. Chapter 71, The Sword Sect. Great ancestor with an indifferent attitude begs for favorites and followers. After Shangguan Lan finished saying these names, Shangguan Wanli's expression was also slightly embarrassed. Originally, Shangguan Wanli felt that he had personally come to teach, and this platitude was already considered sufficient, but it turned out to be unexpected. Li Zhong, this little guy's master, row one than one big. What Shangguan Wanli especially didn't expect was that the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervision, that worldly Taoist ancestor, the strongest first grade on earth, had personally come down to instruct Li Zhong. Compared to that, Shangguan Wanli's platoon really did seem slightly smaller. Since there are so many people teaching, then it's not too bad for me to be the only one. For this next period of time Zhonger will stay in the 10,000 sword sect, I'll personally instruct Zhong'er in the Tao of the sword. Shangguan Wanli simply shamelessly went straight to the point. When Shangguan Lan heard Shangguan Wanli's words, he was just about to retort with a couple of sentences. When Shangguan Wanli gave a direct hammer blow, this matter is settled. After I make a breakthrough, I'll start pointing out all the children. You all go down now. I'm going to continue with my seclusion. In response, Shangguan Lan could only give Li Zhong a helpless look. Li Zhong was also very helpless about this. Li Zhong found that being badly gifted was a burden, and being too well gifted was apparently a sweet burden as well. When he meets a more powerful old grandpa, the old grandpa intends to take himself as a disciple and gain recognition as his grandson. This leaves Li Zhong either as a grandson or on his way to becoming one. Of course, for Li Zhong, all of this is still acceptable. After all, every time he was forcibly adopted as a grandson, Li Zhong was able to gain very many practical benefits. Shangguan Wanli continued his seclusion, and Shangguan Lan had no choice but to take Li Zhong back to rest first. Returning to the boudoir of her youth, Shangguan Lan also inquired to Li Zhong, "Zhong'er, are you interested in the way of the sword? If there is no interest, grandmother can go ahead and reject it for you." Li Zhong felt that it was still his grandmother who loved him the most. Everyone else only cared about whether they learned well or not. Only grandma cared if she had fun learning. "Grandmother, I'm still a bit interested in the way of the sword, and I'm willing to learn a bit of the way of the sword from Taizu," Li Zhong replied crisply. Shangguan Lan was very pleased with himself after hearing Li Zhong say such words. Shangguan Lan himself was originally a master of the sword Tao, and if his grandson could be interested in the sword Tao, Shangguan Lan was naturally pleased. "Since Zhong'er is interested, let's follow your great ancestor and learn," Shangguan Lan said happily. After a pause, Shangguan Lan continued, "Your great ancestor was definitely the top existence in the world when it came to sword Tao talent. That supreme elder of the sword sect, although he is ranked at the second rank, he is more than 100 years older than your great ancestor in age. So if you really want to talk about talent, your Taizu is still a bit stronger." Li Zhong nodded, then suddenly inquired, "Grandmother, what kind of sword technique did Taizu cultivate?" Shangguan Lan said, "Your great ancestor cultivated the strongest sword technique of the 10,000 sword sect, the 10,000 swords to one technique. What this sword technique requires is to first cultivate at least 5,000 or more sword chi, and then 10,000 swords will be returned to one, and with the power of these 10,000 swords, one will be able to directly break the barrier between the third and second grade." Then Shangguan Lan continued to explain, "However, your great ancestor cultivated more than just 5,000 sword chi. Your great ancestor has cultivated a total of 999 sword chi in these years of seclusion. Cultivate another stick of sword chi, and your great ancestor will be able to finally return the 10,000 swords to one, and then go straight to impacting the second grade." After hearing this, Li Zhong nodded and said, "No wonder I feel that the sword chi on Taizu's body is so thick. It turns out that on Taizu's body, a total of close to 10,000 sword chi have been condensed. Taizu is still really powerful." After Shangguan Lan heard Li Zhong's words, he said, "Can you feel whether the sword aura on your Taizu is thick or not?" Li Zhong nodded rightfully and said, "Can't grandma feel it?" Shangguan Lan said with a distant head, "Grandmother can only feel the presence of the sword chi, but she doesn't really feel the weight of the sword chi." When Li Zhong heard Shangguan Lan's words, he knew that he had exposed his talent to expose more all of a sudden. Li Zhong had originally thought that being able to feel the weight of the sword chi belonged to a routine operation. Now, it seemed that the average sword Dao practitioner would only be able to feel sword chi. Seeing that Li Zhong expressed his lack of understanding, Shangguan Lan continued to explain, "However, Zhong'er, your feeling should be correct as well, because according to the records, a truly top-notch sword Dao genius is able to clearly feel the weight of the sword chi. Such a supreme genius, on top of cultivating the sword Dao, that is absolutely unbeatable, because any sword chi, in front of him, is nearly transparent. He can totally go ahead and adjust the sword path he's practicing according to his own needs." The words turned. Shangguan Lan looked at Li Zhong, eyes full of like, "Before grandma has always thought that such a thing will only exist in the legend? Now I did not expect. Zhong'er, you are that 1 in 10,000 genius." It was a line that felt a little familiar to Li Zhong. "Zhong'er, your choice to rest in the sword Dao should be a correct decision. After your great ancestor breaks through, I will tell him about this, and at that time he will arrange your cultivation according to such a situation. I do everything grandma says." So 7 days passed, and Shangguan Wanli was finally out of the gate, arriving at the highest peak of the 10,000 Swords sect, the 10,000 Swords End. The 10,000 Swords sect's 10,000 Swords End was really more than just talk. This 10,000 Swords End of the 10,000 Swords sect, that was literally made up of countless swords. This place was originally just a bare mountain. And then I don't know who was the first one who started to put his broken saber and stuck it on top of this 10,000 Swords End. Then someone behind him began to do as he had done, and began to stick their broken swords. At the end of the day, those deceased seniors of the 10,000 Swords sect would also put their entire inheritance into the 10,000 Swords End. In this way, the 10,000 Swords End has slowly become a holy place of the 10,000 Swords sect. By now, many of the new disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect would be brought to this 10,000 Swords End to choose their swords for a while after their initiation. At this moment, Shangguan Wanli was standing at the very top of the 10,000 Swords End, and Shangguan Wanli didn't do anything, just by simply standing here. All the swords on top of that 10,000 Swords End were directly as if they had come to life. Straight away, he began to tremble unceasingly, such trembling as if they were responding to their king. Obviously at this moment those swords above the 10,000 Swords End felt that Shangguan Wanli was the strongest sword in that world. Seeing such a scene, that supreme elder who came from the sword sect, directly sneered and said, "Young people's means are just a little bit more. A mere breakthrough is just a breakthrough, but to make such a big battle." Li Zong met this supreme elder of the sword sect. This one is a second-rate martial artist of the day. Wu Fu, the cultivation ranks, is still relatively special. It is very difficult for a martial artist to exist above the third rank. The first grade is even more outright absent. But Takeshi's own attacks are still very scary. A third-ranked martial artist. Once he got close, no matter if you were a second-ranked or third-ranked martial artist practicing that method, he could just put you away with a set of combos. So a third-ranked martial artist is actually theoretically equivalent to a second-ranked one in other cultivation systems. As for the second-grade wolf, it was already theoretically equivalent to the first grade of other cultivation systems. Of course the special kind of the first grade of the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervision is still no longer within the scope of this being challenged. A first-class product like the Qin Tian supervisor's supervisor, that's a uniquely powerful one. This kind of power simply could not be compensated for by relying on a little bit of wolf's advantage. Therefore the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervisory authority will not be mentioned up among the many units of measurement of force value. Shangguan Wanli's gimmick is still really good. This Li Zong also felt that the gimmick was clearly bigger than the real purpose. But this is understandable. The 10,000 Swords sect had been suppressed by the Sword sect for so long. Now is finally the chance to just turn the tide against the wind for once. Then naturally, you have to show it off. And you definitely can't leave any regrets for yourself. By the same token, that had to be shown properly that they, the 10,000 Swords sect, were the strongest Sword Dao sect in the world. The Sword sect's supreme elder, after saying this, did not continue with his comments. These fancy appearances were of no interest to the Sword sect's supreme elder. But for the 10,000 swords to one Sword sect's supreme elder that Shangguan Wanli practiced was still very interested. The name 10,000 swords returned to one. He had already heard of it a long time ago. He also knew that this was their 10,000 Sword sect's best technique. He also wanted to meet how powerful this sword technique, which was claimed to be the strongest in the world and at the same time the least able to be resisted, was. Especially since he had also just learned that the amount of sword chi that Shangguan Wanli had now condensed had already exceeded the limit of the successive generations of strongest members of the 10,000 Sword sect. A whole 10,000 sword chi. The Sword sect's supreme elder felt that with just this kind of sword chi, if it were to directly hit him all at once, it would cause him to either die or be injured. And with such a large amount of sword chi, if it was directly normalized, it would be hard for him to say just how powerful this sword was. Everywhere he was going to come and take a look and see what this 10,000 swords returning to one technique was really like. Shangguan Lan met the Sword sect's Taishang elder and directly said to Li Zong, "Wait for grandmother to take you to say hello." Li Zong nodded and said, "Good." Shangguan Lan quickly brought Li Zong and arrived in front of the Sword sect's supreme elder. Sword Road had the Sword sect's supreme elder, and Li Zong also took the initiative to go forward and greet him. "Greetings, Grandfather Taizu." Li Zong respectfully called out the gate. The great ancestor of the Sword sect glanced at Li Zong and Shangguan Lan and said, "You guys are here." Li Zong clearly felt that this Sword sect's great ancestor was more or less unenthusiastic towards Li Zong and his grandmother. This lack of enthusiasm made Li Zong very uncomfortable. You know that wherever Li Zong goes, he is very much loved by old grandparents and grandmothers. And this is the first one with such a cold attitude. Chapter 72, Failed Breakthrough. Shangguan Lan didn't seem surprised by such an attitude. After a greeting, it was considered to be the completion of basic courtesy, and then he hugged Li Zong and left. Only when he had walked a little farther away did Li Zong inquired curiously to Shangguan Lan, "Grandmother, the great ancestor of the Sword sect doesn't seem to like us." Shangguan Lan was also slightly embarrassed when he heard Li Zong's question. "Still," he said to Li Zong, "this has nothing to do with you. It's Grandma." Grandma's reason? As soon as Li Zong heard it, he thought there was a melon in it. Since he had said it, Shangguan Lan simply finished it straight away as well. It's probably because Grandma, back then, refused the sword sect's great ancestor to secure a match between grandma and the sword sect's current patriarch. After hearing Shangguan Lan's words, Li Zong's mind quickly recalled the appearance of the sword sect's sect leader, Lin Yi. At the party that day, Li Zong had met Lin Yi, and by the looks of Lin Yi, his relationship with his own grandfather was still quite good, not at all like a love interest. After Li Zong talked about this matter for a bit, Shangguan Lan said, originally, back then, Lin Yi and we were both very averse to this kind of messy talk between elders. Actually, Lin Yi and I are sort of a baby marriage. It's just that when we grow up, we won't feel anything for each other. And then behind that, if you will, grandmother found your grandfather first, and then Lin Yi, if you will. It was a long time before the marriage was consummated. So the great ancestor of the sword sect, he thought that it was because I repented of my marriage first, and that Lin Yi was marrying very late because he had feelings for me. After hearing this, Li Zong probably understood what was going on. Li Zong didn't expect to be able to eat emotional melons related to his grandmother. Witnessing Shangguan Lan's young love story, gaining 100 witnessing points, Li Zong's side had finished eating the melon of his grandmother's young love, and Shangguan Wanli's side was almost ready. Phew! The sword chi on Shangguan Wanli's body spread over the entire 10,000 swords end in an instant. With Shangguan Wanli's sword chi, it spread out over the entire 10,000 swords end. The entire 10,000 swords end, those swords inserted above it, were all directly as if they had come to life. There was a flurry of buzzing sounds. Swish! The next moment the sword that was inserted on top of the 10,000 swords end, accumulated by the 10,000 swords sect for an unknown number of generations together, flew straight up. Those countless swords of various styles directly filled the entire sky. This terrifying ocean of swords caused all those who had come to watch the ceremony to reveal shocked expressions. It was the sword sect's great ancestor, who could not help but both be slightly moved when he saw such a scene. Li Zong looked at the scene in front of him and also felt marveled. Only Li Zong always felt that something was not quite right. It was just that Li Zong felt again that with his own talent of sword Dao, what he could see might not be right. Li Zong felt that what he could see, Shangguan Wanli should also understand. That's why Li Zong felt he didn't need to say this at all. Along with the appearance of these swords, Li Zong felt that the chi above this 10,000 swords end had also undergone some changes. This change in chi was not the so-called true chi and blood of martial artists, but rather the chi body source flow in the eyes of the Taoist sect. This was something that Taoist cultivators could see, and although martial artists could feel it, they could not see it. Li Zong directly utilized the chi-looking technique to observe some changes in the air body source flow above the 10,000 swords end. Then Li Zong saw that above the 10,000 swords end, that air body source flow fluctuated violently. This fluctuation was the kind of violent rolling of clouds like that which precedes an approaching storm. It's like the boiling water that boils. That rolling boiling water formed a huge barrier directly above Wanjianya. This barrier is the barrier that separates the heavenly beings. As long as one crosses this barrier, that is when one can become a one-step immortal. But that barrier itself was incomparably terrifying and thick. Obviously it doesn't want to make it easy to break through. Although Shangguan Wanli couldn't see it, he was able to feel it. As the barrier appeared, the sword chi on Shangguan Wanli's body instantly gathered. At the same time that the 10,000 sword chi gathered together, the countless swords above the 10,000 sword end also gathered together, directly forming an incomparably huge sword in form. The length of this sword was directly over 5 miles. The change in length was not terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the supreme sword intent condensed on it. That was the sword intent condensed by tens of thousands of sword chi. This heavy and incomparable sword intent pressed the 10,000 sword end into a violent shortening upwards. The sword sect's great ancestor was also creeped out as he watched the scene in front of him. Nothing else. It was the power of this sword right now that had already reached the level above the second grade. Shangguan Wanli was a junior in the eyes of the sword sect's great ancestor. The sword sect's great ancestor was truly quite surprised at what this junior had achieved. It was because this junior, Shangguan Wanli, had been catching up with his own footsteps since a long time ago. Now after so many years of catching up, this junior was finally going to reach the same level as himself. Regarding this junior's rate of progress, the sword sect's great ancestor truly felt pressured. Only at this time in the eyes of Li Zong, it was a different scene. Li Zong saw the terror of the huge sword that Shangguan Wanli had formed with 10,000 sword chi. But Li Zong also clearly saw that the barrier in the sky above was becoming even more unbreakable and thicker at the same time. Like it's going to be bad, Li Zong muttered in a low voice. Shangguan Lan, who was staring nervously at Wan Jianya, heard Li Zong's words and looked down to ask, "What did you say, Zonger?" Li Zong quickly shook his head and said, "Grandmother is nothing." At this time it was the most crucial time. Shangguan Lan didn't continue to ask anything more, but once again looked up at Wan Jianya's side. After Shangguan Wanli had brewed his own momentum to a peak, with a direct sword finger point, the the huge sword rushed straight out. When the giant sword flew out some distance, it collided with the barrier. The barrier was invisible in the eyes of the crowd, but the terrifying fluctuations that arose after that collision were actually felt by everyone. That's heavenly power. They could sense that the current Shangguan Wanli was just going to fight with the sky again. Drink! Shangguan Wanli angrily shouted. Then with a brain, he poured all the remaining sword chi into the giant sword. At that moment, that huge sword was like chicken blood, erupting with a brilliant light, directly going to impact that invisible barrier. But in Li Zhong's eyes, the invisible barrier became even stronger and unbreakable. Just when everyone thought that success was imminent, suddenly, boom! A loud explosion sound came out, and then the huge sword above the sky directly crumbled with a loud bang. Those swords that made up the giant sword directly fell back on top of the 10,000 swords end as if it was raining. As for Shangguan Wanli, he was directly pressed back to the ground from the sky. Witness the failure of Shangguan Wanli's impact on the second grade and gain 500 witness points. Gain 1 point in Sword Dao Talent. Chapter 73, Disliking the Sword Sect's Great Ancestor begs for favorites and followers. See Shangguan Wanli fail. All the people who came to watch the ceremony were feeling incomparably sorry. At the same time and once again the sentiment between the third grade and the second grade, known as the Celestial Divide, is by no means a delusion. The third grade was called the Mountain and River Realm. That was an absolute martial artist on earth who could strike with the might of destroying mountains and rivers with the lift of a hand. But that's still just a supreme martial artist on earth. Only after crossing the celestial barrier between the third and second grades, that is when one can claim to be an immortal earthly deity. No matter how strong you are under the second rank, then you are a strong person on earth. But above the third grade, that already belonged to the realm of immortals. Only those who had truly stepped into this realm would know just how huge the gap between the second and third grades was. Just like the great ancestor of the sword sect, although the sword that Shangguan Wanli had just used had already reached the level of the second grade in his opinion. But that was only a sword that had reached the level of a second grade. To truly threaten him, it would probably take 10 more swords like this to do so. But such a sword, Shangguan Wanli could only send out just one sword. 10 swords. That was only possible when Shangguan Wanli actually became a second rank. Shangguan Wanli's impact had failed, and naturally, it was not good for the people watching the ceremony to continue to stay. Moreover, when a third product impacted a second product, it wasn't like eating and drinking water. It's not like you failed this morning and there's a chance you can punch it again this afternoon. After this failure, I'm afraid it will be hard to make another impact without a year and a half. Therefore, these people who were watching the ceremony also took their leave. Though what they witnessed was an onslaught of failure. However, there won't be any people laughing at Shangguan Wanli is all. The probability of failure of this celestial barrier was originally very high, and when it fails, it has a huge impact on itself. That's why throughout the ages, many third-grade martial artists have chosen to stop at nothing, because if they don't go to impact and don't fail, they'll still be able to keep their third grade, and if the impact failed, they might not even be able to maintain the third grade. However, look at Shangguan Wanli. It was a bit of a mess, being pressed right back into the ground, but condition-wise, it still looked very good. At the same time, Shangguan Wanli's cultivation was not affected in any small way. It was still at the peak level of the third grade, and at most, it would be unable to strike for some time. This one is still very impressive. One must know that throughout the ages, how many martial artists who failed to impact the third grade ended up in a very miserable state. Especially for Shangguan Wanli. Choosing to break through when he was in the prime of his spring and autumn required even more courage. After the outsiders had all left, Shangguan Lan also took Li Zhong and went to the back of the mountain to find Shangguan Wanli. On the one hand, it was to see how his grandfather was doing, and on the other hand, he also hoped that Shangguan Wanli would be in a better mood when he saw Li Zhong. When the two arrived, they found that the sword sect's great ancestor had already come earlier. The sword sect's great ancestor had actually stayed behind and had found Shangguan Wanli. This still surprised Shangguan Lan a little. Shangguan Lan once again brought Li Zhong forward to greet him, and the sword sect great ancestor still only nodded his head in a nonchalant manner. Obviously what happened back then was still quite an unpleasant experience for the sword sect's great ancestor. To be able to make a second grade powerhouse, to this day, hold a grudge, it could be seen that back then, his own grandmother, the damage to this Taizu was still quite deep. As for Li Zhong's words, it was purely because of the hatred of the house. Since the sword sect's great ancestor was also present, Shangguan Lan naturally couldn't say anything first. The fault for your failure to break through this time does not lie in your choices, but in the fact that your power is still slightly inferior. If you can continue your power, the barrier should have been broken long ago. The sword sect's great ancestor had obviously come to help Shangguan Wanli analyze the reason for his failed breakthrough. When Shangguan Wanli heard the words of the sword sect's great ancestor, He also let out a slight sigh and said, "How could I not know? But that sword was already the strongest sword I could muster, and was not sustainable." The great ancestor of the sword sect pondered for a while, and suggested to Shangguan Wanli, "Perhaps you can choose to use some external power. If there is an external power to add to it, perhaps you can succeed a little easier. This is something I have thought about, but if I resort to external forces, then this sword Tao of mine will no longer be pure." The great ancestor of the sword sect frowned and said, "What you should be thinking about is how to break through to the second rank first. As for the purity or otherwise of the sword Tao, you can polish it after you reach the second rank." The words of the sword sect's great ancestor clearly signaled that when he broke through to the second rank, it wasn't by virtue of pure sword Tao. The words of the sword sect's great ancestor clearly caused Shangguan Wanli to be somewhat moved. After all, the temptation of that second great celestial separation was still very great. "If you need help, I can assist you," the sword sect's great ancestor said kindly. Shangguan Wanli rose and arched his hand, saying, "Many thanks, senior, for being willing to step in to help regardless of the gap between the clans." The great ancestor of the sword sect said, "You 10,000 sword sect and my sword sect are the strongest sword Tao sects in the world at that time. If you 10,000 sword sect becomes stronger, it is also equivalent to an increase in the chi of my entire sword Tao. It's not you 10,000 sword sect I'm assisting but rather, my entire sword Tao." After Shangguan Wanli heard this, he once again arched his hand in thanks. As Li Zhong listened to the conversation between the two great swordsmen of the current generation, he felt that the tree of swordsmanship talent of these two great swordsmen seemed to be a little bit crooked. "Grandmother, do you think a sword Tao that has been broken through with the help of external forces is still a sword Tao? Can a sword sect still be called a sword sect?" Li Zhong inquired with a curious expression. Shangguan Lan's face showed embarrassment when he heard Li Zhong's words, but this was a question that Shangguan Lan really couldn't answer. "Little doll, didn't your family's adult teach you that the celestial gap between the third and second grade is something that needs to be broken by all means?" the sword sect's supreme elder said without any good humor. Shangguan Lan heard that the sword sect's supreme elder dared to reprimand his grandson, and immediately said the same. "I think that my congregation's son is right. The reason why the sword sect is called the sword sect is because of our pure sword Tao. If the Tao of the sword isn't even pure anymore, why would there be a sword sect? Your own grandson, who can't even bring himself to talk about it. Who are you to dare to heckle? Not to mention my grandson makes a good point." Being given a direct dislike by Shangguan Lan, the great ancestor of the sword sect also said, "You speak with such vigor. Today your grandfather failed to make a breakthrough. As you have also seen, how do you think the pure sword Tao can help your grandfather make a breakthrough?" This Shangguan Lan really didn't have a clue. If she had, she would have told her grandfather long ago. Li Zhong saw that this old disgrace, Jian Zong, had bullied his grandmother by bullying her. This Li Zong can't endure. Originally, Li Zong thought that Lin Yi, that old grandfather, was not bad, but his father, Li Zong could not tolerate. "What sword sect Taizu, in front of my hanging wall, are all fake." Chapter 74, Second Grade Sword Immortal begs for favorites and followers. Li Zhong directly said childishly from the sidelines, "I think what my grandmother said is not bad at all. The sword techniques I have seen in the 10,000 sword sect these past few days are all light, agile, and ethereal. Even heavy swords are about flexibility and versatility, not pure strength. But Taizu's sword chi and sword intent is too heavy. It has lost the essence of the sword path." When Shangguan Wanli heard Li Zhong's words, his gaze slightly froze as he said, "You can see the weight of my sword intent and sword chi?" Li Zong nodded and said, "I can see that." Although the sword sect's great ancestor was on the sidelines and didn't care to be general with a child, when the words came out, he still said, "But what can be done about that?" Li Zhong said seriously, "When I was studying under Grandpa Evergreen True Lord in the Qin Tian supervisor, Grandpa Evergreen True Lord said something to me. He said that the Great Tao is 50, and the Heavenly Diffusion is 49. There is a silver lining to everything. And he said that if there were no such silver lining, then the living beings in this world would have been trapped to death long ago. Grandfather Evergreen Realist also said that any breakthrough needs to be karmic before it can be done, and that even if one breakthrough was made in vain with brute force, one will not be able to do it in the end. That's why I think that my great ancestor didn't make a breakthrough, not because of a lack of power, but because he didn't get that karmic law." Initially, Shangguan Wanli did not pay much attention to Li Zong's words, but when he heard the latter words, Shangguan Wanli was caught up in his thoughts. "Then what do you think when?" After thinking for a while, Shangguan Wanli subconsciously asked. After asking, Shangguan Wanli came back to his senses and felt that he was a bit demonic entirely because he wanted to break through too much. Li Zong was just a child of 3 years old, even if he was extremely talented, but after all, he was just a child. What could he read? Li Zong also did not expect that Shangguan Wanli would subconsciously ask himself about countermeasures, but after all, it is their own great-grandfather. Li Zong still answered. As for the right or wrong, this Li Zong realm is not. Shangguan Wanli can judge for themselves. Taizu, I don't know if I'm feeling right. Taizu, just listen. I think that whether it's a million swords or a synthesized one, it's essentially a sword. So 10,000 swords or one sword. It's hard to escape the essence of the sword only. Even if 10,000 swords are united, that should still be one sword. Shangguan Wanli's eyes steeply lit up when he heard Li Zhong's words. Then the sword intent on Shangguan Wanli's body boiled up once again. And then the sword chi that was condensed like an ocean in the back of the mountain where the retreat was located, directly and instantly poured into Shangguan Wanli's body. Shangguan Wanli once again executed the 10,000 swords. But this time, the unity of all swords was no longer that huge. It was still in the form of a sword. Then Shangguan Wanli's eyes were filled with divine light. And the next moment a figure rose up like a swimming dragon. Before that heavenly barrier could even coalesce, it was pierced through by Shangguan Wanli in one fell swoop. Witness Shangguan Wanli's breakthrough to the second grade, gaining 500 witness points. Gain 2 points of sword Dao talent. Detecting whether the sword technique 10,000 swords returned to 1 is included. After piercing through this so-called heavenly Dao barrier, Shangguan Wanli suddenly felt as if 10,000 pounds of weight had been removed from his body. The entire body of the person became incomparably light and translucent. When Shangguan Wanli returned to the ground again, everyone realized that the Shangguan Wanli at this moment was already different. Although the person was still that person, the breath on his body had become incomparably ethereal, like an exiled immortal. The other thing was that Shangguan Wanli's body was filled with pure sword Dao and sword intent. In contrast, the sword sex Taishang Taizu, who had previously looked as if his sword intent was as deep as an abyss, didn't even look good enough anymore, because when the two were compared, one could feel the sword chi and sword intent within Shangguan Wanli's body, which was significantly more pure. There may not be a way to match the two in numbers yet, but that's only a matter of time. Also, if we were to say who of the two is the number one in the sword Dao today, it would definitely be Shangguan Wanli, because inside Shangguan Wanli's body, it was pure sword Dao and sword intent. Ha ha! After the breakthrough, Shangguan Wanli's mouth also let out a cheerful laugh. Congratulations to father, grandfather, for his breakthrough. Shangguan Lan and Shangguan Long both said excitedly. Li Zong waited for the two elders to congratulate him before he followed the adults' example and said, "Congratulations to Taizu." Shangguan Wanli directly picked up Li Zong in a hug. "This breakthrough of Tai Ancestor is all due to you. Whatever you want, Tai Ancestor can promise you." Li Zong shook his head and said, "Grandmother said that we are all family, and family should help each other." When Li Zong said so, Shangguan Wanli's heart was even warmer. Yes, family shouldn't be divided from each other. After a pause, Shangguan Wanli said, "When you return to the capital, I will return with you." When Shangguan Lan heard Shangguan Wanli's words, he said with surprise and joy, "Grandpa is returning with us?" Shangguan Wanli said, "Supervising that old thief made a bet with me that I would definitely be able to make a successful breakthrough, saying that if I made a successful breakthrough, I would make a trip to the capital. When I just failed, I was thinking that old thief supervisor Zhang also has times when he misses his calculations. And now it seems that old thief supervisor Zhang really does have his calculations down pat." When Li Zhong heard Shangguan Wanli's words, he was slightly stunned, but he didn't think that there was still the scheming of that old thief, Supervisor Zhang, in here. However, once he thought of Supervisor Zhang's Tianji skill, Li Zhong was able to let go again. "I will also go with you to the capital." The sword sex great ancestor also spoke at this moment. Shangguan Wanli glanced at the sword sex great ancestor, then said indistinctly, "That old thief, Supervisor Zhang, also went to look for you." The sword sex great ancestor nodded and said, "He said that he would me witness the appearance of the true sword immortal. If I see the real sword immortal, I will go to the capital with him." With these words, the great ancestor of the sword sect was clearly indicating that he had already recognized that Shangguan Wanli, this latecomer, was the true sword immortal of this current world. But this was not bad, because the Shangguan Wanli at this moment definitely deserved the word sword immortal. The sword intent in his body was much purer than that of the sword sex great ancestor. Suddenly having two more second-grade helpers, Shangguan Lan instantly felt that what was to come was much easier. In that case, then let's set off now. Shangguan Lan had also been out for some time, and it will take some time to get back. There's no rush. Once I stabilize my realm, we'll set off immediately, Shangguan Wanli said. Shangguan Lan then remembered that his grandfather had just made a breakthrough and indeed needed time to consolidate his cultivation. Good. We'll set off once Grandpa consolidates his cultivation. And at this moment, the great ancestor of the sword sect, looking at Li Zhong, his eyes were quite complicated. He was never expecting that after living a long life, he would be taught a lesson by Li Zhong, a 3-year-old boy. Chapter 75, The Demon Clan Scheme Seeking Collections and Catch-Up Readings. Meanwhile, outside the 10,000 Swords sect. Those who hadn't left too far away to watch the ceremony were at the time of Shangguan Wanli's breakthrough. It's all slightly more special. That kind of heavenly might is so vast that it's really hard to hide. It was only that Shangguan Wanli's breakthrough this time was so fast that they didn't even have time to carefully sense it before that heavenly might disappeared. Was that just another breakthrough attempt? How is that possible? I've never heard of anyone being able to attempt a breakthrough the second time quickly after failing the first time. Even someone as strong as Shangguan Wanli wouldn't dare to do such a life-threatening thing. But what was that all about? It should be a bit of residual power left over from the last failed breakthrough. Throughout history, there had never been a situation where the first breakthrough failed and immediately attempted a second breakthrough. So there wasn't anyone who believed that Shangguan Wanli would try to break through again and still succeed. So in everyone's eyes, Shangguan Wanli was still the same person who had failed to break through to the second grade and had been unable to make a move for a long time. With such a fanfare to observe the ceremony, the matter of Shangguan Wanli's failed breakthrough, that naturally could not be hidden from anyone. And such a big event, spread, when it is really as if it has grown wings. A hidden place in Great Yen. In the middle of this hidden place, there were several great demons sitting around. These few present were all demon kings who had lived for close to 10,000 years. This time, he was instructed by the demon emperor to secretly sneak into Great Yen to come and compete with the human race for chi. They had long since received instructions from the demon emperor regarding the epical sundering. In their opinion, this was the best opportunity given by the heavens for their demon race to re-emerge. So although it was risky, they still chose to sneak in. The goal of the several demon kings who were here was not to directly enter the capital to participate in the battle. In the middle of the capital city, there was the outpouring of those Gaijin demon emperors. They were here to intercept those who were preparing to travel to the capital to help. A demon king with a demonic appearance, unable to tell if it was male or female, pinched the information in his hand and said, Shangguan Wanli failed to break through to the second grade. Upon hearing this news, the few demon kings below all had happy faces. This is good news. That Shangguan old man has always been at odds with my demon race, and is also the grandfather of that Shangguan Lan. If he breaks through the second grade successfully, he will certainly go to the capital. When the time comes with me, until then a trouble. The other demon kings, too, agreed. The demon king, who sat at the top and couldn't see the man or woman, crushed the information in his hands before saying, since Shangguan Wanli can't come, then Shangguan Lan doesn't have to return to the capital alive either. There is also the child who has stirred up a storm from birth and is known as the royal family's nemesis, also doesn't have to return to the capital alive. That's right, from the moment the child was born, he has stirred up a storm in the city. My clan's priests once prophesied that this child was born with great fortune. Sooner or later, he will become a great danger to my clan's heart, and it would be best if he could be gotten rid of now. Which one of you will go with me to intercept Shangguan Lan? The demonic demon king took the initiative to invite. Upon hearing this demonic demon king's invitation, the demon king seated below all looked slightly agitated. The Ming king is going to personally stop Shangguan Lan? The demon king, who was addressed as the Ming king, blandly said, since it is said that that child can have a huge impact on the future of my demon race, it is only natural to make sure that he is gotten rid of before it's too late. I would like to go with King Ming. A demon king with lush blonde hair volunteered and said, I am also willing to go with King Ming. Another long, slender and tall demon king said in a similarly furtive manner. King Ming glanced at these two demon kings and said, having two of them with me is enough. Just follow the plan and go to your respective places of interception to intercept them. Even if we can't kill them, we must delay them and never let them enter the capital. Yes, the following demon kings all responded in agreement. 10,000 Swords Mountain. 1 month later, Shangguan Wanli spent a month to consolidate his cultivation after his breakthrough. When Shangguan Wanli came out of the gate again, the sword aura and sword intent on his body was even purer. The sword immortal's flavor has also become more intense. This made the great ancestor of the sword sect extraordinarily envious. Both equally follow the sword path. Who doesn't aspire to become a sword immortal? This month Li Zong was not idle, walking around in the 10,000 Sword sect, looking around, eating melons everywhere. Anyway, with Li Zong's status, there was no place in the 10,000 Sword sect that was off limits to Li Zong. So this month Li Zong had really eaten a lot of melons from the 10,000 Sword sect. Let's put it this way, the secrets of the 10,000 Sword sect, Li Zong had now grasped half of them. With these secrets, Li Zong was not too much to ask to be a headmaster. After all, even the secrets of his own great-grandmother and great-grandfather, Li Zong had a small grasp of a small point. Who would really defend a child? A month later, Li Zong took the melon of the 10,000 Sword sect, followed by his grandmother, and the two strongest sword immortals in the world, and went on the road back to Kyoto together. 4 people rode in a carriage, and Uncle Chen was in charge of driving. For some reason, Li Zhong felt that the great ancestor of the 10,000 swords sect seemed to look at himself with a little bit of averted eyes and a little bit of embarrassment. Li Zhong felt that this would be completely unnecessary. They are all sword sect great ancestors now, and they are also a resounding presence on one side. It's just a little thing. Do you have to remember it for a month? Senior Zhang, this is some of my epiphanies from this month. Please take a look. Shangguan Wanli took out a booklet and handed it over to the sword sect's great ancestor. No matter what, the sword sect's great ancestor, that day, was going to help Shangguan Wanli. Shangguan Wanli that must throw in a peach and return the favor. This booklet, Li Zhong does not care. Li Zhong feels that he seems to have found some kind of flashy point. Li Zhong remembered that the sword sect patriarch was surnamed Lin, and this Taizu was the father of the patriarch, and his father was surnamed Zheng? Grandmother, isn't the sword sect patriarch Grandpa Lin? How come the great ancestor's surname is Zheng? Li Zhong directly opened his mouth and inquired. Shangguan Lan did not expect Li Zhong to care so broadly, but this was something that Shangguan Lan still knew about. Linny took his mother's surname, and you, Taizu Zhang, let Linny take his mother's surname because he loved her so much. Li Zhong did not expect that this black-faced Taizu was an infatuated person, but it made it understandable why he had been holding on to the Shangguan Lan thing for so long. Such an emotional person would naturally be displeased with the kind of people who play with their feelings. Shangguan Lan, for example, was, in his opinion, a person who played with his emotions. Can Taizu show me your senses as well? Li Zhong took the initiative to speak. It's good that you. Shangguan Wanli originally wanted to say that it was too early for Li Zhong to look at these, but once he thought of Li Zhong's understanding of the essence of the sword Dao, he felt that it would be fine to show them to Li Zhong. The great ancestor of the sword sect directly gave the booklet to Li Zhong and said, "You read it first." Li Zhong's eyes blinked and he said, "Why don't we watch it together and you tell me what I don't understand?" Chapter 76, 3 Sad Demon Kings seeking collections and catch-up readings. The sword sect's great ancestor, on the contrary, did not expect Li Zhong to come up with such a suggestion. After a slight hesitation, the sword sect great ancestor still nodded his head and agreed. Yes. Then Li Zhong sat down next to the sword sect's great ancestor without seeing any outsiders at all. The sword sect's great ancestor glanced at little Li Zhong, and the glacier-like expression on his face clearly showed a hint of melting. Shangguan Lan looked at such a scene and was surprised. Shangguan Lan had no regrets about what happened back then, and Shangguan Lan had never thought that the great ancestor of the sword sect would forgive himself. It's just that meeting is awkward in reverse. Moreover, because of his own matter, it was also a fact that the hatred between the sword sect and the 10,000 sword sect had deepened. Now that Li Zhong was able to sit so close to the sword sect's great ancestor, Shangguan Lan had indeed not expected it. The sword sect's great ancestor had placed the booklet much lower in order to make do with the little Li Zhong, just so that Li Zhong could read it easily. With Li Zhong's talent in sword Dao, understanding the contents of the top of the booklet was not that difficult. It's just that there are some things that it's one thing to read and understand, and it's another thing to actually put them to practical use. And the last thing this great ancestor of the sword sect lacked was practice. Therefore, regarding this aspect of practice, Li Zhong asked the sword sect great ancestor directly. The sword sect's great ancestor was not shy about mentioning Li Zhong's inquiries, and the sword sect's great ancestor found that he was able to harvest something from Li Zhong's body. Precisely because Li Zhong didn't have much practical experience. The things Li Zhong asked were often straight to the essence of the simplest sword Dao. Thus in answering Li Zhong's question, the sword sect's great ancestor's understanding of the essence of the sword Dao deepened a lot. This caused the sword sect's great ancestor to turn the sword aura on his body into a much more condensed one. Although it was no longer possible to reach a pure sword immortal like Shangguan Wanli, it was still possible to get infinitely close. The carriage had been traveling so wobbly for 5 days, and the distance to the capital was less than half a day away. It was only when they passed through a pass that Uncle Chen directly pulled the carriage to a halt. Those sinful beasts really dare to intercept outside the capital, Shangguan Wanli said indifferently after sensing the situation outside the carriage. Granny, someone stopped us? Because it was across the carriage, Li Zhong didn't feel anything. Shangguan Lan nodded and said, 3 demon kings blocked our path. When Li Zhong heard this, he immediately began to mourn for these 3 demon kings. The average demon king was a great demon that had lived for close to 10,000 years while reaching the 3rd rank in strength. Such 3 demon kings, when placed elsewhere, it would definitely be able to cause a sea of blood and boundless killing. But stopping yourself halfway here, they completely brought death upon themselves. Inside his own carriage, there were 2 second grades sitting. Lady Shangguan, we are here for your grandson. Hand over your grandson and we can let you pass. The Ming king who blocked the road directly shouted at Shangguan Lan and said. When Li Zhong heard King Ming's shout, he instantly became bad again. I, Li Zhong, didn't mess with any of your demon kings. Wanting my Xian son, These sinful animals are really tired of living. You guys wait in the car. I'll go try my sword, Shangwan Wanli said. And then he directly transformed into a swordlight and arrived outside the carriage. Li Zong felt that people came for themselves, and it was really not good for him not to show his face. By the way, it was also interesting to see how one's great ancestor decimated the demons. Li Zong picked the curtains apart a bit and poked his little head right out of the window. Shangwan Lan did not stop Li Zong. After all, there is a second grade outside and a second grade in the car. 3 demon kings are not enough for 2 people to share. Shangwan Wanli. The 3 demon kings of Ming Wang's face changed when they saw the person who came out from inside the carriage. Then the 3 of them noticed the Li Zong, who had poked his little head out of the car window there and was looking at the 3 of them in pity. Didn't Shangwan Wanli fail to break through? How did it even show up? A demon king with lush blonde hair inquired to King Ming. The Ming king's face was also gloomy at the moment, because he, too, had absolutely no idea why this was happening. He was sure that the information he had received earlier could not be wrong, because there weren't just 1 or 2 people who witnessed Shangwan Wanli's defeat, so this intelligence can't be wrong. However, now that Shangwan Wanli appeared here, it didn't make sense in any way. He must have failed in his breakthrough. Appearing here should be a bluff. Don't be fooled by him. The Ming king made a quick judgment. The other 2 demon kings were completely afraid to fully believe in such a judgment. A bluff? Shangwan Wanli's state didn't look like a bluff in any way. You 2 pester him. I'll bring the carriage under control and use it to force Shangwan Wanli to give in. Seeing that remarks like that would not be able to convince the other 2 demon kings, King Ming immediately proposed another feasible option. Good. This time the 2 demon kings, on the contrary, agreed painfully. And then the 2 demon kings who had furtively followed Eminence King here took the initiative to attack Shangwan Wanli. Seek death. When Shangwan Wanli saw the 2 demon kings attacking him, the 5-foot green blade in his hand struck out sword chi like an ocean in an instant. This sword chi made the Ming king's eyelids flutter when he looked at it. Second piece. Definitely second grade without a doubt. His own intelligence was wrong. No, it's not that the intelligence is wrong, but that Shangwan Wanli has hoodwinked everyone. Shangwan Wanli's failed breakthrough was just a camouflaged illusion. Its real purpose, I'm afraid, is to secretly enter the capital. As soon as he thought of this, King Ming's speed steepened. If that was the case, then it would be even more necessary for him to take control of the carriage and the people inside it first to force Shangwan Wanli into submission. King Ming was still confident in his own strength. Ming Wang was a demon king who was infinitely close to the second grade, and had a high status amongst the demon clan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have unified the command of the other demon kings this time. When Uncle Chen saw the Ming king rushing over, he directly shook his hand, and the long spear appeared in Uncle Chen's hand, directly stabbing forward with a fierce shot. Ming Wang directly chose not to dodge in the face of Uncle Chen's shot. When Ming Wang was about to collide with the lance, he directly extended a palm and grabbed the head of the lance, and then with a forceful fling, he sent Uncle Chen flying. Shangwan Lan saw this and was about to go out. You stay here and take care of Li Zong. Leave the outside to me. The sword sect's great ancestor left such a sentence, and his person had already arrived outside the carriage. Shangwan Lan listened to the words of the sword sect's great ancestor, then looked at the budding Li Zong, and thought, another old grandpa has been taken down by my Zhonger. The Ming king's eyes blinked and he saw another person come out from amongst the carriages, although the person in front of him was not Shangwan Lan, but that didn't matter, and King Ming couldn't care less about that. Take the rest of the carriage first. Chapter 77 Demon Beheading Talent Seeking Collections and Catch-up Readings. It was only when the Ming king got a good look at the person who came out from inside the carriage. The whole thing is bad. The great ancestor of the sword sect, Zheng Xiong, a more old-fashioned second grade than Shangwan Wanli, a second grade. Ming Wang's entire demon was instantly bad. I've stabbed the sword Dao's lair. How is it that 2 top sword Dao's second grade experts are sitting inside a tiny carriage? The Ming king's heart was appalled, and he couldn't bring himself to do anything at all. What's the point of moving? All 3 of his own demons bundled up might not be enough for Shangwan Wanli to kill alone. Now another Zhang Xiong has popped up. 2 second grade, fighting 3 third grade demon kings? Isn't this bullying the demons? No, it's the kid. A brilliant light flashed in his mind, and King Ming looked toward Li Zong, who was lying on the window of the carriage, looking over to his side. This carriage was originally the Chu family's carriage. The people inside had been clear to King Ming for a long time, said 2 second grade. Protecting Shangwan Lan that was clearly not necessary. Shangwan Lan's own strength was not low, and the 3 of them would definitely not be able to stop it if they wanted to. The only thing worth protecting inside this carriage is the child Li Zong, a childish boy returning to the capital, to have 2 second grades accompanying him for protection. What exactly is this child's identity? Even if he is the reincarnation of a human emperor, it's nothing more than that. The Ming King stared at Li Zong with a ferocious glint in his eyes and made a decision directly in his heart. This time, as long as he is able to escape and return to the demon race, he must tell the demon emperor that he must nip Li Zong in the bud at all costs, and he must never let Li Zong grow up. Li Zong felt even more strange as he looked at Ming Wang's fierce eyes staring at him. One had never dealt with any demon race, much less killed their entire family. The attitudes towards the demon Li congregation are all uncertain. The bottom line is that one is just a child. Escape! The bright king roared, and then the first one turned into a recluse to escape. The other two demon kings who were responsible for blocking Shangguan Wanli, seeing that the Ming King ran straight away, similarly turned into recluse light to escape. But it would have been difficult for a third rank to escape in front of a second rank. It would be even harder to escape in front of two sword immortals. Sword cultivators were already known for their dexterity and speed, and sword immortals were even more so. At the same time the three demon kings vanished, Shangguan Wanli and Zhang Xiong simultaneously transformed into two streams of light. The stream of light that Shangguan Wanli incarnated split in two right in midair. Two streams of light, each chased after the two demon kings who had fled separately. Boom! Two streams of light struck the two demon kings at the same time. The two demon kings couldn't react in time and were directly pulverized under Shangguan Wanli's attack. Third grade and second grade. That's the distance between celestial beings. Not to mention that when Shangguan Wanli was at the third rank, that was one of the top-ranked third-ranked powerhouses in the world. Shangguan Wanli's side had resolved the two demon kings, and Zhang Xiong's side had already won. The only regret was that before he died, Ming Wang still used his blood soul as a guide to send a message outward. The speed of the transmission was so fast that Zhang Xiong was completely too late to intercept it. As for the content of the message, Zhang Xiong was not aware of it. A message is just a message. It's nothing more than saying that the two of us are entering the capital, Shangguan Wanli said indifferently. Zhang Xiong twisted his head to look at Li Zong, who was still lying on the side of the car window, watching, and said softly, "It would be okay if it was just like this. That Ming Wang, I see, seems to be for the crowd, Li Zong to come." When Shangguan Wanli heard Zhang Xiong's words, his brows couldn't help but knit. For the sake of Zhonger? Zhonger doesn't have any relationship with the demon race, and Zhonger is still young. It's completely unworthy of them to target them like this. Zhang Xiong gently shook his head. "I don't know about this. It just feels like it pays extra attention to Zhonger." When Shangguan Wanli heard this, he similarly looked at, with his big eyes clicking, Li Zong. This child, truly, has already stirred up the world before he was born. Shangguan Wanli softly lamented. Witness the killing of 3 demon kings and gain 300 witness points. Gain 3 points of demon slaying talent. Detecting whether sword flying rainbow is included? Li Zong looked at the prompt in front of him and directly revealed a squinting smile. Flying rainbow is the sword sect's great ancestor's famous technique. The same one that just decapitated the Ming King. This sword technique is known as the ultimate speed in the world, the fastest sword to kill. As for the demon slaying talent, after taking a look at it, Li Zong also felt that he was afraid that he would become a demon nemesis from now on. Because this demon slaying talent, it had little use for anything else, but if it was used on demon slaying, it would really be a killing weapon. For example, with Li Zhong's current 3 points of demon slaying talent, with just a glance over, the flaws of all the demon races below the Demon King would be presented in Li Zhong's eyes. Li Zong could completely rely on these flaws and cross the level of decimation. After whoring out Flying Rainbow as well as 3 points of demon slaying talent, Li Zhong was also satisfied and returned inside the carriage. Shangguan Wanli and Zhang Xiong, likewise, returned to the carriage. It seems that this time the demon race really prepared extraordinarily well, so close to the capital, has set up an interception ambush. I'm afraid that within the capital is even more windy. We've got to hurry up and get into town, Shangguan Lan said with a serious face. Good, hurry up and enter the city. After entering the city, let's go find Supervisor Zhang. Since this old thief has calculated that we will come, he must have a plan for the next step. Shangguan Wanli interjected. When Li Zhong heard Shangguan Wanli's words, he felt that Shangguan Wanli's going to the Supervisor Zhang was completely redundant. Li Zhong is convinced that the supervisor has a number in his heart. Just the number in the supervisor's heart is not possible to explicitly give you out. Supervisor Zhang is the first Riddler of the sky. Went to the superintendent, and the desired answer was definitely not there. It's a given that you're going to get angry for nothing, but it's a matter of, well, persuasion won't work. One had to be sure that the old supervisor thief was an old Riddler before he could die after trying one for himself. After resolving the 3 demon kings that blocked the way, the carriage also quickly headed towards the capital. When he arrived at the city gates, Li Zong realized that the inspections at the gates were more than 100 times stricter than before. Even if their carriage, which had the Chu family's logo hanging on it, was asked to get off and inspect it, Shangguan Lan didn't use any privileges at this time. taking Li Zhong out of the car and cooperating with the Forbidden Army's inspection. After the Forbidden soldiers checked, they respectfully sent Shang Wanlan and the others back to the car again. After entering the city, Li Zhong also found that the city's defenses were also significantly stricter. It's basically kind of 3 steps forward, 5 steps back, and starting from outside the outer city. Every time you enter the inner city in a circle, you get off the bus and check it all over again. And when they reached the barrier within the inner city, they even needed the Chu family to send someone to pick them up before they could do so. Chu Tianyi rushed over at the first opportunity after getting the news. The Chu Tianyi who had rushed here was clad in armor and was completely in a state of battle readiness. Chapter 78, The soldier's fierce war crisis begs for favorites and followers. Seeing Chu Tianyi's state, Li Zhong knew just how critical the situation in the middle of the capital was right now. Once Chu Tian saw Shang Wanli and Zhang Xiong, he was also slightly stunned. After first saluting the 2 seniors, Chu Tianyi then inquired to Shang Wanlan, "On the way back, were you stopped?" Shang Wanlan nodded, and then told Chu Tianyi about the matter. After Chu Tianyi heard that, the same was born in his heart. Those 3 demon kings were really unlucky, roadblocking and directly encountering 2 second-grade sword immortals. According to the intelligence, that Ming King is the demon king who is responsible this time for organizing the demon kings outside to intercept the experts from all directions who are rushing to the capital. This time it died outright, and the siege of the capital can be eased for the time being. After Shang Wanlan heard this, he also wanted Chu Tianyi to inquire, "Are there many places on the outskirts of the capital that are blocked?" Chu Tianyi nodded and said solemnly, "In almost every direction, there are things that have been blocked. His Majesty means that he is worried that this is a ploy to lure snakes out of their holes, so he has asked us to stay put and hold on to the capital." That's a judgment that can't be wrong, because it's highly unlikely that this is really a plan to lure the snakes out of their holes. The 2 of us will go find that old thief supervisor Zhang. You guys take the kids and go home first. Shang Wanli said to Chu Tianyi. After Chu Tianyi heard this, he said, "Let's go together." The supervisor Zhang said for you to come back and make a trip with me to him. Shang Wanli snorted coldly and said, "This old thief is calculating." Li Zhong, who also mastered the Tianji skill, thought to himself, with this kind of magical method, it is natural to calculate everything. However, for Li Zhong, who had also mastered this method, it was outside of Supervisor Zhang's calculations. The group quickly arrived at the Tianji building among the Qin Tian supervisors where the supervisor was located. On the roof of the building the crowd met the old godly supervisor. When Supervisor Zhang saw Shang Wanli, he nodded his head and said, "Not bad, you've successfully broken through the 2nd grade and become a sword immortal of the world." Shang Wanli sneered and said, "Don't pretend, old thief. Isn't this all in your calculations?" Supervisor Zhang, however, shook his head and said, "Above the 3rd rank, even if I wanted to deduce it, the cost would be extremely high, not to mention the fact that there's an additional variable like him in there. So even if it was me at that time, I was just wrestling with a probability." The crowd turned their gazes to Li Zhong, who had an innocent look on his face. "Old thief, even if you want to act mysterious, there's no need to lead the matter to a child, right?" Shang Wanli said with dissatisfaction. "I'm not pretending to be a little mysterious. He has mastered the same heavenly secrets as I. He's not in the midst of my calculable events right now. He's become a variable I can't grasp anymore." When Shang Wanli and Zhang Xiong heard the supervisor Zhang's words, they both looked at Li Zhong in amazement. What kind of existence was the Tianji skill? Shang Wanli and the others were still very clear about it. This was a spell that was claimed to be able to peek into the heavens, and currently there were only 2 people in the human race who had cultivated it. Then now the supervisor is saying that Li Zhong, a child of more than 3 years of age, has also cultivated a spell that only 2 people have cultivated in the entire Taoist sect. You guys don't need to look at me, whether it's cultivated or not. Ask him yourselves. Supervisor Zhang looked at Shang Wanli and the others who looked at him and pushed. Li Zhong just looked at them and didn't say anything. But there are some things that are just about as good as it gets, and they don't think the supervisor of justice has any need, either, to be bull asterisk ting on this matter. So Li Zhong, a 3-year-old child, had really cultivated the Tianji secrets that only 2 people in the entire Taoist sect had cultivated. It seems that he will play a positive role in many of the human race's major events in the future. So he didn't let me invest for nothing. Supervisor Zhang touched Li Zhong's head and said, "It's mainly because Grandpa Supervisor Zhang taught me well," Li Zhong said with a sweet mouth. Supervisor Zhang couldn't help but laugh. "You kid, you're good at talking." After a few people had chatted for a while, the supervisor spoke to them about the main event that had brought them here this time. "According to what I've learned from stargazing and chi-gazing, I'm afraid that a few demon emperors have already infiltrated amongst this capital. I can't accurately deduce where they are now, so I'm hoping that you two can help me find 1 or 2 demon emperors. If we can get rid of it in advance, that's naturally the best. When Shangwan Wanli heard this, he frowned and said, you can't even locate them, so how can we help you look for them? Supervisor Zhang pointed at Li Zhong with his hand. Follow him and you'll find it. Li Zhong was also dumbfounded when he heard the supervisor's words. Why is there something about me here again? And also by following me you can find those demon emperors who have lived for more than 10,000 years. What a situation. Could it be that I've been targeted by the demon race? Li Zhong was not the only one who had such thoughts. Shangwan Lan also had the same thoughts. Therefore, Shangwan Lan nervously asked the supervisor, my family's son has been targeted by the demon race? My son didn't do anything, so why would he be targeted by the demon tribe? Supervisor Zhang heard Shangwan Lan's inquiry and replied directly, I don't know either. As I said, he is not in my schemes right now. Then why do you think that my family's numerous children will definitely become entangled with the demon emperor? Shangwan Lan asked rhetorically. The supervisor Zhang explained. He is absent, but those demon emperors who are in the capital are in my scheming, and I can vaguely sense that they are looking for someone I cannot scheming, and in the entire capital, the only one who is not in my scheming is him. Okay? And reverse reasoning, another trick learned. The supervisor's explanation also made Zheng Xiong and Shangwan Wanli, both of whom were reminded of the previous soul letter sent out by the Ming King on his deathbed. Now it seemed that one soul letter might not be talking mainly about the two of them, but about Li Zong. Grandpa Supervisor, you said before that amongst the capital, you can reach any place in an instant as long as you want to, right? Li Zong inquired to the supervisor. Supervisor Zhang heard Li Zong's words and let out a smile. You can rest assured that if the demon emperor is really found, I will go and help immediately. With the supervisor's entire commitment, Li Zong was much more relieved. How powerful the supervisor is, Li Zong is not entirely sure though, but from the description of the adult's only words, Li Zong know that this supervisor can be the first person for the human race in the world, not because of the long life, and even more is not just a name. This supervisor is a big man with real skills, and at the same time, the content of the soul letter sent by the Ming King had also passed through layers of communication and reached the hands of the demon emperor who was hidden in the middle of the capital, Midtown, deep within a luxurious mansion. This mansion was one of the most luxurious in the entire central city. The owner behind it has extremely mysterious origins. I just know that he is in the herb business and is extremely capable. Extremely precious medicinal herbs can be trafficked over from the demon clan side to be sold. And at this moment, deep within this mansion, a slender, extremely well-maintained middle-aged man was checking the contents of the soul letter in his hand. Chapter 79, The Demon Emperor Strikes Out Seeking Favorites. Seeking catch-up readings. After reading the contents among the soul letters, the middle-aged man also sighed softly. Isn't it good to have some peaceful days? Whoever is the protagonist of this heaven and earth, what can be done about it? The demon race is not all warlike. Just like the human race, there are also advocates of peaceful coexistence between humans and demons. It's just that such people and demons, after all, are a tiny minority, and can't hold back the flood of history. After a pause, the middle-aged man glanced in the direction of the inner city. But that child, I can go and take a look at him. 2 second-grade sword immortals escorting him into the capital. What kind of magic is in him? After coming out of the Tianji building, Li Zhong took the 2 sword immortals and went straight to the middle city to wander around. Even if there really was a demon emperor infiltrating the capital, it would be impossible for him to appear in the inner city. Midtown actually has extremely low probability as well. The greatest probability is that it will occur outside the outer city or outside the outer city. It was just that both Shangwan Lan and Li Zhixing were firmly opposed to Li Zhong leaving Midtown. If it wasn't for the 2 sword immortals, and the supervisor Zhang who promised to go and rescue Li Zhong first no matter what happened in the first place, Li Zhixing and Shangwan Lan, there was no way they would agree to let Li Zhong go to Midtown. Midtown, that's the bottom line. If it is not found in Midtown, then the matter is settled. Putting their grandchildren at risk was not something the 2 men could agree to. Li Zhong, who was loitering in the middle of the city, now how much he wanted someone to come up and force a wave of pretending in front of him, and then punch himself in the face to beat him back. 2 sword immortals accompanied him, and Emperor Yen Tai did not have such treatment. It's really hard to not let yourself put on a wave of this. It's really all over the place, but now everyone could feel the danger of the soldiers and the war, and the big shots were not too brave to go out. Nothing to do. That's even less likely. Those dudes, all of them were locked up in their homes by the parents of each family, by force. Nowadays, inside the capital, dropping a brick could hit 2 or 3 big shots. These dudes, if they really get into trouble, they might implicate the family. Li Zhong's appearance in the middle city attracted, at the first moment, the attention of that middle-aged demon emperor. Fishing? The middle-aged demon emperor when he saw Li Zong, who was loitering in the middle city. The first thing that came to his mind was that this was a trap. The handiwork of the superintendent? This is a bit too confident. Does it really think that this entire imperial city is his domain? Thinking that two sword immortals accompanying me will be able to block my sudden strike. Although he knew that this was the supervisor was fishing, the middle-aged demon emperor still wanted to try. He had been hiding in the imperial city for nearly 100 years without being discovered by the supervisor. It operated in Midtown for several more decades. He did not feel that if he wanted to make a move to take Li Zhong captive, Supervisor Zhang as well as those two sword immortals would be able to react. That's right. He didn't intend to kill Li Zong, because once you move to kill, it's hard to hide. He planned to take Li Zong captive first, and to be honest, he really had some interest in Li Zong. He also wanted to see what was so extraordinary about this Li Zong that he could stir up a storm in the city, and now he even had two sword immortals escorting him along. Although he had already planned to make a move, he was in no hurry. He was waiting for Li Zong to enter into the trap that he had set up long ago. Looking at Li Zong, who was loitering around and getting closer and closer to the trap he had set up, this middle-aged demon emperor, inexplicably, felt that he was being a bit ridiculously careful. The other party was nothing more than a childish boy, and he himself was surprisingly cautious and prudent. Realized that the traps he operates are not for Li Zong. Rather, he prepared it with the supervisor's stream in order to prevent his identity from being discovered so that he could get out in time. But now he was actually waiting patiently, a childish boy, to step into the middle of his trap. But it's all started to wait, so it's not a moment too soon. Patience, he has. As a demon emperor who had lived for over 10,000 years, his patience had always been excellent. After about an hour, Li Zhong and his group finally stepped into the trap they had set up. The hand squeezed the seal and the trap was instantly activated. Li Zhong, who was in the middle of the carriage, sensed in a flash that the surroundings had changed drastically. At the same time one's five senses, moreover, were instantly deprived. Li Zhong knew that this was really bumping into the demon emperor. Li Zhong was really surprised that there was really a demon emperor, hidden in the middle of the middle city. This steep change caused Uncle Chen, who was driving outside, to be a bit flustered as well. However, Li Zong was not flustered. Li Zong directly urged the qi and blood in his body with all his might. The next moment the human emperor's shadow appeared behind Li Zong. And the moment the human emperor's shadow appeared, Li Zong felt that his five senses were restored, while the dense maze barrier around him was dispersed to a certain extent. Only Li Zong's strength and cultivation was too low, and being able to do it for an instant was already the limit. In just an instant, the human emperor's shadow crumbled. But for Li Zong, it was more than enough. In a split second, Li Zong believed that it was enough time for Shangwan Wanli and Zhang Xiong to find their positions. The mist just now was bound to be more than simply depriving oneself of one's five senses. That was bound to have an effect on the people outside as well. But that represented the human emperor's qi and blood, which was enough to break through all the barriers. It's more like a signal on a lighthouse. Enough to illuminate everything. Things were just as Li Zong thought they would be. The demon emperor really reacted half a beat slower the moment the human emperor's shadow appeared. Shangwan Wanli and Zhang Xiong, on the other hand, were the first to find the figure of Li Zong, who was walking on the road and had suddenly disappeared. The two sword immortals of the world combined their efforts. The trap that had shrouded a street just crumbled right into pieces. Wow! The trap crumbled like a mirror. Li Zong's carriage appeared in front of the two sword immortals. At the same time, the two of them instantly locked onto that middle-aged demon emperor. On speed, sword immortals are definitely first-rate. Therefore, that middle-aged demon emperor, without even half a moment's hesitation, directly fled. At the same time a palm slapped out in the direction of the carriage. The rolling demonic qi, slapping towards the carriage, was enough to overturn a street. I'll go after him. Zheng Xiong quickly told Shangwan Wanli. No, he can't leave. Before Shangwan Wanli could make a move, he saw that Supervisor Zhang had already appeared. At the same time, this entire marketplace was instantly confined. Seeing this, the middle-aged demon emperor was not in a hurry to escape. Since the strongest supervisor of the world had come and had directly blocked off this place, it was probably unlikely that he would want to escape. The demon emperor glanced at the supervisor Zhang, then at the two current sword immortals, and finally locked his gaze on Li Zhong. I still underestimated you doll. I didn't think I'd end up falling for you doll. They're right. If you doll grows up, you'll definitely be the #1 heartache of my demon clan.